This guy was originally a time traveler, but before landing in this current immortal world, Deep Fam had already jumped through 99 different worlds, and every single time he jumped, he got a system, yet no matter what life he got, he never made it to the end. Instead, he always met some ridiculous, lame fate. So here he is on his 100th jump, landing in a cultivation world, becoming someone extraordinary with a rare innate Dao body. Even better, he is the sole disciple of the stunning sect leader, daughter from the Yun sect, a sect that only ever accepted female disciples before. He claimed an entire mountain as his home, instantly becoming the idol of every disciple in the sect. But instead of grinding to become powerful, Deep Fam was so fed up that he chose to live like a lazy waste, sitting on resources, but refusing to train. It has been 2 months since he arrived, and he still has not trained a bit. Right now, he is basically no different than a mortal. Then one bright day, with a gentle breeze blowing, just as Deep Fam was catching some extra sleep, his 100th system suddenly popped up. This time, it called itself the Strongest Craftsman System. According to the intro, this system could fully power Deep Fam up to become the strongest powerhouse on the entire continent. Sounds tempting, right? But after tasting loss 99 times over, Deep Fam was not about to waste a glance on it. He was not taking on any more systems, so he just kept pretending to be Diff, ignoring the Strongest Craftsman System as it whined in his ear. This is jump number 100. No way he is following some system's orders now. Chosen child of destiny. My foot, he does not want that. All he wants is to be a salted fish, lying around and doing nothing his whole life. Get up and train. Host, life flies by if you do not cultivate. The system begged and pleaded, but he just ignored it, fearing that if he actually started training, life would race by even faster, probably worse too. Besides, he would already live through 99 lifetimes. This one, he just wanted to kick back and enjoy it. Seeing Deep Fam so indifferent, the Strongest Craftsman System decided to sweeten the deal with a flashy newbie gift pack that boosts cultivation speed by 10,000 times, and the speed only increases every time he breaks a new realm. But none of these tempting perks even made Deep Fam blink. The system had no choice but to dig deeper. But all Deep Fam did was scratch his butt and keep on snoozing. After countless failed attempts, the Strongest Craftsman System realized its host had a deep resistance to cultivation, so it reassembled its modules and rebooted itself. The system transformed from a crafting powerhouse into a check-in system. And this new system was even more ridiculous. Deep Fam just had to show up at designated spots to check in and snag rewards. The first spot, right outside Deep Fam's bedroom door. The check-in was simple. Just step into the glowing circle, and boom, automatic check-in complete. The spot was only 5 meters away, and it took just 10 seconds to complete. Come on, host. Get moving. Sleeping all day is not good for your health. You know, the system begged nonstop, but all it got was Deep Fam's steady snoring in response. Yeah, he was definitely out cold. It was not until the sun dipped behind the mountains that Deep Fam finally woke up, stretching luxuriously. But unlike his relaxed mood, the system beside him was practically in tears. Host, you are finally awake. I thought you were planning on sleeping forever. Deep Fam ignored the system and slid off the bed. The system was ecstatic. Yes, that is it. Come on, host. Just one more step and you will reach the check-in spot. But the poor system was crushed again. Deep Fam had zero intention of stepping into the circle, and instead veered straight to the kitchen. After enough sleep, his stomach was growling, so he decided to cook a pot of fish soup. But that stubborn willpower system noticed Deep Fam resisting the check-in, so it refreshed and shifted the check-in spot right to where he was standing, successfully helping him check in instantly. It gifted Deep Fam something called the enemy essence, holy water. After drinking this, all the mortal impurities in his body would be purged, transforming him into the perfect physique for cultivation. It packs a heavy punch against demon cultivators and kneeling cultivators, but once used, you can never walk those paths again. Yet again, Deep Fam showed his ruthless side by casually using the holy water to wash his veggies. Then without hesitation, dumped the whole bottle out, leaving the system dumbfounded and stunned. He went right back to cooking fish soup, while the system kept wondering how someone like Deep Fam even exists in this world. A little later, the living room door suddenly swung open, and a disheveled teen timidly peeked his head inside. Hey there! Deep Fam saw him, but did not know who he was yet. Still, his curious nature made his eyes light up instantly. New here. Come on in. Let us have a meal together. The food was just finished, so he grabbed a seat and pulled the teen down next to him. Come on. Do not be shy. Think of this as your home. No need to be all formal. Last month, a disciple who had just joined the sect got lost and ended up at Deep Fam's place, so he figured today might be the same kind of situation. Deep Fam planned to finish the meal, then, if unlucky, escort the kid to the elder in charge of personnel to sort out his lodging. But just then, Members of the patrol team came knocking at his door. He stood up and went out to ask what was going on. The patrol leader reported that a masterful demon cultivator disguised himself inside the sect, and they were searching for his whereabouts. But when they checked Diepfem's place, the demon detection mirror showed no reaction. So both he and the patrol team concluded the demon was not here. After that, they all left one after another. When Diepfem stepped back inside, he caught a whiff of something burning and immediately panicked. "Oh no, my fish soup." The teen, who had been quietly eating at the table, glanced up at Diepfem and then flashed a sly, wicked grin. In fact, he was the demon cultivator on the run whom the patrol team was hunting. Though nobody knew why Diepfem's place blocked his demon aura, it had saved him from capture this time. The guy had been counting on Diepfem's lack of cultivation to devour him and replenish his own energy. Watching Diepfem's unguarded back, he could not help but smirk with confidence. But before he could get close, sharp pains shot through his chest and stomach, quickly spreading throughout his body. That enemy essence holy water really does work wonders. Diepfem only used it to wash some veggies, yet it was already hitting that demon cultivator hard. He barely got out a scream before vanishing, so by the time Diepfem came back with the fish dish, the demon was gone without a trace. Still, Diepfem did not think much about it. Season in the sect was kind, and he trusted nothing bad would happen to the guy. But the system had recorded his accidental demon cultivator kill and rewarded Diepfem with a divine grade technique called the Eternal Immortality Secret. According to its report, this technique is imbued with the will of heaven itself, and mastering it grants a body immortal as the heavens and earth. Yet Diepfem just glanced at the manual once, and then tossed it on the ground to prop up his table leg. "My eyes do not deceive me. Holding this divine technique means you are set for life. Eat, sleep, then go fishing to make up for the lousy fish stew." The system watching this scene was so mad it literally blew a fuse. It never expected to get stuck with a host as reckless and carefree as Diepfem, but since it is too late to back out, it had no choice but to keep rebooting and trying to convince him. The next morning, when the sun was overhead, Diepfem finally stepped out to go fishing. "Isn't he that better? Train hard and stay focused, do not zone out." A loud shout snapped them back to reality. But no one minded getting scolded by this person, because she was the famous beauty of the sect, named Tuyen, the third disciple of sect leader Tu Van Tran Han. As usual, today Tuyen was fulfilling her duty to mentor the junior disciples. Just when we thought another peaceful day was passing by, the Zonmin suddenly erupted into chaos. Someone came running in a panic, shouting that the Wenxiang sect was launching a surprise attack. Specifically, it was the second elder of the Wenxiang sect. After terrifying the disciples of the Xian sect into submission, the second elder of Wenxiang appeared right in the heart of Xian, calm and collected like he was just strolling through his own home. "Young friend, do not get me wrong. My Wenxiang sect has no intention of smashing through your gates. But when we were searching the mountain and got blocked, we had no choice but to come here, search the mountain." Xian did not buy it for a second. He immediately drew his sword. "This is Xian territory. If Wenxiang wants to search, then go ahead and try. If you want to let me search, then hand over the nine-tailed fox here." The moment he said that, the disciples behind Xian erupted in whispers, because the nine-tailed spirit fox was a legendary creature, a treasure among treasures. If they really had one, the Xian sect would be unstoppable, like a storm tearing through everything in its path. The second elder of Wenxiang was insistent that he had been chasing that nine-tailed spirit fox for a long time, but someone from Xian snatched it from him mid-chase. So he came here demanding an explanation. This was serious business. Xian was not about to decide alone. He told him to wait until his master, Xian Zhenren, came down to settle it. Before this, Wenxiang disciples were not allowed to step even a foot into the sect's main grounds. But obviously, the Wenxiang folks were not about to play nice. Judging by Xian's reaction, they even suspected Xian was trying to steal the nine-tailed fox. So under the second elder's orders, Wenxiang disciples charged in all at once. With a sharp command, Xian entered battle mode, blazing with righteous fury to defend his sect. "Just a handful of you dare swagger around in Xian's sect. Wenxi's got some serious guts." The two sides clashed fiercely, and while Xian was focused on the fight ahead, he had no idea a Wenxiang disciple was sneaking behind the bushes nearby. In truth, the second elder and his disciples stirring up trouble was just a distraction, a classic hunt the tiger ploy. This sneaky disciple, gifted with the best spiritual beast sensing ability in the sect, planned to use the chaos to encircle Xian and hunt down the nine-tailed spirit fox. Not long after, he spotted Diepfem fishing quietly at Jingming Lake. At first, the guy thought Diepfem was a Xian disciple, but after checking and seeing he had no cultivation, he was sure Diepfem was just a regular mortal. Meanwhile, at Diepfem's spot, he had not even warmed his seat before his system started flashing warnings. There was a rare nine-tailed spirit fox nearby, and it wanted Diepfem to catch it. It even thoughtfully prepared a spiritual beast contract orb for him. All Diepfem had to do was toss it at the nine-tailed fox to forcibly bind it into a contract, making it his pet. But Deep Phum was totally unfazed. He was too focused on fishing. Soon enough, he suddenly sat bolt upright. His system even thought he finally decided to make a move. But nope, it was just a fish biting the bait. That legendary nine-tailed fox was not even half as exciting to Deep Phum as this giant sturgeon. The system got so mad it threw the contract orb at the sleeping nine-tailed fox nearby. The poor beast was woken up, furious at being ambushed, and tried to shake off the contract orb. But once it realized it was a forced contract, it was too late. This nine-tailed spirit fox hated losing its freedom and becoming a human's pet. Still, the contract orb was too powerful. After a struggle, the fox had no choice but to submit and become Deep Phum's pet, while Deep Phum barely even noticed. The Wangxiang disciple with the keen spiritual beast sensing skills quickly realized the nine-tailed fox had already been contracted by someone else. He suspected Deep Phum was the culprit working behind the scenes. Though unsure, he decided to take Deep Phum out before dealing with the nine-tailed fox. So he unleashed his sect ultimate move, the Wangxiang strike, aimed straight at him. The system freaked out seeing this. It threw up a danger alert, but knowing Deep Phum would not care about it, the system activated a counterattack with 100 times the damage. The Wangxiang strike was turned back on its user, amplified to insane levels, and slammed straight into the sneak attacker. Then boom! A massive, earth-shaking explosion erupted. This explosion shook even the second elder of the Van Tong sect to his core. Sensing something was seriously wrong, he unleashed a full-force strike against Tu Yen and ordered his disciples to retreat immediately. After taking the hit, Tu Yen coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. The disciples of Tu Van sect panicked at the sight, while the second elder of Van Tong sect tensed up. Thinking hard, one of our elders probably wounded her badly. Could she be faking it? Just then, Tu Van Patriarch, along with his eldest and second disciples, slowly flew. Van Tong sect's getting too cocky now. Thinking they can push around our Tu Van sect. Seeing their sect leader appear, the second elder of Van Tong sect and his disciples quickly dropped to their knees. Van Tong sect is a small-time clan. They never dared to provoke Tu Van sect before. They came here to cause trouble just when our sect leader was supposed to be in seclusion. Who would have thought she would show up early? We have crossed the line today. Consider this a compensation, please forgive us. Saying that, the second elder of Van Tong sect pulled out a few martial arts manuals and some rare elixirs to apologize. Before Tu Van Patriarch could even process what happened, the Van Tong sect members had already fled. She did not have the heart to chase them either. Saving Tu Yen was the priority. But seeing her wounds, the expression on Tu Van Patriarch's face darkened instantly. Meanwhile, not far off, Deep Phum got a message from his master. Something's happened. Come here quickly. Even though he was lazy with training, Deep Phum knew better than to disobey his master's orders. As soon as he got the message, Deep Phum dropped his fishing rod and sprinted back. Just as he turned, he spotted a Van Tong sect disciple sprawled out on the grass. Whether he was alive or not, he could not tell. Unaware of the recent chaos, Deep Phum suspected this was a trap set by the system's madam. As soon as he focused on this guy, a butterfly effect would trigger a chain of events, dragging him deeper into the system's grasp as its unwitting slave. Deep Phum stepped over the body, skipping past him, and headed straight to Tu Yen's side. Master? What happened? Deep Phum burst through the door in a rush. His eyes met the solemn face of Tu Van Patriarch, while Tu Yen lay motionless and pale on the bed. Your senior sister is not gonna make it. The master sent for you to see her one last time. Tu Van Patriarch said this, and Deep Phum's eyes widened, his ears ringing with disbelief. What did you say? Senior sister was fine this morning. How did it come to this? This is all Van Tong sect's fault. Tu Van Patriarch explained. Tu Yen cultivates a technique that uses the essence of demon beasts as its foundation. 6 months ago, her demonic energy became unstable by accident. That is why Tu Yen's condition has been precarious ever since. Today, when Van Tong sect came to stir up trouble, Tu Yen fought back fiercely, activating her technique, but was struck by the second elder's blow at her core source of demonic energy, throwing it into chaos and triggering a violent body rejection. According to Tu Van Patriarch, she might not survive the day. Deep Phum listened to her non-stop explanation, feeling a heavy weight settle in his chest. When he first entered the sect, Tu Yen was the first person he bonded with after becoming Tu Van Patriarch's disciple. Deep Phum was lazy and reluctant to train, but Tu Yen never looked down on him. In fact, she promised to protect him with all her strength. For this senior sister, Deep Phum felt both love and deep respect. Right now, he was so heartbroken he blamed everything on the system, convinced that if it had not been for the system, Tu Yen would not be lying here, and he would not be in this lonely position without his senior sister. The system, innocent but implicated, immediately protested. Hey, this is not my fault, of course. Deep Phum did not even bother to listen to its excuses. Just then, a female disciple entered, carrying a basin of spiritual water requested by Tu Van Patriarch. This water could ease pain, She only wanted her third disciple to suffer less before passing on. However, the system, trying to redeem itself after Diep Phem's blame, pulled out a precious healing potion. But just as it moved forward to offer it, Diep Phem barked sharply. Hold it right there. The system jumped back in shock, dropping the potion into the spiritual water that the female disciple was carrying, and it quickly dissolved in the liquid. Master, let me handle this. You have been taking care of sister all this time. You should rest. Diep Phem spoke up, then took the bowl of water himself, washing the cloth and pressing it onto Tu Yen's forehead. Whether it was an illusion or not, Tu Van Ren suddenly felt the spiritual energy in the water grow stronger than usual. Diep Phem had no power to enhance the quality of the spiritual water, so she naturally did not attribute it to him. After the cloth, soaked in the spiritual water, was applied to Tu Yen's forehead, her complexion quickly turned rosy. At first, Tu Van Ren thought she was seeing things, but when she checked her pulse, she was shocked to find that Tu Yen's injuries had completely healed. This was beyond unbelievable just moments ago. She was on the brink of death, yet now, the demonic energy in her body was stabilized. The wounds on her skin healed, and her cultivation level had even surged straight to the 10th tier of the bamboo core stage. Watching Tu Van Ren's expression shift constantly, Diep Phem guessed sister's injuries had been severe. Not wanting to upset her, he asked permission to leave first. That night, an emergency meeting was held between the head of the Tu Van sect and the elders, naturally focusing on Tu Yen's condition. When Tu Van Ren announced she was safe and sound, everyone was stunned. Of course, they knew Tu Yen had cheated death, but no one expected there to be a cure for her condition. Tu Van Ren could not explain it either, so she set it aside and moved on to the next hot topic. The two sects. Our two sects have had grudges for a long time, with occasional clashes. But this is the first time anyone has dared bring conflict to the sect grounds. What is more, when I arrived, they immediately dropped to their knees and apologized in such a fluent, practiced way that I could not understand why. At that moment, an elder spoke up, saying he found the corpse of a disciple from Van Tong sect near Ho Tin Min Lake. After several inspections, he discovered the disciple had been killed by Van Tong sect's own cultivation techniques, so he guessed he had taken his own life. Tu Van Ren found this explanation fishy. Why would this guy risk sneaking into Tu Van's sect just to end it all? Was he out of his mind? Then she suddenly remembered during that time near Ho Tin Min, the only person around was Diep Phem. Could it be that he was behind this? Tu Van Ren pondered deeply, but she would never seen Diep Phem cultivate anything. How could he pull off something like this? Then she thought about Diep Phem's rare innate Dao body, the Vinnam, and wondered if, even without cultivation, he might have hidden powers that even his master did not know about. Seeing Tu Van Ren's expression flicker constantly, the elders asked, Sect leader, do you have any leads? There is something, but I need to confirm a few details first. By then, Diep Phem had already gone to bed, so she planned to question him about it tomorrow in private. Then she shifted the topic to the nine-tailed spirit fox that Van Tong sect was hunting. Since this morning, Tu Van sect disciples had been dispatched to search for the spirit beast, but had found no trace. Seeing Van Tong sect's determination, they guessed the fox really existed and vowed to do their best to find it. However, no one expected that the precious nine-tailed spirit fox they hunted was now so hungry its stomach was growling loudly inside Diep Phem's room. Meanwhile, its owner Diep Phem was lying asleep in bed. The system was freaking out, warning that if the beast went hungry any longer, its life could be in danger. The nine-tailed spirit fox sat up, then slowly approached the bed and stared at Diep Phem with desperate eyes. I have not factored in the forced contract yet, but at least feed me something. After waiting for a while, seeing Diep Phem still snoring peacefully, it knew it could not count on him and decided to sneak into the kitchen to fend for itself. Here was a legendary spirit beast reduced to scavenging scraps in a human kitchen, but Diep Phem was obsessive-compulsive after meals. The dishes were spotless, leaving no leftovers at all. The nine-tailed spirit fox paced around the kitchen, confirming that besides the basket of raw veggies, there was absolutely nothing edible left. But she is the legendary nine-tailed spirit fox. There is no way she would just settle for a vegan diet. At first, her pride would not let her touch that stuff. But hunger won. In the end, our fox devoured the entire basket of veggies, and then crashed into a deep sleep. Around midnight, when everything was dead silent, a sudden loud shout echoed through the Van sect, jolting every disciple awake. They gathered quickly, eyes fixed on the source of the commotion. But little did they know, it was another trap set by the Taming sect. They played the same old game, create chaos as a distraction, then sneak in from another angle to grab the CV spirit fox. However, this time, the Taming sect's leader himself took action. He carried a device to track the spirit fox. The closer they got, the brighter it glowed until it blazed when they reached Diep Phem's place. The Sen family CV spirit fox is right here, smugly declared the Taming sect leader. Unbelievably, Tiven and Chan Nen had not detected the spirit fox's presence at all. Looks like the Sen family's got our backs this time, he said, full of confidence. The elder right behind him started buttering him up, but instead of calming the leader, the flattery only made him explode with fury. Back off with your heavens help crap. I gave the second elder a fortune, and not only did he fail to catch the spirit fox, but he got our great rock killed. And now, we have to pay compensation to the Deven sect. Plus I have to go out there myself. Ridiculous. The second elder tried every flattering word in the book to cool the leader down, and it actually worked a little. By the way, this whole CV, Spirit Fox Haste, involved a huge payoff. 13 of the most notorious mercenaries from Xinghong were hired to create the distraction outside. That wild shout of fire. Ambush. Earlier? Yeah. That was their handiwork. They did it to make sure that even if Tiven Chen Nenen showed up, they would still get out alive. But despite thinking the place was cleared, when the two thieves from the Vingheen Teeping sect entered the room, they saw Depi Fum passed out drunk on the bed, and it made them pause. Why is someone still here? Didn't our Dafahi crew clear this place out? The Vintering sect leader cracked a sly smile. He had invested a fortune into this operation and refused to tolerate any mistakes. So even if Depi Fum was just a mortal, he planned to finish the job himself. With lightning speed, he launched his ultimate move, Venti Angothin Trenter, unleashing all his power because a sect leader like UVV would not hold back, even against a mere mortal. Behind him, the elder kept up his relentless flattery mission. Unfortunately, it did not help the leader achieve his goal, because the willpower system, though suppressed by Diet Fum, was stubbornly determined to protect him at all costs. The result, before the leader could even lay a finger on Dippy Fum, the system launched a counterattack that sent him flying backward, crashing hard to the ground, and even his subordinates gasped in shock at the scene. The ruckus finally woke Dippy Fum up. Host, the final day has arrived, the system cheerfully announced. After feeding it pure butter for 2 days straight, it had slowly figured out Dippy Fum's personality. Forcing him out of bed outright would only make Dippy Fum ignore it, or worse, crush its hopes and break the system's spirit. So it came up with a plan: handle things quietly on its own, and let Dippy Fum jump in at the last moment to claim the glory. The system was feeling pretty clever about this strategy. In other words, it was fine working overtime day and night if it meant Dippy Fum would get the credit. As Dippy Fum finally woke, the first thing he saw was the Vindictive sect leader and his cronies, sprawled out on the floor. Gross. What is this mess? Dippy Fum blurted out. His expression was exactly what the system wanted. Perfect. Yes, yes. This is the moment to steal the spotlight. Tell everyone it was you who took down those two scoundrels. But then, Dippy Fum's reaction totally threw the system off script. Why are there two strangers crashing at my place and passed out right after walking in? Looks like they are exhausted from training. Huh. The system's face fell. What kind of plot twist was this? Is Dippy Fum just plain dumb? Or is he pretending to be clueless on purpose? He got even more anxious when he saw you actually trying to feed those two old geezers some rare medicinal pills, thinking they were just exhausted cultivators who wandered in and fell asleep. Host, they just tried to get to you. The system's blowing a fuse. You think I am an idiot? Dippy Fum shouted back loudly. First, the T-Ven sect disciples slaughter each other. Just offending one another is punishment worse than having to sell salt for life. Second, I do not have any cultivation techniques, and I am not packing any treasures either. Why would anyone come here to take my life? Just because I am an hair disciple of the sect leader. Please. The system was truly speechless. T-Van sect strictly forbids disciples from killing each other, but these guys are from the Vian T-Peving sect. Man, Dippy Fum would sooner believe a ridiculous story than trust that system. His mood crashed again when he actually saw you pour the rare pills the second elder gave into the Vin T Enters sect leader's mouth. After swallowing the medicine, the old man and his followers instantly snapped their eyes open, overwhelmed with relief and panic that they were still alive. You are awake. Dippy Fum flashed a killer smile as a greeting, but in the eyes of those two jumpy guys, your smile was more like the grin of a demon from hell. Without a word, both of them practically bolted out the door at once. Dippy Fum did not find it strange at all. In fact, he was glad to see them so spirited. But just moments later, his face shifted to worry. Oh no, I totally forgot the elder warned that this medicine is definitely not for oral use. Still, the sleepiness had not worn off yet, so Dippy Fum shrugged it off and went back to bed for another nap. While you relaxed, the Vinchudetung sect leader and his gang were running for their lives. Not a shred of the proud sect leader spirit left in them. After sprinting about 500 meters out of Aven sect territory, they finally dared to stop and catch their breath. Terrifying, truly terrifying. That mortal guy not only effortlessly neutralized my full power attack, but saved us right at death's door. The sect leader kept mumbling to himself. Did you see his expression? Especially that smile, pure confidence. because he holds our lives in his hands now. His follower nodded repeatedly in agreement. It is unbelievable that someone in Tavan's sect has cultivation beyond, even at Tavan true immortal. Turns out the reason we could not sense his cultivation was not because he is mortal, but because our cultivation is too shallow compared to his. Talk about a clueless person meeting a celestial being dippy fum, is indeed cultivation less. But now he has become a terrifying force that can command the elements in the eyes of the Vindictive sect leader. Now the old man would not dare even dream about the CV Ling Fox anymore. Surviving alone feels like a blessing from the heavens. He planned to return to his sect and immediately prepare a grand ceremony, then personally apologize even if it bankrupted the sect. He would beg for Tavan sect's forgiveness. Otherwise their sect's future would be doomed. Yes? Sect leader. The chanting god suddenly stopped, his whole body spinning as if every bone was twisting. What the hell are you doing? The sect leader stared wide-eyed in shock. I do not know. I just suddenly wanted to dance. Looks like the side effects of the life-saving medicine dip fum gave them are kicking in right after this guy. The Vindictive sect leader showed similar symptoms. The medicine's effect was so strong. These two were like dopamine-fueled maniacs, wildly running through the forest. The noise they made accidentally woke up a wild boar, but when the boar got ready to charge madly, the two crazies approached it with bizarre expressions. Hey, little guy, not bad you want to join us. The wild boar, faced with these strange humans for the first time, forgot all caution and almost started sucking up to them. When the Vindictive sect leader grabbed it, it let out a roar that shook the whole forest corner. The Tavan sect patrol nearby heard the commotion and rushed over to investigate. What they saw next was utterly terrifying. The Vindictive sect leader was desperately clutching the wild boar, forcing it to dance with him for dear life, while his henchmen clung tightly to a monkey, endlessly calling out, "Dad, I miss you so much." These two were clearly so high they were hallucinating. Even two disciples of the Ziyun sect were so scared by this scene, they nearly pissed themselves and ran back to report to their sect leader. And so, those two crazies danced salt all night long. The next morning, the men of the Wen Tiao sect grew worried when their sect leader and grand elder did not return, so they sent out a search party. After a long search, they finally found them at the boundary forest marker between the two sects. But by then, the Wen Tiao sect leader and grand elder had already died, while beside them, a monkey and a wild boar kept wildly hopping salt. Looks like dancing salt all night wore them out to death. This was a huge deal. So Zia Yunzen Ren and the sect elders quickly got the news, but she could not understand why it started with a lowly earth disciple, then escalated to the Wen Tiao sect leader and grand elder dying right next to Ziyun sect. Meanwhile, the Wen Tiao sect members immediately blamed Ziyun sect for the whole fiasco. Meanwhile, the real cause behind all this, Yifan had no clue what was going on. All he knew was that after going back to sleep last night, he slept like a rock. Like any other morning, Yifan yawned himself awake, got out of bed, and headed straight to the kitchen. But what made him drop his jaw first thing was the kitchen was completely empty. An entire basket of fresh veggies had vanished overnight, and at the bottom of the basket, the nine-tailed spirit fox was happily munching away. Pretty clear who the culprit was. Yifan grabbed the nine-tailed fox by the scruff and gave it a good scolding. "You little beast, those veggies were hard-earned gifts from junior brother Tan Tan. Super precious. You know that, right?" Seeing Yifan actually touch the nine-tailed fox, the system was so thrilled it would be jumped for joy if it had legs. It kept winking at him, bragging that this was a legendary top-tier spirit beast. If he nurtured it well, it would bring him massive benefits in the future. On the flip side, the nine-tailed fox shot him a sparkling, teary-eyed look, utterly adorable. It figured this reluctant owner might be broke and struggling, but at least he did not beat it up for eating all the food, so maybe he was a good guy after all. The nine-tailed fox used to be super wary of humans, thinking they were cruel and heartless, but now, looking at Yifan, it started reconsidering and wanted to stick by him. The system was even happier seeing this reaction. Minds connected finally. A real that is the spirit. Host, just take good care of it, and one day it will help you land a top-tier marriage match. But then Yifan dropped a bombshell that left both the system and the nine-tailed fox speechless. Should I make fox stew or braised fox? Or maybe just roast it? The system immediately freaked out. Host, do not joke like that. This is a super rare nine-tailed spirit fox. Please drop that dangerous thought right now. Show some respect, please. Just a little respect. Yifan stared at the nine-tailed fox for a long moment, then sighed and said he just could not eat it like that. Both the spirit beast and the system breathed a huge sigh of relief. But then, Yifan kept going. Fox meat's pretty pungent. I would have to use some herbs to mask the smell, but just to be safe, better cut its throat first so it does not run off. Yifan really had a talent for making others' hearts race like a bullet train. The nine-tailed fox cried so hard it had no tears left when he reached for the kitchen knife. Luckily, right then, its true savior arrived. Zion Zenren came to visit his youngest disciple, just as Yi Fan was about to put the fox on the chopping block. At first, she thought he was joking, but when she saw Yi Fan lower the kitchen knife without hesitation, Zion Zenren rushed over to stop him. "What are you doing? You are not serious, right?" After speaking, Master Tiven hurriedly pulled the CUV spirit fox into her arms. "Master, that was my breakfast though." Dai PM stubbornly tried to snatch his breakfast back from her. Of course, Master Ven was not about to let him have his way. She genuinely thought her disciple had lost his mind, daring to use this once in a millennium treasure as food, given that DP Fum was born with a preternatural Da body. Otherwise, she would have given him a serious scolding by now. She decided to take the CUV fox home and raise it herself, planning to return it to DP Fum when the time was right. Meanwhile, he still did not realize just how valuable that spirit beast was, and even thought his master was overreacting a bit. "Master, is there something you need from me here in the capital? It can tell you just about this fox, right?" Depfum asked. Only then did Master Tiven remember the main issue she called him to change into his wedding clothes. Hearing that, Dipfum's eyes immediately turned red like ripe tomatoes, and he instinctively clutched his chest. "Master, no matter how hungry a man is, he does not need to do that." Master Tiven was speechless. Though she looked young, in reality, she was an old lady over 1,000 years old. There was no way she would be interested in a kid like DAP Fum. She examined the clothes, just wanting to check a little to clear up her suspicions. But DP Fum still was not convinced. There is a saying, "A kid's like a noodle, but a father's like a tiger." Master Tiven had never known a man in 1,000 years. How could he be sure she did not have any thoughts that crossed the line? But on second thought, even if he was young in this lifetime, Dipe Froom had lived 99 lifetimes in total. What was there to be afraid of? So he decisively stripped off the wedding robe and obediently sat on the bed. Master Tiveen carefully examined everything and confirmed Deep Theme had no cultivation at all. But if he had none, how could he have handled the earth giant rock of a Vindictive sect and even saved to Ian? This was just too unrealistic. So she concluded Dip Fum was definitely hiding his true strength, and quietly pressed her palm into his hand. "Little rascal, since no one's around, can you be honest with your master and tell me about your cultivation? Master promises to keep your secret safe." The warmth of Master Tiven's breath on his hand made Dipi Fum feel a little itchy. His face flushed even redder, and his thoughts started to wander wildly. That look, that tone, if she says she has no hidden agenda, he thought, then said aloud, "Master, to everyone else, my strength is just like a kid's, just an ordinary mortal. I am not hiding anything." The term kid he used meant just that, a child, but to Master Tiveen, she thought he was hinting he had broken through to the origin core stage, which made her even more stunned. After all, she had cultivated for 1,000 years and only reached the 5th level of origin core. Yet young Dipifum, who barely trained, could break through so easily. It had to be thanks to his innate Dao body. The more she thought about it, the happier she got. She believed the Tiven sect had hope for a new rise. Understood. Disciple, train well, play well. Master cares about you a lot. Master Tiven could not hide her grin, stretching from ear to ear as she kept patting Date Fum's shoulder. Well, he still had no clue what she was talking about. After confirming the matter she would been worrying about all night, Master Tiven finally smiled and vanished into the wind. Dipe Fum watched her go, not thinking much, just planning to head to Tinun Min later for another fishing trip. Meanwhile, Master Tiven was still lost deep in her own thoughts. She felt that if DP Fum had already broken through to Origin Core, then within half a month he might surpass her, and she even considered stepping down as sect leader to make way for him. Of course, Master Tiven also took the CUV Spirit Fox with her. For the fox's safety, she did not want anyone else to know, so she locked the legendary spirit beast away in a spiritual prison. Just then, the Grand Elder suddenly appeared from nowhere. "Master Tiven, how is the disciple you took in at Tin Nuka Peak doing? He has been in the sect for 2 months but still just eats and plays, refusing to train, even if he is a born cultivator. Wasting the sect's precious resources like this is out of the question. Senior sister. Wasting resources. Don't freak out over this. My loyal disciple has already reached the nascent soul stage." After hearing this, Senior Elder laughed so hard it took him 3 seconds just to catch his breath. "Sister, I get you want to protect your disciple, but this excuse, it is downright hilarious. I am dying laughing here." Tiven barked sharply, then shot a glare full of resentment. "Honestly, if my loyal disciple was not trying to hide their strength, I would have unleashed the 9-tailed fox to scare you off ages ago." They were about to throw in a few more words when a frantic disciple came rushing in with urgent news. Their second elder was in trouble again. On his way to fishing, Dipfum overheard some whispers. "Poor guy. Here we go again." Curiosity got the best of him. What exactly were they staring at? The group of men in the distance chuckled quietly, guessing how long this mess would drag on this time. Up ahead, the second elder of Ven sect clung to a beautiful woman's skirt, pleading desperately, "Wife, I know I was wrong. Please do not leave me." He begged, while she panicked in pure terror. "Who is your wife? Where is she? How rude. Come see for yourselves." Witnessing the scene, even Daipfum was taken aback. What the heck is going on? Turns out, it was the second elder. Just then, two men nearby chatted. One sighed, "Such a shame about the second elder, he was the strongest alchemist in our sect." The other replied, "Who told him to start experimenting with those weird pills and test them on himself." Hearing this, Daipfum's heart skipped a beat. Was it true that the second elder's pills had side effects? Then he remembered the two guys from Vindictive sect and wondered silently, "If I take medicine from them, would I be okay?" But those guys had already passed on, floating somewhere between worlds. "Thanks for the concern." Suddenly, the second elder burst over and threw his arms around Daipfum, sobbing, "Vianai, you have come to visit your father. Vianai, this time I won't let them hurt you anymore. Come on, let us go home to your mother." The brothers behind them laughed and teased, with senior brother Daipi here holding the second elder back. "We can finally leave without worries." Tavan was restless and rushed over with a panicked expression. "My precious disciple, can T have any trouble?" Guide stepped forward calmly. "Senior sister, what is the rush?" She smiled knowingly, implying that since Daipfum had already reached the nascent soul stage, situations like this were nothing to worry about. Feeling confident, Tavan smirked to himself, "At this point, let us see who is still pretending." Hearing this, Tavan planted his feet firmly and replied confidently, "Senior elder is right, I really messed up." Right then, the system popped up a warning for Daipfum. "Host, this guy's extremely dangerous." Startled, he asked, "Dangerous? He has not even said a word yet." Feeling a bit annoyed, he thought, "An old geezer with heartache, how dangerous can he be? Still, I really do not like getting close to guys like that." The system snapped back sharply. "How can a man go out without protecting himself? There've been way too many gruesome incidents already, have not you noticed?" Just then, Guide suddenly unleashed a fierce burst of energy, sending the second elder flying backwards. He crashed right where Ven and Guide were quietly watching. Seeing the second elder, Guide gaped in horror while little Van whispered excitedly, "That rotten brat said he had no cultivation, but turns out he has been hiding his true strength all along." As the second elder sat up, dizzy and confused, he muttered to himself, "Strange, why do I feel this way? This is not good." Just getting hyped and the host's power shot up like crazy. The two nearby brothers stared at each other in shock. How is this even possible? Senior brother DP already summoned the second elder, though his cultivation is lower. He is still at refining stage 10. How could senior brother DP do this? Little Vine landed before Daipfum and cheerfully said, "Let us party. And hey, here's the planned fishing trip coming up." Su Bine replied calmly, The weather's perfect today for fishing." Inside, he was thinking, "Someone took my breakfast, so fishing it is." She cheerfully gestured toward the fishing spot and smiled. "Go ahead, fish as long as you want." But inside, she was thinking, Yeah, that is right. Are you just playing around pretending to train again?" Daipfum respectfully clasped his hands, following the Grandmaster's orders. Then he thought, "Well, our master really is sharp." Just then, four brothers off in the distance could not help but envy Daipfum and whispered among themselves, "Damn, the sect leader's attitude is something else. Senior brother Deep is seriously impressive. He can summon the second elder as spirit. He is still at the Kai refining stage. But 2 months' time is enough to go from mortal to Ki refining. That is some wild talent." One quietly calculated. "He used to be a deadbeat. But if I would known he is this gifted, I would have smoozed him for sure." Meanwhile, the system was begging him nonstop. "Host, you need to move around anyway. How about trying the martial arena? You could score some top-tier rewards, Western Garden Pill, or even the library's treasures. The library's good too." One brother was so happy he cried tears of joy, whispering to himself, "Find a big shot to lean on, and you can chill for 100 years. Quickly, a man went off to tell his junior brother, "Stop training. Senior brother Deep's heading to Hefatina and Min to train. Hurry up and check it out." That junior brother then passed the news to another junior brother. "Junior brother, I heard senior brother Deepy is gonna show us the ropes at Hefatina Min. Don't he miss it." Next, that junior brother told a junior sister, "Sister, senior brother Deep wants to teach us a legendary technique at Hefatina Min. Let us." The junior sister quickly passed it to a senior brother. "Senior brother, I heard senior brother Deep is gonna undergo tribulation at Hefatina and Min. Come with me." That senior brother reported to Teen Guy, "Sect leader Dip is incredible. I heard he brought a celestial phenomenon to Wetin and Min. Hearing this, she gasped in amazement. Really? From afar? Taven proudly blurted out, but this disciple, notorious for gossip, spread the news all over the place. Then she happily ran off. Hung said, I gotta go scout and keep an eye on them. Seeing this, T. Nguite muttered, if you want to see it, just say, no need to act all high and mighty. At a high min, while Daifum was casually fishing, the junior brothers and sisters sneaked behind to spy. Senior brother Dippy, your fishing stance is so handsome. All eyes were glued to him, sharing the same thought. Flawless moves. Charismatic flair. But why did not I feel any spiritual energy flowing? It must be my low rank need to level up to learn more. Soon after, Taven appeared from behind the bushes, excitedly asking, has my disciple brought the celestial phenomenon yet? T-Gite tiredly warned the sect leader, watch your image. The intense gazes behind made DP uneasy, so he asked nervously, strange, why is summer suddenly feeling this cold? Feels like a bunch of creepy eyes are watching me. The system was freaking out again, missed the chance once more. Sensing trouble, he reeled in his line and left early, thinking, it is cold. Better head back before something happens. Moments later, Taven angrily yelled at those juniors. What are you all doing? Get back to training. They dashed off, answering in unison, confused but obedient. Watching this, T-Gite wondered silently. Who still has the nerve to say it is getting late? On Dipfum's way home, he happily held up his fishing basket. Not bad today. Fish soup for dinner it is. Just then, the system popped up, cheerful and bold, declaring, no matter how many times I crash, I will never give up. Host, a point of light appeared at your residence. Go claim your top-tier reward. Quickly, Dipfum stepped on the marked spot, and a beam of light burst forth in a flash. The system sounded its whistle and cheered. Congrats, host, you have successfully checked in. He was so overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down. Handing him an item and explaining that this ultra-rare experience potion could instantly boost someone to the first level of the Origin Soul, plus grant a chance to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Inside, his soul was screaming with happiness finally. This success meant the host had officially logged in for the first time. The system handed over the potion and said, Host, are you scared now? Before it could finish, Dipfum blurted out carefree, no way, I totally forgot about the peace treaty. Then he grabbed the potion, cool as ever, and added, good thing there is a flower pot right here. Without hesitation, Dipfum calmly poured the experience potion into the flower pot. Ignoring the system's despair, did it really want the host to complete a task this ridiculously hard? Darkness slowly swallowed the space, everything now illuminated only by the faint glow of moonlight. Suddenly, the flower pot in Dipfum's house started twitching weirdly, and a single leaf unexpectedly dropped from it. Right after, streams of energy swirled around the flower, imbuing it with a soul. The plant cried out in confusion. What is going on? A plant like me actually gained cultivation and became an elite. Stretching joyfully towards the sky, now bursting with vibrant colors, it boldly declared, this blessing from my mortal master. The kindness bestowed, I will never forget it. It soared so high it reached the celestial fairies dancing in the heavens. Gradually, the plant absorbed the lingering spiritual energy escaping this realm. The sight of spiraling lights in the sky electrified everyone, who whispered excitedly, look, a heavenly phenomenon the legendary Diep senior brother has manifested. They all knelt down, bowing deeply with reverence, concluding, Diep senior brother must have worried we would not witness the omen, so he made it show up tonight. Diep senior brother, you are so thoughtful, you are my idol. I feel it now. The true path of cultivation. Meanwhile, Tugayat was blinded by the dazzling rays. This is insane, Taven said proudly. So it is true, Diep fam really did intend to bring down a celestial omen. Then she jumped up excitedly. Tuvan, our sect is about to rise again. Tungayat quickly reached out, reminding, show some respect. Sect leader, show some respect. Early next morning in the forest, Laminbat, carrying 2 baskets of vegetables, happily thought, today I get to deliver veggies to Dip senior brother again. Awesome. On his way back, someone suddenly shouted from behind, stop right there. Minbatch turned confused toward the people behind him, stammering, senior brothers, what do you want? A rude guy snarled, hand over all those veggies nicely and scram, or else do not blame us. Scared? He refused. Sorry. I can tea. The sect strictly forbids internal fights. The thug snapped back without hesitation. If we use our energy to fight, it is not an internal fight. Hand it over. When a hand grabbed the basket, Minbatch shouted, then yanked the basket close, yelling, nobody even thinks about touching these veggies. Then Minbatch charged at the thugs fiercely, terrifying them. What the hell? Are you a demon beast in disguise? This kid's got insane strength. That hurts like hell. Not long after, Minbach walked away energized, a bruise on his face. Silently promising, Dip senior brother, I am coming for you. In the distance, a group of men lay sprawled, their heads spinning. Meanwhile, atop a remote mountain, a demon beast flew over to Tuvan. Seeing it, she snapped. Tuvan Sect and Huvu Mountain have always respected boundaries. What brings you here today? The beast quickly replied. Relax. We Hovu Mountain do not even care about your shabby place. I am here for the Kiwi Spirit Fox. Tuvan retorted. I have never heard of a Kiwi Spirit Fox. Instantly, the demon flapped its wings furiously and darted forward. It unleashed a surge of fierce demonic energy and feathers. Threatening. If you do not cooperate honestly, we will beat you into submission until you listen. Tuvan was taken aback by its bold move. Just then, violent beams of light burst from its body, like an explosive orb tearing through space. Soon, the beast appeared, bloodied and battered, barely able to stand. Tuvan calmly asked, Well, still want to fight? It immediately turned its head to look at her, silently confirming one thing. The rumor about Tuvan commanding the mighty spirit fox was true. Then, Tuvan and her bewildered disciples stared at the spirit falcon, while it hurriedly spun around and took off, determined to report back to the Great King and wipe out the Tuvian sect at once. But she was relentless, instantly lunging forward to grab onto its wing, refusing to let it escape. A second later, the dizzy spirit falcon tumbled down the cliff, watching its body fall. Tuvan silently vowed, This time, I am taking over the original owner's head. Scene shifts to Depi Phum's house. At that moment, he was setting down 2 plates piled high on the table, saying, Le junior brother, do not just wash your hands, come eat. Minbech sat down with a joyful grin, silently admiring the aroma of Deep senior brother's cooking. It smelled amazing. Meanwhile, Dipe Phum eagerly eyed the meal, telling himself, in my past life, all I cared about was cultivation. Now, I am gonna be a chill dude, treat myself right, and savor some good food. Suddenly, the table was flipped by a strange aura. Minbech blinked, confused. It was that eerie evil energy again. Just then, a beast paw came crashing in from outside. Heading straight for him, with a swift motion, the spirit falcon swooped down, pinning both Dipe Phum and Minbech between its legs. Arrogantly issuing a threat, she quickly pushed her disciples back and started negotiating with it. Let them go, and we won chase after you. The spirit falcon gaped wide, snarling, You think I would fall for that? I will take them away, and if you dare follow even half a step, I will kill them on the spot. Seeing Dipe Phum's grim expression, Minbech nervously stammered, Dip senior brother. Suddenly, Dipe Phum sparkled as he looked at Minbech, thinking, Senior brother Deep is not scared at all, true to his spirit. But inside, he regretted it, hoping all the hard research on this delicious meal would not be wasted like this. At that moment, a system notification popped up above Dipe Phum's head. Great medical heavenly dragon ready. A moment later, a burst of radiant energy shot from him, forcing the spirit falcon to falter. It was dazzling energy hurtling straight at the evil beast, making it lose balance. In an instant, it crashed face first onto the ground. Much to Devenin and Depi Phum's shock, it was as terrifying as expected. She eagerly approached Dipe Phum and teased, My precious disciple, want to be the sect leader for kicks? He casually replied, Nah, I'd. Not long after, Dipe Phum returned home with Tuvan trailing behind, still fussing. Whatever's wrong, I will just get you some new furniture. Just as he waved with a sigh, she suddenly remembered something and said, Right, my obedient disciple. Tuvan clasped her hands excitedly and immediately proposed, There is a half-month exchange event coming up. What do you say? Want to join? Before she could finish, Dipe Phum grinned and pointed at the spirit falcon, blurting out a savage idea. Master, how about this? We have got 2 evil beasts right here. Want to invite them over for dinner tonight? She hesitated. I will come back tonight. Soon after, Dipe Phum had a pot of broth simmering on the stove. He slowly plucked the spirit falcon's feathers. It did not move a muscle. As Dipe Phum worked hard by the stove, the system flashed a notification. Host, visit other sects check-in points. There is a chance to get divine weapons and rare gear. He glanced at the sharp knife in his hand, accompanied by its tip. Cutting evil beasts is as easy as flipping a pancake. As Dipe Phum started chopping, the system chimed, Congrats, host has received na. Forget it, you do not really care today anyway. Soon, Minbech brought in a basin of water for Dipe Phum. Setting it down, he said, Dipe senior brother, there is something I do not get. Dipe Phum replied, Go ahead. Hearing this, Minbech relaxed and began. Back then, Master arranged for me to take a ride. At first, the 2 of us talked very cryptically. His face darkened noticeably as he continued. But then, He asked some questions and suddenly said he wanted to leave. I turned to him and asked, "What is wrong?" He painfully recalled. He asked what kind of business our family had, whether we owned spirit beasts or carriages, how things were organized basically. He wanted the truth about the family to make plans. There is no business in the city, no spirit beasts or carriages either. Depfum sighed. It is really like that, but it is not your fault. Then he put his arm around Min Butch's shoulder and said, "Le junior brother, stay for dinner tonight. Master won't say anything." Hearing those words, he just gained another admiring fan. Yepsio was gentle and caring. If I could, I would repay him with my life. Later, Minbach felt puzzled. Silently thinking it over, he recalled how, no matter how beautiful the female disciples were, Yepsihui always kept a calm, unreadable face. But with me, the moment I showed up, he shielded me like a precious treasure. Awkward as hell. Could it be? Does he know me? Soon after, Tuvan and Tuyen arrived at Yip Fam's place. Tuyen greeted him cheerfully. "Yip, junior disciple. Long time no see." He smiled back. "Hello, third senior sister. Please, have some food." Sitting down and watching the two joke around, Tuvan could not help but feel jealous. The vibe between young folks is just so sweet. It is almost sickening. After the meal, Yip Fam suddenly stood and handed Tuvan a gift bag, saying, "These are all for you." Taking the gift, she was quietly moved and thought, with natural talent and hard training, and such filial devotion having a disciple like this, I am truly blessed. At that moment, Minbach hoisted his buddy onto his shoulder and stepped outside, then told Yip Fam, "Senior brother Yip, if there is nothing else, I will head down the mountain now." Yip Fam glanced at him and replied curtly, "All right." Then he did not forget to warn, "Stay sharp." Just after that, Tuyen came over and said, "If it were not for you stepping in before, I would not be alive today." Then she confidently promised him, "From now on, wherever you go, I won't say no." Yip Fam smiled brightly and replied, "Senior sister, you flatter me. We are all comrades here. No need for formalities." Watching his relaxed, confident demeanor, she could not help but think, is our little junior brother already at the primordial essence stage? Meanwhile, I am just stuck at foundation. How am I supposed to repay him? A moment later, Minbach slung the big bag over his shoulder and headed out. He put the bag down. A blue book immediately caught his eye. Minbach grabbed the book and wondered, "What is this?" Then he recalled Yip Fam's words, "Watch out for the book." Without hesitation, Minbach flipped it open, his excitement growing. Suddenly, he realized this was the legendary eternal immortal art. Understanding its value, Minbach hugged the book tightly, shouting with joy, "This technique is insane." Yip's senior brother could not just toss this treasure away like trash. He must have used the excuse of throwing out the bag to secretly hand me this ultimate divine skill. Looking up at the sky, he boldly declared, "Father, Mother, your son will finally make a name for himself." Cut to nighttime. Inside Minbach's bedroom, he burrowed under the covers, reading every line of the eternal immortal art, whispering, "This precious technique can fall into the wrong hands." Then, poking his head out, he scanned around, thinking, need to find a super safe spot to hide it. The forest. The basement. Nope. The closet. Unsafe. The drawer. Definitely not. Suddenly, his eyes froze midair, a joyful grin spreading across his face. Placing the book on his chest, Minbach thought, "Yes, this place is absolutely foolproof." After securing his secret, he felt pure happiness bubbling inside. No one's ever gonna find it here. Shortly after, Minbach kicked off his cultivation journey, starting at a mere 1% power. He began his training. Step 1. Circulate internal energy through the body for a full week. Half a month later, a dazzling spaceship appeared in the sky. The disciples below looked up and one exclaimed, "That is the grand ship of the Celestial Azure sect." Another sighed. Celestial Azure's leader is a 7th-stage primordial essence master. No other sect leaders come close. This included the male sect leader from earlier who muttered, "I heard the Tuvan sect even snagged a giant spirit fox." Is that true? What is Celestial Azure gonna do? If they do not get it, they won't just barge in and wreck someone's place. Right? Cut to Tuvan's residence, where someone called out, "Sect leader." Inside, Tugoin was asking, "Should we ask Yip Fam if he can join the upcoming battle?" The matriarch replied, "We already asked, but the disciple refused, so whatever happens, happens. At least Tuyen can hold a draw tomorrow." Then she glanced out at the distant sky, silently wishing, as long as Yip Fam grows strong and safe, Zayun sect is destined to become the top among the 9 great sects. Maybe even snag the title of the Eastern Wasteland, as #1 treasure. Back in Mingbai's room, sunlight streamed gently through every corner. He is trained up to 50%, Surprise itched all over his face. No wonder Senior Brother Deep's method is legendary. I have managed to unblock half my meridians. Then he jumped up, stuffing the manual into his pants, and told Taya, "Give me 2 more months, and I will clear all my meridians. Just wait for me, Senior Brother Deep." Right then, someone walked in with news from Ming Bei. 2 days. Vanthan got injured during training. Tomorrow's exchange competition, someone else will take his spot. Ming Bei worriedly pointed at himself and asked, "Senior Brother Vanthan is a 5th level Ki cultivator, but I am only at level 4. If I replace him in battle, would not I just get wrecked?" The other waved him off casually and said, "You won, Tida. Just fight however you want." Hearing that, he could only cry silently inside. "I have only been training for half a month. I am barely past the beginner stage." The next day, at the exchange competition, everyone was buzzing with chatter. The Golden Core group had a slightly better performance. Each side had wins and losses, but the Bamboo Foundation group got absolutely crushed. Except for Ziyan, everyone else got knocked out cold. Just then, Ziyan stepped up on high and announced loudly, "Next round. QI cultivators. Hakmak from Shinking Sect faces off against Lai Ming Bai of Ziyun Sect." Before even stepping onto the stage, Ming Bai's heart sank as he overheard whispers. People from other sects had sparred with Hakmak before. They said it took half a month to barely recover afterward. Hakmak is a 5th level Kai cultivator, while Li Ming Bai is only level 4. This fight's basically a death sentence. Ming Bai's face darkened with fear. Why does my opponent have to be Hakmak? I am going to get beaten into a vegetable. Clenching his fists, he told himself, "If I end up flat on the ground after this fight, it is better than getting seriously hurt." On the stage, Hakmak stood with hands on hips and said, "Don't worry, I will go easy on you." From below came shouts of encouragement. "Hakmak's senior brother. Kill him." Watching the two down below, Zaiwen just shook his head in disbelief. Ming Bai raised his hand to steady his breath and muttered, "I will fake it a bit later. Just do not let anyone catch on." Without hesitation, Hakmak launched 2 blazing punches and shouted, "Let us finish this quick." Threw a powerful straight punch at Ming Bai, who stood frozen in place. Hakmak's eyes widened in shock. How is this single punch not enough to knock down a level 4 Ki cultivator? What is going on? Ming Bai calmly countered the punch. He was puzzled too. Why does Hakmak's strike feel so slow and soft, with no real power behind it? Suddenly, it was like an invisible shield wrapped around Ming Bai's body, pushing that punch harmlessly away. Hakmak's face paled. Bewildered, he asked quietly, "Kid, what is going on here?" Ming Bai whispered back, "Senior Brother Hakmak, though you said you would go easy, this fake fight is a bit too obvious. Do not you think?" Furious, Hakmak snapped, "What are you waiting for? Are you from Ziyun Sect just going to stand there and take it? Are you man enough to fight me or not?" Those words sparked something in Ming Bai. Senior Brother Hakmak's got a point. Getting beaten like this is a waste of time. I will poke him once, then fall down on purpose. With that thought, he stepped back a bit, clenching his fists. "All right, let us do this." Then he leapt forward with a thunderous strike. Roaring, just like Senior Brother said. In an instant, Ming Bai unleashed a blow like a thunderbolt. Hakmak was blasted away, the ground shaking beneath him. After that, Ming Bai glanced at his own hands, feeling a bit embarrassed. I did not even use that much energy." Up above, Ziyun was ecstatic, cheering inside. "I knew it." Saying the prodigy did not go on stage was just a lie. He planned this early to save face and set up Ming Bai perfectly. Soon after, some guys grew curious watching Hakmak being carried away. What happened? Did Hakmak get hit that hard? Is that guy cheating? How could anyone even survive a hit like that? Suddenly, Thomak stepped forward and asked, "Are people doubting the judgment of the 7 great sects and thinking Ziyun Sect might be disqualified?" The other man nervously replied, "That is impossible." As everyone laughed and joked in the distance, Minbek suddenly realized, got it. This has got to be the effect of the everlasting ancient secret technique. Right after, he clenched his fist. Resolute. I feel like I can keep fighting. Cut to Fire Feather Mountain, where a demon beast bowed its head, delivering a grim report. That is all the intel we have. The demon beast receiving the news was Silver-Eyed Eagle King, ruler of Fire Feather Mountain, who growled irritably. The Violet Cloud sect recklessly sacrificed both sides to survive, but they had to kill my little earth demon. Looks like the ancient tail spirit fox is really in their hands. Saying that, it unfurled its massive wings. Silver eyes gleamed cold steel. It snarled, "Let us, at a time like this, you still tell the cultivators to remember who is boss in this territory. Once I snatch the ancient tail spirit fox's pack, the title of #1 demon king of the eastern wasteland will be mine." With that, it led a giant flock of eagle demons soaring through the gloomy sky. Cut back to the arena. Thuds echoed as Min Betch casually tossed an opponent aside. The old matchmaster announced, "La Min Betch wins. Anyone else want to step up for a big showdown?" A challenger's voice rang out. "I'm out." Losing means embarrassment. Plus I would be laid up for half a month. Whoever wants in, step up, on the arena floor. Minbek sighed, thinking, I want to shout. Anyone else. But would that disrespect my sect? Meanwhile, at the elders' table, Heavenly Saint spoke. The violet cloud Daoist hides more than we thought. She quickly denied it. Heavenly Saint, you flatter him. After all, he is just a disciple refining his ki. He eyed Violet Cloud suspiciously. Then added, heard a few days ago. An ancient tail spirit fox ran right to your place. Two elders from mysterious Yin sect glanced their way, sharing a thought. Here it comes. Heavenly Saint's interrogation. Violet Cloud tried to dodge. Heavenly Saint is overthinking. Just baseless rumors. Our sect does not have that kind of fortune. But inside, she was cursing. Damn sect. Always causing trouble for others without gaining anything herself. He slowly set down his teacup as ominous demonic Kai began to rise. Everyone understands, stop wasting time on nonsense. Then Heavenly Saint's gaze pierced through her, issuing a cold threat. If the ancient tail spirit fox is not handed over today, you all know how this ends. Violet Cloud squinted ahead, then suddenly charged forward with fierce determination. While disciples scrambled to hold back the sect leader, at that moment, Heavenly Saint raised 3 fingers. Taunting, 3 seconds to decide. After that, Violet Cloud sect will be no more. Then he began counting down. When he hit 2, doubt surged in Violet Cloud's heart. If I hand it over, my precious disciple 1T level up. But if I do not, what about the secta's survival? Still, she made no move. Heavenly Saint sneered. Looks like Violet Cloud Trunenin is one stubborn mule. As he counted 1, his fist clenched, ready to strike. Suddenly, Heavenly Saint charged toward Violet Cloud, roaring. Time's up. A voice rang out, halting him mid-attack. Internal sect dispute. He slowly turned his eyes toward where the voice came from. Seeing the scene, Heavenly Saint gasped in horror. Half a step to divine transformation. High above, Silver-Eyed Eagle King and its flock surged forward with flickering flames. Everyone's heart sank. Silver-Eyed Eagle King had arrived. Heavenly Saint could not tear his gaze away. Suspicion rising. All these beasts are prime demons from Fire Feather Mountain. Looks like they all came from Fire Feather Mountain. Silver-Eyed Eagle King's fire's almost out. Could it be they came this time for the ancient tail spirit fox's blood? At that moment, Silver-Eyed Eagle King's recognition beams shot toward Violet Cloud's room. It immediately looked over, saying, it is there. Meanwhile, at Immortal Jade Peak, in Daipifum's kitchen, he quietly studied every line in a cooking book, surrounded by blooming golden pines. If I save some demon beast meat, that'd be perfect. But pork works too. The taste is not much different. Just as he placed a fresh red slab of meat on the cutting board, the system notification popped up. Warning, the ancient tail spirit fox pet is in imminent danger. Owner, please rush to rescue. Contrary to the urgency, Daipfum happily continued washing each tomato. The system's emotions crashed completely, agonized as it questioned itself. What exactly am I hoping for? It triggered an emergency recall function, the system collapsing, unwilling to reboot. At that moment, the former 9-tailed fox suddenly plummeted into a deep lake. Moments later, it landed in DP Fum's water basin. The former 9-tailed fox struggled desperately in the small water tub. Only when DP Fum reached out to stroke its head did it calm down. Thinking, my master, you saved me. You do not know how many terrifying demonic energies are out there, almost killing me. Suddenly, he pushed the fox's head underwater and said something that froze its expression. Well, you have definitely packed on some pounds since half a month ago. Seeing DP Fum's sly grin, the fox broke out in a cold sweat like it would just taken a cold shower. Terrified, it darted out of the water basin and muttered, why did I fool myself into thinking he would turn nice? He saved my life, yet he is still grabbing me like this. It kept babbling. That demonic energy. The meat quality here must be way better than pork. Welcome back. Outside, a white-furred demon noticed something off. Seemed like the aura had shifted location. Who would have thought a larva of a former 9-tailed spirit fox could teleport? Hearing this, Ingen En told Sexton, if it can teleport, how come it has not used its magic more times? Follow me, quickly. It shot straight toward where the former 9-tailed fox's aura was detected. A disciple of the T-Van sect pointed at it and reported, Sect leader, they have changed direction. The person next to me is turning pale. It looks like they are heading that way. Tvenin kept her eyes on Engen Nunnen, equally shocked. Without hesitation, Tenek sped after the circling demons, shouting, this is bad. They are after my precious disciple. At that moment, Vin Thon turned to Tien Gain and asked, your people chased them off already, why no action? Calmly, she replied, we are no match for the Engen and Demon King. Acting against that would be foolish. If those humans want to snatch the 9-tailed spirit fox, Why not overpower the Yin and Demon King instead? Then T-Gait's eyes sparkled as she looked ahead. Long could not help but worry even though Depepfum showed great strength before. The Yin and Demon King is half transformed into a god. They can T-win. Best to just follow along, it is the only way to protect both the sect leader and DP Fum. Cut to DP Fum's kitchen, where things were still peaceful. Inside, he excitedly eyed the former nine-tailed fox placed in a large pot. Dung said the best ingredients always need to be simmered over low heat. First, wild onions, ginger, garlic, and water. Then a spoon of salt, 2 spoons of soy sauce, and just the right amount of broth. Then DPM closed the lid. As Koetri added, that is it. Gotta taste it first though. Later, when we pluck the fur, it will save us some trouble. Also need to prep some sliced bacon. Right then, the system panicked with a warning. Ost is about to face a brutal battle. Please log in quickly to claim your rewards. But before anything could be done, a giant claw suddenly shot out from nowhere straight at Depeep Fum. He got grabbed off guard and pulled through a floating door by the Enginan Demon King. Koitra shouted. Caught him. The smile faded when it realized it was not the former nine-tailed spirit fox. Glut him. Catch him again. Meanwhile, Taven was closing in on Ingian Nun. She urgently shouted. Disciple. Look, up in the sky. Demons are circling. And in the middle, Ingian Nun is squeezing Depeep Fum tight. Then Anthon glared at it, suspicion growing in her mind. The former nine-tailed spirit fox is hidden inside, and that name. Suddenly, Dipe Fum took a deep, unexpected breath amid the tense air. Hearing this, T. Ngite quietly thought. So he is worried about that, trapped in Nun's sharp claws. Dep Fum showed no fear, only a sleepy expression. Seeing this, Thin Thon was baffled again. How is this kid not scared of the Enda Numen Demon King at all? Taven was calm too. Could it be that kid was just that strong? Right then, Nun snapped. Isn't this just a kid? These noisy human cultivators are so annoying, squash them and toss them out. As it finished speaking, the system flooded with alerts, warnings, and notifications. Host? Forget it. Better just do this yourself. Suddenly, a fierce aura shot straight up from behind Engyan Nen. Hit by that powerful energy, it panicked wildly. What is this move? Could it be a god-level strike? In the blink of an eye, a cataclysmic explosion erupted with terrifying force. Soon after, the smoke cleared, revealing a chaotic scene. Demon beasts and silver-eyed creatures sprawled lifeless on the ground. Meanwhile, Deep Fam was still chilling, snoozing on his old ride like nothing happened. The shocking scene left a disciple utterly stunned, unable to hold back his disbelief. They were all wiped out, half-demon beasts. Hundreds of silver-eyed monsters vanished in the blink of an eye. Elder Giathian then looked perplexed and muttered. This junior. This has to be some old monster in disguise. Internally, he wondered if he had just insulted the Tuvan sect, or if this was a deliberate reminder. Then he clasped his hands and bowed to Tuvan sincerely. No wonder it is the Tuvan sect's solid reputation and a grand power like this. With such strength, the future surely holds the summit of Donghong. But today's outing felt too casual, lacking proper respect. I must excuse myself. The sect has other matters to attend to. I will visit again another day. But the lady of the clan sharply declared, You are not going anywhere. Immediately, both Tuyen and Tu Gaiet shot sharp looks at Thianthan, making him jump. Tuvan turned back and cut off the unfinished apology. The grand gathering is not over yet. What is the rush? He paled and stammered nervously, backing down from his plan. We relinquish our rights. All of them. From now on. Hearing this, she smirked. Relinquish? You all traveled far to be here. If you just leave now, others will say Tuvan's sect is bullying people. Suddenly, Tuvan seemed to recall something and said to Thianthan, Right, we had a few unpleasant incidents before, but as the leader of the Eastern Path, I can let petty grievances weigh us down. On the contrary, I should be the one to make amends. Right? An old man and a young man overheard and froze, whispering, Is that really how he feels? No holding back at all. Is this how you guys guard your pride? We have faced tens of thousands of vile women. Do we really need to sugarcoat it this much? At that moment, Tuvan glanced at Tu Gaiet and boldly suggested, Senior Elder, please escort these friends to the back courtyard to rest for a few days. After encountering so many beast demons today, they must be shaken. Keep them safe. Do not let them slip away. She anxiously asked, Did you tell me to do those things? Suddenly, Tuvan grinned smugly and said, Right? Senior Elder, everyone's meeting face to face is enough. Heartfelt sincerity is all that matters. Don't overstep. If you kill them, the law will come down on you. Tu Gaiet clasped her hands and replied briefly, Understood. Then Tuvan turned to the old man. Thianthan Daho, your birthday is coming soon, right? He quickly declined. Please do not prepare any birthday celebrations for me. She strode forward, ignoring his protests. When the time comes, the Tuvan sect will definitely prepare a grand ceremony and offerings. Secretly, she rejoiced. The King sect's done for. Practically bankrupt. They won't even keep their pots and pans anymore. Spotting Debfem approaching, she could not help but exclaim, "My precious disciple is insanely strong. Just 2 months, and he is ascended from a mere mortal to the divine transformation realm. It is like the heavens themselves are blessing Tuvan's sect." An elder behind spoke cautiously. Debfem is not just a natural-born cultivator, he might be some great power reborn. A younger disciple nearby nodded in agreement. A reborn power may lose past memories, but their cultivation methods persist. If he harmonizes with other disciples, our Tuvan sect will flourish. Debfem strode into the hall, waving, "Master, elders, I am feeling Grimmy gonna clean up a bit." Tuvan immediately warned, "Take your time. Precious disciple. No rush, we still have those female beast demons to deal with." An elder approached the silver-eyed beast sprawled out and said, "So many of these monsters, Senza will be busy. If you pluck the fur of the silver-eyed beast king, you can craft an incredible magical treasure." Tuvan agreed enthusiastically. The elder nodded. "Exactly. I want to use its fur to make a warm cloak for my precious disciple." 10 minutes later, the beasts were completely skinned, leaving only their pristine white hides. Right then, Tuvan grew worried this was enough for now. Handling a half-transformed demon beast is not a walk in the park. She replayed everything in her mind, realizing there was another selfish twist. And it seemed like he had something urgent bringing him here. Just then, the air filled with a mouth-watering aroma that got everyone buzzing, whispering how delicious it smelled. "Is it mealtime already? That smell, I have caught it before in Diep Senior's kitchen. It is meat." Hearing this, Tuvan quickly wiped her hands and shouted, "Demon beast meat, the nine-tailed fox." Without hesitation, she darted straight into Deepy Fum's house. Then she headed right to the pot boiling furiously on the stove. Lifting the lid, she spotted the fox lying inside and gasped. "Sweetheart." At her call, it slowly blinked its eyes open. Seeing it safe, she sighed in relief. "Thank goodness I found you in time. You scared me half to death." The nine-tailed fox looked stunned at first when it saw Tuvan. Then it burst into sorrowful tears like a child, eyes shimmering with sparkling drops before it lunged forward, clutching her tightly, crying out, "Finally, you are here. I almost met my ancestors." She quickly comforted it. "Hey, little one, do not worry. Your master's got you, never leaving your side." Just then, Debfum appeared holding a kitchen knife, blurting out, "I was wondering how that brat managed to open the pot's lid." "That was the master opening it. I figured demon beast blood would be a powerful tonic. Should we grab some earlier if I would known?" With a sly grin, he stepped closer, unashamedly teasing, "Master, you are childless, but you are about to make a whole pot of fox meat stew." The nine-tailed fox panicked, screaming, "Help me!" Tuvan hugged it tightly, eyes wide with fear. "Little one, are you a 5-element demon? Otherwise, why would your brain be so watery to kill a spirit beast like that?" Debfum calmly replied, "In your eyes, your spirit beast is just meat. Kill it or not, it is the same." Then she cradled it tenderly, softly reminding, "Remember, you promised to give me to take care of." Seeing TVN's expression, Debfum gave up his plan, admitting, "I will admit, Master really is a stunningly cute young lady. Though she is over 1,000 years old, it still felt strange." The steel hairpin of the sovereign. He glanced back at his simmering broth and said, "Forget it. Forget it, Master. When I stew the Phoenix King meat, I will need some other ingredients." Tuvan dashed out, "I will go prepare them right now." He looked puzzled and asked, "But I have not even finished speaking yet." That night, the entire Devine sect was tantalized by the irresistible aroma of meat. Not long after, darkness blanketed the sky. The disciples descended step by step, chanting, "Drink, drink, drink." Min Butch slung an arm around a junior brother and said, "See, this is why your vision's off. This morning, you only saw Deep Senior strike but missed his true intention." Someone asked, "Lelo Senior, what do you mean?" He turned to everyone. "You all saw Deep Senior smash that golden dragon, right?" I asked. "When the Phoenix King appeared as Deep Senior attacked. What happened?" The junior brother grew more curious. Could there be a hidden meaning? Min Butch whipped his head around, saying, "You fools. It is so simple. Yet you can see it." His words jolted a junior brother awake. "Lelo Senior, you mean Deep Senior's direct attack was actually to protect us?" He nodded proudly, stepping towards the tray. "Exactly. The guy's got some serious skills." Behind him, a drunken junior brother leaned over and asked his neighbor, "Old Hein, is drinking again?" The other shook his head. "Not yet. Tonight, we have not had a single bowl of meat soup. Then Mindbetch slurred. So do you know why Deep Senior, who could be dominated the GLU tournament, chose to lose instead? No show from hand. The Phoenix King suddenly unleashes a horde of demons, just a coincidence. The junior brother quickly realized, could this all be Deep Senior's plan? Right then, he raised both hands high, declaring with certainty, bingo. Deep Senior waited for the perfect moment when the Phoenix King appeared, then ambushed him at Tin and Gucky Phone, so he wiped out the Demon King and his minions without anyone on our side getting hurt in the arena. It was all part of Deep Senior's master plan. The guys roared with excitement. So that is how it went down. Deep Senior's unbeatable. Deep Senior's the man. Deep Senior's unstoppable. Early the next morning at Van Tong Sectus main hall, Yentu was sprinting like crazy, dodging her brothers while screaming for help. The brothers kept closing in, throwing creepy lines her way. Senior says, your little brother's heart belongs to you. Says, your comrade wants to propose. Yentu panicked, shouting, I am devoted to cultivation. Please, find someone else. In note, those brothers had caught her. They shamelessly said, Says Yen, my happiness all depends on you. Says, I want to ask for your hand. Yentu freaked out, yelling, I swear, I am all about ascension. No interest in you guys. Go bother someone else. Right then, Toongayat witnessed the whole wild scene clearly. She then stumbled upon a gay couple cuddling in a corner. One whispered, Bro, you smell amazing. I love you. The other replied with a grin, I will make sure you are satisfied. Looking away to the side, Toongayat blushed so hard she covered her mouth in embarrassment. Nearby, a senior sister was teasing her junior softly. Little sis, you are so beautiful. Your skin so soft, I really want to share the bridal chamber with you. The senior sister murmured. The junior shyly answered, Says, do not touch me. I feel like I am about to have my period. Not long before, Toongayat had brought over a huge steaming bowl of soup that smelled amazing. Peering inside, she silently thought, good. I always thought the meat of the original spirit beasts was priceless, only to be enjoyed by our sect disciples. She forgot that the original spirit beasts' meat was extremely fiery, with Huvu Mountain's flames growing stronger. How could the beasts living there be immune to eating it? Suddenly, her eyes went wide as she realized, wait a minute, this soup seems to have something extra in it. No way. I need to alert the sect leader immediately. Cut to the sect leader's quarters. She was fussing loudly, clearly annoyed. Let go. Tu Yen, you are about to tear my clothes. But Tu Yen just giggled. Sect leader, I am not letting go. I really like you. Please, take me as yours. Tu Yen pleaded. The sect leader immediately agreed. Done. Hearing this, she brightened and asked again, really? But then she pulled out a pill mockingly, teasing, this is fake. Quickly, the pill was popped into Tu Yen's mouth. Regaining her composure, she looked around confused. Sect leader, what is going on? Wait, what is wrong with your clothes? She pointed out the torn clothes, then held up a bottle of water and warned. Tu Yen, you were affected by the spirit beasts earlier. Hurry to the main hall. Get the elder to brew the antidote for all the disciples. Tu Yen replied with a quick, yes. Thanks to the sect leader and elder's intervention, Van Tong sect was brought under control, turning into a harmonious sect. From then on, the sect imposed stricter rules. Chefs were forbidden from using alcohol or spirit beast meat as rewards. At that moment, Van Tong could not help but comment, can you believe it? Today's mess all started because those Liming batch guys got drunk. After sobering up, they realized the true power of their treasured disciple like a prophet who could foresee 5,000 years worth of events. The innate Taoist physique really was something else. She flipped open an ancient tome and thought to herself, back then, I stumbled upon this old scripture and learned how powerful the innate Taoist body is. I bet there is still so much I do not know. Since then, the proud nation had a cultivator with innate Taoist physique. Insanely powerful by 20, he reached divine transformation. By 30, he became the nation's commander. At 40, after just 2 years of study, he mastered the art of acupuncture and moxibustion, unmatched by anyone. After hearing this, Tuvan looked over her ancient texts again, wondering, could the treasured disciple also be studying acupuncture? If what Li Mingbak said is true, then that whole incident was probably his plan. She paced the room, deep in thought, considering that aside from the dizziness from the hot soup, the kid really might have suffered some harm. The herbs used could also mask his aura, so how could normal hot water injure a spirit beast? Turns out, everything is finally clear now. With this in mind, Tuvan confidently concluded, looks like the disciple's divine transformation happened suddenly, in the rush. He could not hide his spiritual energy, so he used this method to resolve it and to protect others. He summoned the divine beast king and spirit creatures. Surprisingly, the usually reckless disciple actually has a meticulous mind. As her thoughts wrapped up, she flung open the room's doors and loudly announced, rest day is cancelled. Everyone, Get ready, follow me to Qian King Sect for the longevity ceremony. 3 days later, in Dai Pifum's kitchen, he leaned against the counter staring at the steaming pot in front of him. Sighing deeply, he wondered why Immortal Ninjek Phone was so quiet. The master had gone to Thin Than Sect, and it had already been 3 days. Just then, the system popped up with a suggestion. Host, maybe you should take a stroll and check things out. Or go shoot the breeze with your brothers for a bit. Dep Thumb grumbled. Man, this system is so noisy and shameless. No shame at all. First, it tricks everyone into thinking I have got some crazy power. Then it flatters people around me to lower my guard, pressures me to train harder, and finally feeds all the heavenly fate kids. End result. Total chaos. The system, hearing this, quickly changed its tune. Alright then, after a few days, I will go learn from the system of the neighbor's place. Maybe they can help fix this. Not long after, it announced, Host, your login reward has arrived. Please step forward to claim your top-tier reward. System confirms successful receipt. Congratulations. Host, you have received a divine pet egg. Dep Thumb blinked, staring at the glowing egg nearby. He picked it up and let out a surprised whoa. The system could not help but cheer. Host, finally some joy in your life. With a grin, it eagerly explained the pet egg. This mysterious egg could hatch into anything from a lucky charm to a rare 5-tailed fox. It might even be a top-tier or peak female spirit. Judging by the shiny shell, it could be a Azure Dragon or a Phoenix. Suddenly, Dip Thumb dropped the egg into the steamer. Not bad. At least it is clean. He muttered. The system immediately panicked. Host, stop right there. That is a peak 5-tailed fox egg. A high-class pet. Only in the cultivation world could this egg hatch into an immortal beast. No way. I have to smash it. 1 hour later, Dip Thumb flung open the steamer lid, eyes wide with anticipation, but the egg remained perfectly intact. Lying there, he frowned and let out a puzzled huh. Dip Thumb, frustrated, asked, Why is not this egg cooked? Wait, is it Maud? The system quickly explained. This divine pet egg mutated but might not be damaged inside. Just then, a puppy's paw suddenly smashed through the eggshell. The surprise made Dip Thumb jump back a bit. The shell cracked into pieces, and 4 tiny paws emerged in a flash. A dog-like pet appeared inside the steamer. Dip Thumb stared dumbfounded and asked, A husky that wrecks the house. The little mutt barked woof woof and lunged at Dip Thumb, who was still frozen. Muttering, No way, it hatched into a husky as it hugged him and slobbered nonstop. He yelled, Damn it, stop licking my shirt. Your drool's filthy. The system gleefully announced, Congrats, host, you have hatched a mutated immortal beast, a mutated husky breed. Dip Thumb set the dog back in the steamer, murmuring, Peak immortal beast grade. The system urgently notified. Infinite defense activated. Just as Dip Thumb closed the lid, the pot violently shook. 1 second later, the dog smashed through the pot and burst out, accompanied by the system's message, Attack Power 0. But it did not stop there. The dog rammed straight into the kitchen floorboards, punching a huge hole. Dip Thumb watched in stunned horror. He grimaced at the hole in the kitchen floor and sighed. I do not eat dog meat, but the meat's not bad. Guess I will just cook it anyway. Suddenly, a loud cry from the woods drained all the energy from Dip Thumb. Cut to late at night, at the T-Van Sect headquarters. Dip Thumb still was not asleep. He was cuddling the dog, which excitedly barked once. Then Dip Thumb quickly moved to the bed beside him, quietly muttering, First thing after a pup is born, you gotta get the survival guide and the immortal handbook. He and the dog climbed onto the bed, shadows lurking behind watching them. Suddenly, the bed shot up into the sky. The sneaky brothers behind whispered, This dog's no good. If the master's not around, at least give us a 5-tailed fox. Quick, get rid of that mutt. Shortly after, Dip Thumb teleported to a distant street far from the sect. He placed the dog in the pot with a note asking someone to care for it. Glancing around, he thought, the sect is 3,000 miles away, leaving it here. No way it will come back. Then he sat on his own bed, and as he was about to teleport away, he did not forget to wave goodbye to it. Farewell, you little mutt. With no one else around, the puppy stared ahead, falling silent for a moment. Then, it slowly turned back toward the departing Dip Thumb and spoke each word carefully. Master, disappeared. Go find, play. The dog barked twice, all fired up with the idea hide and seek. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, a woman named Deep sat atop a flying sword, casually surveying the surroundings, raising a wine flask in hand. She sighed, Tonight's really cool. Just then, Dip Thumb's dog soared alongside Dip. She was still admiring the night's scenery, the crisp breeze like a gentle caress, the stars shimmering like jewels scattered across the sky. and the flying dog taking its midnight stroll as the dog zipped past her face. Dip gasped in shock. Wait, did that dog just fly? She jumped to her feet, excitement bubbling up. If it can fly, it is definitely a rare treasure. If I can capture it as a pet, jackpot. But right at that moment, a sharp flying sword came out of nowhere, slicing straight through Dip's body so fast she could not even react. After the hit, she cried out in pain. Damn it! Ambushed again. On the opposite side, the massive flying ship of the Than sect slowly appeared in the void, while Dip's body drifted down below. At that moment, the fifth elder held his flying sword and sneered sarcastically. Any sect disciple who tries to mess with me clearly does not know their limits. The seventh elder nodded in agreement. That woman's crazy, she even dared steal the spirit stone of our sect. If we could bring back that primal beast, it might compensate for our losses to Than sect. She even dared to snatch the spirit stone from the Earth Sun. If this little beast here could be brought back, it could compensate for the losses of our heavenly Azure sect. Elder 5 was stunned for a moment, then spoke loudly. Hold on, I feel something. Elder 7, curious, asked. Really? Then I will make the first move to catch my beast. Not long after, the two elders arrived by a lake where the little dog was thrashing wildly. It turned out, beneath the surface, its face was lit up with pure excitement. Elder 7 furrowed his brow, thinking, why does this little beast seem kinda dumb? But Elder 5 was confident, chuckling. Paft, baby beasts are always like this, watch and learn. Saying that, he grabbed the pup's hind legs and swiftly pulled it out of the water. Elder 5 locked eyes with the dog. There was a deep bond in that gaze. He studied it carefully while the dog sat still, clueless about what was going on. Elder 5 chuckled with joy, mumbling under his breath, in its eye, I see a soul. The path in those eyes is the cycle of reincarnation, a bond of deep love and loyalty. With that thought, he lifted the pup high, bursting into laughter. No mistake, this is the revival of our heavenly Azure sect. Elder 7, worried, urged, Sir, you better turn it around quickly. Shortly after, the two elders returned, not forgetting to bring along the little dog they would just caught. Heavenly Azure observed the dog for a moment and asked, Elder 5, where did you get this treasure? Didn't anyone see it? Elder 5 grinned. On the way, a cultivator rammed into the flying ship. I found his soul and turned him into a fool. To keep things quiet, we wiped out everyone on that path. No other sect will know about this. Hearing this, Heavenly Azure warned Elder 7, from now on, be extra careful. The elder happily responded, I promise to take good care of it. Everyone's eyes locked on the little dog, who just smirked with a mischievous grin. Both Heavenly Azure and Elder 7 laughed in satisfaction, sharing the same thought. This kind of baby beast, there is no record if it is fairy red or thunder blue. But hey, as long as it is colorful, it has got potential. Suddenly, the dog stared intensely at the glowing solar lantern beside it. Then it opened its mouth wide, revealing razor-sharp teeth like swords. Seeing this, Elder 7 was stunned speechless, and Elder 5 reached out in shock. While everyone was frozen, the pup bit down on the solar lantern, causing chaos among the Heavenly Azure sect members. Heavenly Azure shouted, Hey, drop the solar lantern right now. Quickly, Heavenly Azure wrestled the dog away, immediately ordering, finally caught it, grab that mutt. He held its head high, pulling the solar lantern free while thinking, this dog's got crazy strength. Elder 7 growled threateningly. You mutt. Just wait till your slobber touches this solar lantern. Seeing the dog drool on the solar lantern, he snapped, Look, it is already drooling on it. Right then, strange beams of light suddenly burst from the dog's mouth. Heavenly Azure blinked in confusion, asking, Radiant light. Why radiant light? Elder 5 immediately sensed something was off. No way. Look at the solar lantern, every color shift is getting clearer. As the colors on the solar lantern changed dramatically, stains began to appear. A second later, thanks to the dog's bite force, the stone shattered into pieces, scattering powder everywhere. Elder 5 could not help but fret. The solar lantern, normally it is immune even to divine power attacks, yet this dog just bit it to pieces. Elder 7 stared blankly. If a spirit beast's talent reaches a certain level, it can surpass ordinary knowledge. Seeing this, Heavenly Azure hugged the dog joyfully and laughed. Our Heavenly Azure sect is rising again. The two elders behind him were equally pleased. Once this treasure grows up, the northern wilderness will be easy to handle. Next time, we will make that old hag Ziayun pay. Just then, a loud knock echoed at the door. Heavenly Azure handed the dog back to the elder and said, Let me open it. He opened the door fully but asked, What is going on outside? We are in the middle of something important. Outside? Someone hurriedly replied. Sect leader. There is trouble. The forbidden forest in the back mountains is in chaos. In note, The crew from Than's sect showed up at the Forbidden Mist Valley, lurking just beyond the towering treetops. The disciples around were pale and trembling with fear, but Then remained cool and calm as he spoke. What is the deal? Is that demon actually a spy from another sect? Without hesitation, he signaled the second elder and 2 senior elders to gather the disciples, while the other elders took their positions, ready to face the enemy. Just then, a confident voice echoed through the air. No need for me to show up if you want to welcome our ancestor. Here I then instantly went on guard, demanding, who dares impersonate our ancestor? If you claim to be him, prove it. The then disciples were trapped inside a formation, but the mysterious voice continued smoothly without a hitch. Right then, then informed everyone, this is the Celestial Star Grand Formation, crafted by our ancestor himself. No sooner said than done, the ancestor appeared before them, surrounded by deadly demonic energy, holding a miniature formation in his hands. Seeing him, Than's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, this looks exactly like our ancestor. He is still alive after all these years, 3,000 years. To be exact, time flies. Huh. Without hesitation, everyone dropped to their knees in unison, shouting, Ancestor, please, rise. Then the ancestor voiced his concerns. I still need one more day to absorb the heavenly spirit energy. Only tomorrow will be ideal to pass through. You folks could not even snatch a single magic treasure earlier. What a shame. Is Than's sect really in danger? Than's heart tightened at those words as he slowly recounted everything. Ancestor, once you grasp the situation, you will erupt with rage. Just your spirit transformation stage. And yet you dare sit atop our Than sect. Tomorrow, I will help you crush the Yun sect. The ancestor roared. Tomorrow, I will help you annihilate the Yun sect. The crowd shouted back in unison. We obey your command. Ancestor. As the crowd settled, the ancestor resumed his meditation, sitting cross-legged once more. After a while, he opened his eyes and surveyed the surroundings. Assessing, spirit energy's too thin today. Reaching the void stage 1 TB easy. His face twisted with irritation as he realized, still the same rotten bloodline. Looks like all these brats came from Yun sect. If this keeps up, their cultivation techniques will be ruined. The ancestor silently decided, it is best to eliminate these inner disciples still stuck in Ki refinement and golden core stages to replenish power. Just then, a voice called out from behind. Amao, have you spotted the sect leader spirit beast anywhere? Amao replied, nope. The sect leader went to Zia Yun sect earlier today, so no sign of it. The ancestor sharpened his eyes on the two, who remained blissfully unaware. Chatting casually, hope it shows up soon, or we are done for. Suddenly, the 2 disciples jumped in terror as they realized he was standing right behind them. In an instant, the ancestor sucked all the poisonous spirit energy from their bodies, their skin shriveled and cracked, their eyes turning pitch black. Even after absorbing them, the ancestor was still dissatisfied this was not enough. He wondered what kind of spirit beast they were searching for. A flash of lightning streaked overhead, and he sensed something off, a type of energy purer than even 1,000-year-old snow lotus. Then whipped his head around and froze in horror at the sight of a filthy mutt relieving itself nearby. Furious, he unleashed a surge of demonic energy. Silently cursing, this filthy beast dares threaten me, just when I am low on spirit power. I swear, this mutt's days are numbered. But before he could act, the mutt lobbed a stink bomb right at him. The stench was so unbearable, even the ancestor could not stand it. The ancestor spirit was quickly trapped inside the stink bomb released by the mutt, and then cried out in frustration. I was about to break through to the void stage, and now this filthy beast has messed everything up. What kind of creature is this? Moments later, noisy commotion echoed nonstop. Trapped inside the stink bomb, the ancestor slowly regained consciousness amid the chaos. Seeing the scene before him, then panicked and shouted, Grandma! Filthy beast! Don't dig. Do not. Meanwhile, the mutt kept digging deeper, searching for something silently. After a while, it sneered at its find and said smugly, Awake now. The time for revenge has come. From where the mutt dug, 4 nails with flickering blue flames emerged. Without hesitation, it lunged forward and yanked the nails out with its teeth. Watching the dog's moves, Than's mouth dropped in shock. Why is not the coffin sealing spell working? Damn beast. Stop digging. Keep digging and the spiritual energy will scatter. No way. This beast senses me. But if my body gets exposed now, everything will dissipate. The original elders have all left. I have no choice but to rely on the disciples. Without waiting another second, the patriarch clasped his hands and muttered an incantation. All Than sect disciples, gather at the back mountain immediately. As soon as he spoke, eerie white smoke began rising from where the dog was digging, yet nothing changed, making the men anxious. Why is no one reacting? What the hell? If I would known, I would not have killed those 2 chasing this dog. The moment the dog bit down on the last nail, A notification appeared. Passive genius of Husky Jing. Void City, the Patriarch. Tears streaming, clasped his hands in a desperate plea. Little ancestor, the last nail has been pulled out. I beg, stop digging. Please. All the nails are in there, and do not flip the coffin lid. The little ancestor had barely finished when the dog yanked the final nail skyward. The coffin lid was lifted high into the air along with it. At that moment, the dog quickly dropped to the ground. Inside the coffin, the Patriarch's body began to warp under strange streams of demonic energy. In the blink of an eye, his entire body dissolved into mist and smoke. When the dog poked its head up to look, all it saw was a fading tuft of hair from the Patriarch. The sight made its face fall, sadness washing over it. Suddenly, a grave appeared nearby where the dog was. It grinned with squinted eyes. Thinking, now this is getting interesting. Cut to Dipe Fem's room, where Tuvan asked, Hey, little disciple, I heard someone saw you flying out on a magical artifact to train. Dipe Fem quickly denied. Training? No way, that is not true. But she was not convinced and pressed. Don't lie to me. If you are not training, then what were you doing outside? Dipe Fem hesitated. It is just something urgent came up. She was immediately asked, what urgent matter? Before he could answer, a junior brother rushed in. Sect leader. Trouble. The Thean Than Doist have arrived with reinforcements. Tuvan frowned. They actually dared to come. They must be confident. I am heading out right now. She quickly stepped outside, adding, Little disciple, I am going on a trip. He waved cheerfully. Master, come back soon. Hearing that, Tuvan smiled slyly. Thinking, come back soon? Huh, that kid actually cares about me. Cut to outside. The Thean Than sect members stood proudly on their spaceship. Below, Tuvan sect disciples whispered, What is wrong with those Thean Than guys? They keep coming and going. This time their aura is massive. Even from 1,000 yards away, we can sense it. Yeah, they must have come prepared. Then the Thean Than leader grabbed a megaphone, shouting, Tuvan sect women, come out here. I have got a gift for you. Tuvan was furious but stayed calm. Thean Than Taoists. What is your game this time? He glanced at her and sneered rudely. What game? Our patriarch has risen from the dead. You all might as well prepare to die. She gasped. The Thean Than Patriarch. Her face went pale as a storm of thoughts swirled. Could it be the Patriarch faked his death with some secret technique and resurrected after 3,000 years? If that is true, we are in deep trouble. Back then, the Thean Than Patriarch was a level 10 divine god. Even if his cultivation has slipped, we are no match. She then sent a mental message to Toon Guyot beside her. Elder, I am afraid the Tuvan sect can hold on. Alert all disciples and get them to the secret passage ASAP. Toon Guyot anxiously replied. Sect leader, what about you? She assured. If the Thean Than Patriarch shows up today, that little disciple is still here. He would not dare attack me. The Thean Than leader let out a sinister laugh and leered. Dead lovers do not mind company. You are a woman, how about you become my lover instead? Tuvan's eyes darkened as she threatened. You want to bet I gouge your eyes out? He kept taunting. I love your eyes. Really captivating? Two disciples of Thean Than shared the same question. Does he really have the guts to say that? What if he fails? Smirking, he held up a token and said, Looks like the Patriarch has arrived. Time for you all to witness his grandeur. Just then, an old man from the Heavenly Blue sect burst in with shocking news. The ancestor has died, and the sect is no more. Sect leader, you need to come back quickly. That guy desecrated the ancestor's tome. Swallowed all the scriptures and treasures, everything's gone. No sooner had he finished speaking, the Hellhound appeared right behind him. At the same time, cracks began to form on the Heavenly Blue's sacred artifact in his hand. Staring at this horrifying reality, his face went blank, tears streaming down in two long lines. He lost his balance and fell backward. Muttering, It is, his mind spun wildly in a feverish daze, looking up to the sky. He whispered, It is, the ancestor is dead. The foundation's been destroyed. No one can stand against her now. Not even the silver-eyed Eagle King or the Golden Dragon Demon Golden Dragons. All of them. As soon as he said that, blood suddenly gushed from his nose and mouth, shocking the junior disciples who cried out. Sect leader. The sect leader is dead. Below, Zayu could not help but sneer sarcastically. What a joke. Ziyun, bored, replied. No way he could be cultivated to that level with that kind of talent. He probably forced it with potions. She shot a sharp glance upward and declared with conviction. But now that the Heavenly Blue ancestor is dead, no one from their sect stands a chance against me today. Then she turned to the elders above, speaking clearly. Elders, follow my lead and wipe out the Heavenly Blue sect. Instantly, they all raised their weapons and charged forward, shouting battle cries. Meanwhile, nearby on a towering cliff, The imposing figure of Yifei emerged. He watched intently, observing the fierce battle below, two sects clashing with moves that seemed to shake the very heavens and earth. Then, with a sigh, he muttered, "What a damn noisy mess." Below, Xian fought fiercely, unleashing graceful yet devastating strikes. She swung her sword straight ahead, one enemy's arm instantly severed from his body. Then Xian danced through the fight with swift, precise sword strikes, leaving her foes scrambling to dodge. After the fight, she called out to Ziyu, "Senior Elder, clean up these corpses and haul them far away. Do not let them taint our Ziyun sect." Ziyu looked down at the pile of bodies and asked, "What about the rest?" Xian explained, "Their sect had 230,000 disciples. Killing too many won't be good for morale. Besides, the Heavenly Blue sect is finished. Their disciples will scatter on their own." Senior Elder nodded approvingly. "Sect leader, your words are spot on." At that moment, both their eyes locked in shock. Xian quickly asked, "What is that?" A coffin wrapped in a sinister aura was flying through the air. Someone shouted, "The coffin's heading toward the immortal Jade Peak." Seeing that, Ziwen hurriedly mounted his flying sword and chased after it. "Let us go check it out." As they neared the coffin and spotted the Hellhound on top, Ziwen raised an eyebrow. "Isn't he that the demon beast that wrecked the Heavenly Blue sect?" Ziyu added suspiciously, "How's that possible? Even a flying beast would take at least 12 hours to get here. But it only took half an hour." Xian came up with a plan. "We have to bite it back. Ziyun sect can let it destroy everything. Even if the ancestor's dead, this is our last treasure. Our miracle." At that moment, the Hellhound spotted Yifa standing below and lit up with joy. Immediately changing course toward him, the coffin shot forward like a gust of wind. Xian was stunned. "Damn, it is we can catch up." She kept her eyes locked on it, long felt uneasy, thinking, Senza must be using secret techniques to speed it up. Soon after, she landed near where the coffin rested. Seeing Yifa standing beside the coffin, Xian growled in anger, "Damn it, sure enough. The river had brought her precious treasure here. If anyone dared to touch it, they would share the same fate." Seething with rage, she strode forward, making Yifa uneasy. Meanwhile, he grabbed the Hellhound's collar, needing to scold it. "You dumb mutt, just run back. And why are you dragging a coffin along?" Hearing this, Sighing asked, "Back, could this demon beast be your pet? And it ran all the way back here." Yifa turned away as he walked, declaring, "This demon beast definitely needs to be locked up more often." Xian hurriedly reached out, worried. "Wait, maybe we should think of another way." Yifa quickly explained, "Master, this dog's a huge menace. With it around, there is nothing left." Deep down, he thought to himself, this mutt was just handed over by the system, back and forth. Now to the husky, there is no way I can feel at ease with this thing. At that moment, Tiven put on her best pitiful face, eyes sparkling with fake tears, clasped her hands begging, "Come on, just this once, please." Seeing her puppy dog look, Depfum reluctantly handed over the mangy mutt. "Master, do not do this. I really can't take it. Just throw it away. If someone wants it, they can have it." He grabbed the scruffy dog from his hands as Tiven walked away, beaming with pure joy. Score. Once back, Ngite and the other disciples approached, asking, "Sect leader, you have tamed that pet already?" She proudly boasted. "Surprise! It is actually the prized pet of one of our disciples." Ngite gasped in shock. While stroking the dog, Tiven started praising, "That disciple really knows their stuff. Divine foresight. They knew the ancient sect would resurrect. They brought it to the sect at midnight. So everything that happened today was already planned." Ngite stared at the dog, finally understanding the whole scheme. "And this spirit beast, it sure knows how to live large." A senior brother stepped forward with a theory. "With powers like that, I bet its cultivation will soon hit the void realm." At that, Tien nervously asked, "But sect leader, do you think this little firecracker one Tien end up chewing through our whole sect later?" She hesitated before replying, "Probably not." That half-hearted answer had everyone looking at the mutt with deep concern. Just then, a junior sister helped a senior brother, drained from battle, approach and report. "Sect leader. Sect master. Elder's bad news." Senior brother Ha Thuman ran into an evil cultivator. Tivenen's eyes flashed with fury as she demanded, "Junior sister, are you saying there is a dark cultivator near our sect? They even dared to injure one of our Golden Core disciples." She then turned to Ngite. "Grand Elder, you strengthen the defenses. Second Elder, coordinate with other sects if anyone spots them. Notify us immediately." Ngite and the others bowed in unison. Understood. The scene shifted to a place surrounded by towering mountains. Meanwhile, Phi-Dip wandered alone along a narrow path, muttering, "Lucky me. The heavens must be smiling. Once I recover, I am heading straight to Thin Than Sect. As she walked forward, suddenly she caught a voice nearby complaining, "Life's so cruel, just gave me money, then stole it right back." She turned to see an old man with silver hair leaning on a cane, grumbling, "This old body's too weak, the road's too long, how can I get home?" Seeing this, kind-hearted Vindictive stepped closer and offered, "Sir, want me to give you a ride on my flying sword for a bit?" The old man grinned slyly, eyes glinting. "Really? Little miss. Many thanks." Proudly, she replied, "No need to thank me. Cultivators help each other out." But the frail old man did not care. He immediately started channeling his energy. Before Vindictive could even react, the old man shot out his hand in a flash. A fierce burst of energy streaked right past Vindictive's eyes. She collapsed flat on the ground. Beside her lay a bright red feather, and above it, the true form of the old man was revealed. Dragging Vindictive's body, he laughed wickedly. Another fool caught. Not long after, he hauled her into a crumbling cave, where a battle formation had been prepared in advance. Suddenly, beams of light began to shoot out from the formation. The scattered skulls on the ground glowed with a fierce red light. The old man ruthlessly slammed Vindictive right into the center of the formation. Then he curled his lips into a savage grin, spitting out venomous words. "If I can harvest the heart of the 7th disciple of the Battle Demon Sect, I will be beyond reproach, and I will become the strongest cultivator in the entire realm." Cut back to Vindictive, sitting rigidly in his chair, eyes shut tight, completely still, while the system babbled nonstop beside him. "Host, I successfully drew a lottery ticket for you. Congratulations. Host, you have received a talisman of evil repelling. The evil repelling talisman is incredibly effective against dark forces, a total nightmare for any demonic cultivator." The system proudly presented the talisman to Vindictive, bragging, "See how good I am. Now I can automatically draw lottery tickets all by myself." Vindictive crumpled the talisman in his hand and tossed it into the trash, wiping the smile off the system's face. "Host, please cherish me. No need to crush it like that." Just then, Minbech called from the doorway, "Senior Brother Dippy, are you here? I brought the veggies today." Vindictive looked up, greeting him politely. Minbech stepped in, set down a basket of fresh greens, and said, "Senior Brother Dippy, I will just leave this here." Vindictive smiled and said, "Junior brother, let me cook, we will eat together." Minbach politely declined. "I have got stuff to do. Can't eat now." "Brother Deep, do you have any trash bags to toss this in?" "Grateful," he replied. "If so, leave it there for me." After a while, under the scorching sun, Minbach slung the trash bag Vindictive asked him to carry over his shoulder, slowly walking down the street. Inside, he silently rejoiced, no one around. Perfect time to open it, wondering if brother had tossed any hidden treasures in the pile of trash. Minbach quickly ripped open the bag. But inside, nothing valuable. Disappointment hit him hard. Muttering, "Seriously, nothing at all." Yet, he did not lose hope. Leaning down to check again, he muttered to himself, "Could it be brother's warning? Maybe having an ultimate technique means I should not get too greedy." Among the messy trash, a tattered talisman suddenly glowed oddly. He gasped. "Wait a minute." Curious, Minbach picked it up to examine. He smiled brightly, pressing the talisman to his face like a priceless treasure. His worries fading away. "I knew brother would not let me down. He is the best." Carefully tucking it away, he vowed to himself, "Gotta keep this talisman safe. No one can know about this." Time slipped by swiftly. In a fairly quiet part of the city, Minbach curiously asked the shopkeeper, "Hey boss, where did my brothers go?" The man replied nervously, "Big trouble. I heard, not sure what exactly, but they all headed north." Muttering to himself, Minbach frowned. "North? That means they got a mission or something. If so, I better hurry back." He respectfully thanked the shopkeeper before setting off. "Thanks, boss." An hour later, on his way back, confusion crept in. Strange, no one else in sight. No calls from the brothers. What the heck happened? Did they turn back? While walking, Minbach suddenly spotted an old man with white hair slumped by the roadside. Kind-hearted, he stopped to ask, "Sir, are you alright?" The old man did not respond. Minbach thought deeply. He looks really down. Maybe I should take him back first. Could even find the brothers later. Without hesitation, he helped the old man to a nearby inn to rest. Suddenly, the old man jerked awake, shocked. He wondered, "Where am I? Who brought me here?" The old man's eyes locked onto Minbach, who was focused on his cultivation. Recognition flickered. "So it is that brat. Minbach." The old man scowled. Muttering curses, he would plan to capture a few cultivators, but the mission got delayed 3 times, and on the 3rd try, he ran into this fierce kid. Plus, the elder from Zayun sect showed up too, costing him a fake body and losing all 10 cultivators he would caught. Silently approaching Minbach, the old man adjusted his technique, scheming to control the brat for a few days to dodge capture before offering him as a sacrifice. Suddenly, the old man frowned sharply. A mysterious radiant aura flared up, blocking his advance. The old man was instantly blasted backward, struggling to get up. He wondered, what the hell just happened? Is there a powerful being nearby? But if so, I would be dead already. Or does this kid have some secret treasure? Fear creeping in, the old man decided retreat was the best option. Better to run than fight. He snapped, shouting, "Goodbye. Do not expect to see me again." After a few steps, his face twisted in panic, sweat pouring down. Before he could escape, a powerful divine strike tore through the air, hitting him square in the chest. Meanwhile, Minbach was peacefully drunk, totally unaware of the chaos around him. In his subconscious, under a silent night sky, he stood before a steaming hot spring. Minbach peeled off his clothes, joyfully exclaiming, "Whoa, this spring is huge." He slipped into the warm water, savoring this rare moment of relaxation. Sighing, "This feels amazing." Resting his hand on a stone, his thoughts drifted. He missed his mother terribly. Suddenly, his half-closed eyes snapped wide open. Back in reality, Minbach jolted. What is going on? He looked down in shock. What the? Turning around, he saw the old man lying unconscious on the ground, pale and lifeless. His face was frozen, eyes blank, spirit gone, and his aura completely dissipated. Worried, Minbach softly asked, "Sir, why are you lying here like this?" The old man's eyes slowly fluttered open. The first blurry image he saw was Minbach's face. Henlian suddenly jolted upright, terrified beyond words, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Don't he come any closer." Witnessing this, Minbach stepped forward calmly. "Grandpa, I am not a bad guy. I am a disciple of the Tuvan sect." Hearing this, Ludao panicked even more and scrambled away, his face twisted with fear. "You better stay away from here," he quickly warned. Danger, but he was not paying attention and crashed straight into the wooden railing. The rotten railing could not hold him. It shattered with a loud crack, sending him tumbling down below. He lay there gasping weakly, uttering faint, barely audible sounds. Minbach immediately jumped down to check on him. Driven by compassion, he did not hesitate to unleash his inner energy to save the man's life, his heart pounding anxiously. "Grandpa, hold on. I am transferring my energy to you right now." Those words hit like a thunderclap, startling the man, who quickly recoiled. Trying to stop him, "I am a heretic. My energy is poisoned by demonic Kai inside me. If you do that, you will die too." His condition worsened visibly, as a strange demonic aura began to emanate from his body. Minbach asked urgently, "Grandpa, why do you have demonic ki? Were you attacked by a heretic?" Luadao struggled to hold on to his breath before passing away on the spot. Minbach sat beside him, whispering sorrowfully, "He is gone. Just like my second uncle." That death weighed heavily on Minbach's conscience. He blamed himself, realizing he had not noticed the grandpa was poisoned by a heretic. He regretted giving him his energy without permission. "If I would known sooner, I would have brought him to the sect's healer instead of trying to help myself. Even the great Dr. Pham would not have let him die." Fueled by burning hatred, he vowed fiercely, "Those heretics who commit such evil deeds won't escape justice. I will make sure Grandpa's death is avenged." Before long, Minbach finally returned to the sect. The other brothers anxiously asked as soon as they saw him, "Little brother Lai, you are finally back. We thought something terrible happened to you." Minbach glared and shot back, "What happened to me?" They recounted what Elder Patrol had said. He discovered the heretics sneaking around the northern base, and took the brothers out for a meal at the Drunken Immortal Inn. A brother standing by added, "Those heretics are super sneaky. When they could not beat Elder Patrol, they used a decoy to make a run for it. Elder Patrol only managed to save 10 brothers. Minbach finally pieced it together. Turns out all the brothers had been attacked by the heretics. Did Elder Patrol describe what that guy looked like? The reply came, "Word is, that heretic was an old man with stark white hair and 3 big wooden beads." Hearing that, Minbach whispered to himself, "Those 3 wooden beads. Is not that the old man I carried back to the city?" He started connecting the strange events in his mind. So when the old man fell unconscious, it was not some weird illness but because Elder Patrol got hurt. That does not add up. Why would not the heretics attack a Kai cultivator like me? Elder Troll is a Yuan Yang level, so the heretic was not Yuan Yang. Maybe at least a golden core. But when the heretic woke up, why did he look so pale and scared? Minbach recalled the terrified look on that heretic's face and suspected, could it be that something on me scared him off? That charm I wear. Suddenly, Minbach remembered something important. He rushed off, and a brother called after him, curious, "Little brother Lai, where are you going?" Minbach glanced back. "I need to find Brother Deep." Meanwhile, Depfam was having a crisis. Pale and rubbing his temples, If only I would known sooner. I should be called our master here. There is no way I can handle this alone. Depfam folded his arms, staring at the huge pot of steaming rice. I have cooked way too much these last few days. We can't eat it all. Suddenly, the door burst open and Minbak dashed inside, shouting, "Brother Deep." Depfam saw him and smiled like he would been saved. "Little brother Lai, you are just in time. I am done cooking. All that is left is for us to eat." Minbach was a bit surprised. "No need. Brother Dip, I came to thank you." He brushed it off casually. "Consider it done." Minbach marveled. "Well, that is a lot of dishes." He sat down and watched Diepfem babble. "Lately, I have been obsessed with cooking, trying a new dish every time. Before I knew it, there were this many." He wanted to invite the master here, but they were tied up dealing with the heretics. "I know that means I am on my own, but guess I can count on them. It is up to us now." Eating, Minbach pondered deeply. Brother Deep makes sense. He gave me that seal to help me fight the heretics. So cooking all this food means I am ready to come back safe and sound. Too much talk basically means he is telling us one person can finish it all. So we gotta rescue the senior brothers to eat together. He put down his chopsticks, started pondering, then added, "It is not like the rogue cultivator is dead. He is just giving their sect leader a massive headache. Isn't he? There's still another rogue cultivator. Senior brother Yeep wants my help in plain terms. He is handing me the responsibility to handle this mess." Seeing Minbach wolf down his food, Yeep Fam worriedly warned, "Junior brother Lai, do not just eat plain rice, grab some side dishes too, or you will end up sick." After finishing, he let out a long, satisfying exhale. Then he quickly stood, cheerfully bidding farewell. "Senior brother Yeep, no need to see me off. I have got to find the sect leader. I will head out now." Yeep Fam cautioned, "Junior brother Lai, be careful on the road." Minbach smiled back. "I got it." Cut to the Twilight Cloud sect. Elder Luck was recounting the events. "That is what happened. The rogue almost got me, but he used a decoy to slip away." After hearing this, Twilight Cloud solemnly ordered, "Understood. Tell all outer disciples no one leaves the sect gates." Elder Luck, organize the inner disciples to expand the search nearby. Prioritize finding the disciples, and we must eliminate that malignant threat. He urgently commanded. "Yes, sir." Bang immediately thought of Yeep Fame, a wave of unease washing over him. "Even if we seal off the sect, outer disciples might be safe, but the villagers at the mountain's base will likely suffer. If my precious disciple can use deduction, might as well let him track the rogue's location." Right then, Twilight Cloud shot down that idea. "No way. Our prized disciple will foresee everything. I have to disrupt his cultivation. Maybe the intel will lead us straight to the rogue." At that moment, Minbach burst through the door, breathless and shouting, "Sect leader, senior brother Yeep sent me to help." Elder Luck barked sternly. "La Minbach, this is a serious sect. What is all this ruckus?" Twilight Cloud calmly stepped in. "Elder Luck, do not be mad. Have some tea. Our prized disciple warned us of danger." "La Minbach, do you know if another disciple's missing? Or maybe where the rogue cultivator is hiding? Or how many rogues we are dealing with?" Faced with rapid-fire questions, he scratched his head cluelessly. "I do not know." She frowned. "Then why did you come here?" Before he could answer, a panicked senior brother dashed in, shouting, "It is bad news." Elder Luck sighed, raising his tea. "Again? This rogue cultivator sure does not give us a break." "What now?" The messenger quickly explained. "The rogue disciples were taken by Patrol Elder to the Demon Sun sect. They are poisoning other rogue disciples in our sect." Elder Luck broke into a cold sweat, spitting out the tea he would just sipped. Outside the sect, most rogue disciples were already under the rogue cultivator's control. Unconscious, their eyes bloodshot, bodies radiating dense spiritual energy. Elder Luck, Twilight Cloud, and Minbach watched from above. Elder Luck shouted, "They actually dared to show up right at our doorstep. Perfect timing. We were just bummed we could not find the rogue." Calmly, she soothed. "Elder Luck, do not get worked up. A bold rogue like this must have a plan. It could be a classic bait and switch." Elder Luck suggested. "So we just let the rogue take our disciples?" Twilight Cloud ordered firmly. "This time, only half the elders go. La Minbach, you are coming too." Minbach chuckled gleefully. "Finally, it is my turn to make a move," she silently vowed. "With half the elders and disciples guarding, the Twilight Cloud sect should be fine. Just hope this is not a trap set by the rogue." Cut to a rundown hut. Inside a formation, an enigmatic figure stands amid swirling eerie energy. He grins savagely, brimming with pride. At last, the big catch bites the hook. Meanwhile, sunset spills over battle-worn mountains, silent pine forests bathed in white light. Twilight Cloud opens the grand gates, asking, "Is the rogue hiding inside?" She cautiously inquires, "Has the chief elder taken the sacred talisman?" Ziyu quickly replies, "Yes, All precautions against assassins are in place. Twilight Cloud nods. Good. She begins issuing orders. Second Elder. Wait a moment, bring reinforcements outside. Dante let the rogue escape. Yuan immediately responds. Minbach stands nearby. Puzzled. Sect Leader. What about me? Twilight Cloud turns to him. If our prized disciple trusts you, then of course you are coming in with us. In a photo frame, Yeep Fam's eyes sparkle mischievously as he thumbs up, signaling his approval. Minbach enthusiastically agrees. Got it. Ziyu folds her arms, eyeing him, then asks, La Minbach, besides the disciples, are there any veterans here not scared of the rogue's energy tricks? Minbach steps up, calm and collected, saying, I see the sect leader and elders here. This means we can finally put an end to this dark cultivation. Listen up, she seemed startled. Minbach continued, I did not expect you would promote me. Plus, I have been thinking on the way here. Minbach naively assumed that the Dark Cultivator used blood essence and cultivation energy to forge his sinister powers. The Elder's energy is overwhelming. He will definitely target them first, not caring about me at all. With that, he seized the moment to plead urgently. By the way, do you have any escape talismans? Lend me one. If things go south, I can send a message to the Elders to get everyone out. Inside, Z was silently boiling with rage, itching to smack this brat down. As the group debated outside, a sudden sinister aura burst from the crumbling house. Elder Luz, his body reacting instantly, he rubbed his eyes and groaned. Too dizzy. Zion immediately sensed something was wrong inside. She yelled a warning. This is not good. Ancient demonic energy, everyone. Drink the Dex elixir now. Inside, the mastermind behind this chaos was reveling in excitement. Grinning madly. TX elixir. Lilixir, you think you can escape my demonic aura? A blazing red formation ignited before them. 4 figures frozen amidst the raging ancient demonic energy. Now, each of them showed clear signs of exhaustion, heavily affected by the demonic aura. Zion, face grim, ordered, Elders, form the sealing formation. Ziyu reported, our vital energy has been sealed. Elder Lu groaned in agony. Same here. Amidst the suffering, Minbach remained untouched. Puzzled, wondering why he felt nothing, the mysterious man stepped forward slowly, chuckling with delight, calmly explaining, of course, I won't let you guys use your vital energy. After all, my essence is way superior to those wannabe cultivators. Zion thought bitterly, how could this dark cultivator's power be so godly? Even his void manipulation is stronger. She demanded, who exactly are you? Without hesitation, he introduced himself. Call me Ryetsoi. He replied, Ryetsoi is not just powerful, he is downright terrifying. She recounted the ancient legend. Thousands of years ago, the White Demon Clan invaded the human realm. The demonic warlord and his 12 generals slaughtered countless souls across the eastern wasteland, a battle lasting over a century. Thousands of cultivators perished at their hands, nearly wiping out the eastern wasteland's entire cultivation lineage. It was only after that brutal war that the demonic warlord was finally defeated, leaving the eastern wasteland devoid of any life-saving cultivators. As for his reputation, Ryetsoi was the demonic warlord's 7th subordinate, and the last one standing. Alone, he faced siege by over 300,000 Mahayana cultivators, killing them all in 3 days and nights, causing the eastern wasteland to lose over 100,000 Mahayana practitioners. Back in the present, a weak Zion slumped to the floor. Confused. Wasn't he already killed by thousands of cultivators? Ryetsoi arrogantly answered, if I died that easily, you would be underestimating the demons way too much. The demon clan would not have survived. Laughing madly, he declared, it is time to feast. Humanity can become part of me. For you, that is a huge honor, and mark today well the day my power returns. Everyone from the Xian sect felt the tide of battle turn grim, as their energy drained rapidly. Zion worried, thinking, our life force and energy are about to be completely drained. She felt herself crumble, head bowed in sorrow and regret. Am I about to die? If I would known this, I would be spent more time with my treasured disciple today. So many words left unsaid. As everyone collapsed, drained by the demonic aura, Minbach stood completely unaffected. Minbach proudly raised the anti-demonic talisman, making Zion gasp in shock. Thinking, La Minbach. Zion frowned in anger, demanding, kid, what are you holding? He charged forward fiercely, clutching the talisman tightly, shouting, the talisman that senior brother Deep gave me, get ready to die. Witnessing that scene, she felt a flicker of hope ignite, her eyes blazing with excitement as she cried out, my relics are still powerful. Minbach seized the moment and charged forward, yelling, die. Meanwhile, Unta still underestimated the danger. Mocking him, just a little key training, dispelling some demonic energy. What are you pretending for? Well, Naita was still arrogant. Minbech struck, leaping up to slam a talisman onto Haninta, catching Neat Tia off guard. Seeing Hunta's terrified face, Minbech shouted decisively, "Not awake yet." Supreme Illusion Golden Cage. Neat Tia took a brutal hit, unable to defend himself, just as a divine light burst forth unexpectedly, dazzling the entire sky with radiant brilliance. At that moment, Dipe Thum lay blissfully intoxicated on a soft bed. Then, a blinding light from outside roused him from his haze, and he muttered confusedly, "It is way too bright out there." But Deep Thum did not think much of it, turning his back and hugging the blanket to go back to sleep. Scene shift. Nette, enraged, stood up abruptly, sneering coldly as an eerie spiritual energy radiated from him. He furrowed his brows, grinding his teeth. Threatening. Don't you think a mere mortal like you can kill me, a cultivator of the great path? What kind of relic can a Ki refiner's tool be? Behind Manhwa, countless golden tentacles sprouted. He brandished them with a flourish, striking a pose no clue what move this was, but it looked fierce. Nitta's eyes widened in shock as he gasped. Damn it! Minbech commanded the tentacles to lash out at him without hesitation. They coiled around Neat T's body, restricting him completely. Minbech casually covered his eyes, cheeks flushed, muttering with a mix of embarrassment and awe, "That is some seriously twisted style." Nitta roared furiously, lightning crackling as he tore through space, shattering the attack. With a booming explosion, the tentacles were blasted away in an instant. They shattered and fell to the ground in pieces. The brothers of the sect finally broke free from the demonic spell. "Where are we? Weren't we just here for a drink?" My eyes hurt. Teven smiled with satisfaction, thinking, "My precious disciple, this time our sect was saved because of you." She approached him and praised, "Lo Manhwa, you did great." T-Guy could not hide her gratitude. "If it were not for you, Teven sect will rise again from the ashes of Vindictive sect." Minbech smiled modestly. "I just got a little help from senior brother Dip." At that moment, a tiny demon quietly appeared behind him. Time passed swiftly as Teven and Minbech headed to Dippy Fum's room. He called out warmly, "Senior brother Dippy, the sect leader and I came to visit you." He stepped out to greet them cheerfully. "Lo junior brother, you have been visiting a lot lately," senior brother said. "Why are you here so early today? Haven't even prepared lunch yet." "Something must be up," she said shyly. "My precious disciple." Today, Teven's eyes flickered with embarrassment as she stammered, "I came to ask you about cooking." Hearing this, Dipe Thum grew suspicious. "Cooking? Senior brother, you are not thinking about training, but cooking now," she nervously explained. "Well, since you are a woman, someday if you get married, you will need it. Besides, cultivators do want to eat well sometimes." He teased Teven, grinning mischievously. "Are you trying to look like some old lady wanting to catch a husband?" Which made her face darken. Teven kicked Dippy Thum sharply and scolded, "Every day you call me senior brother." "Never dad," she muttered in frustration. "Stupid disciple. Why even bring up training? I really do want to ask about cultivation. I have been stuck at 200 years for ages. But you can make me feel bad for wanting to learn cooking. Can you?" "Stupid disciple. Treating me like some little miss." After a playful moment, Dipe Thum got serious. "Senior brother, if you want to learn cooking, let us head to the kitchen. You will have to listen to me later." Teven did not hesitate to reply, "Of course. Disciple, let us." Minbech chimed in, "Senior brother Dippy, I will wait here for you to cook, okay?" The invisible demon behind him cursed softly. He gave the talisman to ward off evil, but he is just a mortal with no cultivation. Watching Dippy's retreating figure, it analyzed. "Wait a minute. His physique is a Taoist body." The little demon chuckled triumphantly and quickly shifted its focus to approaching Heaven's helper, waiting for the chance to possess a human body. "Not even 100 years, and I could return to the tribulation realm. Even surpassing the Master 1T make me a true cultivator." Just as he was basking in his pride, preparing to invade DP Thum's body, the system suddenly blared a warning. Host detected about to be possessed by a powerful demon spirit. This demon spirit is insanely dangerous. Host, please escape immediately. The host can check in at designated sect locations. The system can help cheat the attendance once. After hearing this, he muttered suspiciously, "Demon spirit. Back in the day, I fought so many celestial demon spirits I lost count. So why can't I sense this one?" The system coolly responded, "Host's master wants to break through your barrier. Please come to the designated location to claim your reward." "Drop it. You are about to get possessed anyway. What is the point of helping you? Just go." Suddenly, Tevena's curiosity got the better of her. "Bro, how's that secret tofu recipe of yours coming along?" He quickly turned to answer, "Let us see." Dipe Thum leaned in to check. then gently advised. Master, this one to do. You are about to crush the tofu into mush. She straightforwardly replied, what can I do? I do not even know how to cook. Without hesitation, he wrapped one arm around Tiven's waist, his other hand reaching for the tofu bowl, softly coaching her. Master, relax and follow my rhythm. If you squeeze too hard, you will never get the texture right. Daipfum gently took her hand, warmly guiding her through slow, steady presses and rhythmic up and down motions. His careful instructions made Tiven blush bright red, feeling utterly awkward. He did not notice, continuing to explain, you can try gently using your index and middle fingers. How many holes does this tofu have? Is the membrane breaking yet? At this, she blushed and shyly turned away, covering her mouth. Enough, do not say any more. Tiven accidentally bit the tip of her finger, yelping, ouch. That hurts. Daipfum grinned, teasingly, over 1,000 years old, and you still act like a little girl. She pouted, scolding him, and you are laughing. Your master's about to drop dead from pain. Minbech stood shyly at the door, calling out, Senior Brother Dippy, your food is ready. Before he could finish, voices drifted out. At first it really hurts, but once you get used to it, the pain fades away. He peeked inside, curious and confused, wondering what Senior Brother Dippy and the sect leader were up to. Meanwhile, Daipfum, clueless, calmly continued, I will slow down a bit. There is plenty of time. Let Junior Brotherly wait outside a little longer. Those words, dripping with double meanings, made Munch blush furiously, thinking, so Senior Brother Deep and the sect leader have that asterisk kind of relationship. But what is with Junior Brotherly? Flushed with embarrassment, he dashed out of the room, way too awkward. Scene shift. Daipfum glanced at Tivena's cooking skills and smirked, teasing, Master, are you trying to ruin the culinary arts or what? The demon clinging to him rubbed its head in confusion. Weird. My demonic aura clearly affects him, so why can't I possess his body? Suddenly, the system appeared out of nowhere, decisively striking the demon, beating it into oblivion. Don't mess with my host if you do not want to get smashed. Meanwhile, at T-Vin Sect's council hall, tension filled the room. T-Gaim proposed, after the evil cultivators were wiped out, the inner disciples should take the outer disciples out for training, to avoid similar problems in the future. But Vin immediately shot down the idea. Training sounds harmless, but most inner disciples are still naive fools. Sending them to guide the outer disciples is basically sending them to their deaths. Tiven lost patience, slamming the table to break up the argument. She glanced sideways at Vin, and the two others were shocked, exclaiming in unison, Sect leader, you broke through to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. When did that happen? They could not hide their surprise. Sect leader, when did you make that breakthrough? Tiven puffed up with pride. It is nothing. Yesterday, my precious disciple made me some food, and suddenly I had an epiphany. She raised her hand, flexing it to show off. It is an ancient power, like warm water flowing through my body, clearing my meridians. Guided by this feeling, I have begun to realize part of T-Vin Sect's cultivation method is flowed. Hearing this, T-Gain nearly fainted. Flowed? Are you saying the cultivation technique passed down for thousands of years in our sect has mistakes? She confirmed. Indeed, it is. From now on, I will write a corrected version for the whole sect to study. T-Gain was even more incredulous, blurting out, what does this have to do with cooking? Tivan pressed her flushed cheek, her heart fluttering as she recounted. Of course it is related. When my precious disciple held me, I felt the vital energy constantly colliding in my danchan. Hearing this, T-Gain jumped again. Colliding, remembering that moment, T-Ven's eyes sparkled like they were dusted with glitter, her voice quickening as she recounted every second. The clashes came at a lightning pace before the first wave even settled. The second hit its peak, after nearly 2 intense hours of battle. I suddenly felt the barrier inside me shatter completely. Vine's eyes widened in awe. 2 whole hours. Then agreed. 2 hours straight. Seriously. T-Guy grumbled, irritated deep down. She has been the sect leader for over 1,000 years. Yet how could she spout such wild rumors? Vin was not much better. Can we even discuss this openly? When will this elder ever stop? Just as things were settling, a sect disciple burst in, panting. Sect leader. Big trouble Fi Min Senzen just appeared at Zhu Fi. The news hit like a bombshell, leaving the three stunned. Scene shifts to the immortal realm of Phone. Depfum calmly spoke. Master, you said Fie in Min's and houses the Dedang sect's headquarters. Is Tridun really there? Tavin answered quietly. Embarrassed, about 80 to 90% sure all sects are rallying their forces. Daipi's disciple urged. Although I know you were not done speaking, he seemed to get the hint and quickly replied. Got it, I will head out. Taven was still dazed. Don't he flat out refuse? Wait, you are really going? Depfum smirked slyly. Intrigued? Well, I have never seen the headquarters go all out like this, so I want to check it out and join the party. Secretly. He was plotting though, he said it honestly. He was really itching to learn more about Tridu Zing Chen. Could he be that old ally from the 70s? Tridu then, Chen's not bad, one of the few friends I had. Too bad his time was cut short, and I got played into a trap by my senior sister. Whatever. Just a bunch of headaches. It is just a spectacle. Why would this mess have anything to do with me? While hanging out with the nine-tailed fox, the mutt suddenly barked a few times. The master's about to head out. Let us go with him. The nine-tailed fox looked a little scared. Can't I stay behind? Firmly refused. No way. On the majestic peaks of Fingyi Min Sen, a flying ship began its slow descent below. Old Man Thich reported. Taven Sect has arrived. Bitch lounged casually on a chair, replying coolly. Got it. All the sect leaders were assembled. As soon as the Tveen Sect's people appeared, one immediately announced, Taven Chinen, the last to arrive. Finally made us wait this long? Taven shot back sarcastically. But you sect leaders here act all high and mighty. What is the deal? Found yourself a solid backing. Nabecha strolled out from the crowd, calm yet radiating an aura no one dared to underestimate. A solid backing. Let us just say so. Taven noticed a strange emblem embroidered on his collar. Bahoini whispered. That symbol. Taven immediately guessed Ibacha's identity. He is a first-tier sect leader of the Ling Ho Mysterious Da'em sect. He shot her a look, then sneered disdainfully. This woman is from Tvien. Her whole vibe is fake as hell. Otherwise, this young master would be taken her as a concubine. Old Man Thech chimed in. Flattering. If young masterly thinks she is fake, let us find some younger ones instead. T-Gite boiled with rage, about to jump and give him a piece of her mind only to be stopped by T-Van's calm voice. Hold on. Wait for the right moment. Taven analyzed seriously. The Mysterious Name sect is a colossal force. They have dozens of cultivators at the Efroa Than Chien level alone. No match for them. She just swallowed her frustration and obediently nodded. Understood. Thanks. T-Gite smiled, but it was clear she was not happy. She cupped her hands in a respectful bow. So you are from the Mysterious Dromu sect. A pleasure to meet you. Nah, Izichik ignored T-Gite's greeting and cut straight to the chase. You all, come inside the hall now. The legacy of the great power belongs to me. The rest of you can split the treasures among yourselves. And if anyone dares to be greedy later, watch out for your nine-tailed spirit fox. Suddenly, he raised his brow, spotting something odd. Inbich pointed a fan sharply at Depeep Fum, demanding, who is he? Seeing this, Taven proudly introduced, this is my most prized disciple. Depi, Dipe modestly replied, Master, I am just a mere mortal. Nothing special. Nabaich's eyes flashed with hatred as he thought silently. Could he really be Dipe Fum? Didn't T-Intelligence say he hated going out? Wasn't he supposed to be holed up all day at Tin Inji Fong? Those words made Nbaich's head spin with suspicion, firing off question after question. And why would he suddenly claim to be immortal? Could he really be just a mortal? No way. He must be hiding his aura. He dares to stand right in front of the Seventh Elder. Seventh Elder Fu Ayez, who crushed the Silver Man Ziyu Vetting and hundreds of genius beasts. How could he be a mere mortal? Nabech refused to accept this, insisting, no way. He is clearly mocking me. I have trained in the Tianjia clan for over a decade, and he is worse than me, so mortal starting from zero. Mortal? Huh. Just wait until I cripple your Danshin. Then you can relax and be mortal all you want. His master was losing his cool, reckless with fear. Elder Thich gently placed a hand on his shoulder, calmly advising, lol, do not act rash. Then he dropped a bombshell. The beast this guy raised killed the ancestor of the Thin Than sect, who had reached the peak of Ethor Then cultivation. Dipe Fum turned around incredulously. Peak Ethe. Isn't his beast supposed to be at Drigepshi level? Elder Thich shot deep from a savage look and continued. At least this guy's reached Zing Etch. Otherwise, he would not be able to control the beast under him. Seeing the tide turning against him, Nabich clenched his teeth and reluctantly bowed in respect. Junior disciple Lu Butch pays respects to Senior Dipi, but Dipi Fum drenched him with a cold splash without even looking. He turned to T Vian and asked, is there a seat for me to rest or a spot to cool off around here? Hearing this, Nabich quickly seized the chance to flatter. Of course. Senior Dippy, please have a seat. But inside, he was boiling with rage. How dare he come here to snatch the legacy meant for me? As soon as the cave opens, I will find a million ways to punish you. Dep Fum leaned back casually in his chair, not forgetting to throw in a polite thanks. The sun had climbed over the mountain peak, casting warm golden light over Fu Min, The dog gnawed on Quv's hand as she stood by the cliff. Threatening. Enough crying. Hurry and let me down. But the stubborn dog refused to let go. Meanwhile, it spotted a glowing cave radiating brilliant light. Eyes gleaming, the Quv shouted excitedly. New toiler. It dashed toward the cave, completely unaware it had accidentally caused Qvh to fall off the steep cliff below. By then, everyone had been waiting endlessly for half a day, but the cave remained ominously silent. Dite Fum sat down on the ground, his face etched with frustration. Ina kept whining. Master, it has been over half a day already. How much longer until the underworld fully opens? Calmly, Vin replied. Half a year, no matter how long, everything will open eventually. Stop yawning and whining. If you can wait, you might as well return to the mansion. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, startling everyone. The underworld was manifesting right before their eyes. A burst of light exploded from the underworld, spiritual energy swirling wildly. The massive stone showed cracks, glowing with fiery red runes. The sacred sect's domain had finally revealed itself completely, its radiant divine light blinding the sky, leaving everyone breathless with awe. The entire Trundong sect has finally revealed itself. This sect is seriously next level. I never thought I would live to see the day it fully materializes right before my eyes. Even Daipfum was wide-eyed, stunned by the majestic power on display. He thought to himself, so this is the cave manifesting. Honestly, it is pretty epic, though it is not quite the style of the Triuden I know. After 100 reincarnations, this return was definitely worth it. Nabitch smirked with satisfaction, her mind scheming. The legendary relic of the Chen Duong Doist controlling the flow of time and the infinite heavens. Once I get my hands on it, my cultivation speed will rival even the innate saintly bodies. With it, I won't have to worry about the judgmental eyes of others in the sect anymore. And turn to inform the sect leaders. The Chine Dong sect has been unlocked. But inside, there are definitely multiple layers of seals. Please, join me and Master Lei in breaking through the Great Mountain Formation to fully reveal the Chine Duong sect. Thong Mak stepped forward with respect and sincerity. Just as he finished, Law quickly shifted his attitude, silently plotting to manipulate us. How could he let the inheritance fall into the wrong hands? Meanwhile, Tu quietly glanced at Depfem and softly invited, My dear disciple, the cave's open now. Why not come with me? He crossed his arms. Depfem immediately declined. No thanks. This cave's got nothing valuable for me beyond the scenery. Fine then. We will just have to team up with another sect. Dem said, Master, I am heading back to the pavilion to wait for you. Cut to a scene of Aksuka desperately squeezing his head into a small cave entrance. He kept looking back, signaling Kuviho lurking outside the cave. Come on over. There is something good here. Kuviho followed Aksuko deeper inside, but was suddenly caught by a strange blue light reflecting off his face. Turns out, this cave was the training ground of the tyrant Ngayat Hung, and that eerie blue light was radiating from his body. Ngayat Hung sensed the illegal intrusion and flared his nostrils threateningly. You little pests. Leave now, or I might just spare your lives. Kuviho gulped. This place is dangerous, we should get out of here. Meanwhile, Suko was pumped, roaring fiercely. Bring it on. Tyrant, He quickly snapped at the cherished infinity heaven and earth treasure from Ngayat Hung. Ngayat Hung froze as his instincts picked up on the strange movement from Xu Ka. His eyes burned with fury as he snarled, You little pests, how dare you try to steal my treasure? The terrifying roar made Kuviho jump in fright, tears welling up in his eyes. Ngayat Hung raised his sharp claws and let out a menacing growl. Daring to interrupt my cultivation is a death sentence. You are all going down. He slammed the ground with earth-shaking force, creating a violent shockwave, but Suko's nimble moves let him dodge skillfully. Back at the cave, Nhai Bitch, Elder Thatch, and Thong Mak were combining their powers to activate the monster trapping formation, the sect's final defensive array. Tuvan wiped sweat from his brow, feeling a rush of excitement. Finally, we have activated the last formation. Even Tugaya could not believe her eyes. Who would be thought? Even with the Chen Duong sect wiped out, these 100 formations have survived for thousands of years. Nabitch glanced at Elder Thatch. They exchanged silent signals. No words needed. Elder Thatch, we will proceed with the plan. After you have dealt with those useless original disciples, immediately seize the infinity heaven and earth. I will handle blocking them. Elder Thatch quickly responded. Once I secure the infinity heaven and earth, we will retreat. Master Lai, please do not worry Diep Pham and Tuvan sect. Thong Mak lowered his voice to negotiate. Master Lai, this is the last place in the sect. We have never before seen the Chen Duong sect's inheritance. Could you maybe let us take a peek? Ho Lai nodded in agreement, adding, we hope Master Lai can grant this wish. Elder Thatch stepped closer, slowly extending his hand, eyes gleaming with cunning, with a low, gravelly voice. He asked. Granted. Agreed. I will represent masterly to give consent. Holun blinked in surprise, then happily said, "Thank you so much, Elder Thatch." At that moment, the old man's eyes snapped open, his brows furrowed tightly, one eye blazing with a fierce red light, as if harboring a terrifying killing intent. In the very next instant, Old Stone unleashed his dark magic straight at the two of them, leaving no time to react though. "That is, only if you think you can actually beat me." Arbai swiftly slipped into a battle stance. Light on her feet, Xian calmly asked Wang Chea, "Why did you suddenly attack like that? What is your game here?" Hen sneered, and Duong responded with disdain. "Attack? If I did not take your lives right away, consider yourselves lucky," Arbai urgently ordered. "Old Stone, now's our chance. Move." "Move," the old man confidently assured, "Young Master Luck. Rest easy. I will definitely seize the boundless heaven and earth." Suddenly, something shot in from behind at lightning speed, startling Old Stone. "What the?" His eyes widened as he turned his head to see. Before he could even react, a massive foot slammed down, crushing him at Hung's. Witnessing this, Abai's face drained of color, her wallet nearly dropping in shock as she gasped. Old Stone. He stood imposingly before Huling and Thong Mak, furious and sharp. He demanded, "You humans, banding together to steal my treasure, is that it?" Huang froze and blurted out, "Is that Tyrant Gain Thung?" And Gain Thung roared, his eyes blazing blood red, radiating a seething fury. "You pest! All of you!" A surge of blue spiritual energy exploded, cracking the ground beneath, sweeping away everything in a violent storm. After sizing up the chaos, he warned urgently, "Scatter, now!" Wrath overtook reason as he lunged in a frenzied assault. His brutal blows left countless innocents wounded and blood spilled everywhere. A disciple spun around in panic, shouting, "Chief Elder!" Fourth Elder. Nguyen Hung shifted his target to Arbai, chasing her down while screaming, "Damn humans! Give back the boundless heaven and earth." Arbai could only scramble away, desperately trying to explain, "We did not take it. We just opened it ourselves." Nguyen Hung refused to believe a word and tried to justify. Wait. At the same moment, Arbai's pet dog, carrying a mysterious treasure on its back, came running, clutching the very artifact Nguyen Hung was hunting. The next moment, Han's face twisted in disbelief at what he saw in the dog's mouth. Arbai's frustration boiled over. Feeling utterly humiliated, she thought bitterly, even jumping into the yellow river won't wash the shame away. Meanwhile, as they fled, Yuan's worried voice trembled. "Sect leader Xian, running like this is not the solution. Here, take this 6th grade spirit sealing pill first. Our Xian sect can't afford to lose you. Live well for us." Yuan handed over the pill without hesitation. Xian was deeply moved by her kindness. "Second Elder," but she shook her head firmly, refusing. "You better take it yourself." This surprised Yuan greatly. Suddenly, a shadow flickered past, freezing her in place for a moment. The two stared. Stunned, it was the Swordmaster of the Eternal Blade sect. He snatched the 6th grade spirit sealing pill with a cocky grin. He sneered. "No wonder the Xian sect is so united. Fine. This pill belongs to me now." Saying that, the Swordmaster popped the pill into his mouth immediately. Zai's eyes blazed with fury as he shouted, "Swordmaster, spit that out now." Ignoring the warning, the Swordmaster focused on the surging power from the pill coursing through him. "No wonder it is a spirit-sealing pill. I am bursting with strength." His smile vanished as panic set in. He stared at his hands, now grotesquely mutated, and yelled, "Wait, what the hell?" His whole body twisted and swelled unnaturally until he transformed into a bizarre creature with scaly green skin, eyes wild and panicked. Blurting out, "What kind of poison is this?" Out of nowhere, Nguyen Hung appeared behind him, his gaze filled with utter confusion and alarm. Spotting Nguyen Hung, the Swordmaster panicked, turning around helplessly, unsure what to do. But Nguyen Hung paid no mind, delivering a crushing blow that shattered the Swordmaster's bones and flesh in an instant. Witnessing that scene, the worry inside Ven only deepened. Damn it! Another female sect leader gone. No wonder she is the blood granddaughter of the 2nd Elder. Her fierce training really shows. Guy cried out, moved. Swordmaster, I will never forget this lifetime of gratitude. Vian choked up and said, "Don't compare me to Grandpa who has already passed on." Beak. Standing behind, curiously pressed. "Are you the 2nd Elder? Is the position of Elder in your Van sect hereditary?" Ven calmly stepped forward to answer. Lo understood immediately. Instead of worrying about our Van sect's affairs, you should watch out for the white bear tyrant behind you. Hem pointed ahead. "See, that bear's given up chasing me. That wild beast of limitless chaos just flew straight at that DP famous place." The old woman exclaimed in surprise. "What the heck?" Meanwhile, the mangy dog shot like a flash toward Depth Fum, and then taunted the roaring beast chasing behind. You won't catch me. The system blared a harsh warning. Warning. Host is about to be hit by a destructive attack. Please flee immediately. The boy questioned helplessly. Haven't he even done anything and already a destructive attack? Couldn't you come up with something more original? Then Daipifum glanced down at the two spirit beasts and asked curiously, Why are you guys here? Master brought you. But the mangy dog spat the chaotic soil onto his hand and bolted, leaving DPM stunned. What the hell? Why does this feel like some weird puppet show? Are you trying to play fetch with me or what? Just as he was focused on the trinket in his hand, Heng leapt from behind, claws raised to strike down on DP Fum's glove. The system flashed an alert. Host? No time. Power up in progress. Facing this, Tavannis' disciple shouted, Pet, defend! The beast swung a heavy blow at him, but with sharp reflexes. Depfum dodged cleanly, seizing Gai Ing's momentary opening. Daipfum decisively kicked it hard in the ribs. Instantly, Ngait Heng felt a bone-crushing pain as its glowing red belly flared fiercely. The wound quickly spread, pressure mounting until its upper body exploded into smoke and dust, vanishing into thin air. Watching all this, Hel Lun could hardly believe her own eyes. Compared to human cultivators at peak energy, this demon bear's defense was laughable. Daipfum wiped it out in a blink. Thongam MC Being Hong added, Compared to a tiger's ribs, a bear's side is probably their weak spot. Just what kind of power does DP Fum really have? Nabaicha's face went pale, jaw dropping in shock. No way. The beast did not even use spirit energy just now. That means he fought bare-handed. Daipfum stood still, deep in thought. Unconsciously tapping into the ultimate life force cultivation he would trained as a warrior in his 83rd life. Realizing this, he snapped awake, understanding everything he would been tricked by that damn system, deliberately putting him and his loved ones in danger. It exploited his instincts, forcing him to unleash powers he once had and reigniting his drive. Just as he started adapting, it trapped him back inside the system. Damn son of a glitch. Depfum glared at the system, which blinked cluelessly and stammered. Don't look at me like that. Protecting the host is what I am supposed to do. The mangy dog and nine-tailed fox happily trotted over to him. Daipfum's face darkened as he folded his arms. Oh great. You guys actually dare show up again. His furious glare sent the mangy dog and nine-tailed fox into a nervous frenzy, whispering among themselves, Boss, I swear he looks like he is about to kill us. Just as one turned to warn the fox. What do we do? Boss is about to lose it. Daipfum's hand shot out, grabbing the mangy dog by the neck before the words were even out. The last wordplay slipped out as the two spirit beasts were coldly seized. Their eyes welling with tears, Daipfum shoved both into a sack without hesitation, ignoring the system's continuous pleas. Host, even though the spirit beasts caused trouble this time, they will be your biggest allies in the future. Don't do this, slinging the sack over his shoulder. He ordered, Master, return to the sect. Seeing Daipfum's fury, Taven quickly agreed. Vinvin shyly raised a question. It feels like his footsteps are getting heavier. Sect leader, why does DPM seem more and more like your master? Scene shifts to the alchemy chamber's entrance. Where DPM? Tvin. T Ingayat and Vin have safely returned to the sect, she questioned while watching his back. Disciple, you want to take the spirit beast into the alchemy furnace? He turned back, calmly replying. Zvan and Zgait were also startled by his firm control. Seeing Daimfam so determined to throw both spirit beasts into the furnace without hesitation, she worried and urged again, My precious disciple, maybe think this through a bit more. Zvan suddenly froze, a spark lighting in his eyes as if he would just realize something crucial. Now, not only did she not oppose him, but she even eagerly supported him. Her sudden change in attitude was rare. This time, the sect leader truly backed her son. He was a bit surprised but still warned cautiously, Just do not open the furnace too soon, or all this effort will be wasted. She smiled helplessly, thinking to herself, Typical, just as expected. Ziengayat. Curious? Quietly asked. Zivan answered calmly. Sect leader, what is your intention this time? The elder replied. You want to understand this? My precious disciple can even kill the tyrant Nugayat Hung. If he truly wants to kill spirit beasts, it is no big deal. She pointed at the alchemy furnace and added, And do not forget, my precious disciple is not just throwing spirit beasts into the furnace. Hearing this, Ziengayat suspiciously caught on. Could it be that he wanted to use the blazing herbs, still burning inside the furnace along with the triple flame, combining with the heavenly and earthly infinite power to refine his spirit beasts? Zivan immediately confirmed. Exactly. That is the plan. The furnace was billowing hot smoke and glowing fiercely with flickering flames. Inside were two contrasting scenes. Sukal was frolicking happily enjoying steam, roasting, and basking in the sun, while Viho was the complete opposite. She wailed in frustration. Poor me. I did not do anything wrong. Yet the cultivators want to catch me. even if I fall into their hands. My master still wants me dead. The nine-tailed fox dreamily recalled the past and despairingly said, Father, Mother, I still have not tasted so many delicious dishes. Husky noticed its mood was off and cautiously approached, asking Han, Fox, what has got you so down? What is bugging you? Husky lay down beside the nine-tailed fox, gently offering comfort. Master's careless, never thinking about your feelings. But do not worry, Fox, I have got your back. The flames surrounding them roared fiercer and fiercer, blazing wildly with every passing moment. Meanwhile, Daipfam lounged back in his chair, completely chill. Suddenly, the system popped up with a loud alert. System failure detected. Reboot required. Interrupted my lunch break again. He grumbled in frustration, annoyed by the noise. Just then, a realization hit him, followed by a notification. Host, a spirit beast is experiencing intense obsession and mutation. Congratulations, Host, along with a flood of new info. New skill unlocked. Husky Mutation Evolution Resonant Defense. This skill lets Husky target an enemy, causing both foe and self to share resonant defense effects. Duration is 1 hour. Cooldown 1 day. Congrats, Host. The nine-tailed fox also evolved a new skill, Softening. This passive ability can soften hard objects, making them easier to consume. Special note, this skill only works on physical objects. It has no effect on monks or monsters. No way! All this can mutate, he exclaimed in disbelief. Wide-eyed, inside the alchemy furnace, the forge suddenly shook violently. The spirit energy surged powerfully, nearing its peak. Tivenna's face lit up with joy, shouting excitedly, Look, just like I predicted. Witnessing this, Ngait scratched her head. Skeptical, is this really happening? Vinvin smiled subtly, raised a finger with mysterious flair. Now, prepare to witness a true miracle. Outside the sect's main gate, a crowd of disciples waited anxiously when suddenly a booming announcement echoed. All the Venin sect members, summon the infinite heaven and earth and the spirit beasts immediately. A disciple rushed up, face tense, urgently reporting, Sect Master, bad news. The members of Hein M sect have arrived. Venin turned around, eyes flashing with irritation. They are here again, always coming to our sect to throw shade. She continued, and none of them last more than a few days before they are dead. Meanwhile, Zithich glared fiercely, eyes icy, clenching his fists. He spoke gravely. I swear, I will wipe the entire Ven sect off the map. Cut to inside the furnace. Husky and the nine-tailed fox had completed their transformation, clearly leveling up. Fox, check this out. Husky said, look at this. Even the nine-tailed fox is thrilled. Are we ascending or mutating here? Husky honestly had no clue either. No idea. Fox, you take a peek behind me. Why is this feeling so weirdly epic? The nine-tailed fox climbed onto Husky's back, eager to see. At that moment, the alchemy furnace door suddenly swung open. Depfam blinked in surprise, staring at their actions. Before he could react, Husky eagerly boasted, Master, Fox and I can actually talk now. The system chimed in with an alert. Host, check out these two newly mutated spirit beasts. Aren't they adorable? Ready to obey your commands. But instead of joy, he grew annoyed, quickly grabbing both spirit beasts' leashes, leaving them confused and clueless. Calmly, Deepfam stuffed Husky and the nine-tailed fox into a sack, tying it tight, muttering, Behave now. The dog's this good, and you are just putting him away. This mutation stuff is crazy. Better off letting him roam. His action sent the system into chaos. Wait, if you try to forcibly sever your bond with your spirit beasts, it triggers their rebellion. Rebooting again. What a headache. Meanwhile, at the main gate of Tvn sect, two sect powers were locked in a heated argument, thickening the tense atmosphere. Zithich narrowed his eyes, fists clenched tight, radiating madness. Listen up, Tvn. You have got 3 minutes to hand over the two spirit beasts and the infinite heaven and earth. Fail, and I will destroy your ancestral tome. Tven struggled to control her emotions, stepped forward calmly, and pleaded. Dear elders, please, let us not escalate this. It seems like there has been some misunderstanding here. Those two spirit beasts were raised by our sect, and all the other sects already know this. As for that Qiandi Wuji, ever since the secret realm was broken, we have never laid eyes on it. But that tyrant Nguyen Thung ran straight toward Lai Dao Hiyu from the start. Hearing this, RD jumped up furiously, face dark as thunder, refusing to admit a word like, there is no way I am holding the Qiandi Wuji. Elder Daishi, she is talking nonsense right now. Elder Daishi frowned deeply and charged forward, red demonic aura blazing around him like a raging devil. Don't he blame me for taking it by force? Ziwen thought anxiously, A Southern Divine Transformation. Why does every enemy seem to be one level above? Even if they activate the Sect's Grand Formation, they can hold him off, unfazed? She turned with a cold voice and ordered the elders to regroup. At that moment, a figure calmly stepped out from behind the Sect's imposing gates, voice ringing out, "Is this the spirit beast you are after?" The familiar sound caught everyone's attention. Only then did Ziwen crack a faint smile. "Perfect timing. My little treasure, you are here. They are trying to snatch your spirit beast and the Qin Di Wuji." The system's voice blared urgently, warning Deep them not to do anything reckless. "Host, please complete your mission and protect your spirit beast. Once done, I will boost your spiritual energy for the day." Seeing Daipifum appear, Arbai panicked and collapsed to her knees, clutching Elder Daishi's legs tightly. Voice trembling. "Elder Daishi, he is here. Let us retreat. Just pretend the Qin Di Wuji was taken by me. Hurry. Bring me the insect's wine too." He eyed Daipifum suspiciously, thinking, why's this brat so scared? Could he really kill that tyrant Goyan Thung with a single kick? Dep smirked, self-satisfied, thinking. Finally, someone showed up demanding the spirit beast. That calm smirk stirred a vague unease in Elder Daishi. This guy's deeper than he looks. I am about to witness a grand transcendence battle, Elder Daishi thought. Is he that legendary old monster from the south? Wait, why can't I move? Earlier arrogant and domineering. Now he collapsed to the ground, begging desperately, "Please do not kill me." But Daipifum did not attack. Instead, he calmly placed a sack before Elder Daishi and said slowly, "These two spirit beasts. They are yours." Both Elder Daishi and the system were shocked stiff. "Host, what are you doing? It took me ages to get these top-tier spirit beasts." Daipifum shrugged and added kindly, "As for the Qin Di Wuji you are looking for, I can find it those two mutts already ate it." Opening the sack, the fierce spirit beast glared at him, growling, "Why's everything happening so easily?" Elder Daishi exhaled in relief, thinking, maybe this Daipifum guy is serious. After all, he still feared the insect's wine. With these two spirit beasts in hand, that is enough. No need to make this old monster sweat. Elder Daishi hoisted the sack, regaining his swagger, loudly declaring, "When Sect, you would better be grateful. Forget about the Qin Di Wuji. From now on, the insect will consider Ziwen Sect an ally." Ziwen and Ziyu listened and exchanged knowing, sharp smiles, pleased at how smoothly things were going, while Arbai's face flickered with unease. 1,000 questions swirled in her mind. This is weird. Why's it all so easy? Could Daipifum really be willing to just give us his spirit beasts? And why have not the master or the elders in the sect questioned or opposed this at all? And he recalled Elder Shei's warning. Daipifum's spirit beast is the dog that killed the founder of Qin King and even destroyed the Qin King sect itself. Arbai, you have got to be careful with their spirit beast, she told herself over and over. Seriously. Be careful. The more she thought about it, the angrier Arbai got. Her face went pale and sweat poured down like a waterfall, and cautiously stepped forward, warning, "Elder Daishi, do not accept it, that spirit beast." Before she could finish, Arbai took a brutal punch from Elder Daishi. Flying backward, tumbling across the ground, he scowled angrily, warning, "This is not a place for trash like you to talk back." After settling things, Elder Daishi bowed respectfully, sincerely saying, "Dao Hiu, if you truly understand the bigger picture, even a rogue can become a master once. How about leaving the Tivan sect and becoming an elder in your precious Urgi sect?" The moment he heard that, Tivenin could not hold back and lunged forward to confront him. "What? You stole my disciple's spirit beast. You even dared to snatch away my prized disciple." Zi Thich boasted arrogantly. "My Archie Uzem sect is the #1 sect in Zhangho City, solid foundation, and warriors as strong as the clouds." His words grew nastier by the second, as the sect master of Tivain sect. Yet his cultivation level was nowhere near his own disciples. He did not even have a spirit transformation seat formation. If you really cared for him, Daipifum just smirked coldly, gently patted Tiven's shoulder to calm him. "Master, that is enough. Why bother fighting with people like that? Tiven sect has always been my sanctuary. Cooking at home beats going to sect to be an elder any day." Tiven was touched by those words, blushing as he pondered. "Honestly, I never expected you to care so much about our sect." Watching them exchange heartfelt glances, Ziathech silently groaned and gave up his plan. Turns out this old beast's true passion was for women. Forget it. Just let it go. Time flew by sect. During the longevity banquet for sect master within CU, Thin Chenin sat cross-legged on the high platform, smiling as he raised his glass, radiating effortless charm. "Welcome everyone to Zhangho City. This is already sparing within CU some face. I wonder what surprises you have got in store for him this year. Down below, everyone respectfully offered congratulations, presenting rare treasures one by one. Sect Master, I have found 2 old peaks for you. I hope you will accept them. Zeithich scoffed, stepping aside. No way they can top my grand ceremony. Sect Master, I have 2 top-tier spirit beasts for you. Then Shu announced with pride, spirit beasts. Bring them out for me to see. He strode over to a large cage covered with cloth, beaming with pride. Sect Master, take a good look. Without hesitation, Zeithich yanked the cloth off. Inside was Leva Buck, limbs tightly bound and hanging upside down. Panicking and screaming, Third Elder, please save me. Then Shu instantly flared up. Lowan, Zeithich Elder, what the hell have you got there? He glared at a beach and questioned sharply. This is not what I asked for. Lowan, where did you take my spirit beasts? The crowd murmured anxiously, exchanging suspicious glances. What is going on in this sect? Meanwhile, behind the scenes, the 2 missing spirit beasts were busy gnawing on the sect's structures, the hot-tempered Shu and the Slyam Zi Fox. Fast? I think these can boost your spirit power, said My Fox in surprise. No way, it actually works? Amazing. We will never go hungry again. Both devoured the scraps enthusiastically, licking their chops, tearing apart the roof tiles as they ate. Shu and the My Fox tumbled down below as a result. Scene shift to the Ven sect. In a small room, Tavanen and DP Fum sat gracefully enjoying their meal in a rare moment of peace. She closed her eyes gently, elegantly lifting a bite to her lips with calm fineness. Curious? He asked. Master, how's the food? Taven smiled contentedly. It is really good. Hearing that, Dep Fum relaxed a bit. Guess even a clumsy guy like me can handle cooking. After a while, she paused, lowering her chopsticks with a suspicious look. Disciple, you just give away spirit beasts like that? Aren't you worried about any fallout? Calm and collected, he answered as if it was no big deal. Fallout? What fallout? Someone else takes care of them. Isn't he that better? Rushu M sect is not the top sect in Xingho City. If they have so many geniuses and treasures, surely they can raise them properly. Taven smiled softly, clearly satisfied. If that is the case, summing it all up, she thought happily. So the plan is to use Urgium sect's talents and treasures to raise the spirit beasts. Just a bunch of old rocks. Wonder what surprises these spirit beasts will bring when they return. At that moment, strange noises came from another room. Taven glanced over, whispering suspiciously, what is going on over there? Apprentice, I think the sounds are coming from that person's room. Curious? Dipe Fum peeked out to take a look. Let me check it out. He cautiously crept forward, each step as light as a whisper. From the room came hushed voices dripping with secrets. Sister, you better take a look and pull me away. Sister Dipe Fum quickly stood at the door, not rushing in to cause a scene. You just stood there frozen, eavesdropping. Sister, do you even know where this place is? Or can you guess why I am blindfolded like this? For now, since we have nowhere else to go, we have no choice but to stay here. The system announced with surprise. Host, it seems your spirit beast has returned. The moment you kicked open the door, chaos erupted, curses flying everywhere. Damn that mutt. How dare you come back? Inside, 2 girls dressed scandalously, their outfits daringly cut, lounged on the bed. You blushed crimson, avoiding their eyes, stunned, silent, and speechless. Only then did the 2 girls notice Diep Fum and shriek in alarm. Who the hell are you? The mutt suddenly leaped out from the girl's side. It and the former tail fox quickly appeared beside you. The mutt barked happily. Master, we are back. Dipe Fum sank to his knees, hand clamped over its mouth, annoyed as he snapped, you rotten dog. What the hell do you mean by coming back? The mutt only whined in response. I figured the master likes to mess with big trouble, so I brought them back here. Hearing that, you could not help but be speechless. Dude, how do you even know that? No way. Who told you that? Seeing this, the system crossed its arms and soothed the host. Calm down. Do not just keep asking who said what. A master is a master spirit beast, just follow orders. Suddenly, a crashing sound echoed. Dipe Fum looked toward the door and saw Tavan standing there, as if she would been there all along. He quietly called out, Master, while Lady Linhen snapped harsh questions. Dipe Fum, is this why you sent away your spirit beast? Is this the surprise you promised me? Startled, you wondered aloud in a flustered voice. When did I ever agree to that? Taven turned away in frustration, grumbling. I get it, you are unhappy with the old master. Always pretending to be a girl is not the same as being a real woman. Right? Dipe Fum stood frozen, not knowing what to say, lost in thought. You even know you like dressing as a girl. Just then, Fidip stood silently behind, eavesdropping on the conversation. She paused, piecing it all together before making her judgment. Dai P Fum. He is exactly Deep Theme. His voice is like his own soul. Could he be the reincarnation of his master? Wandering this world all these years has not been for nothing. With that thought, Faidipi finally uncovered the whole truth. Looks like the master's got some serious beef with his mentor. She has to find a way to stay here. Without hesitation, she knelt and bowed deeply. Respectful master, it is an honor to meet my savior. Faidip hurriedly introduced herself and explained everything. My name is Faidip, and this is Butch Dio. We were initially taken as sacrifices to present to the sect leader of the Yin sect to help him break through to the Void Realm. If our benefactor had not sent a spirit beast to rescue us, I am afraid the Yin sect would have taken control of all of Zheng Hong sooner or later. The mutt's ears twitched in confusion at those words. Then Devenin calmed down, slowly pondering, all doubts fading away. If the sect leader really breaks through to the Void Realm, things will get tough. Luckily, Master Yi is smart. Once again, he crushed trouble before it even began. Dep Fum waved his hand, stopping her explanation. This spoiled dog's problem. Not mine. He pointed at the two girls, then looked puzzled as he asked, Master, what is the plan for these two? Lady Anu suggested a solution. In 2 days, I will send someone to escort them out of the sect. Fadipi's face betrayed her fear. Folding her hands, she begged earnestly, please do not do that. Master, if the insect corners us again. Butchio raised her hand to her chest and said hesitantly, Master, please save me. I do not want that old geezer to disgrace me. Faced with such heartfelt pleading, Taven hesitated, clearly uncomfortable. Well, she wavered. Dipe Fum stepped forward with an idea, whispering a suggestion. Master, what if we let them dance a bit and then decide? She immediately agreed. Seeing this, Butchio had no choice but to accept. Bowing respectfully, she said, then I humbly present myself. Butchio began to perform a seductive dance, every glance and movement mesmerizing. Impossible to look away. The season was still young when T. Van hurriedly stepped in to stop her lightly. Nice jump, but next time, do not jump again. Okay? Those easily misunderstood words made Phi Dip worried. She quietly asked, Master, do you think Sister Mai's jumping is not that good? Jiang reached out her hand and smiled warmly. I will let you become an outer disciple of the sect. But you must feed your spirit beast every day. Now, bring your soul beast and follow me. The two girls could not express their gratitude enough. They bowed deeply and said in unison, Thank you, honored master, for taking us in. Standing behind, watching everything unfold, Daipum smiled with satisfaction. He thought to himself, Master truly has a kind heart. But then, Daipum glanced toward the doorway where Diven had been standing earlier and was shocked to see it slowly cracking. He froze, breaking out in a cold sweat. I take back what I said earlier. On the dining table, simple dishes neatly floated out. Taven raised her bowl to her lips and loudly asked DP Fum, Hey, good disciple, cooking 3 meals a day, does not that wear you out? He shook his head in response. Before, I only knew cultivation and never followed my heart, because I just wanted to live the life I dreamed of. She tilted her head, agreeing. After all, my precious disciple is talented and outstanding in cultivation. You can play with anything you like anytime. Suddenly, Tavena's jade token vibrated. She brought it to her ear and asked, Elder, what is going on? On the other end, T. Ngite hurriedly reported, Sect leader, the people from the RGU Jomiem sect are coming here again, and this time, the leader of Lothian Siu sect is here too. Taven replied, Got it, I will finish eating with my disciple first. Right after, Daipfum cleared the table to wash, while Tivin glanced at him thinking, Lothian Siu is here now, most likely it is him. He is the kind to stir trouble by dragging his precious disciple along to wear us down. She then suggested, Disciple, come with me. Daipfum tilted his head and said, Wait till I finish washing the dishes before we go. Meanwhile, Then Siu was waiting for the two of them, arms crossed. Listening closely, that Ivan woman is way too arrogant. She just eats like that and makes us wait, and she still has not shown up. Suddenly, Tudo Thuo's voice rang out, loud enough to catch their attention. Friends of Artiumib sect. I am. Taven and Depifum appeared calmly, their faces unreadable. Then Siu immediately asked, Are you the master of those 2 spirit pets? Taven confidently replied, They are raised by my disciple. He glared and muttered, Raising them? Huh, that is just great. Suddenly, then Siu swung his hand and struck Iithech standing behind him. Unexpectedly, the old man fell to the ground, sputtering strawberry syrup, not just blaming. He groaned. Sect leader, why? Seeing this, both sides were dumbfounded. Taven asked with curiosity, "What is going on?" Suddenly, Vinciu stomped the ground, bowed respectfully, and shouted, "I failed as a guardian to stop the elder from provoking Kuatung, sect leader of Ryu sect. Vinciu, I am here with all my might to apologize to Kuatung." She took the bag from his hand and asked bluntly, "What exactly are you trying to do with this?" He tearfully explained, "Kuatung leader, hear me out." A chaotic scene of a wild dog wrecking everything appeared. "Yesterday, it was tough enough organizing my 2000th birthday. People from all sects came, and I happily accepted gifts. But they ended up torn apart by your disciple's spirit beast. That mischievous beast even trashed my sect's treasures. I tried to stop it, but my face got covered in spirit beast droppings. On top of that, it scratched and bit me. All the treasures the sect collected over hundreds of years were devoured by that beast." Vinciu cried as he spoke. "Even the ancestral graves from generations past could not save us. In reality, the ancestral tomes do not matter. What matters is that the power of the spirit beast could kill him." Hearing this story, Tavan was stunned. "So clever, huh?" Daipfum tilted his head and added, "See, I told you this dog can be kept. Last time it even brought back a female's coffin." Taven gently bent down to help him up and said, "Zo Higyu, I sympathize with you. If you agree to one condition, I will forgive your RUM sect." Ziven gently bent down to support him and said, "Dao Hiu, I sympathize. As long as you agree to one condition, I will forgive your sect's secret wine." Thinko respectfully replied, "If it is Dobel, Lama won't refuse." Her face darkened, corners of her mouth twitching as she laid down the demand. "Lithinko Dao Hiu, disband the sect and then sever your meridians." Hearing this, Henta turned pale, thinking, "Damn it, I am only 2,000 years young, and they want to cripple me? Isn't this just making life unbearable?" With that thought, Thinko solemnly swore with his blood and soul, "Dear sect leader, Lama will absolutely not resist, swearing by the heavenly path. The Yuyan sect will follow Xian sect's orders. I swear this oath with my blood soul as proof." Xian secretly smiled, thinking to himself, "That blood soul, isn't he that part of Li Shenxiu's very own soul? As long as I accept this, his fate, life or death, will be entirely in my hands." She took the blood soul and spoke reassuringly, "Don't be afraid. Li Shenxiu's path is tricky, but I have heard that severing the meridians and then reincarnating and cultivating can make one even stronger. I am worried that without cultivation, he won't be able to manage the sect, so I am letting him disband. If he does not want that, of course, I won't force anyone." Behind her, Yifum raised his hand, muttering, "Sever the meridians, reincarnate, and cultivate that could reverse the meridians and open spiritual points, making him truly stronger. But he would have to endure 100 times the pain a regular cultivator does." Hearing this, Zheijun, asking, "Is that really possible?" "Disciple, you sure know a lot." He casually turned to ask Qianxiu, "By the way, do you have a good fishing rod?" Qianxiu replied, "Fishing rod? Of course I do." Zheijun looked confused. "Disciple, since when do you fish?" Yifum answered, "Suddenly felt like today was perfect for fishing, so I asked to avoid bothering Shine and Feng about it later." She flinched slightly, suspecting something off about Yifum's words. Could it be that the Yuyan sect becoming a branch of Ziyun sect would attract bigger fish? Soon after, Chansu handed Yifum a top-tier 9-star alloy fishing rod and politely asked, "Young Master Dit, this is the best rod I have. I do not like fishing, so it has never been used." Yifum took the rod, feeling how smooth and balanced it was, and said, "This is an amazing rod, especially with the stand." Chansu replied, "As long as young Master Dip likes it. If it is new, you gotta use it," Yifum said. Turning away, "Master, I am going fishing," Xian quickly agreed, cheerfully reminding, "Make sure you catch a big one before you come back." He smirked and said, "Don't worry, fishing empty-handed is not an option. If I do not catch a big fish, I won't even have the face to return late at night." Meanwhile, the system behind him felt uneasy, clutching its head, thinking time might be tight. Yifum's new fishing rod was already cast into the water, waiting for a bite. Suddenly, the system presented a gun and nervously said, "Host, there is something we need to discuss." Lounging on a wooden chair, he curiously asked, "Why are you suddenly pulling out all these high-tech gadgets this time?" The system swiftly explained, "This is a compact Ivan gun with unlimited ammo, never runs out. It is for self-defense." "I am prepping you for sect defense," the system said. Yifum frowned. "Self-defense? Why are you giving me this toy?" The system's tone grew serious. "Host, this mission, I am afraid I won't be coming back." Shocked, he blurted, "What?" Then the system vanished. Yifum stretched on his chair, muttering, "Finally, that system's gone. No more nagging in my ear." Thank God it is permanent. While Yifum was soaking up the sun, waiting for a bite, a sudden strong gust whipped through, bending the grass and trees. The wind startled him upright. Grumbling, "Damn, that is some serious wind." Looking up, he spotted a massive falcon swooping in. Muttering, "What a nasty beast with no class," after it flew off, Yifum resumed lounging, unaware two people were watching him. Fidip removed her eye bandage. Curious? Who is this sect leader? Doesn't he open his eyes? How dare he insult his master? Next to her, Butchio asked. Senior sister, I have secretly been watching our benefactor since yesterday. Isn't he way more disrespectful? Wait, are not you blind? Fidip turned, replying as she walked, eye injury is one thing, blindness is another. I want he tell me yet. I have to help our benefactor find justice first. Hearing that, the pale peach gloomily said, then from now on, let us just call our benefactor senior brother. No more master. High above, the Eagle Squad was carrying 3 people, soaring through the sky. Liang, sitting up straight, spoke softly. Steward, could I stay at the 10,000 Beast sect? I am not ready to get married yet. The steward was startled. 7th Prince of Lion Kingdom has found his destined match. Your marriage to him is the family's decision. The young girl grumbled. Then why not marry off my little sister? After all, it is my father's unfairness. Vong Them was lazily gnawing on a bone when suddenly someone shouted. He turned and said, Master, looks like there is a little golden fire pill beast ahead. The steward turned around, confused. Could it be that silly old granny made the eagle fly low and hurt someone? Liang asked irritably. I am a kind-hearted soul. No one's hurt. Vong Them. Go on. Let that thing die peacefully. He licked his lips, stood up quickly, and said, Sure thing. No sooner had he spoken than Vong Them vanished from the eagle's back, so Phi Dip was one of them after all, unable to catch up with the eagle. She wondered, what great beast is that? How can it fly so fast, with lightning reflexes? Phi Dip sensed a sharp hand attacking from behind. She instantly dodged and shouted, Who is ambushing me? Soon after, Vong Them landed. His voice was sharp as he said, Not bad. Your soul's a sword. Huh. Could you be a sword spirit? Fidip shot back. I have been cultivating for over 10 years. Even if I am just barely in the void realm, I would not recognize that. How would you know? Vong Them pointed to his newly opened third eye. Because I am a soul cultivator who has evolved into a divine marvel. How could I not know? Sword spirits are rarer than spirit beasts. I have to deliver you intact to my master. She drew her sword and pointed it straight at Vong Them. And if I refuse, even if you are a divine marvel, as long as you do not catch me, I can still fight. Phi Dip was not finished speaking before Vong Them lunged. His power was so fierce that one swipe shattered her sword in half. He sneered. Just a broken sword. Still dreaming of fighting me. Show me your true form. Can't he handle it? Then run. Fidip curled up and fled, watching her go. Vong Them fumed. Damn it. Just run. Fidip could not win. Running and thinking. No weapons left. This is a waste of time. Better trick him into handing me over to his master and end this. Meanwhile, Dip Fum's fishing line still had not caught a single fish. Vong Them, led here by Phi Dip, spotted him lazily enjoying his fishing. He looked around, muttering, Where is everyone? Did she trick me into coming here? Why is there only one mortal? Phi Dip quickly hid behind a nearby bush. Observing, she whispered, Master, hurry and kill this soul cultivator beast for me. Vong Them approached Dip Fum and asked, Hey kid, seen any sword spirits nearby? He quickly answered. Vong Them did not believe him and threatened. Really? If you like, I will kill you. Dip Fum thought to himself. Another one. Does the system really think I am scared without it? He laughed. Anyone who is brave enough to put their head on the line for Vong Them's paw deserves respect. Kid, I will find someone willing. Suddenly, his third eye blazed bright as if discovering something. Vong Them immediately noticed the gun the system had left on the ground. He picked up the gun and fumbled. What is this? Dip Fum warned. I advise you to put that down. It is a weapon. Dangerous. This tiny thing. How could it hurt anyone? Vong Them scoffed. Seeing that, Dip Fum warned. Don't he pull the trigger in the middle there. You will hurt yourself. He aimed the gun at his own head and asked. Like this? You chicken. The moment Vong Them pulled the trigger, he blew his own life apart. Dip Fum coldly smirked, propping his chin on his hand. The system drags idiots my way, and they just self-destruct. He kept fishing but no fish dared to bite. They were all dodging his line. Dip Fum dragged Vong Them away. Well, Mua muttered. Better just ditch this original guy's body. He looked way too human. No way the masters would dare eat him. Might as well feed him to the fish or something. At that moment, Phi Dip stepped out from the bushes, Watching his silhouette fade away, she curiously approached the gun, murmuring, "What kind of gas canister is this? No spiritual power. No suppression. Yet it can transform into a divine form in the blink of an eye way stronger than me. No wonder the original owner did not want me tagging along." Fidep decided to keep it, thinking to herself, "If I can refine this weapon into part of my body, the master will definitely accept me." Over here, Guangsu suddenly jolted, realizing his spirit beast was dead. Worried, he turned to Lying. "Seventh Granny, let us head back for now. First, go back with Wei Ying to that old spot." The young girl nodded. "Got it." Inside the kitchen, fresh blood smeared everywhere. Zem frowned. "Why is there so much blood? Did the fishing kid get hurt?" She flung open the door and called out, "Disciple, are you alright?" Xian's eyes landed on Diep Fame, who was busy dealing with Vong Lam. Precisely as he tended to its injured leg, her face went pale, panic flooding her voice. "Oh mutt." The disciple is not satisfied with eating spirit beasts. Now he is planning to chow down on humans too. Guangsu hovered above, bamboo blocking the sun as he looked down below, holding something in his hand. Guangsu muttered, "Vong Them died right here. The aura below is too weak, no way it could have been Vong Them's opponent." Then he raised his wooden staff, sparking electric arcs, releasing a magic orb that hovered, scanning everything below. "If you resorted to such dirty tricks to kill my spirit beast, then I won't hold back. You will be joining Vong Them in death." With a fierce shout, he swung down his strike. "Go die." Meanwhile, Zion remained calm as if nothing had happened. Following Dipfam, she crossed her arms and scolded, "Disciple, what a waste. The armor made by your demon village's family is top-notch, and you just went and burned it like that?" He turned, chuckling. "This wolf looks human enough to scare everyone. That is why I had to do it." Suddenly, they both stopped, spotting a lightning bolt streaking down from the sky. Depfam blinked. "Master, is it about to rain?" Guangsu hurled a magic orb from the sky towards Xia Yun sect. Recognizing him, Zane gasped, "Oh no, someone's coming to destroy Xi Yun sect." The orb was twice the size of the sect buildings, powerfully heading straight to obliterate everything. She grabbed Dipfam anxiously. "My precious disciple." He startled and shouted, "Master!" As the orb barreled in, a rainbow barrier shimmered up, reflecting the attack and shielding the sect from harm. Guangsu frowned in confusion. "What the hell? Why is it reflecting back?" Suddenly, he jerked away. "Enough fear. Don't he come any closer." Guangsu cursed his own move. Realizing he would played himself, a massive explosion rocked the skies, shaking everything nearby. The system chimed. Protective shield. Truly reliable. Dipfime sat on the ground, dazed, muttering, "System, you are way too much gone and caused more trouble." Then he turned to Zi Yun Zhenin. "Master, no need to protect me. That lightning won't reach here." Hearing that, she opened her eyes and asked softly, "It is," he replied gently. "All done." Ziyun's eyes glistened with tears. "I honestly thought we were going to die here." Depfam rubbed her head reassuringly. "That was just a scare tactic. No way it could hurt us." Her face flushed from his kindness as she reminded him, "Don't touch my head like that. Remember, I am your master." Hearing this, Depfam pulled his hand back. "All right, no more touching." Suddenly, Xion quickly grabbed his hand again. "Why'd you pull your hand away so fast? Don't you see my hair's all a mess? Pull it and straighten it out for me." Meanwhile, smoke billowed thickly from the village. On the scorched ground lay Guangsu, struck down by his own magic. He staggered up, muttering dazed. "Didn't expect this sect to have such a powerful protective formation. I must report back to 7th Granny and get the formation under our control." Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed, grabbing the old man's attention. After the final round of practice, "I finally understood the rebellious technique behind this cultivation method. I have got it now." The steward thought with a start, "Is someone here recently? Just in time. I need to absorb spiritual energy to heal my sister's mortal body." He marched toward the source of the laughter and said, "Little fire starter, dying now means reading 1T save you." Turns out it was Min Butch who, hearing the noise, turned cautiously and asked, "Who is there? How dare you sneak a peek at my training?" The steward replied softly, "Don't worry. I am just a passing Taoist who noticed your effort. Actually, I just want to help you," Min Butch said suspiciously. "But what reason do I have to trust you?" Hearing this, the steward grumbled inwardly. "Damn it, if I were not so badly hurt, I would tear that little cutie and fool apart." Suddenly, he pulled out a purple pill and said, "This is the Eye of 1,000 Forms. It lets you see through 1,000 disguises. A gift from me." Min Butch snatched it from the steward's hand, naturally replying, "Thanks, Taoist. It is not safe here, so forgive me for being rude. I will hold on to this treasure for now. The steward then produced another one, saying, "Wait, I have one more." Minbech eagerly grabbed it and exclaimed, "Much appreciated. Taoist, you are too generous. Got any more?" "Might as well give them all." Pushing his limits, the steward roared angrily, "I can keep up any more. I am about to suck up all the spiritual energy from this guy." Hearing this, Minbech snapped his head toward him. At that moment, the steward placed his hand on Minbech's head, transmitting a surge of spiritual energy. Suddenly, Minbech felt a powerful force coursing through him, his face wide-eyed with shock. "You have activated the rebellious containment technique, so you are absorbing my spiritual energy." Seeing this, the steward panicked and shouted, "Why is my spiritual energy being drained?" "My cultivation 1T hold. I can T pull back." Minbech said nothing, just stared as the steward's spiritual energy drained away, his whole body glowing with blue light. The steward was powerless, face twisted in fear, crying out, "Save me!" Just seconds later, the system announced that a new ally had joined the celestial network. The warhawk soared high above, with Alun riding its back, startled as she looked at the items in her hands, wondering, what is going on here? Why did the steward suddenly die too? The girl said to her spirit companion, "Hawk, something's wrong with the steward. We need to head back and check it out." The warhawk responded immediately, "Got it." Suddenly, something pierced its wing, spraying blood onto its chest. La Amui let out a shocked scream at the sudden attack. The girl looked down worriedly, angrily shouting, "Who dares hurt my hawk?" It turned out to be Phi Dip, holding a gun, who had just shot the warhawk. Phidip bent down, talking to her dog. "Good boy. That is the one threatening my master. Go bite it now." The dog immediately barked, "Leave it to me. Leave it to me." La Yen raised her brow, glaring at the pair with disdain. "Just some lowlife from the I family, how dare they look down on me?" Moments later, La Yi fled deep into the forest while Phi Dippy chased after her. The girl shouted, "Don't run. If you have got the guts, fight me. Isn't this cool? I do not even need weapons, just my master's spirit beast fighting for me." La Yi glanced back in fear, thinking, where the heck did these guys come from? Some secret clan of recluses. The girl clutched her head in despair. That little dog was adorable, yet in a blink, it had cut off 4 legs of her war hawk. The woman was clearly only at the nascent soul stage, yet she wielded a divine weapon that defied heaven no matter what defensive magic I use. It shatters on contact. Then Alden and you ran toward the Ven sect. The girl sneaked into a room, hoping to hide temporarily in the sect, praying they were not enemies. Phi Deep searched around for Lun Yuan E, amazed. That kid can outrun a spirit beast, something even faster than a spirit beast. At her feet, the dog sniffed out the girl's trail. Lao Ning cracked the door open and watched silently, muttering, "Please do not find me." With a dog's sharp nose, the hound quickly spotted the girl and howled, "Got you now." Lum Adin panicked, thinking, this is it for me. Suddenly, Dipe Fum approached and curiously asked, "What are you guys doing in the Spring Realm?" Hearing his voice, Phi Deep turned her head and called out, "Master, hey senior brother." He happily ran up to the gate shouting, "Master, come play with me." Dipe slammed a stone aside, chasing them off. "Get out of here. Tonight, I need Alyim in," hiding behind the door. Worried, he realized this guy was the owner of the spirit beast. "Oh man, I am stuck in the tiger's den now." He turned to Phi Dip and asked, "Senior sister, your master told you to take care of the spirit beast, right?" She nodded firmly. "That is my responsibility." Hearing that, Dipfum casually said, "If you can take care of it, then do not bother." Phi Dip gasped in fear. "Senior brother, do not worry. I will take good care of it. Please do not kick me out." You watched her retreating back and wondered, "I heard senior sister is blind, but how can she see the path so clearly?" The market vendor grumbled with disgust. "What a dumb dog. Always leading people here." Meanwhile, Lo Ning inside started to panic, thinking, so he already knows I am here. Dipe Fum coolly pushed open his room door. He immediately spotted the little girl on the bed, squirming and trying to hide, and wondered, what kind of prank is this? Why is there another person here? Dipe Fum stepped forward and flipped the little leg away. At that, Logo Adin screamed in terror, making him jump in shock too. Dipe Fum looked at the girl, awkwardly asking, "Little miss, who are you? Why are you crawling under my bed? Who told you to do this?" Lo Aneng quickly knelt before him, begging, "Senior, please forgive my disrespect. I offended the original elder who sent his spirit beast to kill the hawks and chased me here. I know I was wrong. I want to be reckless again." Hearing this, Depfum crossed his arms and explained, "Little miss, I never meant anything by it. It was all just made up. Love Yang scratched her head, confused. Made up? But how could they kill all my spirit beasts and followers? No way. This sounds just like the kind of excuses elders make for their bad deeds. Thinking that, she clenched her fist and smiled slyly. Realizing, wait, if he acts like an elder, then his spirit beasts and servants must be even stronger than the elders. So at least he is an ultra-powerful talent in the awakening realm. If I can cling to him, I could escape my clan and avoid being married off to the Prince of Lying. Daipfum tilted his head and said, you can stay with me, and tomorrow I will talk to the master to compensate you fairly. Luo Ning grabbed his hand, nervously refusing. Compensation. Senior, I do not need that. Daipfum asked curiously. Why's that? The girl stammered, unable to speak, thinking hard to find a good excuse to stay by this powerful guy's side. Finally, she struck a seductive pose and said, because, I like Senior. Inside, she screamed silently, Tevielying, hold it together. If you win over this big shot's favor, no senior brothers in the 10,000 Beast sect will dare bully you anymore. Seeing this, Daipim froze for 5 seconds. In his head, he pictured himself handcuffed and arrested by the cops. Frantically explaining, officer, listen, I swear, I did not do anything. Then he quickly wrapped the blanket around Unlugi and shouted, take good care of yourself. Mom's not ready for a stint in the labor camp just yet. Meanwhile, inside the Thais Hagfagzang, a legendary cave said to open once every million years. To seize the original energy and fortune, countless warriors fought and got lost here. Only a lucky few became ancient relics preserved in the cave. Rival systems fought over them. Daipfim's system boasted, I was the first to discover this sword. The black system stubbornly resisted. So what if you found it? I must bring victory to my host. When it failed, Daipfim's system attacked and cursed, causing the black system to wail. You just destroyed my chip after successfully stealing the item. It gloated, victory at last. Just bring this sword to the host, and behind, other systems fled. One shouting, don't let me catch that woman again next time. But the system was downcast. Sighing, if the host does not want anything, even if I die, he won't care one bit. Suddenly, a white-haired woman appeared. Arms crossed, voice cold and sharp. I can't believe with all your tricks. You still have not mastered the host. Long time no see. She turned around, recognized her, and asked, how's the system defeat going? The system defeat reached out a hand. Speaking calmly, the battle was fierce. These things can't win the system supplementary qualifiers. Right? The system DT Fim, gripping her holy sword, frowned in dissatisfaction. System defeat. You want to deal with me? I want to let my guard down. She remembered and replied, I am not your lackey. I am both a trap and a thunder pit. You insult my spirit rank, so I am here to negotiate with you. Upon hearing that, System Defeat immediately recalled that DG Sifum had stealthily been waiting for the right moment while other systems fought among themselves. She grinned slyly, tossing something toward them. The other systems swarmed around it, exclaiming, no way, there's actually a wild 900 mem cannon shell here. Puzzled, DG Sifum asked her again. System Defeat held up a kid in his arms, saying, exactly, the new system is unstoppable and deadly. The catch. You sell me all the luck points you have earned this time, she asked cautiously. What powers does it have? System Feet smiled. No active powers, but it is passive. It can inject chicken blood into the host 5 times over. And it won't break the game. Without hesitation, DCFM handed over use to System Defeat. Agreeing. Deal. Taking the USP, she smiled approvingly. No wonder you picked the right deals. Just gotta wait for luck to strike now. Suddenly, her system panel flashed a message. Anti-tampering setup. Unreadable. System Defeat's eyes bulged in shock. Frustrated, she crushed the device in her hand and cursed. Damn you, Code 2204. How dare you trick me? One day, I will drag you back to your ancestors. Meanwhile, at noon in Tinichi Fong, Tiven spoke gloomily. Weird, it is almost midday, but the usual scent of cooking has vanished. Why is not there even smoke now? Vin smiled and added, maybe he is meditating, or maybe he is sick. Tiven frowned. I have got a bad feeling. Let us wait a bit, no need to stir up trouble. Thinking it over, she mused that calling the apprentice actions stirring up trouble might be unfair. With slender arms resting on lush green branches, T. Venin and Vin climbed onto the roof to watch DP Film carving something. Vin said, looks like everything's fine. Ven did not respond. This dish is spoiled. Could my maiden intuition be off? She muttered bitterly. The maiden, though Vin is actually 1145 years old, but pretends to be 14. And second elder Vin claims to be 24. La Ni placed a hand on the door and called out. Senior, the curious girl asked. Senior, what are you doing? Depfum did not answer but shot back. Why so? When they saw another girl appear beside Deep Epfum. Both Ven and Vin felt as if struck by lightning. She slumped down, looking lost and defeated. It is, the apprentice has betrayed us. Vin quickly helped Ven up, reassuring her. Clan leader, hang in there. Get up, do not give up, she frowned. Blaming herself. So he likes young and lively types? Huh, if I would known, I would not have left scars on him. Vin, confused, replied, that is rude thinking. I keep feeling like you are scolding me. She spun Ven around and stressed. Clan leader, listen to me. Hearing this, Ven asked. Second elder, do you have a way to get rid of her? Vin answered without hesitation. Deadly advice, like they say, water does not flow outside its channel. I believe as long as the clan leader holds a deep love, Depfum will understand your intentions. An alluring image of Ven appeared as she beckoned Dipfum with a seductive hand. Come on, my precious apprentice, jump into my arms. Ven immediately waved her hand, shouting, cut it out. No matter what, I am still the clan leader. She scrambled for ideas. I have got it. Let us have Zeeut Begung come back. The girl will know what to do. Vin was speechless and thought. Asterisk no more words. You want a Bing to come back and eat dog food. Asterisk everyone in the clan knows your relationship with Dipfum goes way beyond master and apprentice. And you are still pretending to be shy. Meanwhile, Lawson Ualdi Ing, curious, approached and asked Dipfum, Senior, are you carving words onto the monument? Dipfum looked at the piece in his hands, smirking smugly. He said, let us just say so. After all, I have not been back for 2 days, probably not coming back at all. But when she saw your messy handwriting, the girl sighed in disappointment. Ugly writing. Suddenly, Lying remembered something and blurted out. Senior, do you really love eating beast meat that much? Yesterday, I spotted some beast fur in your kitchen. Depfum raised an eyebrow and replied. Yeah, it is true. Beast meat is delicious. Why do you ask? The girl happily made a proposal. Senior, if you team up with me on hunts, I guarantee we will have beast meat every meal. Dipfum looked puzzled. Team up? Are you some kind of butcher? Lying gave a sly grin. Suddenly, a voice cut through, grabbing both their attention. Shimu, are you planning to betray the beast sect? As soon as he appeared, Lying recognized him and called out, Jia-sun. The guy floated above with his dragon, arrogantly shouting down. I thought Shimu really wanted to marry some bald loser from the Lion Kingdom. Turns out, she even dares to manage the beast sect. Huh. Jia-sun smirked confidently. No wonder she is the woman I like the most. Just follow me, and I will handle the sect's business for her. Lying snapped back angrily. The deaths of the steward and Junzun were my doing. When I return, I will take full responsibility. No need for you to manage it. She thought. Calculating. I gotta make a good impression on Senior first. Maybe then he will step in. Seeing her resistance, Jia-sun got furious and ordered his beast. This one go your way. Hu Long, burn this sect to ashes. Then bring Shimu to me. The beast barked a spell in response. Yes, Master. Dipfum stayed cool, glaring at him and warning, I suggest you do not lay a finger on the sect, or you will face the consequences. Jia-sun laughed arrogantly. Consequences? Not on my watch, you pathetic mortal. He waved his hands, commanding. Fire Dragon. Attack! The fire dragon shot a massive fireball toward the Ziyun sect, but the moment the fireball hit the barrier, it vanished into thin air. Jia-sun and his beast could not believe their eyes. He stared wide-eyed at the fireball rebounding back at him. What the hell is going on? Suddenly, fireworks exploded, and Jia-sun and the dragon disappeared instantly. Then a system announcement blared. Item drops must be of rare quality. Please refrain from attacking the sect. Dipfum did not even glance at them. While Lying anxiously rolled up her sleeves and looked up, Jia-sun was knocked far away. Lying on the ground thinking, this sect's formation is seriously messed up. I have to report this to my fake master. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in front of Jia-sun, thigh deep, holding Su-Kao in one arm, peeled off her eye bandage with the other, smiling as she stared down at him. Still want to report something? Huh? Fadep shoved Jia-sun into a coffin, then casually sat on the lid, ignoring his frantic screams. Let me out. Let me out. Wriggling because it was hot, she rolled off him. Su-Kao sat neatly and asked, Sister Fidip, why do you have so many little beds for me to use? She smiled and explained. Of course. It is to save, heal the dead, and help the injured. Suko leaned in curiously. So once I get a little bed, does that mean I just have to be good all the time? Exactly. Fadipe ruffled Suko's head. That is a given. Nearby in the mountains, a beautiful woman stretched comfortably. This was Zibang, the legendary heiress of Ziyun. Zibang blinked, reaching out affectionately in front of her. After being sealed off for so long, thanks for keeping me company. Orange cat, she smiled brightly, savoring the moment as her mistress called her name. Little fire. Zibang's hand was not enough for the orange cat alone. At noon, she mumbled, I wonder how the sect is doing now. First, let me check the order tablet for any messages. As she opened the order tablet, Zibang received a message from Ziyun, reminding her, the Grand Disciple is returning soon. Alarmed, she gasped, Master? Something's wrong. Zibang hurriedly sent her flying sword back to the sect, praying silently, Master, my dear, nothing bad will happen to you. Meanwhile, at the Beast sect, everything was eerily calm. Inside a room, after Lying reported everything, Ziwen finally understood and asked, So you are actually the top disciple of the Beast sect? The girl folded her hands politely and replied, I am only the 7th direct disciple of the sect, 2nd floor of the false layer. Being called a top disciple is still a stretch. She watched the girl warily, voice dripping with suspicion. Why exactly have you come to my sect's 2nd branch? Planning to steal my favorite disciple? Huh? Lying laughed brightly and replied, Grandma, you have got it all wrong. I am just here to invite you as a guest to my Venonth sect. That is all. Hearing the girl call her that name, Tevenon's anger flared so hard that the teacup in her hand shattered, narrowing her eyes. She snapped back. Why on earth should I entertain your request? Lying quickly reasoned. Grandma, you are the master of the senior, should not you be consulting with them first? Teven raised an eyebrow, retorting, if the senior ascended to the void realm, how could he be younger than me? So who is actually the grandma here? The two locked eyes like rivals in a silent duel. Lying chuckled. Honestly, no strength. New youth, what chance do you have to call yourself senior? Teven shot back bluntly. What right do you have to act like the senior? It is just the charm of a mature woman working her magic. Defeated, the girl turned to DP Fum and complained, only for him to turn away and dodge. Don't he try to fool me, I am totally out of this mess. Lying glanced at the two ridiculously huge glowing orbs before her and scoffed coldly. The girl raised her hand to poke her own chest, deep in thought. Then she collapsed into disappointment, thinking, no wonder the senior showed zero interest in my body. Losing this badly is just humiliating. Suddenly, Dipe Fum spoke up. All right, take me to the Vindictive sect. Lying's eyes sparkled as she sat up excitedly. Got it, senior. I will get you there right away. They set off toward the Vindictive sect. Night had fallen, the sky pressing down as birds and beasts scattered in flight. Lying gestured around. Senior, this is the Vindictive sect. Dipe Fum took a moment, looking around with a slow nod. Not bad. Huh. Not sure if it lives up to the Vindictive name though. Suddenly, a large shadow loomed over them, and a fierce voice bellowed. You trespassers. An older man stomped down in front of them with authority. This was Ji, father of Ji, here searching for his son. His voice thundered. Return my son's life this instant. Lying raised her hands defensively. Elder Jia, though there was some tension between me and 5th senior brother. He disappeared after he left. Not only did he not believe her, he slammed the girl's face to the ground, roaring, stop spouting nonsense. Lying struggled to breathe, gasping out, Elder Jia, I am inviting guests for the sect leader and the sect's sake. You can Track cut her off coldly, eyes hard as steel. My son is dead, so what if I kill people? Don't he talk about the sect leader, not even the supreme elder can stop me. Dai Peepfum, who had stayed silent until now, stood to the side, quietly sizing up the man. In the cultivation world, getting strong-armed by the powerful is just part of life, and if this drags on, he might miss dinner. Suddenly, G-Track turned his fury on him. You are the man that scoundrel brought here. I know you are the one who killed my son. Without hesitation, he lunged forward to attack. Depfum frowned. Annoyed, why attack without a word? He stood still, waiting for G-Track's move. Thinking, what if I use the gun my system gave me? Even if I kill him, I can fall into his trap. This guy's a tough nut to crack. Suddenly, a spirit sword appeared before him. Diepfum's face lit up. The Dean sword. G-Track's followers glanced nervously toward them. Diepfum stared at the hovering spirit sword, glowing with a fierce red aura. Realization dawning, this was his spirit sword from a past life, Why was it here? It turned out the sword was transformed by Phi Dippy, who secretly smiled. Thinking, the owner must be shocked. What if I turn human again someday? She thought back to her years of wandering. If the owner knew, she would travel through countless worlds, thanks to her extraordinary intelligence, and even cultivated on her own. Just to return to this moment, he would definitely be moved. G. Trock, 3 times DP from his size, clenched his fists. Looking down with contempt, kid, you really think you can stop me with just a sword? Depfum blinked, confused. Before he could reply, the man charged, shouting, let me turn you into minced meat. Dipfum boldly stares down his opponent's strike, while Five secretly panics. Realizing this is bad, the force is way too strong. I can't hold back anymore. Master, hurry up and fight back with me. Master, can you hear me? Hello? The guy at the console did not get what she was saying. He just grabbed the sword in his hand and thought to himself, looks like if I do not step in, this won't end well. But wait, I do not have any spirit energy now, so I can kill him. Right? With that thought, Dipfum started swinging his sword in a dazzling dance, slicing through the air like a deadly bullet. Fidip watched, pumped up inside, thinking, yes, that is how it is done. When it was over, he stood staring at the bloodied blade. Behind him, Jitrak trembled violently, fresh blood dripping down. He coughed up blood, clutching his wound. Muttering, this can teep. Desperation filled his voice as his entire body suddenly dissolved, vanishing into thin air. His subordinates turned pale, frozen in fear. The Grand Elder's gone. The Grand Elder's dead. They gasped, scrambling to flee. Quick, report this to the sect leader. They hurried over to Diepfame, excitement bubbling over. Senior, you are insane. You are even stronger than the sect leader. One strike and the Grand Elder's down. Diepfame frowned. Annoyed, I did not mean to kill him. Who knew he was that weak? Meanwhile, the real killer, Phi Deep, grinned with pride and claimed, that was all me. Quick on the draw. Suddenly, Dipfime twisted Fadip's arm. Thinking, I get it now, this has got to be some system trap. Phi Deep yelped, blood spurting from the twist. After the rough treatment, Deepfem casually tossed her spinning through the air, then plunged his sword tip into the ground. The subordinates looked at the bent sword, confused. Senior, why do you do that to the sword? Depfam replied coldly, a busted sword. Why keep it? Later, in the sect leader's study at the Wandu sect, after hearing the report, Chan Hu's half-face spoke up. So you are saying the Grand Elder was killed with one strike, but the attacker did not use any spirit energy? The disciple responded, exactly. I saw it with my own eyes. Even many outer disciples witnessed it. Smiling to herself, she mused, that fool's been competing with me half his life. So what if his cultivation is higher? Without brains, you will never lead a sect. Then she turned to her disciple and said, Dunai, clean up the mess. Tomorrow, I want a nice little meeting with an outsider. He nodded immediately. Later, in the main hall of the Wandu sect, Tranhu came out to warmly greet Diepfam, cheerfully saying, Deep, we have been waiting for you a long time. Diepfam asked. Really? She tilted her head. Soft voice. Of course. My dear Dunai has been singing your praises nonstop. Hearing that, Dunai looked puzzled and asked, Dunai, you flatter me. Tranhu turned to her and said, I am thinking of taking someone as a disciple. From now on, you will be my disciple. Right? Depfem crossed his arms. Irritated. With this sister, I am done talking. I only came here to get a long-term meat voucher. That is it, she quickly replied. You want as much meat from the beast as you want. Even abalone from our waters is delicious. Depfem glared at Chanhu, annoyed inside. Don't you think I do not know you are trying to sweet-talk me? Thinking that, Depfem grabbed a crab and asked, Do we have giant crabs here, like the size of a wash basin? Chanhu hesitated. Probably. If not, I will send someone to catch some from the river. Mission accomplished. Depfem smiled. Thanks for the trouble. Then, Chanhu smiled and generously handed him a box, saying, By the way, Depdao, I have a treasure I want to gift you. Dipfam looked puzzled, staring at it. Wondering, what is this? She opened the box, revealing a shimmering object. Chanhu explained. This is a treasure from the money realm. A sharp pine scent hit Diepfam's nose. He looked at the glowing item and sighed. This is... Diepfam held the pouch up, studying it carefully. The scent was familiar, looks like the money Acha. Pouch, Chanhu quickly confirmed. Depdao, your knowledge is vast. This is a rare treasure our sect stumbled upon. Holding a fish in his hand, he smiled warmly and said, This really is a treasure. Animals love this scent. The fish will definitely like it too. Seeing that Chineshi awkwardly smiled and asked for help, Daipo Hiyu quickly tucked it away. Warning, Don't let the immortal energy dissipate. Depfum grinned, proudly, clutching the item in his hand. Quickly agreeing. All right then, I will take it. La looked worried and hurriedly asked. Senior's about to leave. Want to be staying at Ven and the sect for a while. Besides, it is already dark, why rush off now? Lunlung replied. Our master loves the food I make. Hurry back. I still have time to prepare breakfast. As he turned to leave, Dipfum suddenly remembered and reminded. Oh yeah. Little sis, remember to bring ingredients for cooking demon beast meat to our sect's kitchen every week. You know the place, right? Trenechi stepped forward, gesturing to El Yen, who answered with a question. Aren't you supposed to know where my storage is? Hearing that, he relaxed and called back from the gate. All right, I am heading back now. Lunin watched Dipfum's figure fly away and shouted loudly. Senior, in a few days I will come looking for you. But of course, he did not even bother to respond. Deep in thought, he smiled to himself. This is perfect. With these immortal flowers, I am definitely going to catch a big one today. The girl pouted, silently jealous. Senior sure dotes on Master too much. Then she raised her hand with a sly grin, finally tossing the battle-worn sweet potato out of her grasp. The Sunstar Sect's treasure. If it is a fight with Dipzio Hiyu, both sides end up losing. Good stuff deserves to be used right away. Dipfum said as he pulled the immortal flower from his pocket. Then he casually lay back on the wooden bench, resting while waiting for the fish to bite. Excited and hopeful, he exclaimed, Heavenly Tao, bless me. This time, give me a 30-pound fish. As his bait sank into the water, a woman bathing suddenly stirred, clearly attracted by the immortal flower scent of the bait. She smiled gently, immediately realizing the scent was from the immortal flower pouch left by her mother. This was none other than Ontiv, the immortal beauty asleep beneath the deep waters. Suddenly, strands of seaweed stretched out, wrapping tightly around her legs with a dark whisper. Immortal, do not leave us, or take away our immortal power. Looking down at the demonic creatures clinging to her, Omite was shocked, thinking, how long have I been unconscious after being injured? The seaweed turned into a swarm of demonic beasts, fiercely trapping her. Omite struggled against the seaweed's grip, silently encouraging herself. These are just weak strands of moss, I can break free for sure. Suddenly, Dipfum's fishing hook appeared, coincidentally snagging Onit's robe. Seeing the hook bend, Dipfum yelled excitedly, I got a bite. Watching the water ripple wildly, he shouted louder. It is This has to be a big fish. Maybe even the Fish King. Underwater, Onite struggled confusedly. Where did this hook come from? Stop yanking my clothes. But Dipfum was determined, pulling with all his might, bending the rod to haul whatever was below up. He strained and shouted, striking hard at the pride of the angler. Then, as Dipfum looked up, stunned, two large, round, white orbs slammed into his face. Oniat's breasts, frozen. He wondered, is this a float? Or what? Moments later, he grumpily stuffed tissue into his bleeding nose. Owen explained, here's what happened. I sneaked down to find my mother's scent pouch, then got attacked by the Heavenly General. If not for Senior's timely help, Dipfum, annoyed and uninterested, cut her off. No need to explain. Take back your scent pouch. Right now, I just want to know if there are any big fish down there. Onite hesitated briefly before saying, it is complicated. You were not paying attention? Dipfum sighed deeply. Forget it. Just get lost. Seeing this, she bowed respectfully and thanked him. Senior's kindness, little immortal will never forget. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in overhead, thunder crashing violently along with a fierce scream. Onite immortal, after all these years hiding in the shadows, I never expected you would ally with immortal. She startled, looked up, and quickly recognized the voice. Heavenly General. A man with 4 arms appeared through the dark clouds, voice sharp and commanding. You have broken 2 heavenly laws, prepare to be purged. Terrified, Onite ran to cling to Dipfum. Senior, save me. Confused, he muttered, I am fighting a demon. No wait, a heavenly general. Just then, the system chimed in arrogantly. Host, do not be afraid, I am back. Seeing Dipfum stunned, it teased. System, you are not dead. Huh, half an hour ago, T-Bung and her cat rode a sword back to the sect. She got lost on the way. Right now, still rushing over, muttering to himself about the obstacles. Wait. I remember, to the left, there are 2 mountains. Where did those mountains go? Suddenly, T-Bing spots a powerful beam of light striking a mountain and, stunned, realizes this is a celestial relic. Over here, the Chumake system happily kisses Dipfum and blurts out, Host, did not you want to kick the bucket? but you hate being pushed around. Do not start with any crazy antics right after you just got here. Ignoring the chaos behind him as then Taekon chases him down. The system turns to Depi Fum. Host, those days without me must have been rough. Dipe Fum snaps back angrily, pointing at it. Not here. You have got some nerve talking. You pretend you are not here, but then pull all these tricks. What is with this nonsense? The system holds up an item confidently. Hey, the heavens have eyes. Since when do I fake anything? Exactly. This time I brought you an unbeatable treasure. It is gonna blow your mind. For real. Behind, Own Idy screams as then Tenning attacks her. She glares at Dippy Fim, accusing. Senior, why do you just stand there like that? You do not care about her at all. Confused. Dipfum eyes the item in the system's hand, another spirit orb. Man, you really do not fear copyright. Huh? The system shyly replies. Next time, I will switch it up. The system holds the item high, commanding loudly. Alright, let us move out. Where's the chicken system? On cue, Hung Hung pops up, beaming. Finally, I get to appear. This is awesome. The host actually wants me now. The system turns proudly to her. Blood marriage system. Listen up. You are my system kid now. And that guy right there, that is our host. I need you to pump some serious motivation into him. Let us go. Deppy jumps. Curious? What is the system up to now? Hung Hung gets it instantly. Motivation. Got it. She rushes at him. Flames blazing. Shouting with fierce energy. The temptation of power. Strength multiplied 100-fold. Indestructible golden body. Unbreakable spirit. Ultimate victory. The system behind her raises a hand. Ecstatic. Yes, that is it. Make the host happy. Hung Hung soars right into Dipifum. Alright. Daddy magic. Activate. The system panics. Shouting. Holy crap. What are you doing? Hung Hung merges with Dipifum, glowing brightly as she harmonizes with his body. On the other side, Then Tunning is beating on it, grumbling. It is because you immortals sneak down to the mortal realm that us heavenly generals have our salaries docked every year. She screams, struggling. I just want to get back my mother's incense pouch. That is all. As she saw, a voice suddenly cuts through, distracting them. Don't you understand what I am saying? Dipfum rushes over and lands a powerful kick on Then to Turria's chest, sending him flying backward, gently helping Own It up. He warns. I can handle this. Then T-Tame. She is relieved. Bowing. Thank you, Senior. After this, I will make sure to honor your great kindness. Then Tiny Tang, clutching his chest from the kick, growls fiercely. 1,000 years, and I have never been seriously hurt before. Never thought a mortal like you could injure me like this. Pointing at Dipifum, he roars. Kid, you have got some guts. Worthy opponent indeed. Dipfum calmly replies. Worthy opponent. Even immortals like you fall to my blade. But hey, I am just messing with you. Used only a bit of power and already wounded you like this. Those words hit Thin Titivis' pride like a knife twisting deep. He soars up, unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy. You are really testing me now. Dipfum crosses his arms, smirking smugly. Furious, Then Tunting stumps down, gritting his teeth. Die. Thanks to Hung Hung's power, Dep easily grabs his leg, taunting. No hands in the pockets. Then I will use my foot. He forces Then Titang down hard onto the ground. How's that? Then Hung refuses to back down, grinding his teeth as he gets up to strike back. But Deep Fum's already in front, delivering a fierce tiger claw strike to Thithitang's gut, making him cough up blood. The blow is so fierce it sends the Virtidis' form vanishing from sight. Mission accomplished. Hung Hung bursts out of him, shouting, Fight, let us, host. The system hurries over, anxiously asking, Dipifum, are you okay? You woke up angry, pointed your finger, and it clenched. If you dare to control my body again next time, I will do something reckless just to make you fail that mission. Hearing that, he immediately panicked and begged, Master, I am truly... I swear I will manage the system properly and never mess up again. The heavenly general on this side clutched his stomach, trembling as he muttered, How can a celestial being be this powerful? Damn it, my Danshan is shattered now, and my cultivation has dropped to mere ki refining. If not, I would definitely return to crush and annihilate this world. Suddenly, he jolted, realizing there were many human-shaped pits around, one to Leo's right, another to Jia's left. The heavenly general's face turned pale as he thought, Why does this feel like a burial ground for corpses? No way! I have to get out of here as fast as possible. Suddenly, A beam of light shot down from the sky, making him jump in shock. Did approached, glaring fiercely, wondering, another pest coming to bother the master. Why can't you even put up a fight? She pressed the gun to the Heavenly General's head, muttering, too bad the master does not care at all. Feeling weak, he frantically waved his hands and stomped his feet, begging, please do not hit me anymore. I am just a useless wreck now, do not kill me. Six sat atop the jade coffin and said, we do not want to kill anyone. Instead, I will use this bed to teach him a lesson. The nine-tailed fox beside her nodded in agreement. We gotta be good kids and please the master. No more cooking him alive. Seeing the jade coffin, the Heavenly General's face turned even paler as he gasped. The jade coffin. Once a divine spirit lies in there. It is sealed for thousands of years. If I go into refined key, I will come out as a golden immortal, maybe even after tens of thousands of years. This is a prison. If it is open during recovery, then, well, I will just have to suffer. I beg, do not lock me in that coffin. I am willing to trade all the info I have just to save this miserable life. Shu growled and asked him, a life for a life? The Heavenly General stammered, a human life. Deep narrowed her eyes at him and said, all right. Start talking. The Heavenly General raised his hand, conjuring the image of a dragon's footprint, and began explaining that there really was a dragon's mark beneath. Right after, she shoved him into the jade coffin. He screamed, let me out. This is not what you promised at all. Phi-Dipe lounged on the lid and replied, I never said I would set you free. When I catch that dragon, then maybe. As she walked, her eyes suddenly caught sight of the Ziyun sect returning. She awkwardly asked, hey, does anyone know where the Ziyun sect is? Phi-Dipe pointed and answered, over that way. Then thought to herself, purple hair. Must be someone from Ziyun sect. Hearing the directions, Ziven sighed in relief and smiled. Finally found it. Thanks a lot. Just as she reached the Z sect's entrance, Ziven's heart soared with joy. Master, recognizing the familiar voice, Ziven turned sharply. Startled. Seeing her, she exclaimed in surprise, and she hugged Ziven tightly. Thrilled. Master, you are all right? I was worried the purple-haired one would have to send off the silver-haired one. She touched Ziven's cheek, scolding. Where have you been? Sent messages ages ago. Ziven came back a long time ago. Why did you only just return? Zibang forced a smile and explained. Master, please understand. I rushed all the way to the northern border, so I got back late. Suddenly, Daifum noticed a little white cat following Zibang. Zibang sized up Dipifum. He is DP's junior brother. Looks like a promising talent. Nodded smugly. Yeah? Zithan said the same. Hearing the strange name, Daiphium looked up and asked. Senior sister. Who is this Zithan that Master mentioned? Zion stepped forward. Zithan is our second senior sister. He suddenly remembered. Wait, I have 3 senior sisters. Why have not I met her before? Zion slapped her palm on her cheek and explained. She only joined the sect 2-3 months ago. It is normal you have not met her yet. I have been here 18 years and still have not met the second senior sister. Ziyan raised a hand to her cheek and explained. Being new to the sect for only 2 or 3 months, it is normal not to have met senior sister yet. I have been in the sect for 18 years and still have not met second senior sister. Suddenly recalling childhood memories, she said, back then, after I was accepted as a disciple, my family thought I was too young and deeply regretted letting me go, so I could only follow my master back to the sect. Constantly hearing stories about my 2 senior sisters, but until now, I have only ever seen the eldest senior sister. Dipfum curiously approached, sensing a radiant aura enveloping Eft, a presence so strong even the Wolf King seemed overshadowed by it. Ziyan appeared puzzled. Wolf King? Who is that? Suddenly, Tabang gently chimed in. Senior sisters. Junior brother. Stop teasing me and come here for some tea. Both looked confused but politely took the teacups in their hands. Depfam bowed and thanked. Much appreciated. Sister, Ziyan glanced around, wondering aloud, where's our second senior sister? As the 2 reminisced inside. Outside, a female immortal sprinted over, breathless with urgency. Sect leader. Danger. The sect leader's son from Van Thong sect suddenly unleashed a shocking power surge. Hold on. I already know this rotten Van Bien has been around for centuries, even has a kid, and that kid's cultivation level surpasses the elders by 2 or 3 whole ranks. That is just insane. She led her disciples along, cautioning, we must watch out for troublemakers taking advantage of this. Let us all head out and check it out. Everyone replied in unison. Understood. But Daipfam was displeased. Over at Van Thong sect, after reading the letter in hand, Lug Long gasped. What? The vice leader of Tae Doong Tin sect attacked Tu Van sect under Van Thuong's name. Tran Hu turned around and replied, "Yeah, I am shocked too. If I would known, I would not have gifted that treasure to Diep Dao Hiu." She lipped up, smirking. "You are all fools. Get ready with your techniques, we are heading to Tu Van's sect to back them up." The young girl quickly agreed. "Got it." Tran Hu toyed with a flower in her hand, a sly smile crossing her lips as she muttered, "Who is gonna die in this fight? Duh, do not let me down." Outside Tu Van sect, a group of disciples from another school marched in, weapons raised, shouting, "Young master, please protect the sect leader." Tu Van stepped forward, his voice steel sharp. "Protect the sect leader? Didn't you witness his death that day?" Sitting imperiously on a throne was Ma, the current sect leader of Van Thuong sect, vice leader of Tae Doong Tin sect. His eyes flicked toward Dep Fem of Tu Van sect, his face twisted with disdain and hunger. "He is the storm brewing lately. Huh. But he looks more like a mere mortal. Could it be he has mastered some secret cultivation to control his energy? But damn, his physique is not bad at all." Tu Van scoffed. "Van Thuong sect has not had a leader for centuries, and he has never bragged about anything like this. Are your young sect leaders just popping out of their moms' bellies, or hatching from rocks or something? So your so-called young sect leader is a total imposter." Ma Fan sat up to explain, "Saying things like that won't do. How could I fake it? I am a Ma by name. How the hell could Van Thuong sect not be my legacy?" Tu Bang raised her hand to refute. "That is twisting facts. They are just trying to attack our Tu Van sect." Ma sneered, "Spit venom all you want, but if you hand over the celestial treasure, I will let your Tu Van sect live." Tu Van, furious, lunged forward. "If you have got the guts, break through my grand formation and take it." Ma Fan smirked. "Why break your formation? Is there something suspicious about it?" Taunted. Tu Van gritted his teeth, calculating. He planned to use their grand formation to reflect their attack back. But even seeing through it, he would not dare provoke Tu Bang easily. Raising his sword, he shouted, "Master, no need to waste words on this demon. Just fight him," she urged hastily. But someone stopped her. "Tu Bang, hold on." Ma Van welcomed the attack without fear, sneering disdainfully. "Don't I know when to quit? Huh." His strike came hard and fast. Tu Van quickly shielded his face, unwilling to watch. Sighing, "Big disciple. Watch out." Dip Fam stood nearby, soothing, "Master, big sister is fine." Turns out she blocked the strike with her sword. Ma Van became awkward and retreated, already showing your true colors. Tu Bang mocked, "You are scared of her." Huh. Tu Van watched the fight, secretly humiliated. Two disciples with cultivation above his own. Speaking like this in front of them, how embarrassing. Ma Van flicked out a hairpin, snapping back at Tu Bang. "So what if your sect has two peak cultivators?" He brandished the item. "Facing my celestial artifact, you do not stand a chance." As he spoke, the hairpin expanded, radiating immense power. Floating above the hill, Tu Bang stared at the surging purple energy. Panic rising. Asterisk, this guy just ascended and already unleashed a massive attack. How do I defend against this? Asterisk. She glanced back at the two behind her, thinking, there is no way to run otherwise. Tun and the others would just laugh at her. Chun Eche and the Yoling hovered midair on their swords, smirking with a taunt. Taventung really is a hidden beast. Huh. Yet there is still one prodigy left, but not for long. Master, we need to retreat quickly and save our revered elder, or she is toast. Chun Adi brushed his hands off, shaking his head. No retreat. That is a needle forged from a celestial flower. Once it appears, any enemy facing it is doomed. Even though my artifact is divine grade, the damage is not enough, and with such range, there is no way to react in time. She cast a sharp glance down, muttering death under her breath, but in those blood-red pupils was the shadow of Diet Fum. Chun Echi's eyes flickered. Det Zoo also carried the scent of the death flower. Let us see if he dares to use it. Hearing this, he could not help but ask, wait. Death flower. Did she drop it or something? The system hesitated, then said, after checking, it is true. It and Hung analyzed together. By the way, you are still in the mood to chat. Aren't you scared the master sister of the host might die? Scared? Of course. But you have got to understand. During explanations, the surroundings seem, can we save the host's master sister or not? Of course we can. Master, sister, whatever, they are all family to the host. After a moment, Hung raised a finger excitedly, then declared with flair. All right, I got it. I am gifting the host's master sister a 100-layer TM to shield. At the same time, T-Bung raised her sword high, spun it in a dazzling arc. As a purple spiritual force and a giant flower surged toward her, with a boom, It slammed straight into T-Being, and knocking her back several meters. Man jumped up, grinning smugly and threatening. This is the fate of my enemies. Come out. Treasure, or you are all dead meat. From the opposite side, Tien called out anxiously. Master Sister. Tivan rushed over, clutching D. Sifum, yelling for help. Big junior brother. Explain the situation at once. It will be fine. But the master kept pushing back. Let go. Disciples about to be done for. Yet Tabang stood unharmed inside that strange spiritual force, looking around confused. Am I? Muffusion saw this and growled. Why the hell is not she dead yet? Hearing her disciple's voice, she spun excitedly. Big junior brother. Do not be scared. Give it your all and kill that demon, the disciple replied. It is protecting Dape Fim. Sighing, Muffusion looked at Tavin, thinking, I did not say that. But yeah, it is basically true. Tibung drew her sword again, pointed 2 fingers forward gratefully. Thank you, junior brother DP. Now I can fight with peace of mind. Unash sneered with obvious disdain. That was only the first attack. I do not believe you can survive 10 times, let alone 100. Chun Echi peeked through his fingers in disbelief. No way. Hun did not use any spiritual power or artifacts during the entire fight. How could he possibly nullify the celestial flowers as attack? The system whispered. Host, someone's been spying on you all along. He looked up, scanning around, replying, I do not see anyone. She was suspicious from above. Why did he suddenly look this way? Something's off. Curiosity could not hide her. How could he have detected her? Could his strength be greater than she thought? Chenna squinted, studying Difum's amber eyes. Those cold, lazy eyes felt like they saw through everything. What was he trying to say? She bowed her head, doubting herself. Was he disappointed in an ally like her for trying to use him? After thinking it over, Chun Eb grabbed Ingil Ing's hand, ordering, Disciple, let us go help. The girl blinked. Wait, did not you say not to help? The next moment, she transformed into several purple energy orbs, darting down as she called out, Old scoundrel, how dare you attack the Vinenthu sex ally? Mifun turned her gaze toward the voice, questioning, who is there? Chen returned to human form, raising her weapon high. I am Chen, sect leader of Vinthu sect, here to join the fight. A mystical red and blue aura shimmered around her. La Alun, you hovered nearby, adding, I am the sect leader's trusted disciple. Lawson Ualdi Ing, also here to lend support. With a swift motion, he summoned a white flower and said, You, a mere 8th layer void realm cultivator, think you can just come here and watch the show? Under his control, the white flower floated straight toward the 2 girls, his voice reminding them sharply, Don't forget, your opponent is still right here. Then the 4 of them lunged at each other fiercely, while Zion stood back cheering, My precious disciple, you really know how to show up. But he even managed to summon tens of thousands of beasts to join the fight. Yifan turning his back. Master, if nothing's urgent, I will head off first. Zian softly asked, Yi junior brother, where are you going? Scratching his head, he replied, Where else? I am off fishing. Gotta cook dinner later anyway. Scene shifts to a vast lake. Renhai gazed at the view in awe. When Ziyan sect was just founded, the sect leader was just a transformed deity. But now even the Earth Realm fighters can stand against heavenly generals. Truly, the new generation is something else. Suddenly, a voice called out, Who is there? Startled, the man turned and explained, I am just a wandering cultivator, stopping by Ziyun sect now and then to enjoy the lake. Yifan, holding his fishing rod, walked to the nearby bench and wondered aloud. A wandering cultivator. Master never seemed to mind that before. Then I guess it is fine to come in, he said. You are such a newbie, only 3 months, still do not know the sect's rules. Before Yifan could sit, Renhai snatched the spot and grinned smugly, clutching the chair. He said, I am sitting in your spot now. Hey, you okay with that? Yifan shrugged lightly. Sit wherever you want. A chair's a chair. Renhai narrowed his eyes, pondering. Sit anywhere. Huh. Yet my brothers obsess over their personal spots like it is the end of the world. He imagined them fighting over prime feng shui seats. This is my spot. I come here every day. So what? I have been waiting here since 2 a.m. He chuckled. At the end of the day, everyone wants success and happiness. If you want more, you gotta fight for it. No fighting means no gain, he said just as Yifan cast his bait into the water. With practiced ease, Yifan threw out his rod just as Jun wailed in agony. Renhai pointed at him, teasing, You still fishing? Has the danger to Yun Teeping sect been dealt with yet? Yifan sat on a rock, answering, Not yet. They are still fighting it out. Renhai frowned. And you are just out here for fun. I was just passing by. Saw the enemy at late Void Realm level, holding a celestial treasure too. Your senior sister's probably doomed. Yifan calmly shrugged. I am just a mortal. That won't do much. Besides, my senior sister's not one to lose. Suddenly, Renhei shouted. Your senior sister's just ordinary late Void Realm. Could it be your little friend is hiding some godly tricks? Yifan silently admitted. If it involves me. Then yeah. Renhei quickly stood up, deep in thought. Nearly forgot that Yifan was the one who beat the Heavenly General. Looks like he has got plenty of tricks up his sleeve. If only I could tell him my own tough situation. Shaking off the thought, Renhei turned away. I am a martial immortal. If I start whining, I will just lose face. He leaned in close and said, Little buddy, I have got a story to share. Got time to listen? Yifan closed his eyes. Nodding. Go ahead. Fishing just a time killer anyway. Renhei began. I had a friend who was once a prince. Yifan glanced sideways. Thinking, who has not got a friend? He went on. At 13, he betrayed brothers to seize the throne. At 15, he fought northern invaders. By 20, he unified the realm. At 22, enlightened by immortals, he handed over the throne and entered the late Void Realm. At 1,000 years, he ascended to tribulation, but when he flew up, the Heavenly General struck him down, and he could not break through anymore. Renhei asked, Little buddy, do you think my friend has it bad? Yifan raised a finger. If his body's fine, then it is probably mental. Go find a shrink. Renhei gasped. A shrink? Could that be some petty trickster or a legendary creature? Yifan closed his eyes. Feeling uneasy. I forgot there is no therapy in this whole cultivation world. Deepfam boldly suggests, want me to help your friend out? I have got a plan. And I have been itching to sharpen this skill a bit, but fair warning, no promises it will work. Come back in a few days. Nam hai. Clasp your hands and bow in thanks, and I will swing by another time. Not long after, as dusk, he looked up at the raindrops falling and thought quietly. Rain's here. Maybe I should just head back. Just then, Minbach stepped up, shielding Diepfam with his umbrella. Chuckling. Master Hein, what a coincidence. I just got here to hand off some info for Hein. How's everything going? Perfect timing. How's the sect war? Still dragging on. I gotta cook a late meal, or else the food's gonna get cold. He raised a finger and recapped. It is. Heard the enemy bolted like scared horses, did not even scratch a single hair on Senior Sis to bang. The two headed back to the sect together. Diepfam could not help but admire. Senior Sis really is something else. The next morning, from inside the sect came the voice of Tran Hu. Dao He Tuvem. Anyone heard of her? Teen Tram? Her disciple managed to snatch one of the legendary treasures left by Teen Thean Koong Day 50 years ago. Mafan and I went head-to-head bidding for Teen Tram. The auction hit 2,000 premium spirit stones. Tuvan exclaimed wide-eyed, 2,000 spirit stones. Might as well just sell it to her. She gave a wry smile. Clearly practical. Daohu Tuvan's not joking. Teen Han left at least 5 top-tier treasures, and her sect owns 2 of them. Why not hunt down the other 3 to strengthen the sect? She clasped her hands, pressing. So what about the 2 already found? Tranhu continued. The sacred pouch of Teen Thean is in Dao Hiu's hands. Just then, 2 others arrived. Minbach peeked in, asking, Senior Master, Senior Sis, are they not here? Tuvan stepped forward, replying, they have gone to rest. It is just me and the true sect leader here, by the way. Dear disciple, she said, the sacred pouch really in your hands? Diepfam startled, admitting, yeah, but I am not carrying it. She pressed, where is it then? Gave it to someone else. Diepfam sighed. To a Teen Thean. Tuvan's eyes widened. The miracle that happened that day. Was that the true Teen Thean? Right? Why did not you tell me? He groaned. You never asked. Tuvan frowned. Reproaching. Important stuff like that. You gotta tell your senior. Got it. It is just common courtesy. She said. Diepfam just smiled, dodging the apology. All right. Senior Master. Next time, I will fill you in. Behind them, Tranhu smirked, then called out in a teasing tone. Dao Hiu. Do you think my performance today earns me the title of Dao Van Sec's best ally? He clasped his hands behind his back, eyes fixed on the wound. Warning. This cut's pretty deep, needs immediate care. She beamed with pride. Feeling on top of the world, looks like she has got him hooked. No man can resist this kind of beauty. Yet Diepfam turned serious. Take Dao Hiu to the guest room to rest and heal up. Minbach happily agreed. Got it. Leaving Tranhu wide-eyed. Blurted. Woo. Seriously, she could only watch in disbelief as Minbach took charge. Explaining. The guest rooms are in the disciples' quarters. Just down the hall, if you want food delivered. Just find an outer disciple wearing the same robe as me. Tran Hu thought to herself as she followed along. This time, the Dao Van Sect took a big hit, but Dao Hiu showed no sympathy. He even had an outer disciple escort him to the guest room to rest. Wait a minute, this outer disciple is already at peak Yuan Yang level. These two are actually stronger than the true master of Tu Van. She scowled, quietly realizing the truth. I get it now. This guy is Deep Dao Hiu's loyal right-hand man. While the sect leader is weak and foolish, probably just a puppet Deep Dao Hiu supports. Suddenly, the sky blackened as a dragon appeared, surrounded by crackling lightning, ready to make its grand entrance. The two were terrified at first sight, shouting in unison. Dragon's coming! The watchdog lunged forward, trying to bite it, but the dragon twisted and laughed. You can catch me that easily. It swung around, catching the little beast off guard and knocking it down. Tranlong gaped wide, snarling, you better just drop dead. Just as it was about to swallow the little beast chief, several bursts of red spiritual energy shot through the air in a flash. Mighty Tranlong was slammed to the left, his whole body blackened like a burnt fish. The nine-tailed fox, standing on the ground, excitedly lipped up. Phi deep, says, his head got slammed hard to the side. It suddenly seemed enlightened and exclaimed, so that is how it is. The two had no idea Tranlong was secretly glancing sideways, cursing under his breath. Damn it, her magic treasure is way too strong. No way I can just lie low like this. In the 36 stratagems, running away is the best option. He swiftly soared straight into the sky, leaving Phi Dip and the two pets stunned. Phi Dip quickly recovered her breath and shouted, Weird dude. It is trying to escape, chase after it. The Heavenly General nudged her. Hey, I already told you. If you catch Tranlong, you have to release me immediately. She demanded. She has not agreed yet. Wait until I catch it. Then we will talk. He yelled in frustration, clearly not trustworthy. She tricked me again. Tranlong's roar echoed like thunder across the sky, while streaks of lightning twisted around his body, forming dazzling beams of light. Tran Hu on the other side saw the danger and could not help but exclaim, This is bad. After a fierce struggle in the cold mist, Tranlong plunged straight down to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. After the storm, the skies cleared. With tears welling up, he humbled himself and begged, Human monk, please spare my life. I am willing to make a contract with the Empress. She was surprised. With me? Tranlong's eyes sparkled in confirmation. She clenched her fists. Puzzled? No wonder there was suddenly a heavy rain. It turns out there is a true dragon who can call the storms. This is one of the most powerful spiritual beasts in the world. If you can force it to swear a contract with humans, even immortals from the higher realms would not be able to claim it. This hot potato is impossible to get now. Yet Tran Hu smiled brightly and offered, Sorry, I have already made contracts with many spiritual beasts, and I do not have enough spiritual energy left to create one more. How about I help you make a contract with this young man? The price is just one heart-protecting unicorn scale. Minbach gawked, pointing at himself. What? Can I really make these great dragons into spirit beasts? His face instantly went pale. Well, it is like this. She leaned in close and whispered to Tranlong. He is just a raw. Even if you can overcome this crisis, you can still break the contract yourself. Only then did he realize. So that is how it is. Tranlong bowed deeply in gratitude. Thanks a lot. I owe you one. Tran Hu sent a heart emoji and said, Don't worry. Leave it to me. Meanwhile, Phi Deep, the nine-tailed fox, and the little beast were flying atop an unidentified craft. Searching everywhere for him, she gripped her weapon and wondered aloud. Where's the true dragon? Suddenly, the little beast pointed sharply. Right ahead. Phi eyed the two in front suspiciously. Who dares to steal from their master, deserve to die. And there is a raw gem too. Why did she force the true dragon to sign a contract with this guy? Meanwhile, Tran Hu was sizing things up. Is this the person who hunted my spirit beast? This is bad. She giggled to herself. Forget it. At least I got the heart-protecting unicorn scale. Not a total loss. The nine-tailed fox puffed up proudly and charged at Munbach suspiciously. Phi Deep, says, I think this guy is the master's junior disciple. The little beast sniffed and ran over. It quickly found a clue and reported. The fox is right. In his pant. There is stuff that belongs to the master. Minbach blushed and shooed. Are you really Depp Senior's spirit pet? I am a dumb dog. Stop sniffing around so much. Tran Hu blushed bright red, imagining things she should not, and muttered again. Stuff that belongs to the master. Huh. She covered her mouth to stifle a laugh and whispered. Diep really gets along with the true dragon. Huh. He shyly denied it. That is not what you think. Phi Dep smiled and stepped forward to introduce herself. So you are Dip Senior's junior disciple. It was just a misunderstanding. Minbach waved it off. Sorry. This Tranlong has a contract with me. If you want, I will break it and return him to you. She immediately replied. No worries. I will just use what is in the coffin to train him. The Heavenly General was left speechless, Well, Tran Long begged. Please. I do not want to see that woman again. The two whispered back and forth, leaving Tran Hu feeling completely out of place in this strange scene. She froze with a face full of complaints. Damn it. Looks like I just lost a dragon. Not long after, the sky darkened again, and a light drizzle began. Depfam stood in the courtyard, pondering how to pull out the second elder brother. Wait, a friend from my past life once gave me a recipe for honey wine and soda. I even tried a few sips. Man, it was absolutely amazing. He got excited and realized that when it comes to brewing, borrowing equipment from the alchemy sect would be way better. Massive quantities and plenty of space. Raindrops kept falling silently, covering every nook and cranny of the place. Thinking this, Deepfam walked in the rain, calling out, Second Elder. You there? I am here to borrow some gear. He felt something was off but kept calling. Second Elder. Unaware a pale hand was reaching out from behind. Yuan, with her pink hair, slipped her hand around Depfem's neck and sighed. Finally, I have got my chance. She smiled at him teasingly. So soft, so cozy, I really like it. Yuan whispered to Depfem as if he were her kitten. A little cat like you was basically born to be spoiled by your big sis. No joke, he was speechless. A cat. Second Elder. Do I really look like some kind of pet to you? She grabbed Depfam's cheek and puckered up. Give me a kiss, lem smooch you. But he got goosebumps and pushed her away. Second Elder. Why are you acting like my grandpa? You sure you did not take the wrong medicine? He burst out. System, help me. It immediately appeared, eagerly asking, what is up, host? This is the first time you called me. Need anything? Seeing the system ignore the situation, he hurriedly said, I have thought it through. If I find another host to cause trouble, okay? The system held its head, groaning. Can you not do that right now? Hong, the demon advisor, warned. You idiot. Why save the host? Maybe next year you will have a little host of your own. It chuckled, covering its mouth. If your kid inherits the system, that'd be so unprofessional, but hey, I like. Depfem grinned and said, don't mess it up. Cut to inside the sect. Zivan's right eyelid twitched nonstop, making her uneasy. Strange. Right eyelid twitch means trouble. Left means fortune. Remembering old sayings, Zivan slammed the table in panic. Oh no? Something's happened to my disciple. Cut back to Depfam's place. Yuan still clung to him, pouting. Let Big Sis give you another kiss. Then we will go eat some dried fish. Okay? Just then, Zivan barged in with Chan Hu and Long. Hang asked. Second Elder, have you seen my precious little Z? But the scene before Zivan left her mouth agape. Yuan was still glued to Depfam. Small Yuan answered. Sect Leader, you are here already. Lua suddenly flew into a rage, grinding her teeth. Fang Yuan, what are you doing with my precious Z? Yuan, unfazed, replied. Just smooching. Petting, making it all nice. Zivan stormed forward, shoving them aside, yelling, snap out of it. She still looks clueless. Sect Leader, what is going on here? Tran Hu, watching from behind, jiggled and mused. No wonder Depdao Hiu never wants to leave Zivan's sect. I have got to behave well this time. Can T miss the chance? Actually, I should take this moment to teach Diep Dao Han how to cook rice properly. Long, standing nearby, had to peer through binoculars to see what was going on. Classic Deep Senior only likes things intense. They used this to pressure Deep Senior into becoming their loyal servant. Yuan folded her arms, asking, loyal servant, where do you learn that weird term? Chen Hu, ignoring it, charged forward. No matter what, Zivan, I am here to back you up. The little girl joined in too. I want to let you lay claim to Dip Senior. Zivound, blocking them. My sect's business is not for outsiders to meddle in. Yuan hugged Diep Fam, complaining. If you want to spoil a kitty, just say, why start a fight? Soon, it turned into a full-on brawl among the disciples. Stop fighting. I was wrong. Only Diep Fam sat there, holding his head, groaning. Such a headache. If only I would known sooner. I would not have gone to the alchemy sect alone. Suddenly, a strange scent filled the entire room. Diep Fam sniffed his shoulder, muttering, why does it smell like sauce here? At that moment, the fierce battle had finally ended. The place was a wreck, and everyone was exhausted to the bone. Ingredients were scattered all over the floor. Dry spring pond water, drunken delight, 1,000-year sweet nectar, heavenly blossom dew. He quickly dashed over, picking them up with a puzzled look. The aroma was almost identical to the legendary brew he would tasted before. If mixed right, it might just revive that top-tier liquor once again. Then, Duok Fam stood up and left. Liang. Seeing this, wailed miserably. Senior, help me. He paused and replied coldly. You guys handle yourselves. I have got more important things to do. Liang was pinned down by the others, gasping for air like he wanted to quit. I am beat. I am not mad anymore. Half a month later, the immortal Jade Peak reached its summit. Muffin sneaked outside with a satisfied smirk. The crew from the Vindictive sect finally left, making the search for immortal Zen way easier. Henlang stormed inside, clutching shorts and chicken feet, frustrated and confused. Weird. Where would those girls from the VN sect hide their treasured immortal Zen? No way. If I do not flip this place upside down today, I am not giving up. Not far away. A ceramic jar stood quietly on the edge of the table. Muffin hurried over, grabbed it, and popped the lid, muttering under his breath, they would not hide stuff in a dumb spot like this. Right? Damn. Smells good though. Maybe I will just take a sip, and could not resist and downed it in one gulp. Outside, under the clear moon and cool breeze, Nehemhai and Dipfum walked side by side. He spoke up. Little Hiu, can you tell me the plan for retreat? My patience is running thin waiting. Bai Hiu reassured him. Don't worry, the longer the wine ages, the better it gets. It even needs to sit for half a year. Namhai blinked, surprised. Wine? Wait, so Little Hia's solution is just wine? Suddenly, a wild laugh echoed from behind. I must stand atop this world, commanding everyone's awe. Dipfam rolled his eyes at the guy's delusions. Who is really on top now? Seconds later, the two vanished, leaving only a voice echoing. Let me go check this out. Turns out, Mafun was staring at the moon, chuckling to himself. He rushed over, realizing the Sun Passion sect leader suddenly showed up at the Ziyun sect. What is going on? And spun around, waving his hand. You rotten man, that is my stuff. Namhai got pissed, kicked Ma Fan to the ground, and immediately his body radiated a golden energy and was not backing down either. You dare mess with me? If I do not crush you today, I will rename you Horse Droppings. Purple energy surged in his palm. Namhai furrowed his brow, analyzing. Double realm pressure. Just his innate force. Ma Fan screamed. Become part of my notebook. With that, he lunged his palm toward Namhai, ready to strike. In a flash, a blinding explosion erupted right before them, splattering fresh blood against the wall. Namhai stared at the scorch mark in awe. Weird, he only has the innate gift, so why is his pressure like double realm level? And why does he reek of wine? Depfam woke up, holding a wine jar, mumbling. No wonder that guy was shameless, he was sneaking sips of the forbidden brew. He gestured toward it, hinting, little friend, if there is any wine left, why not share it with me? But the other instantly refused. No way, it is way too raw. It has only been brewing for 10 days, not nearly enough time for the flavor to peak. Namhai pondered, feeling like a hero. It is not right. After drinking it, Ma Fan's strength nearly matched double realm level. If I drink this, can I gain innate or immortal power for a short while? He suddenly dropped to his knees in respect. Little friend, I want to drink your brew. Depfam nodded. Go ahead. Good wine never causes pimples. Just then, a system notification popped up. Chicken blood system. Did someone drink wine and cause trouble? Hong Hong shook her head, denying it. Nope. I have been on my best behavior lately. The system leaned in, asking, then why does your wine have such crazy power? Ong Hong just sighed. Could it be that this wine's effect is not strong, but it actually amps up the drinker like some kind of stimulant? The system gasped in surprise. Stimulant? Huh, not a bad way to put it. Guess I need one of those too. Suddenly, a shadow engulfed the two of them, making Hong Hong panic and demand. Who are you? How can you see us? The figure turned and pointed ahead, questioning. How do you see my system? The system standing beside gave off a cold chill, muttering, this guy controls a different system. Out of nowhere, a mysterious energy shot toward the system, sending it flying backward. Meanwhile, the red system and the stranger wearing a conical hat pointed accusingly. Finally found you. Host, she was the one who, at the final settlement, boosted the growth system holder's power by 75%. The system clutched its stomach, grimacing. Growth system? What nonsense are you spouting about her? Turns out the red system was Daethong. It sneered mockingly. No wonder it is a low-grade system. It does not even know its own subsystem's function. What a useless joke. Suddenly, they all lunged toward DG Chiefum. The system nearly died, shouting, that guy's my host. Kill him for me. It charged ahead, creating piles of gold around itself, fiercely protecting its host. No one harms my host. The system spun around, forming blazing golden rings to shield its master. Auto use. Time bullets. Auto use. 9th level chrysanthemum. You impressed? Huh? Namhai shouted, Who is trying to ambush my little buddy? The stranger sneered coldly. Thinking. Blocked already. Huh. He turned to DZ Sifum, urging, Host, let us team up fast. Other hosts are out for blood. The host frowned. Repeating. Not actors. Right? Nope. This host just arrived. Right? The system muttered. No way. The stranger hovered in mid-air. Admiring. No fear despite the chaos. Looks like a brave host. Guess I gotta show some real power. He said. Stepping forward. Little buddy. Watch out. This one's strong, Dathong announced. Night login detected. Hosts prepare for battle. He twisted his arms. Chanting. Transform. The stranger floated midair, surrounded by blazing red spiritual energy as the countdown hit 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Transform. This guy was none other than DP Fong. The system warned repeatedly. Host, we are illegal immigrants here. Remember, no killing the natives. The stranger snapped back. Got it. Dipe Fum was both scared and amazed. The system held its head in despair. Host, is this some drama? If we do not fight back, we are dead. Num Hai stomped the ground, launching upward. Reminding. Little buddy, I will check out the opponent's moves first. Before he could do anything, Dipe Fong landed a blow, sending him crashing into the nearby cliff amid his confusion. Dathong bragged. See, low-grade system. This is the true power of my host. The system went berserk. Cut it out. You are just lucky your host listens. Also, you said no killing natives, so you are their lackey. Huh. Dathong cursed loudly. Damn it. Do not call me a lackey. Host, pull me back or I will kill this guy. I will give you a heavenly blazing sword. The stranger laughed scornfully. Hear that? Dipe Fong soared higher, his dazzling purple shield blazing. Now, I will make you and your host vanish from this world. Listen up, he shouted. And unleashed identical clones, all charging straight at Dipe Fong. The system quickly formed a small golden shield. Careful. Little buddy. It whispered. Dipe Fong glanced sideways, muttering, if he is tough, then bring it on. Dipe Fong turned to the system, asking, you not thinking of running? Before he finished, the system cut him off. Hold up. The system stood firm, pushing the shield toward Dipe Fong, shouting, Meteor Strike 7. But Dipe Fong easily shattered the shield with swirling black and red circles. In the blink of an eye, shards rained down. The system grimaced, barely holding after that hit. Dipe Fong stood tall, basking in his arrogant momentum. This is how it ends for you. Meanwhile, the system lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Dipe Fong bent down, gently asking, how bad is it? The system grimaced. My current health is over 2 million. But that hit wiped out 300,000 in one blow. The stranger angrily pulled out a red talisman, cursing. Damn it. This system's strong. No matter how much you resist, right in front of me. Someone might tough it out through 7 or 8 rounds. But can they survive the 10th? Dipe Fong flicked 2 fingers, sending the talisman hurtling forward with confidence. Boasting, I have got plenty more tricks up my sleeve. This moment. This is the grand finale. Suddenly, a razor-sharp weapon pierced through the candlelight. It sliced his talisman clean in half. Dipe Fong's jaw dropped in shock. Blurting out, what the hell? He eyed the weapon suspiciously. An ice blade. Bagai appeared swiftly, issuing a warning. Where did that beast come from? How dare it mess with our official ranks? She tossed her head. Challenging. And you dare pick on my little brother? Hung Hung standing nearby nodded fiercely, eyes icy with agreement. The system scrambled, tears welling, throwing its hands up. Boigia, please. You are supposed to save me. Begia waved it off. Save your little sister. First, pay back the luck points you owe me. She recalled the past. The device's content was unreadable. Only a meek chuckle escaped. I blew it all. Bai Jian gritted her teeth, scolding. Seriously. Every single time you drag me into trouble, and you nearly got my previous host killed. Living with you is like living with a nagging mother. The system was not scared. It reached out proudly. Host, I am your loyal sidekick. Did you hear that? From now on, she is our mom. She warned, call me properly. Got it, Dipe Fong muttered under his breath. Feeling insulted. Who dares ignore me like that? She is a high-level system. The fake system whispered beside him. She can fight like me, no way to escape. Unless she is restrained by her host. Maybe she could sneak an attack. Hunda lifted his sword high. Then let us strike first and strike hard. Hit her so fast she wanted to know what hit her. He agreed instantly. Got it. Host, I will max out all your stats. Boost speed to supersonic. Add Phoenix Dance Guild buffs. Shield you with high energy protection. ice armor, and mastery of 10 weapon types. But bad luck, Dip Fong took a running leap high into the air. He swung his sword forward, not forgetting to shout, "Charge! Cover me! Do you say Thumb? He is right behind us." "Watch out!" Bugia glanced behind and thought, there is some unspoken understanding between the master and the apprentice. Suddenly, a mysterious swirling vortex appeared behind her. Just then, Dep Fong and Di Theng dashed straight inside. He shouted, "Danger!" looking around the strange place. He wondered, where exactly are we? System, how do we get out of here? Suddenly, a voice echoed, "You are not getting out," the superstar master of catastrophe sneered. "Obviously because you wasted the system's resources." Daipfeng stared, confused. "Superstar master. A system even stronger than the central system. How did we end up facing this kind of system all of a sudden? Is that your excuse?" Bai Jia stretched out a hand to toy with him. "Warning, free yourself from this disguise, or face a violent death." Shortly after, she broke free, grabbing Date Feng by the collar with one hand and holding Da Thung with the other. Announcing, "The troubles handled." The system was a Westruck. "She is not just a humanoid system. Her power far surpasses ours. She is our goddess," Bai shyly said. "I like how that sounds. Tell me more." Suddenly, she turned to Dipi Fum and fired off a question. "You are Daifum, right? How's training going with your master?" A nearby host named Daipi Fong had 2 kids with Master Lef Thian Tai. He stammered, "Why are you so interested in my business?" Leia hinted, "Master and I keep things clean. Your host is just as pure with her master." She squinted mischievously. "Want me to help you reach the peak of your life? If you are bound with me, even the goddess of Genesis can't stop me from making that happen." The system cut in. "Boigia, you are cruel. How dare you poach from my house? That host belongs only to me." Daipfum did not bother replying, shooing them away. "Go away. We do not need any of you." Vi shot back. "What a shame," thinking to herself, "in this life, to be rejected like this. What a complicated man. When I get back, I will have to investigate carefully." Taking advantage of the moment, Di Theng planned to bail. No one cared about him any more perfect chance to escape. "Sorry, host. I do not want to get wrecked by the central system." Hung Hung spotted him flying off and yelled, "Danger!" He is trying to run. The wild heart, proud and unyielding, often shows its face when it turns back. "You want to catch me?" Too late for that. She blinked toward that direction, her pupils glowing with a mysterious purple light. With a bold flick of her wrist, she shouted, tears streaming. Time froze, trapping him where he was. No escape. The wild heart screamed as he was caught and restrained. "How did you do that? Why am I in your hands?" The system stood by, stunned. How did she pull that off? Just one glance and he was already hers, holding him in her hands. She laughed loudly and said, "That is my little secret," then teasingly dragged the wild heart back, accusing, "Aren't you the master escape artist? Yet you dare to abandon your host?" The system blurted out challengingly, "You won escape me. I am filing a complaint with the Supreme Arbitration System." The wild heart shot back coldly, "File all you want." In a blink, he was torn in two right before Hong Hong and the system's eyes. She handed him a chip and said, "This is for that person." The system, surprised, asked, "A chip? Why are you giving this to me?" The wild heart whispered, "Receiving this data will help that person and the host repay their future debts." He cried, lamenting, "Please, no more about paying debts." Dapfam now doubted this system really can't be trusted. Even a hidden host will be betrayed at the critical moment. After that, she pulled Deep Fong through the dimensional gate, reminding him, "I am sending this time traveler back first." The system happily replied, "If there is anything, just let me know." "Got it, Mom," he said. She snapped angrily, "Don't call me Mom." Minutes later, he went to Nemhai and shook him awake. "Get up, it is freezing outside. You will catch a cold." Nemhai woke and asked sharply, "What about that big, powerful guy?" "He is gone," Depfem said calmly. "The matter is settled. He won't be coming back." "Who is responsible?" "Another strong fighter from Van Tong." Namhai pressed. Just then, a glowing hole appeared on the ground, and a yellow eye with sharp claws emerged from the abyss. Next day, everyone gathered for gossip. "Hey, did you hear? Van Tong's been meddling in the demon beast meat trade. 10 pounds gone." Actually, it was only 4 or 5 pounds, but the storage is half empty already. "No way. The elder must know something. Probably just an excuse to cover up." They argued about the fierce beast. "That is nonsense. Last night, I got up to pee. One said, I swear I saw a monster tens of meters tall right at the sect gate. It is dangerous. If that is true, I will cut off my head for you. A monster that big sneaking into the sect to steal meat. That is a joke. A week later at Xine Yufeng, Tuvan confirmed. Since the demon beast meat stock dropped, Depfam asked straightforwardly. I mean the demon beast meat supply has hit rock bottom. She replied. Now, everyday disciples complain no meat means no joy. No meat means death. Nehemhai leaned on the door and said, Little buddy. I checked. No strangers have entered or left the sect in days. The meat vanished on its own. Vando Tong might be behind this. Tuvan glanced at the outsider, wondering who he was and why the precious disciple always had strangers nearby. Shrugging at the thought of a delicious meal, he said, If there is not enough demon beast meat, the barbecue's off for a few days. Later, Vando Tong delivered goods. Just then, the door creaked open. Tran Hu and Long Long entered to greet them. Deep understood back again. Senior, long time no see. Depfam glared at them and added sharply, Spit it out. Now, Tuvan eyed her suspiciously. Sect leader Tran, you are in such a rush. Why have not you notified Tuvan Sect? Are you here to deliver the shipment personally? Don't you have anyone to do that? Tran Hu chuckled and waved her off. Come on, I am the sect leader. I only visit when there is something important. Long Long turned, holding out a treasure to Deep Fame. Senior, I have something for you. He picked it up and asked softly, What is this? The girl proudly said, It is a protective talisman I made myself. Depfam nodded, mute. The elder secretly thought, That little rascal. Giving a gift like this, how cheap. Tuvan crossed his arms fiercely, driving them away. Sect leader, what business do you have? If this is just about your disciple coming to deliver the life protection talisman, then speak up, then hurry up and leave. She smiled and got straight to the point. Actually, this involves the Great Lying Kingdom. My disciple was originally promised to the 7th Prince of Great Lying, but she suddenly broke off the engagement. That is easy to handle. Though Great Lying nurtures many cultivators, they are still fundamentally mortal and dare not meddle with our sect. But later we found out once. A Great Lying Emperor walked the path of cultivation, completed his tribulation, attained enlightenment, and even ascended. Recently, he returned to the Eastern Emperor's domain. Dipfum noticed Nemhai smiling subtly and asked curiously, Big brother, what is so funny? Don't you know he is the immortal emperor, the ancestor of Great Lying, who overcame the heavenly tribulation and just came back to Eastern Emperor's realm? Trena chuckled and posed a grim scenario. What if one day he raises his army to punish our Wan Shao sect? We would be in deep trouble. Moai scoffed, feeling it was not her problem. Isn't this your disciple's own mess? Why drag the Dveen sect into it? She pointed her palm toward Daipifum and said, Of course. We are looking for Deep Zioho to help. You are just pointing fingers at me. Huh, what help can I possibly offer? Trena explained. Daipio is arguably the strongest in the mortal realm. We need him to accompany me to Great Lying. I believe this will settle everything smoothly. Daipfum quickly refused, but I do not want to go to Liangliang. Seeing this, she put on a pitiful face and softly asked, Senior, do you really want me to be forced into marrying some guy in his 40s or 50s? The woman next to him tilted her head, thinking, only in his 40s or 50s. That is still young. Is not. Trend pressed on. Let Daipio go. If anything happens to Liangliang, he might fall into a terrifying madness. Namahai stepped forward, slinging an arm around him, adding, Little Higus, pretty familiar with Great Lying. It is actually wonderful, beautiful scenery. Bustling cities, cultural wonders, and tons of delicious food. A trip to Great Lying would not be a bad idea. Daip Fu molded over, realizing he had not gone out for a long time. She seized the moment to speak. Daichi-o, it is settled then. Tuven could only silently curse. Damn it! Trying to use madness and tribulation to trap my precious disciple. Yet he had no choice but to agree. Sect duties are overwhelming. Even going to Great Lying won't gain me anything. What am I to do? Just then, Tuven and B stepped forward and called out. The One Show sect members have arrived. Without a word, she tugged on her sleeve and ordered. Great disciple, you are just in time. Come with your junior brother on a trip to Great Lying. Tabung just grunted in response, while Tuven shot her a furious glare. She reminded. Great disciple, remember the mission I entrusted to you. Tabung cleared her throat and agreed. Master, I won't let you down. Tuven nodded approvingly and warned. Precious disciple, if you can stand it in Great Lying, return quickly. She nodded firmly. I understand. Master, soon. The group boarded a flying ship heading forward. Daip Fum sighed inwardly. I want to go back to the Ven sect. Everyone noticed and quickly asked. Little junior brother, why the long face? Not poisoned, right? Is it because Deep Zio Higu's health is weak? Senior, Can I help with anything? The system and Heng Hung inside kept suggesting useless things. Host, you are currently at high altitude. This is a plateau reaction that only mortals get. Host, I have eased your body's burden. Do you want to try the system's special medicine? He snapped. No way. I do not need any of your stuff. The two gave up and sighed. Host still the same. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in noisily, a few lightning bolts striking down. Liang Liang frowned. Puzzled, Yu Daifeng simply blurted. Storm's coming. Chun Aichi quickly looked sideways at the little junior brother. This is not a storm. I feel it is the pressure from the higher realms. He stared at the blazing golden energy ahead and murmured, this scene feels oddly familiar. Could it be an immortal from the upper realm? The system quickly confirmed. Host? Correct. Above is indeed a celestial immortal. No sooner had the thunder cracked than a bolt of golden lightning struck straight down. Depfam saw own dad crying and shouted in surprise. Why are the other three seem like immortals? Are they really immortals? She stopped crying the moment she saw him, her amber eyes wide and adorably bright. Ondat clung to Diepfam and pleaded. Senior, please help me. Three beauties peeking out watched and shouted. Little junior brother. Depdao, you actually know immortals. He could only sigh inwardly. I am just a mortal. Why do they all want me to save them? The system smugly said. Don't worry. You have got us. The celestial generals on site pointed each other toward Onda Z's location. Found her? She is right there. The system and Hung Hung exchanged baffled looks. Weren't these the celestial generals the system just defeated? Why do their faces all look the same? Dait Fum's face twisted in shock. Could it be? They are the three treasures. Onai took a deep breath and shouted. Senior, I am on my knees begging you. Please help me again. I swear I will be your loyal servant for life. Lo Uding stepped forward and said flatly, being a servant, our sisters taught us that is just selling your body. With no choice, he grabbed his pants and agreed. All right, I get. Just stop pulling on my pants. The celestial general scowled and threatened. Hong Nun, how many times have you escaped the upper realm? That is a grave offense, and colluding with the lower realm. That is a death-worthy crime. Plotting to assassinate celestial generals. Absolutely unforgivable. This time, Yuan Ti lived to see another day. She protested from below. I swear, I did not kill any celestial generals. I do not know anything. Hung Hung quickly defended herself. Me neither. I even spared his life back then. The two celestial generals brandished their weapons, teeth clenched as they called out names. Suddenly, a golden spiritual beam shot down from the sky with chilling words. Despicable. The place erupted into chaos, shouting. Dragging. Confusion. Little junior brother. That is a celestial thunderstorm. Let us get out of here. If we stay here, we are dead meat. Senior, do not. We can definitely beat them. Boom. Suddenly, the celestial generals were hit by a surprise attack, triggering a terrifying explosion. It was Hung Hung firing cannons at them. Host, look, I have taken care of it. The system nearby frowned. Clearly unimpressed. Are you really the system's battle queen? You said you leveled up 5 times? But the result is just more power and some fancy bullet magic. The others peeked out cautiously, muttering, taken care of. Little junior brother, I did not expect you to be this strong. I am out, this is not my fight. La Amonyi glanced around. Searching. Right? Where's our master? Tabung shrugged. Looks like he ran off. Daitfum crossed his arms and sharply asked On Ziet. Wait, did not you flee earlier? Why are you back in the lower realm? She quickly explained. The number of celestial generals in the upper realm has skyrocketed. Plus, my current strength has dropped a lot. Returning up there means certain death. The girl on the other side called out anxiously. Master? Ti Bung poked his head in to remind them. My power has weakened. Onwa added. When the celestial generals chased me, I made a bold decision in that desperate moment. I split my soul and divine power into 7 parts, hiding them in treasures and scattered them everywhere. So when I finally die, I can come back like a legend in the realm of Rebirth. Not sure if it is luck, but the first wave of celestial generals did not kill me. I ended up sinking into a lake for hundreds of thousands of years, though now my power is only 1/10 of what it was. He squinted, comparing, why does your situation remind me of Voldemort and the Horcruxes? Or should I say, 7 soul shards? Trundaipum reached into his pants pocket. That is right, On Hai panicked, sweating profusely, and tried to stop him. Senior, you want to do what? This is not the place for that. He pulled out a blue hairpin. What are you talking about? This hairpin, it is yours, right? Onai grabbed it and immediately recognized it. My hairpin is with you. Senior, how would anyone know that? Femme shrugged. If it is a fatal blow, then your stuff is nothing special. She closed her eyes, feeling the spiritual energy within, and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. The soul and immortal power have not diminished much. Lazen Yualdi Ing, clearly intrigued, exclaimed. That immortal chick just got even stronger. Onai modestly chimed in. You are kidding, right? Wait until I snatch a few more mystical treasures. Then I will truly be a born immortal. Sul seized the moment to ask. By the way, did you screw up in the upper realm? Why risk your life by dropping down to the lower realm? She bowed her head, voice heavy with regret. It is a long story, but it all started because of our immortal emperor. Back then, our immortal emperor was kind-hearted and rarely meddled in the affairs of the elder immortals. He had one philosophy to maintain the balance of reincarnation in the upper realm. Birth, death, and the cycle in between, but something changed, for reasons unknown. The emperor turned ruthless, mobilizing his army in a frenzy to attack the demon clans. That war dragged on for centuries, snuffing out countless young immortals of the upper realm. Because of that, the population up there thinned drastically. A flood of clones appeared on screen. The emperor demanded immortals marry quickly, or else he would forcibly arrange it for them. Ayat dropped to her knees, tears streaming. I have lived tens of thousands of years in the upper realm and never cared for anyone. If the emperor picks a match for me, who knows who I would be forced to marry? After much thought, the only way to survive was to flee to the lower realm. The girl grabbed her hand anxiously. Immortal Tit. I get it, I would not want to marry some stranger without a reason either. Onite looked surprised. Little buddy, you feel the same way? Fem quickly asked. What happens if you do not have kids after marriage? She jumped up, shouting. The consequences are even worse. Suddenly, a pale hand grabbed the boat's edge. An Onite's eerie voice echoed. He will summon a squad of heavenly generals to surround you and do whatever it takes to make sure you get pregnant. It turned out to be Trenech, who rushed over to cover her mouth. Immortal Tai. This is not something to talk about. My disciple is still a kid. Unwon perked up seeing Trenechi and said, Has the master climbed up yet? He rubbed his hands and sighed. This immortal emperor sounds like he has been hijacked by someone from another world. A bystander chimed in. The heavenly generals all look identical. This is basically cloning on steroids. Just then, Nem Hai announced. Hey, Dao Higyu. We are almost at Ziyelin. Dime shouted back excitedly. Everyone happily stepped out onto the boat's deck to look down. Below lay a vast land. Houses clustered tightly together. Cut to Zayelg, everyone was awestruck by the bustling cityscape. What a thriving nation. Hai pointed to the side. Taiyu Hugyu. I have to leave first. You stay here and have fun, Depfum asked. Where are you going? He did not answer, bowing his head silently. I am going to prepare a gift for Tu Hiyu. Hopefully, she will like it. Meanwhile, the group wandered the streets. Chatsu popped into a small shop. Boss, how much for these buns? The vendor barely glanced and named a price. 600 spirit stones each. Tabang frowned. That is pricey. Plus, in the mortal realm, we use spirit stones to buy stuff. Ed shot back. 600 spirit stones. That is practically a steal. Hearing snickering, he lifted the book from his head. Squinting, it was Nede. She shouted. Daitfum, you still can recognize a stranger. A bitch made a break for it, yelling. Damn it, all the buns are for that person. Catch you later. But she was caught easily by Chanace, who threatened, judging by your face. You have messed with Dai Tu Higu before, have not you? She winced and admitted. Old, I want to do it again. Promise. Tibung laughed behind them, advising Chunlio Higyu. Don't be so harsh. First, ask if she is okay. Nabuch then poured out her troubles, explaining that the 7th prince was favored by the immortals, basically guaranteed to ascend one day. Someone revealed that this immortal might actually be the immortal emperor of the Lavan clan, a figure who returned to the mortal realm to benefit his descendants. Deep Fem poked his head in and asked, Is that true? Could something like that really be happening? He ruffled the kitten's head as it brushed past him, then added, But I have only ever touched cats and dogs, so I am not sure they will actually become immortals. And shrugged and sighed, then reluctantly explained to catch the immortals' attention. A huge influx of cultivators had poured into Dailong, and now most of the capital city was filled with these cultivators. Zibang leaned in close, scolding. Well, then your precious buns can't be that cheap either. To which Abai could only defend herself. I thought they were too pricey too. But it is an order straight from the Emperor of Dailong. No clue what clan or heavenly assassin sect that female cultivator belongs to. And sighed heavily and explained. Clearly, she wanted to marry the 7th prince, but the female cultivator regretted it and ran off. That sent the 7th prince into a rage. The Emperor of Daelong taxed all true cultivators. Lying added thoughtfully. So if the buns are taxed, why would they hike up the prices? Abai turned around and replied, because a powerful, strange expert appeared, left the 7th prince's service, and became his eunuch. He proposed the price hike across the entire capital. But everyone knows the money just ends up in his pocket. It is all because of that female cultivator. Without her, none of these disasters would have happened. Listening to this, and felt a chill crawl up his spine. Strange, why does my back suddenly feel so cold? Suddenly, everyone fell silent, exchanging glances but unsure what to do next. Zenixu spoke up. Let us. Anyway, the Beast clan has already stirred things up, so I will head to the Daelong sect as the clan leader. Dep Dao, come with me to the palace tomorrow. Lying added. Senior, only you can help me find what we need. Depfem crossed his arms skeptically. Not sure I can help, but if we get into the palace, I bet I will learn a ton of fancy recipes. The girl piped up. So you are already in? Arbai pointed at Shuet's face. Can I come along too? Zenixu scolded loudly. Get down on your knees and beg me, you little rascal. He muttered under his breath. All right. The 7th prince smiled gently. Miss Tu, no need to blame yourself. It is my own insecurity that caused this. Everyone kept glancing around, mesmerized. So many exquisite paintings, and the air thick with the scent of flowers. This 7th prince must be a total narcissist. Someone muttered. But why do all these paintings cover the faces and feature hats? Master, where's the immortal girl? She went to rest at the flying bamboo pavilion. The eunuchs announced loudly. Your Highness, the 7th prince has arrived. The 7th prince of Daelong appeared in white robes and a face mask. The girl peeked out admiringly. Whoa, the 7th prince is so handsome. Zenixu bowed and said, Emperor of Daelong. 7th prince, I am here regarding the Beast clan incident. This space ring holds 30,000 top-grade spirit stones as an apology gift. And Tramgam recalled Mafan's advice. 7th prince, just follow what I say later. Back in the moment, Lying put on adorable act and apologized. It is all my fault. I am willing to go to battle to make it up to the kingdom. 7th prince, my dear 7th prince, she replied gently. Lady Tudu, you do not need to blame yourself. This was all because I doubted myself too much. Ifan, tipsy and curious, asked. Your Highness, why do you wear a face-covering scarf and a cap inside your own quarters? Han Yuan Day had a reason. Sao Wang felt ugly and feared that his true face would terrify all the elder lords. The girl comforted him instantly. 7th prince, you are joking. Cultivators train their minds. How could you be scared of your own appearance? Still, we should send him out. The 7th prince proposed a plan. If the immortal girl wants to see my real face, she will have to marry me. Those words froze Liang's expression, weighing the pros and cons. Silently wondering, is this for real? Hong surveyed everything skeptically. Why is this guy so mysterious? I will represent the host and help you guys figure this out. The system raised an eyebrow and demanded. Quick, lift the mask and take a look. Without hesitation, Hong blew a gust of wind that whipped the face mask away. In a flash, the mask flew off with the wind. What looked like a dashing prince turned out to be a bald guy with thick lips and a scruffy beard. He stammered. My face covering. Missed. Wait while I find another mask. The girl's face twisted in frustration, relieved yet exasperated. Well, that was a close call. No more choking on dust. Please. Han took advantage of the chaos, stepping forward with a proposal. Forget it. My lady, you had better keep your promise and marry me. Liang. Disgusted, kicked the 7th prince fiercely and spat out. That retreat just cost you points. Before the guy was blasted back onto the palace roof, the Emperor of Liang anxiously reached out to his son, calling out, My boy! Suddenly, Mafen burst in shouting wildly, causing a ruckus. Pointing ahead, he commanded his troops. Anyone who dares to sneak attack the 7th prince in Great Liang Xia, grab them all. They obeyed immediately, lunging forward like starving wolves on the hunt. Chanhu glanced suspiciously. Mafen, what are you doing here? And why do you have people from the Solar Sect with you? On what grounds are you trying to command cultivators from the Wangcheng sect? Yifan wondered aloud. I thought this kid was already out of the picture. Though, Han laughed arrogantly. Sect leader Chan, I am currently the national advisor of Great Liang. Ordering cultivators around is not unusual. You all came to visit the 7th prince, right? But if you hurt him again today without explaining to Great Liang, no one's walking away easy. I have the Great Revival technique. I won't die that easily. Moen shouted behind his troops. Tiger Nation's Great Formation. Activate. Instantly, they joined hands, generating a brilliant blue energy. In moments, an invisible vortex formed, slowly engulfing the entire space. She looked up, puzzled. A protective formation. That is clearly the 6-wind formation from the sect. Is not. You still do not get it. She muttered. What the hell are they doing? There is a dark cloud hanging right above me. Hope it does not soak me, like a drowned rat. Mawen burst into triumphant laughter. Makin, keep talking tough. See where that gets you. Zibang stared at her palm in surprise. Her spiritual power was sealed. And Lying's was not much better. Why could not she tap into her energy? He strode toward the group, snorting. You are all just mortals now, are not you? Get ready to die. No sooner had he finished when arrows shot straight at Yifan. Someone dashed forward, blocking the attack and shattering the arrows with ease. The rescuer was none other than Ren He. My froze? Questioning. Who are you? Wait. You look kind of familiar. But I was too drunk back then to remember much. Ren He stated bluntly. I am the 5th Emperor of Great Lying. Ren He, I order you all to stand down. Ma Fen's jaw dropped. A celestial cultivator. No way. Great Lying actually has an immortal. That was just a lie I cooked up to keep the local cultivators in check. I never thought he was real. The Emperor of Lying pointed at him suspiciously. You claim to be an ancestor. Why should I believe you? The 7th Prince demanded. Who the hell are you? One sentence and you are already ordering us around. Ren He raised his hand and challenged. If you want proof, feel the ancestral bloodline yourself. The ancient bloodline activation. In an instant, golden spiritual power surged forth. It suddenly burned through the uniforms of 2 soldiers. They screamed. Our clothes. They are melting. Everyone froze in confusion. Why can't I feel anything? This has to be some kind of cultivator scam. Even Ren He was stunned. Strange. Why can only 2 sense the bloodline? Could it be? They are not really your family. Yifan whispered a suggestion. Ong Hong and the system ran a full analysis. After checks, this royal family basically has no blood ties with him. According to calculations, the emperor was cuckolded about 200 or 300 years ago. Or maybe the royal genes mutated, he said sadly. Ren He slumped to the ground, lamenting. How could this happen? My throne. Stolen by someone else. Ma Fen grew even more excited. Ordering. This man is extremely dangerous. Everyone, capture him now. The troops grimaced, turning to argue. Do you take us for fools? He is a celestial cultivator, not a true immortal. We are no match for him. National advisor. Stop talking and lead the charge if you have got the guts. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in thick and fast, thunder cracking loud across the sky. A monster with razor-sharp teeth and blazing red energy descended, focusing its spiritual power into a deadly arrow aimed straight at the barrier. The moment that energy hit, the entire barrier began to crack. The palace walls around the gate shattered, spiritual energy flooding in as everyone scattered in panic. Damn it! Who the hell is that? Someone save me. You guys. Keep the formation going. Trenny turned around in surprise, saying, the formation's been broken already. Dipe Fum looked up at the shimmering space and wondered, is that the Great Black? Meanwhile, Mi Fun was sprinting for her life, fleeing the chase of the blood-red flames. Help! Tren Tungich! Save me! I swear I will never be your enemy again. Please. Save me, Trenif said bluntly. I do not even know what kind of fire this is, so I can save you. The man's body was burning hot as he begged desperately. Tren Tungich, I truly regret what I did. Suddenly, Mi Fun vanished without a trace, leaving her utterly stunned. La Ye's eyes widened as he shouted, the Imperial Preceptor is dead. With no other choice, he collapsed to his knees, calling out, Ancestors. Nem Hai snapped awake and reminded him, Brother, your descendants are calling you. Gritting his teeth, he rejected the bond. I am not your ancestor. You are not even blood relatives of our people anymore. We have no obligation to protect you, let alone Yi Lug. From now on, whether Ailog lives or dies is none of my concern. After speaking, Num Hai turned and left, patting Daipi Fum on the shoulder. Kid, sorry you had to see all that horror. I owe you a feast at Titsix. Dep Fum just sighed in resignation. Looks like no palace feast for me today. Ah well, it is. Law Dai weakly reached out, trying to call. Sir, the palace staff surrounded him, scolding. What is this about Ligan giving orders now? In the end, he is just some thunder god, barking orders left and right. Does he really think he is better than us? If your kingdom has no ties to the celestial realm, do not expect us to show you any respect. Lao J's face turned pale with frustration. Screaming internally, that is it, we are done for. Cut to the open ocean. A man sat on a large rock, struggling to speak. My wounds are fatal. You have to go on alone. He looked back encouragingly. Chai Hu, my dear friend, what are you thinking? It took us so long to beat that old Daoist Hu Inzi, and now you want me to go alone? It was Deepufum? blood constantly dripping from the corner of his mouth. He coughed and swallowed a red pill. This world's about to be annihilated by him. Just then, several arrows flew toward them. Daipfum could only say his last words. This fire buffalo destroys the world. I am handing it over to you. Ziak frowned, staring at the pill, calling anxiously, Chai Hu. But all that answered was a splash underwater. Ziaishichi dove in frantically. Searching desperately, he plunged into the river, shouting, Chai Hu. Even as a school of fish tore at his flesh piece by piece, dark clouds rolled in. Thunder cracked. Lightning struck, illuminating the water below where the vicious fish bared razor-sharp teeth. Screaming, where the hell is Heiach? Just as tension peaked, Daipfum jolted awake. It was all just a dream. Outside, the scent of steaming buns filled the air. Daipfum hurried outside to ask, Hello? Where's your master? Lawson Ualdi Ing, holding a bun, turned to answer. Senior has awakened? She said last night there was a civil war in Lily Link, and the cultivators split into factions. Being righteous people, we are trying to collect taxes, but they refuse to comply, so now... Of course, Trena is standing on a pile of spirit stones, happily crushing corrupt officials one by one. The girl smiled softly and asked quietly, Senior, do you still have a carriage? Daipfum replied lightly, I'm out. Suddenly, his face turned pale again, making Li Ing uneasy. Daipfum could not help but wipe the window, then weakly admitted, Fine then, I am riding it. What happened outside? A brother N. This boat's too dangerous. At that moment, Numahai approached and asked, Who is steering this boat? Hearing this, Daipfum turned sharply and questioned, Senior Ens, did not you just go into seclusion? Wait, if you are not steering, then who is? Turns out On That and T were joyfully steering the boat. Chatting, driving, so much fun. Looks like I bumped into something again. No worries. It is probably just a slightly bigger fish. I keep going. T gets it. Where to next? T Bang held the compass in her hand, but still could not figure out which way to go. She crossed her arms and muttered, I do not get this at all. Why does it keep spinning? We should stick to the teachings of the Tao. Clear mind above, bright light below, spear to the left, and shield to the right. On Kun. Puzzled. Wait a minute, where exactly are we right now? T Bin. Clueless but quick to respond. Northeast. She nodded firmly. All right, that is the spirit. Dare to speak, dare to believe. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed on the door. The guards outside shouted, Hey, you two elders. Stop driving. Look outside, there is a swarm of enemies surrounding us. Hearing this, the two exchanged glances and turned their heads together to look behind. Inside, Daipfum peered out the window, seeing the encirclement. Senior sister, where did you go? Still the Baron East. T Bung admitted sheepishly. My bad, I got the spot wrong. Oh My narrowed her eyes, demanding, May I ask you Taoists, what is your deal blocking this ship? Suddenly, a pitch-black tentacle shot out into midair. The creepy creature spoke in their language. T Bung's jaw dropped as she relayed the words. The hand said our ship was moving too fast and crashed into the wormhole they just opened. She pictured the ship smashing straight into their core formation. Then added, He said our ship went straight through their advance camp and slammed into the center of their formation. The result, their sneak attack plan on the northern area is completely stalled. T Bin, nailing the voice and expression perfectly, impersonated their righteous Taoist tone. I have been holding back on you for a long time. Just translating, do not make me mimic their voice. Okay? Oh, teased. Senior sister, how do you understand their language so well? She raised a finger to explain. Back when I was cultivating, I got lost in the northern wasteland and fought those evil spirits every day. So I learned to understand their speech clearly. Since their individual power was weak, I stayed there long enough to train from the golden core phase, all the way to the ascension stage. Daipfum crossed his arms. Impressed. Fighting daily and still finding time to train. Senior sister, you really are the full package, brains and brawn. Tabang chuckled modestly. Denying it. No way. No way. How can I compare to you, who handle demons like it is nothing? On It squinted sharply. Warning. Careful. They are making a move. Numahai outside had just gathered his spiritual energy, ready to strike. She raised her azure spear high, summoning a swirling blue vortex. Onite shouted as she charged forward. Break them apart, but to her shock, the demons clustered tighter. How are they not dying? Onite stared, muttering, how can they withstand my attacks? T Bin, standing behind, suddenly understood, it is useless. if your strikes scatter too much. No matter how strong your martial arts are, you want to kill them, she continued. So we have to slice them into even smaller pieces. Then quickly unleash our petals ever-changing and boundless. Numheim watched the demons scatter everywhere, thinking they were gone. He laughed. Little friend, no wonder you hold your ground in the northern wasteland. You are a true warrior. Did you invent this technique yourself? Teach me sometime. T-Bung said cheerfully. You two elders are too generous. Suddenly, Dai Piem turned around and spotted a round black hole with another wormhole behind it. That is the northern wasteland. The wormhole's closing soon, time to get out of here. Just then, Tama spun around and ordered. No way you are leaving. Block them. Instantly, its furious energy coalesced, encircling the ship. T-Bing panicked, shouting, that is way too many. On, zit. It is over, we can wipe them all out. The demons attacked one by one. The guards threw out golden talismans. But Naim Hai crushed each one with his bare hands. Onwhite frowned, raised her spear, and commanded, now. Her spear instantly transformed into a colossal weapon, stabbing into the red-black demons. Yet Tam was unfazed. And more kept appearing. T-Bung shouted, they are dead set on taking us down. The girl panicked. What now? My fortress burst is almost out. Nem Hai pulled his conical hat down and analyzed the situation. Because they are so tough, we have to break their bodies into smaller parts first. But for now, the priority is to get out of this cursed place. On I shot a sharp glance, fully convinced no, there absolutely has to be another way. Just look at them. The demons do not dare attack the Elder, because he has the power to kill heavenly generals. So these lesser demons are sure to be wiped out. Meanwhile, Daipfum sits back safe and sound, simply watching because the demons just do not see him as a threat. Daipfum rested his chin on his hand, realizing right away these demons are not hostile toward him at all. Plus, the system mysteriously vanished. Could it be that these demons were actually created by the system? Seeing this, T-Bung could not help but ask, Junior brother, how are you so calm? Have you figured out a way to solve this? He shook his head, denying it. I am just a mortal. How could I have a solution? But sis, do not worry too much, just think a little more. I am sure we will find a way. She plastered on a pale face and muttered to herself, just like Master said, my junior brother likes to think of himself as mortal. If he says that, then there must be a way. T-Bung clenched his fist and reminded, demons have plagued the northern realm for years before, during, and after. Bottom line, now is the time to exorcise them once and for all. Num Hai raised his hand in agreement, pulling out a bunch of talismans to contribute. Then I will throw all my skills into this too. Owen still held her hairpin, her eyes flashing with fierce determination. So they stood close together, forming a tight circle to face the demons coming from all directions. Suddenly, their eyes locked on each other. 1 second later, each of their eyes burst, blown out by their own bottles. Instantly, the demon's spiritual energy began to fade. T-Bung and Ont shouted in horror. The demons. They are committing suicide. Then they all soared high into the sky together, making everyone feel uneasy. Onide asked in surprise, what are they doing now? T-Bung replied, I have never seen behavior like this before. Depfum rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Judging by this, I am guessing they are merging. Suddenly, a voice behind him echoed the words. Merging. Right on the money. The demons transformed into combined forms: Golden Core stage, Nascent Soul stage, Spirit Transformation stage, Opening Orifice stage, Fusion stage, Grand Refine stage, Tribulation stage, Celestial Immortal, and Mysterious Immortal. Nem Hai gasped. Celestial Immortal stage. Just a little time, and they have leveled up that far. On Hai panicked. What kind of move is this? I have never heard of such a technique in the higher realm. La Amung grabbed her arm and said, Senior T-Bing, are these demons really that defiant? It feels like if even a few of them show up, the northern realm will fall. T-Bung stared coldly ahead. That can happen. The northern realm still has more demons than after the purge, but very few have power beyond Nascent Soul. If even one of them reached Celestial Immortal stage, the whole immortal realm would collapse. Just then, 3 satellites began drawing close to each other. He pondered. Could this be because of the moonlight? Is the system trying to trap us in a hopeless scenario to suppress us? Nam Hai, seeing the danger, urged. Little one, what do we do now? How do we fight this? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot down from the sky, accompanied by a booming voice. Come out. I know you are hiding nearby. From somewhere above, a golden light appeared. It sped down like a flash of lightning. It was golden energy released from the moon, blasting the blue satellite into pieces. The demons below shielded their eyes to watch. Soon after, A massive paw with sharp claws emerged from the misty smoke. None other than Zah. The demons around him began to vanish. Nem Hai exclaimed. What kind of demon beast is that? T-Bang added from behind. It wiped out an entire horde of demons in one sweep. Its power rivals the Elders. Ziak slowly approached Dippy Fum, looking at him with fond eyes. So I still got found out. Zihexi spun around and transformed into a stunning beauty in a seductive red outfit. Is this my true form? Dipe Fum stepped forward, blushing, whispering, Are you really Zex? He shyly twirled his fingers together, looking down in guilt. Blushing, he stepped forward and whispered, Dayhak, you are just lightly rubbing your fingers together. Head bowed in reproach. My dear friend, I know hiding my tracks was my mistake. But you are way too worked up. Dep Fum's jaw dropped as he shouted. Wait. Hold on. Where's your... Dahak raised a finger to gently remind him. Buddy. Saying that is a bit rude. I have always had a girl's appearance. But she hugged him tightly, sighing with relief. Feeling your warmth again. It is just so good. Langliang wiped away tears watching this scene. Thinking. Why does Senior always have other women hanging around him? Different women. Different men together on that path. The girl frowned. Guessing. I bet this question is for my master. Yifan, he spun around, asking, Why are you here in this world? Donnie tell me you want me to go back. Heads up, I am not going back. Besides, I am just a mortal. Can T pull anything off? Big Hack suddenly got pushed away and quickly said, Buddy, why would I force you? After I played the Eternal Demon Lord for a few days in that world, it got wiped out by those cult disciples. Your master turned and left, sighing, so it is destroyed. Huh. Then it is none of my business anymore. She was puzzled. Why is your buddy so cold? Could something be influencing him? Big Hack shrugged it off and turned to chat with everyone. Are you all his teammates? Let me get you out of this space. Zybing said, clutching a compass. Senior, do you know how to get out with my compass? Suddenly the compass needle twitched sharply, making her shout. It is working again. Cut to a desolate mountain with swirling pits. Ong, small and sharp? Asked. Still no sign of the host. The system holding the compass groaned. No way. The abyss has been invaded way too badly. Ong suggested. Use your luck points to get better skin, even if it costs more. The system shook its head, out of money. Just then, Yifane's spaceship appeared. The two cheered in unison. Yes, the host is back. Suddenly, sounds of banging echoed from inside the spaceship. Ong and the system each had a bump on their heads, smiling wide as they shouted, Host, we are back. Host, you just lying around on the bed, no more acting lazy. Huh. The system put on a pitiful face. Acting? Huh. But it got scolded instantly by Yifan. I know you are full of it. You keep causing trouble. And when I am cornered, I have held back on you two for way too long. The system yelled back, that is messed up. Host, I never set traps or hurt anyone around you. Ong jumped in to defend. Host, she is right. If we ever harmed you, our efficiency would turn negative. The system tried to reason. If I am lying, feel free to wipe my data 100 times, toss me into a pitch-black cave, and delete me completely. Sitting up, Yifan typed out. All right, I will trust you to this once. Now spill what happened when you disappeared. The system quickly explained. Host, here's the deal. We were disturbed by the moon particles from the dimensional shard, so we could not detect your presence. Yifan repeated. Puzzled? Moon particles. The system raised a hand, showing something moon-like. Yifan wondered. That thing actually blocks detection. It does. Ong chimed in. If something happened to you, we would not even know. Yifan pointed at the system, nodding approvingly. This thing's got a blocking function pretty useful. The system crossed its fingers in an X, whispering. Exactly. If you are in trouble, we are totally in the dark. Cut to the backyard of Z Insect. Chenlong and Sharp Fang appeared. Sighing. Today marks day 15 since I became the spirit beast of this human cultivator. Since following this human cultivator, every day has been painfully boring. Either watching this idiot train, swinging his staff, or just talking smack and drinking. What kind of future does this dumb master have? But I gotta admit, this kid's cultivation is mid-Hoshin stage now higher than the sect leader himself. That crazy woman keeping dogs outside would not dare mess with me anymore. She must be fuming. Honestly, this setup is not too bad. He even lets the dogs play with Foot Void. Come at me. I dare you. Suddenly, Chenlong shivered and screamed. No way. Longix. Allah. Why do you go over there? Noble Chenlong. You should be roaming the vast seas and forests, not stuck like a regular spirit beast. Resigned to life in the cramped small dragon district, eating green vegetable soup and radishes cooked by her clueless owner every single day. So Dippy Fum had returned. He spoke up softly. Master, Tiven sighed sadly. It is good you are back, my dear disciple. Look at you. You have gotten so skinny, Trunlong muttered under his breath. But somehow, both the original owner and that crazy lady still revered him. Suddenly, his body shrank a bit, sweat pouring down as he spotted Onat. Wait, where did that crazy lady go? Behind him stood Vietian and even a celestial immortal. She was trailing behind Fim, glancing nervously all around. Trunlong wailed bitterly. Damn, any one of them could turn me into skewered meat. He spoke up. Master, let me introduce you, this is my close friend. Dayhak. She nodded with a sly smile. Well, I am Than. Tiven questioned. My dear disciple, where did you meet a woman like her? Meanwhile, she was hiding behind an ancient tree. Sensing the aura from Qin Long, Dahak glanced sharply over there. Seeing those blood-red eyes, Dahak gasped. Holy crap! What kind of monster is that? Scared me to death. Little one. Chen Long slunk into his cage, slammed the door shut, and yelled cowardly. What nobility! From now on, I am just a miserable prisoner here. Scene shift to a small courtyard under the blazing sun. A voice called out repeatedly. Oldma? Hey, Oldma? He sat bowed, clutching a memorial tablet. The three revered elders urged him gently. Sect leader, do not despair. Please endure the pain. Our deputy leader surely would not want you to suffer like this. Mafin, the deputy leader, had been loyal to the sect, but ended like this? They all thought it was just a nightmare. The sect leader lifted his head, eyes burning with fury, gripping the tablet. He roared. What comfort! That weakling is dead. I did not even have time to rejoice. Hearing this, the three elders each wore a different expression. So they really were that incompetent. So who is next in line to be deputy leader? I am the senior elder of the three-dimensional sect. I should be leading this. Throwing the tablet aside, the sect leader bellowed. Clearly, you won to avenge Mafin. If Mafin does, it better be a death worth something. Those damn beasts in the 10,000 beasts sect, we can fight them. What is the use of our sect? Just two mediocre talents. And they dare look down on me. His face darkened as he ordered. Spread my command, summon a dozen assassins from the Chen T sect. Bring me Dp Fum's head, and I will reward you handsomely. Immediately, they answered, Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Dipfum was happily cooking fish, saying, Today's a perfect day to cook. The system popped up with a notification. Host, today I grant you a rare secret manual. Accept it, Dipfum scolded. Can't you see how I am feeling? You always jump in at the worst moments and ruin my mood. The fish thought it would dodge death, but got the book slammed on its head. The system warned. Host, this is a precious treasure. With this manual for refining pills, you will gain supporters everywhere. Just like Lady T, Depfum pondered. But I have the spiritual energy to refine pills already. He sighed and muttered. True. You want me to throw away such a thick book? Fine, I will toss it. The system had no choice but to comply. Ong Hong appeared, stopping him. System, are you seriously going to listen and throw it away? She sighed, ready to toss it into the recycling bin. What if not? Every time the host throws stuff away, it ends up there anyway, Ong Ong whispered. So why leave it to others in the sect? Even if we can directly benefit the host, we can still squeeze out some QI value. The system chimed. Exactly. Why did not we think of this sooner? Just then, Yuan pushed the door open and called out, Master Dipfem, anyone free to help me test some pills? The two others caught on and flashed sly smiles, saying, the perfect candidate has arrived. Here we go. Here we go. Deepfem scratched his neck. Worried. Second elder, do not you have people who handle alchemy? Why come to me for pill testing? Yuan replied. Nope. Alchemists. From start to finish, I am flying solo. He sighed. Then why even bother building an alchemy lab at all? Yuan grabbed Diepfem's hand and pleaded. I know you are the kindest to my grandpa. Just help me a little, please. He clung to the pillar, refusing. There are plenty in the sect. Do not go causing trouble for others. After a tug of war, they lost patience. Only one person was stubborn enough to want this me. I am just an ordinary guy but the most impatient one here. Seizing the moment, the system's book zoomed forward. Shouting, Host, I am here to help. It slammed the book on Yuan's head and loudly declared, Feel the blessing points of knowledge. Deep Fame looked down at her unconscious on the floor, murmuring nervously. Second elder, will she be okay? The system smiled reassuringly. Relax. It is just a tiny theoretical disturbance in her mind. Nothing serious. Suddenly, Yuan's eyes shot open, repeating, Inspiration. So much inspiration. I know how to make pills now. He stared in disbelief and asked, Second elder, Is she alright? She looks possessed or something with a robot-like voice. She demanded. Got paper and pen. Hand it over fast, I am afraid this inspiration will vanish. Of course. I will fetch it for you. Paper soon flew everywhere. Depfam watched Yuan amazed. Second Elder writes crazy fast. In less than an hour, she finished copying the entire Linmo alchemy manual. Mumbling as she wrote, that is right. I am still the most talented alchemist from Yun sect. All the secret family recipes are here. Yuan looked up. Curious, wait, what did that say? Linmo, you must be joking. I misheard. Ong and the system whispered to each other. Did she just write even more than Linmo's secret field? No way, probably added some of her own stuff too. Is this game over already? Moments later, she held up the stack of papers and called out, Master Dipfem. Covering her mouth, Yuan revealed, I have hundreds of pill recipes needing testing. Come on. Follow me. Dipfem thought he was saved and said, Second Elder, are you trying to kill me today? Suddenly, a scarred elder with a sword stepped in, asking, Is this the room of the Yun sect's Dipfem? They both turned to look. He introduced himself with a confident grin. I'm Zuyen. Left sect is Grandmaster. Just call me Zuyen. Dipfem smiled and confirmed his identity. Thinking, help has arrived. Finally, no more pill testing for me. Zuyen raised his sword with authority. So you are Dipfem, the 16th member. This time, I won't get it wrong. The system nervously warned. Host, he is dangerous. Run. Ong sighed. Shouldn't you be warning the host to use our forces instead? Yuan stepped forward with the pile of papers. Hold up. Master Dipfem has to test these pills with me. He looked down and said, Let me see. Zuyen read every word carefully. Impressed. Little Missa, you really are a genius, she shyly replied. It is just a sudden flash of inspiration. He nodded thoughtfully, turning regular pills into poisons. Some of these are deadly. There is nothing worse than a painful death. Yuan warned. Don't he mistake me for a villain. Alright, suddenly, Zuyen proposed with fiery enthusiasm. Little Missa, how about I test the pills for you? My body can take poison all day long. She waved him off. Clearly annoyed. Back off. My pills are not made for poisoning. Scene shifts outside to the mountain range. Namhai flicked his hand, scattering a group of people. He thought, weird, why have so many assassins appeared at Yun sect these past 2 days? But with my strength, I should handle this easily. Not long after, in another courtyard, a shout rang out. Sect Master Yunja laughed heartily. What is going on? Did Master Zuoyen succeed? He was gasping out the report. Tavium Desu has switched sides and joined the enemy. Surprise! Old men. They stared wide-eyed. Completely speechless. Meanwhile, Tavium was soaking in the elixir pool, amazed by its power pure bliss. Now sect leader held the command token tightly, scolding sharply. Zen sect, what the hell are you doing? Why did your Tavium Desu betray us? A voice interrupted. Ox chief, this is all a misunderstanding. He was just a nominal elder of Zen evil, acting on his own whim. I never expected this either. Grinding his teeth, the old ancestor retorted, I am coming out myself to hear your explanation. But someone quickly stopped him. 1,000 times no. Don't tell the ancestors. I will immediately send in the rogue brothers from Min Diet Hall. A wild card if they move. I swear I will hand over the heads of Tavium and Deepfem to the Solar Star sect. Forced to comply. He said, Fine. I will be waiting for your good news. Behind Yun sect, Rauthu and Bakshidao eyed the person ahead, asking if she was considered a spirit beast too. Dahak folded his arms, chuckling. Can't he believe someone like her came to Yun sect, even put in charge of caring for spirit beasts? If she is that capable, strap her onto Fiep as a human shield. Honestly, I do not see any act going on here. Today's training session should be fish. Right? Bakshidao held the leash. Puzzled, let me tie a rope on her. Fidep proudly showed off 2 spirit beasts. Sweating bullets. Look, I have raised 2. And the new guy only 1. Isn't it easy? She glanced back, pointing at Daihak, radiating oppressive energy. Easy. She looks like she wants to eat me alive. Her face darkened. Breathing heavy. Fidep forced a laugh. Relax. Her cultivation is too weak to harm you. Bakshidao spat out. She is definitely carnivorous. Suddenly, a faint rustle. Fidep gripped his gun and spun around. Alert. Who is there? A sinister laughter echoed alongside the rustling. The dead do not need to know much. The masked figures were elite assassins from Hundit Hall Level 5 Spirit Transformation, Level 4 Void Manipulation, Zen Evil Sect's deadliest killers. Bai Dao grabbed Fiep's arm urgently. Says, these guys look seriously strong. We gotta run. She confidently shot back. Stronger. Do they even have magical weapons to back that up? Shouting, The assassins charged forward. The killers swarmed in every direction, ordered to wipe Ziyun sect off the cultivation map. At that moment, Minbatch, holding a basket of food for the dragon's leg, spotted them too. At the edge of the meadow, Namhai and a few others appeared as well. Meanwhile, inside a room, Hu wilted miserably, whispering, "Water, water, water. Master, do you not need me anymore? Without water, I will..." Just then, a bowl of water was brought over. She turned, desperate. "Master, please save me. I am about to perish from thirst." Depfum glanced around but did not notice. Strange, was it a hallucination? Hu struggled, waving her leaf. "Master, I..." Only then did he see she was drying up, broken and withered. He scolded himself. "Damn it! How long have I ignored watering this flower?" Dipfem quickly poured the soup onto the roots. "Cool broth first. It is nutritious, should keep her alive." Moments later, Hu perked back up, sighing with relief. "More spirit beast broth. I feel revived." Suddenly, a system alert popped up. "Host, please be cautious. A large number of assassins are heading towards Cyanu Peak. Hurry and leave," the barrier guard warned. "Again? This one to be like the silver-eyed Eagle King last time. Right?" Just as he finished, Tavium burst through the window, shattering the glass. Depfem instantly unleashed a move, 100-layer silk shield to block Tavium's attack. Tavium crashed through the room, smashing everything in his path. Depfem grumbled, "My window, man." Tavium sat behind him, smirking. "Little brat, no wonder you brought people here." The Min Diet Hall leader laughed from the rooftop. "Worry about your window later. Focus on staying alive. And you, Tavium, betraying your sect for some elixir recipe deserved to die." Tavium glared at him. "You fools only know killing all day. Understand nothing. I once made a pact with your sect leader. If he ever failed to show, he would not interfere with me anymore." The boss instantly grabbed the sword's hilt, yanked it free from its sheath, and pointed forward with a sharp command. "Do not just focus on Tether Vium. Ditefum must die too." The crew roared back in unison. "Yes, sir." When danger demands a plan, Numamahai, Ziwayak, and Oz appeared just in time to save the day. They shouted together, daring anyone to step up. The boss was terrified by the scene. "Why is everyone here? Wait, could it be that all the hundreds of Ephedring disciples sent to kill Daipi Veniting are already dead?" Owent sneered openly. "You cultivators at the Awakening Realm, even if you had thousands, you are no match for me." Zi furrowed his brows and stepped forward. "Leave these enemies to me." The stunned gaping man realized, this spiritual power. "Could you all be the great Calamity cultivators?" Nemhai smirked dryly. "Calamity Realm. Don't underestimate us." Before a fight even broke out, the boss was already running for his life, yelling out to retreat. "Brothers, fall back quickly." Bai muttered as he watched them flee. "Run where?" They immediately gave chase. TVM flew after them, shouting, "Hey, hey, hey, can we hitch a ride?" Only Daipifum stood firm, blocking the huge breach ahead. Muttering, "With the house in ruins like this, what am I supposed to do?" The system scanned the scene and suggested, "Host, I have a recovery flashlight here. You should consider using it." Depfum waved it off. "Do not bother me." It smiled stubbornly, trying to convince him, "You really do not need this. It is unrelated to cultivation." He muttered sarcastically as he worked. Nearby, the flower spirit, unaware of the conversation, wondered aloud, "Why is my master talking to himself? Can I help somehow?" It happily glowed with warm golden light. Thinking, "Right, I will release some floral fragrance. Maybe it will lift master's spirits." Just then, the little fox sniffed deeply and exclaimed, "Whoa, this flower smells amazing." The fox's fluffy tail twitched in agreement. "Yeah, totally, big bro," it muttered while eyeing the flower spirit. "Put this flower on the small bed. It won't stink then." The flower spirit quickly turned away, tears welling up, yelling, "What do you guys want from me?" Not long after, though unclear what was happening, only desperate cries for help could be heard from inside the room. Night had fallen, and the crescent moon had climbed high in the sky. Outside, the Chenta sect wielded swords, pacing anxiously. "I warn you, even if we are weak, we still have our pride." Nemhai strode in confidently. "Cut the crap. Who do you want to die in front of? The four of us are still waiting to make our mark." They stared at the formidable force before them, trembling. No chance to earn merit or clear our names. None at all. Suddenly, a scent filled the air, freezing everyone in place. Billet sniffed, puzzled. What is that smell? A flower, a deadly fragrance, and a scent of earth? He wondered why there was such profound spiritual energy, almost like a faint touch of heavenly enlightenment. It turned out to be CCU and CVE carrying a coffin. CCU excitedly whispered, Hey, look, we have brought the precious cargo back, Philippe said, a bit surprised. What did you bring this time? Let me see. Sisu slowly opened the coffin lid, releasing that fragrance, growing stronger and denser as if ready to engulf the entire space. The flower spirit, surrounded by a crowd, could only lower its head in fear. Thinking, a bunch of grand elders are surrounding me. Everyone peered into the coffin, whispering about it. It is the flower spirit, a plant demon from the upper realm, on the verge of extinction. If nurtured well, its cultivation potential rivals humans. Phi Dipe asked suddenly. Where did you get this flower? Celsiu answered quickly. From our master. She was surprised. This was grown by our master too. Namahai stepped forward. Puzzled. So this little divine beast brought the flower here. Could it be telling us to protect this flower spirit? TVM was enlightened. Never expected this kid to have such vision. The Chentity sect members grabbed their leader's arm, urging, Boss, they are clearly trying to trap us like lab rats. Let us not get caught. Time to bail. The boss panicked and took off, leaving his team yelling, Wait. Hold up. Run. Two others called after him, Boss. Suddenly, a whoosh passed by, startling him. Huh? What kind of toy is that? Boom. A blazing fire erupted in the forest. The two subordinates could only watch helplessly, tears streaming down. It turned out ZAX had unleashed his spiritual power, and with a flick, he blew a blazing flame off his fingertip. Cut to Dipe Fam's place. Tuvan looks at the wreckage and asks his precious disciple, How did your house get trashed like this? He sighs. What choice did I have? There were too many assassins back then. They destroyed everything. She raises a finger, offering another plan. My dear disciple, why do not you come with me to the main mountain for now? Let us put the important stuff on hold. Depfods, knowing it is the only option. Then he hugs a box of belongings, apparently left by his parents. Little Van looks on, surprised and suspicious. It is what Xiaobu and Yaoyo left for you. Depfam tells Batat, oddly calling them by their nicknames. He picks up a jade pendant and inspects it carefully. They actually brought this. I thought they would use it as a treasure to pass down. Batat looks skeptical. This jade pendant is... Depfam interrupts. According to what they said, it has been with me since birth. A grandmaster once passed by and made some calculations. Whoever holds this pendant is my future wife. Tuvan blurts out in shock. Future wife. He recalls the grandmaster splitting the pendant into two, insisting, This is the jade of destiny. You have to believe me. Then Diepfime whispers to Batat. This whole Stonehead Chronicles scam fooled my mom. Do not let the master blindside you too. He carefully puts the pendant back in the wooden box. Thinking, every life I'm born. The system appears, but I always come out holding this jade. Suddenly, a voice shouts, Stop. Dem freezes. Master, what are you doing? Holding the box, Batat excuses herself. My dear disciple, trust me on this. You can not trust me. This jade means everything to you. Let me keep it safe. He doubts her intentions, like his own family's. She quickly tucks it close, then glances back and grins. It is up to you. Dear disciple, when you find your soulmate, I will give it back. The next day, the Ox sect leader gets shocking news. He yells, What? The Duamin extermination squad. That is confirmed. They even fell from a high place. They are a bunch of trash, shamelessly calling themselves the top assassin group. The leader starts digging through the mess. They could not even take down a low-rank third-class junior sect. Tell the Zena sect leader I want to handle this myself, or I will wipe them out. The subordinate bows his head and quietly says, That might not be necessary. The young man turns pale and reports, Zena sect leader says the Tuvan sect is a hidden powerhouse. They really can't be messed with. Now the entire sect courtyard is empty. Apparently, even the signboard was sold to some lumberjack down the mountain. The leader flies into a rage, fire blazing in his eyes. Don't mess with that poison. Go get the portrait recording Diepfam. I am going to take matters into my own hands. The guy can only whimper helplessly and obey. Yes, sir. Soon, a subordinate happily announces. Leader, the portrait of Diepfam has arrived. The leader grabs it with a sharp tone. Good. Suddenly, the painting spins around him, dust swirling thickly. A slender hand forms from the strokes. Diepfam's hair and face emerge, and the leader sneers. Done. The subordinate bows and flatters. Is that really the leader? It is like he turned into Diepfam himself. He looks every bit like Diepfam, arms crossed in confidence. Once the real Diepfam steps out, let us see how I crush the Tuvan sect. As planned, the Ox sect leader, now in his new form, goes to settle scores with him only to get mauled by a hellhound before he even arrives. Damn. That hurts. The dog barks playfully. Meat. My master wants meat. Fadepe quickly yanks the hellhound away, scolding. You damn mutt. What do you think you are doing? Even the fox spirit tries to intervene. Come on, bro. Drop it. She lowers her head apologetically. Big brother Dip, I did not expect you would come to the back mountain. Phi Deep, not noticing the difference, says, "Next time, I will make sure to leash it better. Let me help you treat that wound first." "It is nothing," the leader says, rubbing his knee gently. "Just a scratch. I have other business. So let us head back to the summit first." Then the pair depart. The fox spirit sniffs. "Fie deep. Why does the master smell so different today? Like beef," she thinks to herself. "Oh no? That smell. He just stepped out the door and bad luck already hit. I really should not have picked the back mountain as the first stop. That damn dog was hiding in the bushes one bite, and it already shattered my leg bone." Master Nu glanced at little Vian before him, sighing with frustration. "First things first, let us see if there is any medicine that can actually help." Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder with a familiar tone. "Hey little buddy, what are you up to?" Startled, Master Nu wiped sweat from his brow. Thinking, "Am I burning up?" Then he replied, "Nothing. Just passing by and taking a look." Burning up or not, he did not recognize the fake stuff and kept glancing around, asking, "I see that guy is seriously hurt. Has not he gotten treatment yet?" He clutched his leg to stop him. "Master, ordinary people craft poisons. I do not dare let anyone treat him," the old man praised. "Never thought you would understand me so well." Master Nu pointed at Vian firmly. "I know you do not trust me, some outsider, but you trust your second elder, right? I will give her some advice, and I promise in an hour, you will be walking like you are flying on those legs." As he saw her approach, Master Nu leaned back, his heart sinking in fear. "Damn, with legs like these, I am as good as dead." Vian held up a bottle. Confident. "Don't worry. I have upgraded all the sect's pills. This one is 3 to 4 times stronger than before." He resisted but shouted, "You all do not get what I am saying. I told you, I do not want treatment." She did not listen and directly dabbed the medicine on Master Nu's leg, snapping, "Come on, dude, just eat it and quit whining." Then all he could do was exhale white smoke from his mouth, his whole body trembling violently. Master Nu fainted. After a while, he opened his eyes to see some spirit beings dancing and greeting. "Dear guest, dinner time's here. What'll it be?" With blood-red eyes and sharp teeth, they pointed to a pot nearby. "Right here, beef stew soup." Seeing this, his eyes widened in pure terror. Now Master Nu was being boiled alive in the fiery stew pot. Screaming, "Please do not kill me." It seemed real. But then he snapped awake. "Don't kill me." Namhai leaned down, worried. "Master? You okay?" Master Nu turned back, laughing cheerfully. "You nearly scared me to death, so it was just a dream, huh?" Namhai, hearing that, he was puzzled, rubbing his sore hands, and looked around carefully. Suddenly, he recalled it was because he felt woozy after taking the medicine last time. Namhai leaned in to whisper, "I heard from Phi Deep that your leg was injured. Are you okay now?" Master Nu repeated, "My leg?" Quickly checking, he was amazed the medicine from Tavian and Second Elder actually worked. He thought to himself, so it really can be cured. Nane smiled, handing over a list. "Great. Hey little buddy, here's your to-do list for today. I already arranged everything for you." Master Nu nodded solemnly. "Let me take a look." The paper read, "Today's tasks morning. Prepare breakfast for Master and Senior Sister. Then go shopping with Lemon Butch. Noon, prepare lunch for Senior Sister. Take a 2-hour nap. Evening, prepare dinner for Senior Sister. Then go fishing and release fish into the pond. Side note, Master has never eaten dried noodles, so you have got to make that tonight." He skimmed the list suspiciously. "You have already figured me out, have not you?" Namhai raised an eyebrow. Curious, figured out what? Master Nu could not hold back anymore, brandishing 2 daggers. "I am Nu the Ren. Do not mess with me." No sooner had he spoken than he was blasted off his feet, flying from the rooftop towards Namhai and the big guy. The crowd whispered, "I thought Miss Phi was crazy, but turns out you are the real imposter, daring to copy the elder's face. You deserve to die. Keep him alive for a bit, then feed him to the flowers as fertilizer." Seeing the 3 made him freeze in fear. Their aura was otherworldly. No wonder the sect freaked out and scattered. What kind of monstrous sect is this? Namhai clenched his fists tightly, sparks flying as he shouted, "Take my punch." Master Nu sneered and quickly grabbed a golden ring. Suddenly, several blue butterflies fluttered around him. In an instant, Master Nu disappeared. Namhai stood with hands on hips. "Makin, you want to run?" The big guy snapped. Furious, "Hey, that is my beautiful bracelet you are holding." Meanwhile, Tavan was strolling and chatting with Duokfam, surprised that Master Nu's job was this hectic. "Looks like she is seriously generous. Just one move, and she burns through 20 million high-grade spirit stones." The disciple said, "From now on you will be making more appearances outside the sect. Who knows? You might even meet some generous allies along the way." Suddenly, a shout rings out. stopping them in their tracks and grabbing their full attention. Turns out it is a wild chase between those three and the U-Sect leader. "Don't run," he bellows just as he flies past the two. While Tuvan points accusingly at the villain. "Wait, that guy looks just like Baba DZ." The kid shakes his head. "Where? He does not look anything like him." The yelling echoes through the air. Just then, the fake U-Sect leader, disguised as Deep Fame, reaches out and shouts, "You are not getting away. Master, help me." She stares blankly at the two in front of her, wondering, the disciples Bobal, but he is clearly dressed like a guy. Even their faces are carved to look identical. The kid beside her whispers, "Master, looks like your eyesight's going bad." Suddenly, he shoves Tuvan aside and grabs Diep Pham's shoulder. The U-Sect leader unleashes a technique shadow shifting, creating white circles around the two, spinning their bodies around. Minutes later, Deep Pham's head is spinning, and she can only watch helplessly as her disciple gets roughed up. The old man cranks it up, playing the same game again. Cries of pain echo in the air. Neha yells, "Damn it!" So he is really playing with the kid. Then the U-Sect leader points straight at Deep Phem Duan. "Who is this fake? Why impersonate me?" Sitting on the ground, she blurts out confused, "The great singer and wild fighter." "No way." Phi Deep mutters beside her, "This is bad. Maybe I should unleash that dog again." The elder demands, "Master, handle him quickly. This guy's definitely up to something. He has been planted here by some sect." A barrage of questions spins to Van's head. Ong Hong calls out anxiously, "System, are they blind or what? The fake's clearly awful. How do they not see it?" The system thinks for a moment, then pulls out a long rifle, saying, All right. Tell me which weapon here is the 98. Ong Hong's puzzled. "Aren't these two the same?" The system lifts the weapon high. "Now you see why you could not tell the difference. Right?" The U-Sect leader clutches the woman's leg, acting desperate. "Master, what are you hesitating for? Don't you believe Babao DZ is really your disciple?" Tuvan pushes him away, shouting, "My Babao DZ would never be this scared." He grits his teeth, thinking, "Who the hell is this you guy? Have I been found out?" The U-Sect leader furrows his brows, immediately shifting back to his true form. He reaches out to grab the woman's neck and growls, "Even if I am exposed, that you guy is just a pawn." Depfam steps forward worriedly. "Master, Nam Hai." Seeing this, Nanhai adds, "This is bad. The master's been captured." The U-Sect leader grabs Diep Pham's collar with one hand and raises the other threateningly. "Don't even think about coming over here again, or I will kill her right in front of you." Phem panics, shouting, "What do you want from me?" He lifts Tuvan up, thinking, so she is too scared to act now? Seems like this woman may be fragile, but she is important. Then he makes a demand, "If you do not want her, then let me go. Otherwise, I will strip her bare and torment her until she dies right before your eyes." Ong Hong and the system both step up, ready to back their master. "This guy's the worst. The nerve on him. If he bullies anyone close to my master, I will hit his pressure points so he can touch a thing ever again." Suddenly strange objects start pouring out from the U-Sect leader's body. He can take it anymore. Collapsing to the ground, clutching himself, groaning, "It hurts so bad. What the hell is going on?" At the same time, Vivian lifts the pot lid and asks, "Old man, have you seen my Trung known pill anywhere?" Vian clasps his hands behind his back and replies, "I almost forgot. I already refined it into a bloodlust pill." She glances sideways at Chuck Van. "Then where's that bloodlust pill? Feed it to me." The old man beams proudly. "Some imposter tried sneaking into the sect, but I saw right through him." Right at that moment, the Sect leader saw that freakish thing sprouting from his belly and swore, "Damn you. TVM, damn that cursed Vien Sect." He was desperate, forced to pull out his two sacred artifacts to hatch a plan. "I swear, I won't let you off that easily." Oan Zet immediately perked up, happily shouting, "Hey, that is my artifact again." Dipe always drops her gear way too often. Before anyone could react, Dipe thumb stretched out and grabbed both items back, saying, "These should go back to their original owner." The Sect leader clenched his teeth in frustration, silently cursing himself for letting the sacred artifacts be stolen right under his nose. Hung Hung and the system by his side radiated a sinister purple aura. "You are seriously clueless if you think you can take our power back. That is our system's strength. Hand those artifacts back right now. Consider this your warning. Our Supreme Elder of the Solar Star Sect is watching this closely. He is monitoring every move. If I can reach him, trust me, he won't hesitate to wipe you all out." Depfum shot back, "If you are so tough, then patch me through to this Supreme Elder." The Sect leader gripped his jade token, sweat pouring down, but still boomed, "Just wait. You will see the limits of your little gang soon enough." Then the token shattered with a final message. "Hello? The other party has destroyed the communication token. Please use an alternative method. Thank you. He wailed pitifully. You old bastard. I have served you for nearly 1,000 years. And this is how you treat me. Ziyech brandished his broad axe threateningly. You done talking? Then come be fertilizer for the flowers. Suddenly, a pitch-black blast shot out accompanied by the Oxsect leader's desperate scream. Nuyu cut to Baija, standing in an unfamiliar space. She wondered aloud. Is this info from 99 lives ago of Diet Fum? Damn. Why so much of it locked? A red eye glared at Baija, issuing a first warning. System Baija. You are not authorized to view information about time crossers. She snapped back. Who is this big system to boss me around? Why should I listen to you? The system repeated the warning. Reluctantly, Baija sighed. Fine, fine. Just tell me how to break the lock. Instantly, it laid out a method. Upload your consciousness into the void. It will take about 4 minutes to unlock. Hearing that, her eyes glazed over with exhaustion. What a pain. Consciousness upload starting now. After some time, Baija muttered while staring at the reports around her. Finally, so much data. Wait, what is this key? It is only 20% unlocked. Let us try tweaking it. Suddenly, a strange creature appeared behind her, bearing tiny sharp teeth. The system immediately commanded. Kill her. That red demon swiftly enveloped Baigia's entire body. Cut back to Depifem, lounging on his bed. Stretching as the morning sun streamed into the room, the system appeared cheerfully. Good news. Today's contract secured successfully. It handed him a pill with a grin. Contract holder. I have got a reward for you. A Dragon Origin pill. It can boost you from mortal to tribulation realm with a 5% chance to trigger a breakthrough all the way to heavenly immortal. Hung Hung poked the system's head. Why bother with useless stuff like this? The contract holder will use it when the time comes. The system forced a smile. Following tradition, this lets the host know there is a reward. Who knows? Maybe one day the contract holder will think of it. Suddenly, Daipfum's voice cut in. System, hand over the Dragon Origin pill. Hung Hung's eyes went wide as she shouted. Thought you would refuse. The system sighed. Rejected again. Lucky the item does not take up inventory space. After a pause, the two of them both looked at him, asking in unison. Wait. Contract holder. What was that? Depfum grinned wryly. I am all in for cultivation. To those opposing me during this time, consider yourselves sorry. The system handed the pill over. Looking puzzled. Contract holder. Did you hit your head last night or what? Hung Hung half doubted. System, are we sure we did not mix up the contract holder yesterday? She shook her head in disbelief. How could this be? Aren't Tidal fakes supposed to turn into originals? Hung Hung raised an eyebrow. So why the sudden change in the contract holder's attitude? The system sighed. How should I know? Meanwhile, Daipfum slowly popped the pill into his mouth. Next, he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began cultivating with a fierce burst of power. His cultivation reached the 6th level of the heavenly love realm. The system and Hong saw the golden spiritual energy radiate brilliantly. Is this for real? This can't be a dream. The host is cultivating finally. Some relief after all the hardship. At the Grand Hall of Yun Sect. Inside, Ziyun sat on the main seat, surrounded by the elders. With Taeyang Star Sect acting like this, how should we seek revenge? Someone interrupted. Revenge is one thing, but this feels off. After all, their top peak realm is no joke. Zyu suggested. Revenge is a must, but we do not know Diem Fem's true strength. Maybe we should settle for Taeyang Star Sect paying a little compensation. Yunyuan disagreed. We have already crippled their sect leader. Why bother with these petty concerns? We want it all. Suddenly, Depfem entered and spoke up. Master, do not worry about this. I have already arranged everything. Turning around in surprise, the elder asked, Done, my precious disciple. What have you done? He stretched out his hand confidently and said, I sent Then Land to wipe out all the disciples and spirit beasts of Taeyang Star Sect. We should be back within an hour. Deep Fame reached out and touched the elder's cheek. Pleading. Friend, I am asking you for a favor. Xion jerked back, stood up, and shouted, Huh? Precious disciple, do you even realize how many people belong to a major sect like Taeyang Star Sect? Ziyu chimed in. A super-level sect like that. Their numbers are like a nation's population. The elder yelled. That is terrifying. You resorted to provocation? Master, are you seriously betting everything on this little spark? Yifan folded his arms and replied calmly. Master, I live by one rule. When facing challenges, you have to be ruthless. Hesitation means you lose control. Ziyun thought to herself, I am no good at being a sect leader. Then she shook her head and warned him. You, my precious disciple, if you keep this up, your resolve will be devoured by inner demons. Yifan waved off her warning. So what? At least I am the one making the move. Not you. She advised, my precious disciple. Call King Lan back now. Yifan's expression hardened. Voice icy. Master, are you ordering me around? Zem frowned. Shooting back, my precious disciple. I am trying to save you. Suddenly, a shockwave rippled through, startling everyone except Yifan. Ong Hong and the system clung to each other, whispering frantically. System, what do we do now? The host not about to turn on the master. Right? I feel it too. Something huge is about to go down. Yifan reached out and pressed a button labeled ambition value. In an instant, Yifan's aura dimmed, and the shockwave vanished. The girl turned and walked away, her previous tension fading, thinking it over. Life really did not have to be such a grind. Isn't it just about living the high life? From now on, I am content just being a salted fish in this sect. So why stress myself out for no reason? Everyone slumped to the ground, wide-eyed and breathless. Man, that scared me to death. I thought Yifan was about to flip on the sect leader. Just now, I nearly lost it. Better let King Lan know cancel this massacre plan. What cultivation level is Yifan at now? I am totally in the dark. The two systems wiped tears of joy. Yes, the host gave up. We almost got wiped out. Ziyun recalled Yifan's icy expression with admiration. That was his rebellious phase. Huh, my precious disciple. He is a bit stronger. But I still backed down, and he accepted it. Such a lovable disciple. Scene shifts to Baijia. Yet she is not just a pawn, she is crushing the main system, leaving it speechless. Operate. Lost power. Kill. Baijia glanced at the bloody mess beside her, cursing. Bit my head? Did you? Bit my bot. You filthy rat. You are dead meat, she threatened fiercely. How dare you lay a hand on me? You are done for. Who told you to do that? No confession. Then you are toast. The system, though damaged, stubbornly reported. No way you will find out. Baijia said nothing. Just flashed a deadly glare and a sharp smile. Moments later, the space shattered into fragments, scattering everywhere. Her body radiated a dark purple energy. She realized this monster can be killed, even by self-destruction, and refuses to reveal any secrets. A stalling tactic, clearly meant to buy time and erase all of Yifan's intel. Looks like his mysteries run deeper than I thought. Baijia stared into the deep black hole ahead and seemed to decide something. She might have to warn them to be wary of these systems. Cut back to Yifan, sitting alone, pondering. Strange, he clearly had no desire to cultivate. Yet after this morning, a sudden urge to unify the world through cultivation sparked inside him, along with a strange loyalty to his master. Yifan looked at the clueless systems and wondered. They probably lacked the guts for this. Otherwise, I would have cultivated ages ago and lasted this long. Suddenly he shouted. System. The two responded in unison. Yes, host? What can we do for you? We are right here. Yifan sighed. Help me destroy my cultivation base. The two gasped in shock. Then chorused. The system clung desperately to his leg. Host, do not be reckless. Please think this through. Ong Hong begged as well. Yeah? I have never heard you say that before. They said. Yifan shook his head firmly. I am not reckless. I have said it before, I never planned to cultivate this life. He raised a dirty hand threateningly. If you want help, then I will destroy my own base. The system and Hong Hong pleaded nonstop. Host, please do not do anything stupid. If you care about the heavenly path, someday when you want to cultivate, it will be a mess. Yeah. Host, if you revert to a mortal with leftover ailments, it will be tragic. It felt like a blast of energy hit your core. Both of you screamed in panic. Host, the system nervously asked from the sidelines. Host, are you okay? Depfum glanced down at his body and replied, I am just a little shaken. Could it be a hidden wound? Suddenly, Byra popped out from a wide pink hole. What are you thinking? I am just helping you seal the hostess cultivation. The system turned to reprimand Billy Ra. Breaking the system's rules like that. He is my host. Ung Hung nodded in agreement. Yeah, I feel it too. Your actions are way out of line. Dai P Fum, confused, spoke up. Why seal cultivation? I want to purge it, complete, cut off cultivation entirely. She smiled and explained. Keeping this cultivation, it is useful in a pinch to protect those around you. Byra pointed at Dai P Fum's dark heart. I know what you are thinking. She glanced toward the approaching enemies and added, you are afraid it might attract powerful foes. Then, recalling when Deep Fim had helped his companion, she said, you fear bringing disaster to those around you, and maybe even being betrayed by the system. Finally, the scary thought of you flying straight into the jaws of the war god, becoming his sacrificial pawn. Byra rambled on, but she made a point. Don't fear villains bringing trouble to your doorstep. Fear only having no weapon in hand. She advised DP Fum to think carefully. He stayed silent, listening. Then she spun around and said, follow me into the space. The system warned. You are not allowed to cleanse here. And just like that, they stepped through the space gate once again. Inside appeared several satellites of various sizes, accompanied by a glowing blue lantern. Outside, a circle of spirit stones spun endlessly. The system glitched. Suspicious. Is this your place? Hung proudly declared. This is my custom space, designed to prevent eavesdropping. The system frowned. Eavesdropping? Who are you guarding against? Blyra shook his head. I have no idea. This place is a collection of talents I gathered. 6 of them are systems that popped up randomly. The 2 stared at the info panel and gasped. There were humanoid systems. Famous undefeated domain systems. What? Even a system for copying talents was inside. She explained. The difficulty level for supporting Diapeep Fum's extermination mission is hellish. No wonder many systems run off. Only a fool would stick around. She sighed bitterly. I had no clue the host's trouble was this deep. You frowned. Thinking. This has nothing to do with the host. Someone is targeting him, the system urgently asked. Targeting the host? Ooh, she confirmed once again. Like I said, I do not know. But one thing is certain. The enemy injected something into the system, eyes wide. It said, injected something? Rur nodded. Exactly. And they even launched an attack on me. Hung's eyes sparkled as she lamented. I just graduated, and I'm already dragged into some crazy mess. Parents will be proud. The system pressed further. Bi-Ra. Why are you so invested in my and the host's affairs? Is it really just for some luck points? She answered. I was initially caught by the spirit army to replace someone on duty. The luck points I left behind had dropped below the limit. I could not spend them fast enough. Just playing for some luck points. The 2 muttered. Sweating bullets. Can I spend luck points fast enough? Is this what rich people's lives are like? Blyra gritted his teeth. But someone dared attack me and pulled it off in secret. That is a slap in the face to the spirit army. Furious? He said. I want to stand for it. I want to rest until I find the mastermind. This Diet Fum is my guy to protect, she added. In general, watch out for systems from other dimensions. There is a good chance they are enemies. Protect your host well. He is the key. The system waved a few times. Got it. I am on it. Finally, the 2 turned back to the fish pond where Deep Fum was. He would just caught a fish and asked, System, what were you guys talking about just now? Hung quickly answered, with Blyra keying in. Before they could say more, the system shut them down. Nothing. Just chit-chat. Dipe Fum turned away, unaware of the conversation, only making a softum. The system stretched wide and asked, Host, have you noticed anything suspicious nearby? Tell me, and I will eliminate it. He rubbed his chin. Mumbled. Definitely suspicious. The system pressed. Right here. Dipe Fum has not poked it yet. It is clearly not human. The system clutched its head in frustration. Host, I'm serious. And you are just messing with me. He looked at the fish calmly and said, Who is messing with who? It appeared out of nowhere and forced its way in. Doesn't that make you the suspicious one? Sensing something. Dipe Fum glanced back and muttered, Is this for real? The system jolted in surprise. Blurting out, Target is not me. Butch is not within the recording range. Could the enemy have appeared this fast? Hung immediately announced, activating full defense mode. The system confidently grabbed the fish and pointed. There. Catch him. Find out who this opponent really is. I swear I will make him kneel. Hung declared with fairy determination. Then forced her into servitude at the gate. The 2 surged forward together, shouting in unison. Let us. But before long, Dipe Fum stopped them, saying, I do not need any slaves at the gate. And do not mistake the person. All right. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Voice softening. Second senior sister. Dipe Fum carefully poured some tea and invited, Second senior sister, please have some tea. Tathan looked at the fragrant tea in front of her and replied sincerely. Thank you, little junior brother. The system hovered above his head, muttering in shock. Turns out she is the second senior sister of the host. How strange. Why do not I have any impression of her? Hung explained honestly. She is quite different from the others in the T-Ven sect. Suddenly, Dipe Fum asked the second senior sister. Tell me, why are you here? She calmly lifted her steaming cup, replying coldly, all the ornamental fish in the rear mountain of Tin-Inchi Peak are raised by me. Besides, I saw little junior brother loves fishing, so I had to catch some baby fish for him. The girl smiled sheepishly, recalling the bucket of grilled fish he would harvested. Someone blurted out, so those fish were raised by second senior sister. Sorry about that. Tathan gently reassured from Tren and, it is today I got your attention, junior brother. And that makes me happy. Dipe Fum worriedly asked. Second senior sister. Is there some hidden illness you are hiding? She could not help but exclaim in surprise. Little junior brother. You can see this, he nodded earnestly. I have discussed the senior sisters with Master before, ever since the third senior sister joined, yet I have never met that sister. Tvan hesitated. Than. What did she look like? Daipfum continued. When Master spoke of her, he could not recall her appearance or figure, so I thought Master was bluffing. Hearing this, Than's heart ached deeply, so he had misunderstood Master. Her eyes brightened, but disappointment poured in as she added, Little junior brother. Those words sting to hear. Tilting his head, he asked softly. System, do you know what happened to my second senior sister? Let me guess. It replied, Host, your senior sister is definitely suffering from a deep dive syndrome, call it the NBC borderline disorder. The system put on a teacher-esque tone. The root cause is a dangerously low sense of existence. On top of that, she lacks form and even a name. This causes the target to be unobservable and unrecordable. Over time, they gradually forget their own shape until their very existence fades away. Daipfum hesitated. So that means my name is actually famous, basically known everywhere. Right? He worried aloud. If everyone has seen her, they can just pretend they do not know. Is there any way to help my senior sister? The system chuckled slyly. No props on me right now. If I had time, I would head to the merchant city to look for some. Hung loudly warned. Merchant city. But you do not have luck points to trade. The system grinned wickedly, holding up a wallet. What era is this where people still do not hide their black market stash? Hung anxiously added. Let us pray the system does not blow our cover. Daipim fretted. If there is no prop, is there another way? The system pondered seriously. Your senior sister situation is serious. Looks like the only path left is to become famous worldwide. He asked urgently. How do we make her famous? The system smiled carefree. Her cultivation has reached the immortal realm. She is probably a child of fate, recognized by the heavenly Tao. Daipfum groaned. That sounds impossible. The system earnestly comforted him. It is not that hard. Host, you are a child of fate too. Maybe you can turn this around. He looked seriously at Than and said, All right, I will give it a shot. After all, she is my senior sister. Daipfum rested his arm on the urn and proposed. Says, wanna go out and make a name alongside your little bro. Elsewhere, Holan beamed with joy as she got watered. Woo, so many spirit elements overflowing. I keep going. Ondat smiled brightly, touching it gently. This flower seems to like people. If you can cultivate it into a human, it will be the cutest little thing. She bowed her head, facing Ho, deep in thought. But this flower grows way too slow. Why not give it a little immortal energy? With that, Ondat placed her hand on its forehead, channeling immortal energy. Minbatch, pulling out a carrot, looked surprised to see them hopping down. Latamlio asked gently, Young man, have you noticed any strange phenomena nearby? Two figures rode the clouds above. The great elder of the divine dragon clan, Latrongsin, spoke with confusion. The spiritual energy here is weak. No peaks in sight. How could Tranlong possibly stay in such a barren place? The third elder of the divine dragon clan, Latao, smirked. Spot on 1,000 times. Someone reported traces of immortals here before. The old man laughed in disbelief. Immortal relics. You really buy that nonsense? This trip's a total waste. Gainjiang retorted with disdain. If you do not believe it, no one is forcing you to come. Suddenly, a flash of blue immortal energy appeared ahead. Trungsen shouted in surprise. Immortal energy. That is definitely immortal energy. The old man's eyes gleamed as he schemed. If we find an immortal, even without seeing them, it will be worth it. Latamzio chuckled. You believe my intel now? They dashed forward quickly. Trapping Sin asked in astonishment. The aura's gone again. Could it be that the immortal has gone into hiding? Tamdao replied calmly. There is a small sect over there. Why do not you go ask them? Minbatch, pulling out a carrot, looked surprised as he watched the two jump off Tamdao's back. He smiled gently and asked, Young man, have you seen anything strange nearby? He looked up, surprised, and said, You are asking me. Trongson angrily swung his staff at Minbatch and shouted, Nonsense. Besides you, there must be others here. He grumbled irritably. What do I even have to prove this to you? The old man still refused to back down, raising his voice. Don't he get smart with me? Do you know who I am? The young man lowered his head awkwardly. Old man, do not bother with this kid, Minbatch said coldly. Arms crossed. I do not care what attitude you bring. Trungsen gritted his teeth in fury and lunged. You are asking for it. Minbatch gaped in shock as a mysterious green light suddenly appeared right behind him. Tranlong appeared from behind. Furious? How dare you? Just a divine dragon and you are trying to be my master. You are asking for trouble. Trapping Sin and Li Tamzio gawked in disbelief. Tranlong, that huge figure blocking the sun. Trapping Sin's eyes widened. The dragon spirit inside him, We are in deep trouble now. Suddenly, it stomped the ground hard, charging at the two. The dragon spirit morphed back into its gigantic, powerful form. It growled, "You guys, are you from the Divine Dragon clan?" The two elders were stunned by its size. Disappointed. They thought, is this really the Divine Dragon? Nothing like the painting we saw. Actually, Tranlong had been feasting well on some special stew made from radish and assassin roots. Trong Sin asked confused. Tranlong, why are you hanging around here? It snapped back. He is my caretaker. You tell me. Latambio gasped. What? Tratung Sin, surprised, asked. Tranlong, what is so special about him? He glanced at Phi Deep's intimidating aura and said slowly, probably a sense of security. Meanwhile, Dahak watched silently, puzzled by them. After a brief scuffle, Latamzio explained, by clan rules, the one chosen by Tranlong becomes the clan's head. So now we have to invite this young master. Trapping Sin frowned in displeasure, grumbling. No choice. Let us just do it. Min Batch looked conflicted. Hesitating, Tranlong neared him, eyes wide and urging silently. Thinking, Master, please agree. The Divine Dragon clan holds me in the highest regard. They have got every resource you could want. Min Batch bit his lip. Thinking, joining some bird clan as their master. Just hearing that feels like a bad deal. Hanging around Haven daily to scavenge is not the same. But if this is a huge opportunity, would I be missing out by skipping it? Like he just cracked a plan? He slapped his hand in excitement. Thinking, that is right, I can track down Master Deep Hyan. Master Deep can decipher heavenly secrets and knows this master well. If he is cool with it, then I am good to go. Min Beffy spins around, ready to leave. Second says, I am off to find someone to discuss this with. You two stay put. He says. Tomokin asks, you are making us wait. Hey, is this a meeting or what? Don't tell me this is your master. Huh. Meanwhile, at the alchemy chamber, a deafening explosion shakes the heavens, shattering the ceiling, followed by a scream of agony. Inside, everything collapses in ruins. Daipfum rushes over to CD Than lying flattened and anxiously asks, Third sister, are you okay? She responds dejectedly, I am just failed the alchemy. Vin Vine stares at the shattered wall, worry etched on his face. Daipfum, why did you borrow my alchemy room? He grits his teeth, cool and serious. Kid, no matter how gifted you are, months of training can beat centuries of practice for a normal cultivator. Honestly, alchemy's a different beast. You are wasting your breath. If you want to learn, come to me. I guarantee I can teach you. Than, embarrassed, turns away. Daipfum coldly declines. Forget alchemy. It is not my thing. Behind them, Vinvine hurriedly catches the falling wall, gently comforting her. Second sister, maybe try a different approach. If you can reach a level no one's ever hit, you might become legendary. To Than sighs, thinking of her extraordinary martial arts rival. Bin, and replies sadly, little junior brother. Forget it. I do not have the talent to get stronger like big sister. She is even more disappointed recalling the top-tier techniques of the Yavin clan. And I do not have any unique sword insights like third senior sister. Tears fall as Than blames herself. She has seen it clearly whether alchemy, martial arts, heart techniques, or craftwork. Nothing meets the standard. Countless memories flash through her mind. Nem high eyes Than coldly and asks, who do you want to teach? Are they here yet? Tu glared her suspiciously. Senior, you mean you want me to teach her heart techniques? Once again, Daipfum leads Than to find a teacher. Heg looks awkward. My methods only suit spirit beasts, not your senior sister. Sad memories flutter, making her grumble as she slams the fish pan in frustration. The system pops up. Master, switching senior sisters like this is tough. It says with a sly chuckle. I suggest a more aggressive approach. It might actually work. It repeats with enthusiasm. Excited, it blurts out, confess to your second senior sister. You are totally her destined one. Once you confess, she could be your leading lady. Save her. In his mind, a scene plays out him on bended knee, presenting flowers to a bunny girl. Utterly romantic, he shuts his eyes, coldly rejecting the thought. I do not see my second senior sister that way, and you guys, stop dragging novel tropes into this world willy-nilly. The system grumbles. Then for now, I have got no better ideas either. The system smirks. But hey, Master, I do have one suggestion. How about you just lock her up, then dominate? Daipfum glares fiercely. Shut up. The mood turns grim as Than's face darkens sorrowfully. Little junior brother. Give up. Maybe my life just meant to fade away quietly. Fade away quietly. like so many ordinary people in this world living a mundane life, waiting for a miracle. She sadly admits, honestly, I barely feel alive. Maybe no one will even make me a coffin. Little junior brother, your cultivation is higher and you have more time. When it is time, remember to sneak away and leave me behind. Clenching his teeth, Depfum stares worriedly at Tathan. Memories flood his mind of Vin trying to persuade him. Dear disciple, just train a bit. With your immortal Dao body, entering the Q refining stage will be fast. Fim sighs. Master, do not waste your life waiting to die. Better to prepare a jar for my bones early on. She woke up furious, clutching her hand tight, spilling the truth bad luck struck, and you nervously called out, huh. Suddenly, Minbech came sprinting from afar, out of breath, shouting, Senior Brother Dippy, I need your help. Dipfum rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, Descendant of the Divine Dragon. Huh. The system chuckled slyly. I have already looked it up. That lineage often gets protection from the true dragon. They possess the supreme dragon bone. If your senior sister steps in, her cultivation level might even skyrocket. You brought me to the true dragon. Huh. The supreme dragon bone. Thinking back to my past life, I still feel that pain. The feeling of someone tearing your bones out is not pleasant at all. Min Betch anxiously asked, Senior Brother Dippy, what should we do? Depfum replied coldly, with the true dragon protecting us, we should be fine. Right? Let us follow him. He happily walked toward the entrance to ask more questions. Without hesitation, Minbech dashed back to his place. Trapping Sin saw him and immediately got furious. What? You are planning to drag a stranger into our Divine Dragon clan? No way. The sect master smiled gently and said softly, Young man, you have to think this through. This concerns your future. He crossed his arms coldly. No way. If Senior Brother Deepy does not go, then neither do I. The sect master forced a calm expression, trying to steady the mood because Tron Long already realized what was going on. He squinted with contempt, silently cursing, this kid's dumb as a rock, daring to defy the Divine Dragon clan just for some mortal. Trungsun lost his patience and shouted, Fine. Go ahead. But if your senior brother causes any disaster, do not blame us for turning our backs on you. Minbech smiled brightly, looking at Dipim thoughtfully. Senior Brother Dippy, you nailed it. He admired him silently. Well done. The old man frowned angrily, watching the two. He schemed silently, taking advantage of the true dragon's authority, daring to stir the pot. If I can fix this brat, I will just take out his senior brother. The sun was setting, fiery twilight casting a blaze over the forest. They reached a large boat. The sect master respectfully said, Please. Step aboard. Daifum slowly climbed the steps. Trong Sin stood behind, eyeing the mortal brat, ready to teach him a lesson and avoid getting betrayed. Suddenly, something hit Trumming Sin's outstretched foot. He recoiled in pain. Hopping wildly, Zeke, standing nearby, said disinterestedly, Oops, sorry. The sect master squinted. Annoyed, what nonsense are you causing now? Trapping Sin angrily snapped. Looks like someone's messing with me. Suddenly, she stood behind him, mouth opening as if ready to strike. With a single blow, Trong Sin's body was blasted backward. Everyone stared in shock as he was thrown far away. The sect master called out worriedly, Elder. After a moment, things settled down, and the boat began its journey through the sky. The sect master's eyes narrowed sharply. Speaking harshly, he is old enough to stop squabbling with a kid, and getting knocked down too. What a disgrace to the Divine Dragon clan. Tratung Sin, bruised and leaning on his cane, replied shakily, That brat named Deep is trouble. I sense 2 breaths from him. He definitely has escorts. The old man narrowed his eyes. Judging, Lomine Butch brought this guy along for a reason. For the Divine Dragon clan, and to protect the clan leader's position from any surprises. We have to kick this Fum out. He muttered thoughtfully, clearly using public duty to settle personal scores. Trying Centron and Jepi's face twisted with wild calculation. Got it. I can poison the tea. Just leave the tea in his room. He will drink it eventually. If his stomach hurts, the plan works. In a month, his meridians will rupture. He will be completely crippled. Meanwhile, in another cabin, Zikong gloomily asked, Junior brother, that fat elder did not even notice me or set up a room for me. Can I move to where the others are seated on the boat? Dep Fum looked up, surprised. Second sister, why let yourself get the short end of the stick? Stay in my room. Find that skinny elder who looks approachable, and ask him to swap rooms for you. She beamed happily. Junior brother, thanks so much. A few minutes later, Trakungsign entered Depi Fum's room with a fake smile. Depi, we have got about 3 days till we arrive. Want some tea? Holding the tea tray, the old man looked around suspiciously. Strange, Where's the guy? Trong Sin bit his lip and opened the teapot. Plotting cruelly. If that brat's not here, I will just slip some poison into his tea. But he had no idea that all his suspicious moves were right under Toothan's watchful eyes. She silently fumed. How annoying. Deliberately messing up the tea. Didn't he think the trampling was done by the junior disciple? Quarreling over something so trivial with the junior, what a waste of cultivation. After successfully slipping poison into the teapot, Trong Sin left with a smug grin. Enjoy that, she thought quietly from behind, planning to swap the tea later and let him drink it himself. As soon as he left, Toothan picked up the tea tray in her hand. Meanwhile, outside Trong Sin's room, Minbach spoke up. Fat Elder Truong, could you switch rooms for my senior brother? The lighting in his room is not good, clutching his teacup in rising irritation. He snapped. Fat Elder, my name's Le Truong Sin, and mortals sure love to stir up nonsense. Tell him to pick a room himself, Truong Sin said, raising his head and downing the tea in one gulp, all the while grumbling. What is this? You think I am your servant or something? Suddenly, his eyes snapped to the familiar tea tray on the table. Wait a minute, is not this the special tea set I prepared for Diepfam? How did it end up here? Truly, Karma's a brutal bitch. Gritting his teeth in pain, he collapsed to the floor, clutching his stomach. His spiritual power was useless now. Hold on. Switching rooms was all a ruse. She saw right through me. He forced himself to the door, still cursing under his breath. Damn it. That brat Deep played me good. No way. I have to find Elder Lay Tam Dao to get the Thong Kiat Dan pill, or my cultivation's toast. Trong Sin pushed the door with all his might, but it did not budge. His eyes widened in shock. He could not open it. Down the hall, the door was secured with massive locks. Trong Sin's angry voice echoed through the ship. Damn that blocking me in. You have not seen the last of me, kid. Elsewhere, in a dusty, cobweb-filled room, the system spirit nervously swept the floor as Hong Hong squeezed her eyes shut in fear. Below, Depfam swept diligently. This place is filthy. The host of the Shenlong clan, Lai Then Thong, said coldly. They have arrived. Up ahead, a boat arrived from afar. Trong Sin led the way down slowly, with Tam Dao and Diepfam following. Minbach peeked around. Curious? So this is Shenlong. Shen Thong and Kin stepped forward to explain. Master Kungan Tranlong and Master Le Hu. The clan's secret trial has long been open, awaiting you. Passing it is just the first step. Only with the Celestial Immortal Council's approval can one become clan head. Shocked, he asked. I just got here, and you are already making me test. The elder's eyes flickered nervously. Hesitant, Shen Thong frowned. Annoyed internally, Le Truong's, what nonsense is he up to now? He smiled sly. Scheming. Once the clan's secret trial opens, it can be used again. From now on, only the trial can proceed. Regaining his serious composure, he apologized. Sorry, Master Lineback. I received faulty intel. That is why the trial opened too early. But once this secret realm closes, it won't reopen for over 100 years. Please accept this and proceed with the trial. Minbach bit his lip. Worried? Am I being tricked? They did not even let me drink the tea. Trial right upon arrival. Maybe I should see what Senior Brother Dip says. He hesitated, then called out, Senior Brother Deep. Sensing his worry, Dipfam reassured him. Everything's been arranged. Just go. The trial could be dangerous, so be careful. Minbach sighed in relief. Hearing this from Senior Deep, I feel better, he responded coolly. Yeah? Shen Thong interrupted. Please proceed to the altar ahead. Minbach brightened. Lead the way. He muttered anxiously, hoping Le Junior Brother would pass the trial. If he does, they will definitely grant second sister the supreme dragon bone. The attendant bowed deeply, worry clear in his voice. Great Elder, the hidden mechanisms inside the secret realm have all activated. We guarantee no loopholes will be found by the temporary clan head. Could it anger Lord Dragon? Trong Sin snapped. Who cares if I am angry? The Shenlong clan's prestige can never fall into outsiders' hands. He anxiously asked Han. Great Elder, you look awful. Could it be? Han's face was pale and sullen. If you do not want to know, do not ask. Trong Sin glared angrily at Dipfam standing ahead, plotting silently. Just wait and see how I crush you later. Then that rotten Le Brat will be out of the trial. No one will be able to protect him. After a moment, Minbach arrived at the altar, standing in the courtyard with his hands clenched tightly. Moments later, Minbach was transported into the trial realm. Staring up at the sky in stunned awe, Minbach stood in the middle of the forest, suddenly deep in thought. This place is the entrance to the trial realm. It is too dark to see if there is a true dragon inside. It is even there at all. Which path should I take? He pursed his lips, telling himself, looks like I can contact the true dragon. I have to rely on myself. Minbach suddenly stopped, Thinking. The path splits into two. He smiled brightly, eyes lighting up as he spotted the grass by the roadside. It was Baeksin grass. The whole path covered in it. Jackpot. Minbach looked up at something hanging faintly in the air. Thinking again. Those black fruits must be poisonous. The fruit. The tree. Even the soil, definitely a dead end. No way am I going that way. 2 hours later. Outside the trial world. The Eternal looked at the attendant before him and exchanged words quietly. 2 of the Lai brothers still have not returned. If they come back empty-handed, it is time to act. He nodded firmly. Immediately, the attendant feigned panic and rushed to report to the Divine Power bad news. The Celestial Mirror has been stolen. The Elder Jing looked back in shock. What? Attacked everywhere. You all better hurry and check it out. Li, did you see anyone steal the Celestial Mirror? Lai immediately raised his voice. Who else could it be? Obviously someone who followed Lord Lai Bach here. The Divine Power was surprised and asked again, that mortal guy. Isn't he still sitting right here? The Eternal stepped forward to add. He is sitting there. Yes, but that does not make him a mere mortal. That kid's strange. He is a spirit captive. He can control spirits and cause chaos in any matter. The Path Seeker calmly warned. Chief Elder. Be careful. Don't accuse him just because he is a suspect. The Elder glanced at the mortal extermination formation and confirmed firmly. I was on the spaceship. But that kid locked me in the chamber. He was the one who opened the door. How could I forget that? The Elder bowed his head. Embarrassed? That might be true. I was too angry to think straight. Whatever it is, time to catch that kid. We can definitely squeeze secrets out of him. The Divine Power frowned and ordered the search. Then follow the Chief Elder's orders and take him away. Suddenly, Ziking, hiding nearby, snapped angrily. Before you doubt my junior brother's innocence. I saw it myself. The mirror was hidden in the Eternal's sleeve. The Elder raised an eyebrow. Surprised. Who is there? She appeared instantly. Her face flushed with anger. The 3 stared in shock at the uninvited guest. The Divine Power shouted. When did that person get into our clan? The Eternal blinked. Surprised. I never sensed them at all. Their power is not ordinary. See, I told you that kid definitely has a trick or two. Ziking and Li confirmed, like we said, whether the mirror on him is real or fake. We will find out soon enough. Mortal Extermination spoke worriedly. Second sister. You have caught someone's attention. The Elder stammered fearfully. And no. Divine Power stepped forward. Anger flashing. You did all this just because of a mortal? The Eternal questioned sharply. Clan leader. Do you really want to make an enemy of me over a mortal? He turned away and replied to Divine Power. After all, he is senior brother Minbach. The Eternal could not hide his anger. Le Shentong. Do not forget who brought you from second elder to this position. If you really let some outsider become clan leader, what does it matter? I am just helping him. If you find the celestial mirror on me today, just wait for my fury. Divine Power gave a troubled order. Outsiders can be trusted. These 2 are deadly enemies and must be dealt with. He stamped near Lord Le Minbach. Handle them on the spot. Someone standing nearby replied immediately. Yes, sir. Yifan and Ziking gaped in shock as dozens of sharp swords suddenly pointed straight at them. He pondered silently, his face clearly showing the dozens of sharp swords aiming at him. Yifan gritted his teeth, thinking. Surrounded again. Last time in the Lion Kingdom. Was I born with a saintess body or what? The Yuan Jiang system angrily muttered. That fat jerk talks nonsense. If I would known he would be such a pain, I would have just given him a headache pill and called it a day. Ong Hung also spoke up indignantly. Back then when he guessed the host was me, I thought he was crazy. But then he said it was us. Turns out the host, second sister. The Eternal furrowed his brows. Confused. Thinking. Suddenly chills ran down his spine. The Path Seeker smiled gently and stepped forward to advise. Host, they are guests of Lord Li Minbach. If you come out now, you will only anger Divine Power. He frowned coldly. 2 hours have passed. Well past the usual deadline. In my opinion, he is already dead. Suddenly, Minbach appeared out of nowhere, holding a bunch of flowers, eyes wide with surprise. Whoa, so many people here. What are you all up to? Truongsin glared angrily, pointing his staff at him. La Minbach, why are not you dead yet? And why are you even passing the crane test? Minbach, confused and pissed off, snapped back. Why the hell should I die? Flashback to the training world. He happily skipped around, plucking flowers after leveling up from average to high. Minbach smiled contentedly as he carefully picked flowers, thinking to himself, didn't expect he would have a dragon robe. Better not start any trouble. Better not start any trouble. This time, he passed a path marked with a wild beast warning high difficulty and risk. The challenge was really ramping up. Truongsen was fuming inside, thinking, this should not be happening. Suddenly, The system tossed a syringe at the old man. Irritated, he muttered, really pushing it. After the drug kicked in, Truong Sin's jaws seemed to start moving on their own, babbling nonstop even though his face showed no warmth. Because I ordered Lei to activate the mechanism inside the secret realm. I want you dead, not just you, but that bright yip as well. Hearing this, he could not help but get furious, pointing and demanding. You begged me to come to the Shenlong clan as the head, and now you want to test me right after, still trying to kill me and senior brother Yip. I do not care about your lame headship title. Truong Sin muttered to himself. Dumbfounded. Why did I even say that? Shenthong quickly dropped to his knees, pleading, Lord Lyman back. It is our fault. Please do not be angry. Now, I will cripple the Grand Elder's meridians and expel the sinner Le Truong Sin from the Shenlong clan. The old man's eyes nearly popped out when he saw tens of thousands of sword tips aimed at him. Furious, he shouted, What do you think you are doing? I am the Grand Elder here, the Grand Elder who earned great merits for the clan. Someone retorted, So what if this brat passed the clan's crane test? He has not been recognized by the Celestial Immortal and still is not the head. Truong Sin winced and chuckled at the comeback. Turns out even Grand Elders have limits. No matter how much they contribute in the end, when it comes to rewards, you still do not measure up to some random kid who fell from the sky. That is how you play it. Huh? Shenthong nervously wiped sweat from his brow. Confused. What exactly do you mean? The old man grinned wickedly, holding the Celestial Immortal mirror. I am no longer the Grand Elder. Shenthong gasped in shock. The Celestial Immortal mirror. Truong Sin raised it to the sky, pleading, Celestial Immortal mirror, please contact the immortals in the upper realm. Tell them who truly deserves to be the head of the Shenlong clan. The immortal mirror's face turned pale and harsh as it reported, contacting the immortals in the upper realm now, holding it tightly. Truong Sin anxiously thought. It worked. Once I reach Mingyuan Immortal Sect, I will be saved. Suddenly, the immortal mirror flew out of Truong Sin's hands in one swift motion, heading straight for Diep Fame. It smiled cheerfully. Greeting. Hello, great immortal lord. But Diep Fame waved it off irritably. Buzz off. Buzz off. Buzz off. I am not an immortal. Shenthong's eyes widened in disbelief. Why would the celestial immortal mirror fly into the hands of a mere mortal? The immortal mirror laughed warmly, flattering him. You are right. If you say you are not, then you are not. But honestly, the sen on you. You must have been close to the owner of the dragon robe. Right? Please take me with you. I miss my master so much. The mirror asked. Dipfam blinked in confusion. You are a treasure too. A lost dragon robe. Weird. But you do not have a nose. How can you smell? Minbach hurried over, praising. No doubt. You are senior brother Diep's treasure. Shenthong felt uneasy and muttered. Never expected the person next to Lord Lai is not only an immortal, but connected to the upper realm. I am done. If he really is an immortal, I am dead meat. He and his attendants knelt, thanking Diep Immortal and begging to join the Shenlong clan with a single favor. Diep Fame, surprised but tired, said, Get up. Get up. You are nothing like them. Zathan watched this scene, sinking into despair, overwhelmed by self-doubt. Never thought the little junior brother was this strong. In just a few short months, he has become an immortal beyond reach in the cultivation world. Compared to him, she sadly turned away. He looked surprised toward the back and called out, Senior sister, now like a saint. Diep Fam was flattered by Shenthong's every move. Diep Immortal. Please wait. This time, I support your junior brotherly. The attendants agreed cheerfully. Yes, yes, yes. Pick junior brotherly. Minbach was so moved he shed tears silently, thinking to himself, Diep Han treated me well. He lifted me from a lowly, worthless cultivator to the one who now controls everything in this great clan. I swear, I won. T let down his training. Master Tin approached him sincerely, congratulating Lord Lamin Butch on becoming the head of the Thanlong clan. Tumneo gave a soft smile and added his own congratulations. The revival and glory of the Lo family now rests entirely on you, Lord Minbut. They said. Minbutch smiled brightly and replied, If you have accepted me as clan head, then you must never go against a single word I say. First order of business. Build a gigantic statue of Dip Sahain. Make it enormous. The two hurriedly nodded and agreed. Meanwhile, far away from the Thanlong clan, a jagged rock jutted proudly in the middle of a path. Diep From worriedly looked at Tathan perched atop the sharpstone and gently asked, Second senior sister, why are you out here? It is dangerous. She replied with a heavy sigh. Nothing much. Just sitting here admiring the mountain view, watching all life below. I wanted to feel what it is like to stand so high. He stepped closer with concern. Come down safely. Second senior sister, if there is anything on your mind, just say it. Sometimes, letting it out makes things easier. She leaned on DP Fum's shoulder, feeling defeated. For now. Yes, little junior brother. Promise me you won't tell anyone about this. Suddenly, the system popped up, buzzing with excitement. Here it comes, the classic cliffside love confession. Not a tragic death this time. It is a confession. Someone exclaimed, "What is this silly drama? Wait, why is there a cliff here anyway?" Hung Hung laughed. Don't ask. It is fake. Tathan bowed her head sadly. Little junior brother. You know, I have always been insecure. When I was little, I looked scary. No one wanted to adopt me. Only senior ancestor did not hate me. She said my eyes were beautiful. She said with a forced smile. I carry a secret even senior ancestor does not know. I was about to bury it deep. But then I saw you exposed by the celestial sword before all your fans. You looked radiant. Little junior brother like a prince or a general. And me? I am just a farmer's daughter with no special qualities. Tathan hesitated, struggling to say, little junior brother, I want... Hung Hung chuckled excitedly. Got it, it is definitely a confession. The system's alert blared. Whoa, what a Cinderella story. Someone get me some snacks. Suddenly she spoke fiercely. I want to become someone others fear. Just like you. Tathan confessed sincerely. I have always wanted to see that terrified yet helpless look on others' faces when they see me, like a lamb chained by the neck, then sliced up from the feet and turned into stew, stuffed into their brains. The system winced. Whoa, second senior sister's metaphors are something else. Your second senior sister is terrifying. Hung Hung chimed in. Honestly, being invisible like her is not so bad either. The sky cleared from gray to bright blue. Dark clouds parting to let sunlight cascade down on her like a beacon of hope, a fresh start. The system's eyes widened in shock as Tathan raised her hands. And eerie streams of demonic energy began swirling around her. Even Hung Hung beside her asked, is she recognized by Heaven's Dio now? The system panicked even more. Her spiritual power and will are terrifying. Your second senior sister is no ordinary mortal. Hung Hung nodded in agreement. As the system, even I am scared of her deep down. No wonder Heaven's Dio acknowledges her. At that moment, brilliant rings of light erupted from Tathan, blazing like fire against the clear blue sky. Cut to somewhere else, 3 glowing red dots slowly appeared with a question. What about the bloodline of the king? A foot suddenly emerged from the ground. She is still alive. Moments later, countless creatures big and small burst from the earth, all sharing one thought. The bloodline of the king, the queen, is back. Cut to inside the Great Legion Kingdom's territory. In Trenaja's chamber, she was relaying secret orders to a disciple. From now on, assist the new emperor carefully. Don't let our enemies exploit any weakness in the sect. Suddenly, a junior disciple rushed in shouting. Sect leader, there is trouble. She asked urgently. What is going on? Why are you panicking? The disciple began reporting frantically. The entire city and sect are overrun by swarms of black demonic beasts crawling everywhere. They are like an army, all charging toward. Hearing this shocking news, she could not help but shudder in terror. What? Meanwhile, in the system's realm, it wondered aloud to Hong Hong, why does she look nothing like I imagined? Plus, her vibe's totally off, confusingly replying she is clearly a disciple of Master Z Win. But where's the purple hair? Outside, after a tense silence, Ziking finally spoke slowly. At long last, Dipfem called out anxiously. Advisor by. Ziking spun around, her breathtaking beauty catching the light, and quickly delivered some news to him. Little junior brother, check this out. I have finally restored my original look. Seeing her appearance, Dipfem frowned and asked. Advisor by. Why do you want to disguise yourself as a cockroach? Ziking glanced down at her body and shot back. A cockroach? What is that? This right here is my natural. Born that way look. Her words only deepened Dipfem's confusion. Natural. Huh. Just then, a sharp claw crept closer to the two of them. A voice called out excitedly. Queen Bia. At last, we have found you. She looked at them curiously and asked, who are you guys? Dipfem's face froze. Thinking. Queen Roach. 3 cockroach-clad figures appeared before Z-King. The one in middle began introducing themselves. Queen Bia. We are loyal subjects of the Great Lion Empire in the Western Territories, and your servants. Back then, you went missing without a trace. That day, a raging fire shot flames high into the sky. The heat so intense it left destruction in its wake. The cockroach leader firmly instructed. The princess is the last surviving bloodline of the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor sealed all the marks into the princess's body. We must protect her at all costs. The cockroaches behind nodded sharply in agreement. At that moment, both systems thought of the same name, Master Clack. The cockroach leader warned one of them. While the princess guards me, I will wipe out the enemy troops and come back. Then he repeated the order to another cockroach. While the princess protects me, I will finish off the enemy in return. And the next cockroach echoed the same words. As long as the princess guards me, I will go and call them back. This message kept repeating, leaving both Deep Fam and the two systems stunned. Ong Hong angrily snapped. You call this getting lost? Clearly, no one in the sect that day. Back then, when Master Yun was strolling in the forest, she stumbled upon Z-King wrapped in a cockroach shell. She did not hesitate to care for her. Abandoning a child is just immoral. She then cradled the little girl warmly, happily promising that this purple-eyed child seemed destined for the Z-Yun sect. She would become one of them. After hearing all this, Z-King was moved. Master treats me so well. Dipfam was speechless, thinking, Master's pretty reckless. Huh. Just then, a cockroach knelt before Z-King and made a plea to Queen Beha. Please, you must avenge the Celestial Emperor. Make those old fools from the Blue Robe sect pay. Depfam looked puzzled and asked, Isn't this a fantasy world? Why does it have ties to the West? The system side. Explaining, the true world is like that. It is just usually separate from the Western continents. Ong Hong fell silent, pondering her own theory. Now I finally get why I could not see through second senior sister of the sect leader. It is either hidden or erased by fate. At that moment, Z-King turned to Deep Fam, her heart sinking as she realized. So this means little junior brother, and I must part ways. No chance to see anyone at Ziyun sect again. The cockroach spoke up reassuringly. Our queen, you do not need to be so gloomy. With your current power, going back is basically a death sentence. She winced and shot back. Man, you are brutally honest. Then the cockroach stepped closer to Z-King, pleading desperately. Your Majesty, may we stay by your side and serve you? She hesitated before replying. Sure, I guess. It just means one more mouth to feed at the sect. Z-King's gaze landed on a mountain ridge, her eyes widening as she recognized something. Suddenly, a massive cockroach army appeared out of nowhere. Z-King, flustered, said, You better not follow me back to the sect. The cockroach asked curiously, Why? Meanwhile, Depfam's face showed clear confusion. He wondered, why is senior sister sending messages right now? On the screen, Zian urgently reported shocking news. Little junior brother, Master has fainted. Depfam could not hide his worry, asking, Master? What happened? The system and Hong Hong nearby were just as bewildered. Cut to Tu Van's room, where she is struggling to keep her cool while explaining to everyone. I swear, it was this tall black bug. Suddenly, it dashed out of my private room at lightning speed, dragging behind it 10 little bugs. Of course, no one bought it. Tu Mingai had even fired off a question that made her blood boil. Sect leader, how often do you clean this room anyway? Tu Van's voice shot back loud and clear. That is not true. Meanwhile, Depfam and second senior sister had just returned. He stepped in, reporting, Senior sister, second senior sister and I are back. Tu then anxiously asked, Senior sister, how is senior sect leader? Hearing Tu Than's words, everyone else gawked in shock. Tu Bang looked confused and asked, You called me senior sister. Could it be, you are Tu then? Tu Yan also wondered why her hair was not purple. Tu Van stared hard at her purple hair, finally certain. Those eyes. She truly is our Tu Than. Shortly after, Tu Than dropped to her knees before her, sobbing. Master, your disciple Tu Than has been infilial. Only today do I dare to reveal my true self. She gently replied. Tu Than, get up quickly. Stand up now. Tu Van's tears welled up as she worried. Master, you look a bit off. You seem thinner than I remember. Senior sect leader. Then she pulled out a green talisman from her neck, cheerfully announcing something. That is right. Take a look. I fainted, but I am fine. All thanks to my precious disciple's protective charm. Tu then blinked in surprise. Master, you have already received the gift from junior brother. Her actions made everyone cringe. Tu Ngai immediately warned. Sect leader, please hold back. Your disciple is standing right there. Outside the door, Depfam stood with crossed arms, eyes glued to the chaos unfolding inside. Suddenly, a voice appeared right behind him, saying, Deep, I get. When the master fainted, I was the first to rush out from Dalian to help treat him. Tu Van stepped forward cautiously, asking Deep, Disciple Bao, did you encounter any black demonic beasts on the way? That beast's been causing a lot of trouble lately. Word is, both the cultivation world and the mortal realm have seen it. He simply replied, Yeah, ran into it. Just as he finished, Tu then called someone over and asked, Is this the one? The person bowed and said, Greetings, sir. That sudden appearance left Tu Van utterly stunned. The great-grandmother screamed, but fear twisted her mouth. Then T Van foamed at the mouth and collapsed flat onto the floor. T Gait shouted anxiously, This is bad. Master just passed out. Brother, you gotta help. Quick. The friar guy hesitated, then turned to ask Dai P Fim, Did I cause this disaster? Exhausted, He replied, let us just say you did. Cut to somewhere else, a foot kicks away a stone blocking the path. The candy-sucking girl is none other than the prodigy of the Vivantha sect. Logan. She mutters. So slow. What is Master up to now? Minutes earlier in the Lodging Kingdom's royal palace, Tran Hu grabbed Lugan's hand, saying, this girl's got talent. Definitely good material for cultivation. How about making her my disciple? The other man answered immediately. Then it is up to the sect leader. Then the man reminded Logan, daughter, we are a branch of the Ing clan. Right now, the Vivantha sect is supporting Njida to become the ruling power of Ze Elan. You understand what that means? Do not, she nodded firmly. I know. I will make sure to shine in the Vivantha sect. At that moment, she was scolding her father bitterly. You are terrible, Dad. For the throne, you handed me over to the Vivantha sect as a hostage, and the sect leader too said they would take me to the Vivantha sect. But here I am dumped in some random sect. She flashed a sly grin and thought, I refuse to be a pawn for you all. If I do not stir things up, do you really think I am some easy little demon girl to control? Cut to the old fox and the sea dog. They are butting heads. The old fox asked. Cece, is there really a blood-hungry human here? The Sev dog insisted. Fox knows. I swear, there is definitely some spirit herbs here. Soon, a fragrant aroma wafted straight to their noses. The old fox smiled. Smells like grilled chicken today. The Sev dog perked up. No more searching. Fox knows. Let us eat first. So the dog and fox dashed toward the chicken leg on the plate, excitedly shouting, time to eat. The two creatures lunged at the chicken leg, mouths wide open. Just then, a trap that had been set suddenly snapped tight. In an instant, the mutt and the nine-tailed fox were caught dead in the trap. The mutt glanced longingly at the chicken drumstick below, whining, legs, legs. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox nervously whispered, dang it, we walked right into this trap. At that moment, a young girl appeared nearby, forcing them to hold their breath. Soon after, Luongshan returned carrying a basket filled with the fur of the nine-tailed fox and the mutt. She gleefully said, a full haul. If the beast owners find out, they're gonna flip out and drag Master Bat Chat into this mess. Her eyes locked onto something with fierce determination. Up ahead, Hoyu was basking in the fresh air and soft sunlight, sighing contentedly. Perfect sunny day today. Suddenly, a large shadow loomed behind Hoyu, blocking the warm sunlight. It was Luongshan, plucking leaves one by one, muttering to herself, go home, just go home. Meanwhile, Hoyu panicked internally, whispering, help, oh no. Just then, Own Dat, the fairy, stormed in with fury, demanding, what are you doing? She hurriedly justified herself. I just saw some petals wilting, so I thought I would trim a few. But the truth was, petals were scattered everywhere and Hoyu was already suspicious. Furious, Own Dat snapped, these are flowers I painstakingly nurtured with my fairy power. I have got to teach her a lesson. Luongshan bolted off like a rocket, thinking, better run, but mid-sprint, her face suddenly collided with someone else's chest. Luongshan tumbled down hard while the person she crashed into was none other than Diepfame. Standing frozen, he gawked at her face, stammering, is this? The gleaming jade pendant on her chest caught his eye instantly. Diepfame stared at it, puzzled, whispering, this is, she quickly explained, it is my jade pendant. What is up? Diepfame's eyes lit up as he recalled the yellow jade pendant in his mind and replied, no way. Then he muttered quietly, it looks pretty close. At that moment, Own Dat glared at Luongshan and said, don't he let her off the hook? Diepfame asked, what is going on? Han explained, she stripped all the petals off the flowers. Luongshan's face went pale as she realized, oh no, the flower owner's coming. Come Ev. Dem said, it is just some flowers, not a big deal. Besides, I think someone has been taking care of them for me lately. I guess that is true. Own Dat replied firmly. Senior, looking after the flowers is just our duty. Just then, Batch Dao appeared behind him with urgent news. Dep's hind is in trouble. The tail fur of two spirit beasts belonging to hind was all plucked out. Those words made Luongshan jump in shock. Batch Dao pointed at the pile of fur in dismay. It is all gone. Everyone's super pissed about this. Without hesitation, Vipe turned to Luongshan and said firmly, the HUD. Step aside. Don't want blood splattering on you. She hid behind Diepfame and tried to defend herself. Senior, it is just a misunderstanding. I was just collecting the fur since they are shedding anyway. Fidep was furious and immediately snapped at her. Are you kidding? Do you think the spirit beasts do not have feelings? Nearby, the mutt sulked sadly over losing its tail fur, while the nine-tailed fox wailed, its 9 tails completely bare, 3 pairs of eyes batched Dao. Own dat. And Phi Dip all glared at Longan, looking at the scene. She desperately asked herself, "Oh no? I have really messed up. It was just petals before." The girl in yellow shouted, "Beat her. Kill her. Our master's not around. And these two will rip me apart next." Sensing trouble, she turned and begged Deep Fame, "Senior, I was wrong. Please forgive me." But he just shook his head at Luong An, thinking to herself, "This master's deception skills are unreal." Then pulling something out, he said to Ondat, "Wait, let me show you." He revealed the celestial immortal mirror and began to explain. "I came to the divine dragon realm as a guest, and this mirror says you are its owner." She was surprised to realize the object was the celestial immortal mirror. Holding the mirror tightly, Ondat exclaimed happily, "Awesome. Every time I see Senior, I get lucky and reclaim my treasure." "Thanks, Senior." Fem smiled brightly and said, "If that is all, I will head back to refine the treasure now." She rushed off, buzzing with excitement. Dat let out a loud grunt. Behind her, Ho reached out, asking, "What about me?" After settling one person, Daipfum turned to explain to the two others. "Look, do not get too worked up about this. The spirit beast's fur. I gave it to her." But Shio was not buying it for a second and shot back. "Why would Master Dape even ask for that?" Daipfum gave a serious look at the basket of spirit beasts, then started spinning a tail with solemn flair. "Because the fur is super soft, perfect for making clothes or scarves. You all work so hard taking care of the spirit beasts. It is only fair they pay a little back. Right?" The two others instantly softened at that, but Shio beamed. "Master Deep, you are surprisingly kind to us." Phidip smiled brightly and said, "Looks like we misjudged the young lady." As they left with the basket, Logan still had doubts. Just a few words and they were convinced. They sure trust this senior way too much. The system popped up. Pride radiating. No wonder the host is top-notch. This water grandmaster's skills are seriously impressive. In a flash, he calmed those 3 ladies down. Hung Hung looked puzzled. Why would the system cover for her like that? The system explained. Probably because of that jade pendant. The host's acquaintance has one too. Hung Hung connected the dots. So that is what is going on. The system went on. Family says the one holding the other jade piece is the person fated by heaven. Hung Hung nodded at the info. Just then, Depfum gently warned Lozingen. "Don't go wrestling with others' stuff anytime from now on." She eagerly replied, "Got it, I messed up." But inside, she was puzzled. Strange, this guy looks about my senior sage. Definitely a noble prince who got sent up the mountain like me, then made a sacrifice as ordered by the clan master and elder, sharing the same tough fate. This time, helping the young lady out, I will make sure to repay him big time. With that thought, she happily ran over declaring to Deepy Fum, "Once I break through to Golden Core, I will protect you." Then she led him up to meet the senior. "To thank you for saving me, I am buying you grilled fish. I saw tons of sharks behind the mountain." Hearing this, the system said, "That is where I fish every day." Daip Fum immediately asked, "Wait, do not tell me that whole mountain belongs to him." The system hesitated. "Well, sort of." Daip Fum's pupils dilated strangely after that answer, his expression softening like he was picturing a little sister from his old life. That is when it hit him. Such a weird personality finally. "I know who she reminds me of. Turns out this fire spirit shares traits with my sister. I have replayed this so many times, and I even remembered calling her sister. Definitely was not a reincarnated sibling. Back then, every morning my sister would jump on Depi Fum's bed shouting, 'Big bro?' He would grumble, 'It is the weekend now.' Once she rummaged through his books, asking, 'Where did you hide that secret book?' Depfum snapped, 'There is no such thing.' Another time she cried hysterically, 'Big bro?' My pen dropped on the floor, thinking back on those mischievous moments. Daip Fum could only shake his head with a smirk. In Trent, observing the two walking together, Long Higu asked curiously, 'What is the little landlord up to? How dare he be so bold?' Then he bumped into Dip He from behind. Oh, is she seriously treating Dip Zio like some weakling she can boss around? If I would known, I would have tossed her into the wild beast clan earlier. Now she is here again. I have got to find a way to call her back later." Cut to a nearby spot where T-Van was leading the way. "T-Van, you have barely learned any cultivation techniques from me all these years," the master said, a little embarrassed. "If you need anything, just tell me." T-Van replied, "Master, I actually do not need anything. But there is something I have been curious about and want to ask." Hearing this, T-Van began to voice her doubt. "Master, what do you think of the little junior brother? I heard from senior sister and senior auntie." The master raised an eyebrow. "Your concern for the little junior brother seems a bit over the top. What exactly did they say? That little junior brother is a natural-born Taoist. His cultivation speed is unmatched. If you are not careful and treat him poorly, what if another sect snatches him away? Tathan did not buy it and asked again, leaving the master speechless for a moment. Is that so? Then what if the little junior brother wants to quit cultivating in the future? Quickly, she found an excuse. What do you mean? The little junior brother is still so young. He has got a long way to find his Tao companion. Why are we overthinking this for him? As they walked, they suddenly spotted Chen Exie ahead. Taven asked, why is Chen Eo Hiyu standing there? Could it be to release the baby fish too? So curious, she spoke up, her tone sharp. What are you staring at? The disciple squinted forward and said, nothing. I just feel like the little junior disciple I just took and seems a bit lively. Hearing this, Zion could not help but rush over. A brand new disciple. Let me see. Ahead, a small campfire flickered softly with gentle pulses. Yip-Fan and Lying and sat together on a rock, chatting warmly, the atmosphere cozy and inviting. Suddenly, the fire died down and strange sea creatures emerged in its place. Lying and happily handed a charred fish to Yip-Fan, saying, Senior, try this. Yip-Fan nervously asked, wait, is this even edible? Zayun's mood darkened noticeably. She was stunned when she realized the disciple was the one her master had entrusted. She glanced Lying up and down, silently concluding this was not just any disciple, but her future partner. Her thoughts were abruptly cut off. Zayun tried to calm herself, whispering, this can't be happening. No way. Z-King picked up on her strange behavior and could not help but speculate. Could it be true? Has Master really developed feelings that cross the line between teacher and junior disciple? A generation gap flashed through Z-King's mind, making her even more uneasy. Despite the fact that the cultivation world does not forbid master-disciple relationships, but the junior disciple is way too young, not even a tenth of Master's age. Honestly, it is kinda creepy. Suddenly, Xion grabbed her wrist tightly. Z-King, can you check that jade pendant? Check it out. See if it is fake or not. That made Z-King really curious. How could a jade pendant be fake? Master calmly explained, that pendant has been with me since birth. I was told I had it in my mouth from the moment I was born. Zai Yun's whole body stiffened at that statement. She muttered fearfully to herself, born with it. Then she turned and said, nothing. I am going to close the door now. A little while later, Zai Yun returned to her place, her heart twisting painfully with the question. This junior disciple is a precious fate from heaven. I should be happy for it. So why do I feel like I am betraying myself? She slowly sat down in front of the incense burner and began to cultivate. Zi Junjin's ears perked up, despite her calm tone. She insisted, I really should focus on my cultivation. All the disciples are strong now. If the sect leader does not push herself, how can she guide the Ziyun sect? Maybe once I break through to spirit transformation, I will understand everything. Just then, a deep voice echoed. Startled, the lady master whipped her head around. Who is in my room? A shimmering blue circle suddenly appeared in midair, making her even more curious. Who was it? In an instant, the circle sprouted sharp, swirling details. This was a dark system with a girl named Vindictive at its center. Who I am does not matter, the voice said. What matters is I am here to help you. Back with Yip Fan. He hurriedly turned away. It is melted. Time to cook for Master now. Lying and asked curiously. Senior, you still have to cook for Master? Yip Fan replied. Yeah. At first I only made my own portion. But after they tried it, they wanted more. That surprised her a bit. Who would be thought a cultivator who mastered secret recipes still had such a huge appetite? Then Lang An brought out some burnt creatures he had grilled, excitedly saying, Here, some extra food for everyone. But everyone else looked terrified, as if this was a death sentence for their clan. Suddenly, the system flashed an urgent alert. Host, I need to tell you something very important. What is it? He asked immediately. The system hurriedly reported, Your master has entered seclusion. But I can't update her data. Yip Fan replied calmly. Is this serious? The system, thinking of Zi Yun's state, explained worriedly. Very serious. This means your master has broken free from the heavenly Tao's control. The system finished just as Zi Yun appeared before everyone, her eyes bloodshot with fierce power and rage radiating off her. Seeing her like that, Liang An could not help but ask, Senior, is that Master Hein? Why does her aura feel so different from Haiyan's? At that moment, Xion glared with her blazing red eyes. She charged forward with her enhanced demonic aura straight at Yip Fan. The system immediately sprang into action. Host? Danger detected. Activating enhanced protection shield. Fierce energy blast slammed into him. But a protective ring of light quickly sprang up around him. In an instant, a pillar of light shot from Yip Fan, tearing through the dark sky, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. All five of them VM. Numamahai. On zit. Ziwayak. And Phi Dip shared the same gut-wrenching feeling. The pressure was crushingly intense. In an instant, the ground beneath them shattered into pieces. Surrounded by suffocating waves of ominous energy, everyone nervously stared at Tivon. The system's voice trembled. The firepower's off the charts. My hands are going numb. Hung Hung clenched her lips and asked sharply, Host, what is going on? Has your master gone dark yet? Chunna snapped angrily at Tiven. Tiven understood immediately. What did I do to make my junior disciple piss her off? Before she could finish, she considered a possibility. Could it be that jade amulet? Then she quickly turned to Logan, her disciple. Hand over the jade amulet to Master Tiven. Now, Logan replied without hesitation. Huh, yes, but Dite Fum quickly objected. Don't pull it out. If Master sees it, she will only get angrier. Suddenly, a surge of dark red shadow energy erupted fiercely. Tivan wrapped the shadow energy around her arm and charged forward, leaving everyone puzzled. Still not done. The energy flew and gripped Chen Hes' pen tightly. She broke out in a cold sweat, clutching the pen, then immediately turned to ask Dip P. Fem. Type understood. Is Master really Neen Ann? With her bizarre cultivation level, her true strength is totally unreadable. Dep Fam was confused too. I do not know. Trang Thung Hung's voice crackled with shocking news. Host, I think Master might have a system too. Both the system and Dite Fum exclaimed in unison. What? Minutes earlier, Ven Sing had told Ven, who I am does not matter. Just know I am here to help you, whether it is ultimate cultivation or an impossible love. If you want it, I can make it happen. Hearing this, she pondered deeply, her heart wavering with doubt, but she resolved firmly. As leader of the T-Vane sect, every thought and action I take affects its future. Even if I harbor forbidden feelings for my precious disciple, I must restrain myself. Our master-disciple bond is not so fragile that I would let some twisted thoughts ruin my life. I gotta admit, I am surprised. For someone just at the Ingainan stage to have this kind of awareness. Respect, I underestimated you. I should be asked for your opinion first. As she finished, the dark energy from Tivena's body clung tightly to the system's mirror face, radiating an eerie shadow aura. The scene stunned Tivene into disbelief. Threads of the dark energy began to coil around Tivena's fingers in a flash. Her entire body was suspended midair, held firm by the shadowy threads. At that moment, she declared coldly, This is not the original mind. Tivenen's eyes slowly closed, blurred images of Viandung and her words echoing. Too weak. Even if you see it, what good will it do? Back in reality, Dipe Fum frantically questioned the system. What is with Master having a system? It quickly explained. Just speculation. Usually, hosts can see each other's systems, but it seems your master can see us. Ung Hung nodded in agreement. Right now, she is only receiving power from her system. Nothing else. The system clenched its teeth in frustration and proposed a solution. Host, if you want to fix this, the only way is to find who is controlling your master. Dipe Fum immediately asked. How do we find them? The system replied. Give me some time. For now, you should pull your master back. Meanwhile, Logan stared curiously at the faint system figures beside her. Hey, what are those blurry things in the sky? Suddenly, an enraged Tivin charged directly at Dipe Fum, swinging a powerful spell. With a heavy stump, someone landed firmly on the ground. Ziak rushed in like a storm, swiftly catching the magical energy from Ivan. She froze on the spot, staring confusedly at the energy in her hands, muttering, all destruction. Luckily, Phidipe arrived just in time and unleashed a bolt of lightning ahead. She shouted, I am here to help. Phidipe approached Eaxi with concern, asking, Are you alright? He smiled and said, Just a scratch. At that moment, Than, Bin, and Evan appeared. Seeing the chaos, they anxiously asked, Little Hind, what is going on? Why did Master end up like this? Dipe Fum told the sisters something that left them stunned. Ladies, now's not the time to explain. Please get the little brat beside me to safety first, Logan said, repeating the words quietly. Little brat. Suddenly, a devastating magic vortex erupted in mid-air. Tiven raised both hands high, her feet wrapped in the swirling magical storm. This was the decisive move of the Tiven sect, the infamous Crimson Torrent technique. Witnessing the scene, Tiven could not help but wonder. This is our lost ultimate technique from Tiven sect. How did Master even learn this? The magic vortex intensified, and a strange flower bloomed on Tivena's body, formed from swirling green smoke. Sensing danger, Numahai shouted a warning. Careful, don't touch that smoke flower. Without hesitation, he slammed his hand on the ground to activate the Jiang Faciling formation as spirals of light binding the area began to appear. At that moment, The flower on Vena's body was lifted upward. Her body was already wrapped tightly in bands of glowing light. Below, Ida confidently declared, "Senior, I am here to back you up." Suddenly, Vena's body unleashed bursts of magical energy. I quickly grabbed something and hurled it toward her, saying, "This will calm the flare-up." Ida called out, but at that moment, Phi Deep wiped the chains on the sect leader. "These chains are used to seal spirit beasts." "Sorry." "Not sorry." In no time, the chains wrapped tightly around Ven, shining a blinding light all over her. The three sisters rushed over and hugged her tightly, frantically urging, "Master, stay calm, please." Meanwhile, Namamahai, Dai Pfum, and Vim could only hold their breath and watch. After a tense struggle, Ven finally opened her eyes weakly and called out, "Z." Then, strange magical energy started leaking from her mouth. The dark absorption system appeared with a watery mark on it, and the sinister Venix Stang hiding inside sneered, "So weak, just a few chains and she is already subdued." As soon as she appeared, the system urgently alerted Dip Fum. Behind the scenes, Su Gan calmly ordered, "System, unlock the seal for me." Surprised, Hung asked cautiously, wanting to confirm the sudden decision, "Seal, host, are you sure about this?" The system cut her off sharply, sternly warning, "No more questions. If the host regrets it, we are screwed. Unseal it." Host Dipe Fum stood at the eye of the magic storm, his hand spinning violently as he forcefully broke the seal. His face went cold, eye sharp as daggers scanning everyone. Voice rough and commanding, "She is dangerous. Best stay out of this." Everyone, from inside the mirror, Sung's feet slowly stepped out, immediately taunting, "Finally, you are bringing out the big guns." In a flash, her figure blurred in the wind, a chilling smile playing on her lips as spiritual energy swirled around her like a living storm. Ven Sung suddenly unleashed chains of iron. The chains wrapped tightly around Ven, and a scream of agony tore from her throat. Ven Sung sneered arrogantly, "You are no match for me." Watching this, Su could not hold back, shouting furiously, "Let Master go." The system quickly activated, automatically using a time acceleration bullet. A shadow beyond the ordinary flickered away from its old spot, leaving a faint ghostly image hanging in the air. In a blink, he closed in on her so fast she did not even have time to react. The system kicked in, amplifying his thrust 100-fold. His punch ignited like wildfire, spiritual energy coalescing into a blazing fist. A metallic clang echoed the Overlord's. His fist thundered down like a lightning bolt, the air exploding in shockwaves. She could not dodge. The impact struck hard, leaving her severely wounded. After the blow, Van Song lost control of her body, twisting midair. Limb stiff as fire sparks flickered around her, but in a flash, she recovered swiftly. Van Dong smirked with satisfaction, mocking her, "Really no mercy. Huh. Well, I am a lady after all." Dep Phim's eyes burned cold as he shot back, "If you are my enemy, I do not care if you are male or female." As those words dropped, dark energy swirled around her, coalescing into a faint form. "Still the same," Dep Phim muttered. Puzzled, Van Dong wielded a massive scythe, black-purple energy spiraling fiercely in midair. Demonic aura spilled forth. Deep Phim raised a hand to block the blade's tip, a risky move that had the system on edge. "Weird dude. System, can he handle this?" "Host, pick a weapon. Quick," the system urged, but Hong shot back, "No way. Even if you gave him a weapon, there is no time to wield it now." Suddenly, a sword shimmered before him, glowing gold. Startled, he recognized the voice in his head. It was the sword speaking. "Master, try not to chop me in half this time." Van Dong still kept his usual dramatic flair, treating it like just another sentient sword. Dep Phim duplicated countless copies of the sword, ready to launch them at his foe, but he paused, thinking, "That is enough." Resolute, Dep Phim unleashed his cultivation technique. Henya, invoking the dragon spear from the sea, he raised his hand and shouted the command. Sword slash. The sword surged forward in a deadly arc. She sneered but deftly dodged, and Van Dong closed in the scythe, gleaming coldly, eyes full of contempt. "Pathetic. Your power slipped a lot since before." As the scythe whipped toward Dip Fame, he calmly shot back. "Oh yeah." Silently, the swarm of swords curved behind her, striking a critical blow. No chance for a counterattack. Van Song clutched her stomach in agonizing pain, groaning, "It hurts. It hurts so bad." Dep Fem threatened, "If you do not want to die, release my master from the binding." Amused by his game of chess, she laughed mockingly. "Just pretending. If I were human, I would probably be dead by now." Van Dong gathered her spiritual energy, yanked her sword free, and flicked a blast of golden sand straight into Dipe Fam's eyes, blurring his vision instantly. Seizing the moment, Van Duong lunged in close. Perfect timing. In this critical moment, the system appeared just in time, activating a shield about 100 layers thick blocking her attack instantly. Defam grimaced, forcing himself to recover with Han Yanju and Tian Shuang Shu. Suddenly, countless glowing blue swords materialized. Swirling around him, the bone-chilling cold spread, fueling his rage. If you do not appreciate this, do not blame me for being ruthless. At that point, Van Song resorted to threatening to take Van's life. Go ahead and kill him if you want, but if you do, your master dies too. But the hand she raised was just an illusion. The real weapon was the system's massive firecracker. The system grinned triumphantly, detonating the firecracker with a huge blast. Van Song collapsed under the attack. Depfam nearby exhaled in relief, but the respite was short-lived. Van Song rose again, a fresh wound on her arm. She gave a cruel smile, locking eyes with Diepfam. Instantly, he shifted into high alert. The large wound on Van Duong's arm visibly healed. She smirked coldly, eyes challenging Diepfam. What is wrong? Can T land a hit? Dayhak could not hold back, stepping forward shouting. Van Duong. Diepfam furrowed his brows, biting his lip, his face tight with frustration. Silent. Later, Diepfam tried to stay calm, his tone questioning. You are not a disciple, why pretend to be one? The system was bewildered. Host? Do you know her? From behind, a silent dark energy crept close, ready to strike him from the shadows. Just then, a massive shadow lunged forward, pushing Diepfam aside to save him from death's door. She shouted a warning. Be careful. The dark energy twisted into a swirling pillar, dispersing the demonic aura. A voice rang out. What a coincidence, who kills their own disciple? When they meet again, it took shape as a grotesque humanoid figure, known as one of the 4 great plague bearers, a corrupted demon system, and Tang and Si Veng rose up, declaring war. But now it is the greatest treasure I proudly guard. No way am I letting anyone ruin it. At first glance, Ziash was furious, eyes blazing like a hunter. That bastard. You are still breathing. The corrupted demon smiled slyly. Cool as. It was just a little mind control on a few folks. Lost again. But do not go thinking I am dead. Even the system could not hold back its anger and snapped. That old geezer. How dare you break the rules and mess with my host? Hun. Fuming. Unloaded. You filthy old bastard. Can't even play fair. Yet you dare lay a hand on my master's disciple. Hearing that, the corrupted demon sneered coldly. You two pathetic low-level rejects do not even have a proper form. What makes you think you can butt in here? Depfam gripped his Tritro's sword tight. Blood boiling. You ruined my kid's head, and you are trying to take down my master too. Your fallen underling's not dead yet. Huh? And got even more pumped, soaring with the mist, laughing out loud. You are toast. From the demon's palm, spiderweb thin threads shot out, wrapping around Lug N's forehead. Chun Hetz. And Heim. She blinked, puzzled. What the hell is this? The corrupted demon jumped, mocking with laughter. Hilarious. Back then, I only needed to control a few of the strongest from that space to crush them. You are using your head to fight me. If I got serious, I could snap all your known people's necks before you even blink. The system suddenly grew timid, no longer cocky. Good thing I am not Han. It muttered, nervously touching Viensing's face and growling threats. You better behave. As long as you die, I might spare a few. Then I will pick some beauties to become demon slaves, locked in my treasure vault every day. Suddenly, a spatial gate opened behind the corrupted demon, freezing him in place. Sensing it, the demon panicked, thinking, the superstar's breath. I blocked all signals here, yet she still found me. With no other choice, and unleashed magic, widening the gate, spinning around to leave a message. I will spare you this time, waiting till I finish refining the frost mist. Then I am coming for you. With that, and dashed off. The system sighed in relief. Host, we are saved. You really are our savior. Coming to the rescue again, stepping through the gate was none other than Heng Hung, hot-blooded and bold. She blurted, why is it you? Where's the other guy? Hung proudly showed off. See, wasn't I smart? Using a teleportation formation provided by the system, she scared him off in no time. The system grumbled, sweating nervously. What is wrong with being a bit smart? I am your system. After all, Diepfam anxiously asked Hen about the situation. Biggs's housemaster. Tithan is getting impatient, saying things are not looking good. Despite Master's body growing weak, there were no visible wounds. Teen Guy looked curious and softly asked, Junior brother, what is your connection to those two? He bent down, gently lifting Vivine, ordering, Biggs's, step back a bit. Diepfam transmitted. System, scan him for me. The system confidently accepted. On it, let us find out what is wrong. After a moment, it reported worriedly. Host, your master has lost the protection of the heavenly path. Deep Fam's eyebrows furrowed as he asked, what do you mean by that? The system quickly explained. The enemy used a legitimate method to block and control your master. Right now, your master's like a passenger thrown off a train cut off from heavenly paths, control and protection, like Vin. Left behind, chasing the train in panic. I have not boarded yet. I am not. Deep Fam asked seriously. This feels similar to Big Second Sis' case. There has to be a way to save him. Right? But the system dashed the last sliver of hope. Host, it is different. Tell me, has anyone ever jumped off a train and still caught it? Hung giggled. What I know is from detective thrillers. The system quickly shut her down. Don't bring that up. Besides, we do not own those rights. Then it turned back, going in circles trying to comfort Deep Fam. Host, do not lose heart. It is not truly hopeless. Since it is a train, naturally there is a destination or the option to buy an extra ticket. You have been feverishly ranting about it. The system cut straight to the chase, offering two solutions when your power hits a spatial limit. The heavenly Tao will either send the train back, or the host and master must form a married bond, becoming one fate-bound entity. Hearing this, Deep Fam flew into a rage, grinding his teeth and cursing. If you want to die, just say it straight up. Besides, it is the exact same spiel as last time, just phrased differently. Though it sounds scary, it is still the system's decree. So what other choice do I have? Host, every time you refuse to cooperate, I can gather any luck? Even if I have better methods, I do not have the capital to pull it off at this point. Losing patience. You demand. All right then, just tell me your plan. If it is not enough, I will figure something else out. At that moment, Loan stared intently at Deep Fam, full of curiosity, and blurted out without thinking, that thing. She did not hesitate and stepped forward to ask, Senior, what are those two things by your side? They were sweating bullets. Panicked voices screaming, oh no, she can actually see us. Deep Fam tilted his head in confusion and asked, you saw them, says Longan replied. Not totally clear, just vague shapes. Semi-transparent. The system sighed a light puff of relief after hearing this. So it was waiting for someone to awaken. Huh? System, Onghang shouted in confusion. But this world already has someone with a system. So why is there still someone waiting to awaken? The system fumbled, only able to say one word before falling silent. After learning the truth, Onghang stepped up, shouting right in its face. What do you mean you forgot to submit my appointment letter? Does that mean I am working for you? Am I just some illegal labor? The system scrambled to explain. I honestly only forgot to submit it to the main system. I actually wrote it down. Onghang got angrier and angrier, squeezing the system while cursing. You damn bastard. The system pleaded guilty. Do not squeeze anymore. Deep Fam, annoyed, intervened. Enough fighting. You too. Master is still waiting for rescue. At that moment, the system suddenly had an idea and hurriedly said, Host, I have got a plan. It pointed at Luong and laid out the idea. If we convert my subsystem to official status, making it hers, then you will become the children of luck. With the power of these two luck-born children, you could catch the heavenly Tao's attention for Master. She asked innocently, I have a system too. So what is the benefit? Deep Fam crossed his arms and answered seriously. There is no real benefit. It has tons of drawbacks. If you take it too seriously, it might even kill you. But it grants secret arts and cultivation, so you do not have to take detours in your training. Hearing this, Longan got excited. That sounds awesome. Onghang asked quietly. So you are just planning to use me then toss me aside? The system hurried to reassure. Don't say that. Longan pointed accusingly at the system and shouted. What kind of dirty trick is that? Onghang sadly said farewell. Fine. I am leaving. I want to go official and join her system. The system asked Deep Fam, Host, if they agree, should I convert my subsystem to official? Though still mad, Onghang warned. Be careful during this time. Don't let that person exploit any weaknesses. He immediately agreed. Yeah? Got it. You go ahead. In the blink of an eye, all three vanished into thin air, leaving behind a pure white cloth fluttering in the wind. Deep Fam bowed his head in thought. Never expected he would meet her again in this life. Flashback to the previous life. Deep Fam was sternly training a young disciple in swordsmanship. You weakling. You notice your mistakes but act so feebly. How can you avenge the Hang family like that? Today, do 20 more sets. The girl teared up but obediently complied. Got it, Master. Elsewhere, a massive wildfire was spreading, thick black smoke swallowing everything in its path. Fresh blood dripped down. The exhausted warriors collapsed amid the blazing inferno. Those rough men scolded bitterly. How many have you killed in our ranks? And you still want to retreat safely with such poor martial skills? You want to avenge the Hang family. Wait for the next life. This time, we will wipe out every last threat so no one dares insult the family again. The dying woman lay on the ground, silently blaming her reckless actions. If only I would listen to Master. Studied hard, and only then descended the mountain to avenge my parents. Sorry. Master, at that very moment, Depfem appeared calmly and shouted in fury. You think you can kill my disciple with just that? He struck swiftly, each foe falling one by one. Van Song forced herself up, using her last bit of strength to call out. Master, Yepfam spoke calmly. You are the first disciple I took in. If you die now, who else will dare to call me Master? Master? Her voice barely a whisper. I was wrong. Van Song blinked in surprise, eyes wide with awe. Yepfam gently lifted her, eyes soft and warm, looking toward Van Song, his voice steady and kind. I will take you back to the sect to heal. Daihat grumbled in irritation. Brothers, I said it already, if you want to carry her, do it yourselves. I am not giving you a ride. He immediately snapped. What are you making such a fuss about now? Van Song watched silently, a faint smile curling her lips. Her cheeks flushed before she even realized it. Time flew by. Years later, starting with Diamfem's furious roar, that old sect leader really has guts. This time he is dragged in 3 million cultivators at the tribulation stage to risk everything against me. Brother Yem calmly gave orders. Disciples, quick, lead the juniors out. This sect can't be saved anymore. Van Duong chuckled softly. Got it, Master. Hearing that, Depfem immediately turned back. Brow furrowed, voice full of suspicion. What is going on? Before he could make sense of it, Van Duong boldly rushed forward and pressed a kiss to his lips, tilting her head, innocence shining in her eyes. She whispered gently, Master, please do not let those cultivators chase after us. Okay, Dipfem confidently declared. Don't underestimate your master, she scolded softly. But her eyes promised something deeper, this flirtatious flower heart. She has to come back for sure. Snap back to reality after waking up. Van Song was utterly confused, clueless about what was happening. From the demon's mouth came a guttural voice, sending chills down the spine. My masterpiece. At this moment, she was trapped inside a tank filled with murky liquid. With a sudden move, the fluid spilled out in a rush. A mysterious shadow appeared behind, a low voice echoing from the darkness. Are you two fans just arrived? The system blinked, confused. Van Tam stepped closer, seizing the moment to ask, Are you the system? The fan card costs 400,000 Kai points. Ong Hong's eyes widened in shock. The system, hearing that outrageous price, kept refusing. We came to see System Bai Ra for something important. With a smile, she said, No worries. After the show, just come backstage and find me. Ong Hong took the chance to ask, By the way, why does System Bai Ra run off to become an idol? Van Tam answered without hesitation. Because she has no host and is bored with nothing to do. I suggested she become an idol and help me find inspiration through drawing. The system was speechless. What kind of advice is that? She said bluntly. Simple. If she does not listen, I will toss her to a planet full of tentacles and turn her into a cream puff. The two clung to each other in terror, thinking, how can someone say such horrifying things with such a straight face? The system hesitated. Maybe we are too early. Should we just bail? Right then, a sweet, clear voice echoed through the hall. All eyes snapped to System Beira. The beautiful girl sparked cheers. She is here. Kotong, dressed glamorously with cute cat ears, stood center stage under flashing lights. Mick, saying, Everyone. Her dazzling smile was irresistibly charming, both coy and exuding confident professionalism. Good evening. The fans below erupted in wild cheers and shoves, none able to resist her adorable charm on full display. Kotong, I am a fan here. Without you, how could I survive? Fan here. Please take me with you. She eagerly interacted. Love you all so much. Today's song is the legendary Idol Supreme Let Us Dance. Little kitties. The crowd laughed gleefully, eyes sparkling, all standing and fainting all at once, screaming like true hardcore fans, I am dead. Can T handle this? Today's just too much. Witnessing the scene, the system and Hong Hong gawked in horror, blurting out, This system's been wrecked. What is with this kitten's jump? Isn't it a full sleep? The system flat out refused to believe what it was seeing. No way the broken system could pull this off. A shadowy figure appeared behind, voice deep and low from the darkness. You two just arrived, right? The system was puzzled, blinking in confusion. Van Tam stepped forward, pitching an offer. You two are systems. Yes, fan cards now cost 400,000 Kai points each. Hong Hong's eyes went wide. That expensive? Hearing the jaw-dropping price, the system kept refusing. No way. No way, we came looking for the broken system for something important. She smiled warmly. It is after the show. Just find me backstage. Ong Hong took the chance to ask, why is the broken system running around as an idol now? Van Tam answered without hesitation, she has no host and nothing better to do. So I convinced her to be an idol to help me find inspiration for my art. The system was speechless. That is your advice, she said bluntly. It is simple. If she disobeys, I will toss her to a tentacle planet and turn her into milk pancakes. The two clung to each other in terror, thinking, how can someone say such horrifying things with such a straight face? Terrifyingly, she did not treat the broken system like some tool. Van Tam moved closer to Hong Hong, pushing her glasses up out of habit. Focused, Hong Hong shyly asked, what is up? Without a hint of hesitation, she made a bold offer. I have never seen eyes so pure. So pure they remind me of a college kid who has never been burned by the real world. What do you say? Got any idols interested in joining my crew? Hong Hong panics and quickly replies, I am saying no. Hours slip by silently. After the show, Miss Tong slumps wearily in the makeup room, complaining, so tired. I do not want to work at all. She glances at the system and asks, did you come looking for me? The system cuts straight to the chase. I am here for 2 reasons. Ong Hong pipes up, pouring out her heart. First, I want to be officially linked with someone, become a real system. The system firmly states the ultimate goal. Second, we finally uncovered the big boss who has been targeting the host. The moment she hears this, Miss Tong jumps up, eyes blazing with dark intent. What? We finally found the little snake plotting against me. This time, I am going to shred him into 8 pieces. Van Tam appears from the side, casually remarks, whether you can actually tear him into 8 pieces or not, I am not sure. But I am definitely going to get shredded into 8 pieces myself. Miss Tong whirls around to see Van Tam, trembling with fear. Stammering, boss, what is going on? Vam snapped, your Death Star is already shining bright on him. A blinding white beam shoots out like a laser, ready to strike. Both receive urgent alerts simultaneously. He is dead. No waking him up. Cut to everyone's still anxiously taking turns watching over Tu Wen, who lies comatose. Dep Pham stands frozen, eyes glued on her. Fidep holds a food box, steps inside, and nervously urges, Senior Deep, please eat something. He looks surprised but says, she smiles, opening the box, asks, Senior Deep, what is that sword you were using earlier? It feels so alive. Dep Pham grabs a bun without missing a beat and replies, thanks. That sword's called Saya, perfect match for me. Fidep beams with joy, jiggling to herself, thinking, got a compliment, but her smile falters after the next line. If I had a choice, I would still prefer using the spear. Fidep freezes. Wait, what? Senior Deep, speechless, gently nudges her and sighs. You are such a drama queen. Why do you always make things harder on yourself? She leans, whispering curiously, why did not Hyoing come? Is she feeling guilty? Dep Pham hesitates, then answers, something like that. Senior Dip continues, Chai Hiu is high in spirit being controlled by that old villain, because when we met her, Dip Pham interrupts firmly, she is just wearing the guise of my disciple. Next time we meet, no mercy. Senior Deep laughs it off. Good. Makes it easier when I strike. Dep Pham turns serious. I have one thing to ask of you. If that old villain or his puppet shows up, I will need you to fight 1,000 battles. He recalls the brutal image of the Demon Lord, unease rising in his chest. Bankai adds a few words of caution. No matter what, do not leave my master's side. That old villain is cunning and might try to harm him. Within the sect, only your strength is unmatched. You alone wield the flame of annihilation capable of battling the old villain without being controlled. Senior Dip agrees without hesitation. Got it, Chai-Ho. I understand. When you talk about my master, I am all. Suddenly, a swirling time-space gate bursts open behind them, flooding the room with blinding light. Van Song steps out, his voice as cold and sharp as ever. Master, last time I came in a rush and brought nothing, but this time, I remembered to bring you a gift. Dip Pham stares in disbelief. Suspicious. A gift? Are you guys trying to make Van Song smile again? Behind him, 3 puppets controlled like lifeless dolls, completely mindless and under absolute control, enough power to massacre the entire cultivation world. Dip Pham stands frozen, thoughts swirling, wiping out the entire cultivation world. Is history about to repeat itself? Van Duong immediately orders the spirits behind him from the domain of the Van sect. They scatter wildly across the sky. Senior Dip anxiously asks, Chai Hiu, should we stop them? No choice. Chai He helplessly replies, too many of them, we can hold them back. She shot a cold glare at Deep, then rudely snapped, useless. Stop just standing there like a statue. Dip Pham did not waste words. He shot forward, chasing after Van Song, but not before giving a sharp warning. Day hack, Keep a tight guard on Thu Van Tong. Guarding the master well, she quickly replied. Got it. Then Keem darted after them, yelling, Master, wait for me. Soon, Dep Pham faced Van Song, who sneered arrogantly, taunting, Master, it has been a while since you fought someone who is no joke in this world. How much skill do you still have left? Without a word, he unleashed a deadly move, the hand VM Ju. The Thung Long Sut High. Van Song soared upward, casting her sword technique hand VM Ju. Waves of fiery ice crashed down like a storm swallowing heaven and earth. As the two deadly moves collided head-on, Van Duong and Dep Pham clashed fiercely, sword aura crackling wildly. Blue ice and silver flashes tore through the air, sparking a heart-pounding duel. In this even match, Van Duong sneered, spitting out a cocky remark. Master, are you holding back? Why are not you as fierce as the first time? Dep Pham calmly retorted, I do not recall teaching my disciple to say things that cause misunderstandings like that. She retracted her sword and laughed coldly, her words growing sharper. Master, I am looking forward to the day I kill you. Then I will definitely forge you into the Vong Quan sword, carrying you with me always. Furrowing his brow, he glared at Van Song. Let us see if you really have what it takes. Without hesitation, he unleashed the next move. Hemview, Sichkia Wing. Suddenly, phantom wings sprouted from Van Song's back. Quick on the draw, he raised a sharp ice shield, charging forward to block her fierce assault. The two terrifying forces collided once more, sending shockwaves rippling through the space around them. At that moment, Dep Pham slowly flew close and said in a deep voice, It is still too early for you. The corner of Van Duong's mouth twitched into a calculating smile. Master, you have fallen right into my trap. Suddenly, a surge of power caught him off guard. Eyes sharpening with caution, it decisively slashed across Dep Pham's side, leaving him no time to react. At the same moment, Van Duong summoned a dark scythe. Blood dripped from Dep Pham's mouth, clutching his wound. His gaze remained unwavering. Meanwhile, Van Duong hovered in midair, wielding two weapons, his entire body radiating an overwhelming chill. Master, you are not as invincible as I thought. Cut to, behind a hat, a sinister aura began to gather silently. With keen senses, she immediately recognized its presence. Without hesitation, Dahak rushed over, panicked, and warned everyone. Great Master, everyone escort Master Triho out now. Tabang immediately agreed. Understood. The demon's curse slowly took form. As soon as he appeared, he growled harshly, showing no respect. You worthless whelp. Why are not you with your master? What are you doing standing guard over a useless one like this? Dahak showed no fear, instead standing firm and resolute. My master can handle it, but I won't let you threaten those around him anymore. The demon cursed flexed, thrusting his arm forward. Dark, oppressive energy surged from his palm, trying to stop me. Then come be my plaything. She clenched her fist tightly, flames of annihilation forming. The firestorm burst forth, raging toward the sky. But when the flames struck, they caused no damage at all. The fiery aura was completely dispersed in midair. It turned out the demon's curse expertly used a shield to block the attack without a sweat. Riding the high ground, he smugly sneered. Not bad. Fire of annihilation? You are tougher than I thought. Even my shield could not hold up long. But in the end, it was just a tool I broke before. I still have ways to deal with you. She tried to stay calm, flames swirling wildly around her, waiting for the perfect moment to strike again. Suddenly, the demon cursed grabbed a toy from his hand, a pet collar ring. Dahak raised an eyebrow, sensing something was off. This can't be good. But as she dropped her guard, the collar ring tightened around Dahak's neck. Restraining her, she scrambled to break free. Flustered, the demon cursed grinned with satisfaction at his trap. This is just a toy from a pet collar. It is only meant for pets, so I would stashed it away. Didn't expect to pull it out today. Dahak showed no mercy, lunging straight at the demon cursed. Bring it on. The demon's gaze sneered with a mocking tone, dripping with venom if there is blame to be cast. It is only on that miserable spawn of a human. Right now, in the Huangzhou Mountains, Dep Pham clutches his side, gasping for breath, his body suspended midair as he chases after someone. The figure halts, her arm is shattered to pieces. She smirks and says, Master, do not bother, no one can beat me. A white cloth wrapped around her eyes, her slender neck fragile as if ready to snap, yet she keeps that eerie smile intact. You are just human, you will feel pain and numbness. I do. Now, Master, why do not you come and die? Dep Pham furrows his brow, a furious vision flashing in his mind. A long white-haired woman, blood smeared around her mouth, lying in a hollow, the girl's head twisted grotesquely to the side, her severed hands dangling from silver threads above. Before Dep Pham stands a beast glowing with fiery red light. It looks toward Van Song and says, Chai Ho, stop staring, she is dead. Now we must kill that rotten old Taoist to avenge your disciple. Hearing this, Chai Ho closes his eyes, a relentless chant echoing in his mind. Revenge! 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 Depfam opens his eyes, his pupils dilate, fixated solely on the girl before him. He silently vows, "That is right. Why did not I listen to the warning? My loyal comrade is dead. I have to kill this bastard. How can I show mercy to the fake he created?" Lost in thought, a circle of light emerges around Depfam's shoulders, gradually revealing something glowing blue. Van Song watches silently, her expression unreadable. Suddenly, two wings sprout from Depfam's back, one blazing red for fire, the other icy blue for frost. Calmly, he addresses her. "Have I ever taught you about awakening? But Master still has not shown you the new awakening I created." His sword slices through the air with deadly precision, unleashing two spirit beasts, an ice dragon and a fire tiger. This is the awakening Depfam just unleashed. Frostfire decisive strike. Both spirits surge forward, attacking Van Song, but she reacts swiftly, raising her sword to block. The red and blue energies clash violently, sparking a massive explosion. Even so, she can't withstand the sheer power of this awakening. Van Song crashes hard to the ground, her arm shattered and torn from her body. Depfam lands swiftly behind her, struggling to rise. Van Song gasps, "It is truly over. My limbs are broken. Next, are you going to chop off my head?" He narrows his eyes, demanding, "Tell me, where's that Taoist?" She laughs coldly. "Better to act now. Your master's about to turn that old sage into a puppet." Depfam's blazing sword hovers over her broken form. He never intended to spare her anyway. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension. "Stop!" From the void ahead, a dark figure emerges, a man radiating sinister energy. He smirks. "Don't ruin my masterpiece, or else I can guarantee that miserable brat will walk away alive." With one hand, he grabs Dahak's face, twisting it painfully. "Chai Hiu, do not misjudge the situation." Seeing this, Depfam's anger flares. "Who is threatening me?" The demon sneers. "This is not a threat. Even if you fought me alone, you would not stand a chance against a fake like me." To protect Dahak, Depfam lowers his sword in compromise. "Fine." Dahak tries to pull away. "Chai Ho." But the demon's delight is obvious. "Now you are talking." But everything was part of Depfam's plan. He never meant to negotiate. His cold sword pierces straight through Van Song's head. Her body shatters into fragments, crumbling into nothingness, pure void, and suddenly screams in agony. "Damn it! She was my masterpiece. I poured everything into her. Why did you destroy her?" His pupils contract as if he can't believe his eyes. The demon wraps a silver cord around Dahak's neck and tightens it. "If you do not care about this brat, then I will kill her myself." At that moment, a purple-haired girl appears behind the demon. Kicking his controlling arm hard, he howls in pain. Luong unleashed his double strike and cheerfully shouted to the system, "Is this really the power of the system? Damn, this is insane." Ong Hong proudly answered, "You got it. This is the bonus system rewarding me." The demon of error clenched his teeth in rage and demanded, "Who are you? Why do you have a system?" Longan struck a pose and boldly introduced himself. "I am the World Destroyer, the guardian of ponds and sandy shores, the explosive magic maiden, live in air." After saying that, he chuckled silently to himself, thinking, "Does that title even fit my demon maiden vibe?" Depfam's system returned, smiling brightly. "Host, we are back." He showed a helpless face and sighed in relief. "Phew, just in time." The demon of error sneered mockingly, dark energy radiating dangerously around him. "Just two low-level systems. Even if you show up, what can you do?" He smirked coldly, blood-red pupils gleaming with menace. "I am done playing games. Right now, I am pissed off." Using his own power, the demon summoned a wave of energy and commanded, "By now, my puppets must have slaughtered a good number of cultivators. It is time to return to Sanyun Sect. Puppets, come back to me." Depfam frowned in frustration, thinking, "Great, the classic human wave strategy again." 5, 10, then 15 seconds passed with no sign of anything happening. The demon of error snapped his head around anxiously. "What is going on? Why did my puppets silently lose connection? Who messed with them?" Depfam noticed his unease and said, "I do not know what is going on, but it looks like something went wrong with your puppets." The demon hurriedly defended himself. "Don't get cocky. Don't forget, I am still here. I control the supreme domain." Tendrils of energy erupted from all around his body. He laughed triumphantly, taunting, "Come on then, make your move. If you dare strike, just wait for me to clean up the mess for your masters and elders." Without warning, Depfam teleported right above the demon of error wielding the Yang Kao sword. With a decisive slash, he sliced through the energy tendrils. The demon staggered back, shouting, "Depfam, you are insane. Don't you care if I kill everyone around you?" Depfam stood firm and shot back, "I am not crazy. I just understand you. If your supreme domain was truly an instant skill, you would have used it ages ago." The demon was taken aback, thinking, how did he guess that? Depfam's system frowned and said, "System, let us finish off this guy." Ong Hong chimed in, Host, let us handle destroying this demon. Longan eagerly agreed, while Daipfam fumed. Bring it on. Scumbag, the demon of error, mustered his remaining strength to open a portal to another dimension, murmuring to himself, "No way, I can die here." Suddenly, a hand grabbed the demon's collar accompanied by a familiar voice. "You." It was Van Song, crawling toward him with all her remaining strength. Whispering desperately, "Dun Ti go." The demon growled irritably. "Since when did you get here? Damn it, let go." He seemed caught off guard, while Daipfam seized the moment to prepare an attack. But no, just as he struck, the demon of error swiftly blocked the blow. Grinning triumphantly, surprised, "I still have tricks up my sleeve. My head's been upgraded with a hardened shell, enough to block attacks from a true rank cultivator. There is no way you can kill me." The system was so mad it cursed. "Damn it, this bastard's filthy." Before the demon could bask in his victory, Daipfam's sword suddenly turned from blue to blazing red. A powerful aura surged from the blade, shooting straight at him and piercing through one eye. The demon wailed as he fell back, groaning in pain. "What the hell? How can your sword shoot bullets?" Daipfam stared in shock, completely baffled by what he just saw. The system quickly explained, "This energy seems to be the infinite annihilation gun, firing endless bullets without jamming." Daipfam grinned proudly. "No way! I actually succeeded in forging this weapon." Meanwhile, the demon of error was still stunned, eyes wide and hand covering his mouth, thinking, "Damn it, my chip is damaged." Now not only could he not control his puppets, even the system's basic functions were impaired. Van Song smirked as she watched him falter. "Pathetic old bastard." The demon's eyes flashed with surprise at how things were unfolding. Daipfam's sword continued to blaze with fiery red light as he commanded solemnly, "It is time to end this." "All right." Sword in hand, the silent blue blade ready, little do they know, a purple orb is about to come flying at them. 3 swift orbs slam into the rocky ground, punching out 3 deep craters, forcing Daipfam to stagger back a step. He spins around, heart pounding, spotting 3 figures on a nearby rooftop. Those 3 are none other than the villain system, the wild broadcast system, and the ghost alteration system. The demon error snarls in frustration, seeing his systems arriving late. "Why the hell are you only showing up now? We were this close to dying." No sooner do they appear than the villain grabs the demon's collar, almost yelling, "Keep it down. Will ya? We came to clean up your mess. If you keep making noise, I will smash your chip." He threatens, whispering fiercely, "Help me kill them." The alteration system smirks softly. "We should retreat. The Masters sealed our route tight. If we do not move now, there is no escape." The villain hoists the demon error on his shoulder, and together with the wild broadcast, they plunge into the swirling vortex. Hung storms after them, shouting, "Dun Ti go." The systems try to hold her back. Warning, "Dunny be stupid. There are 4 elite human-like systems waiting over there." The alteration system glances at Daipfam, lips curling into a sly smile. "We will meet again." They vanish from sight, but Hung watches them go. Sighing regretfully, they got away. The system breathes a sigh of relief. "Good thing they left. If we would fought, we would have been the first to die." Daipfam sets his sword aside and slowly approaches Van Sing lying on the ground, gently stroking her hair. He softly, "When did you come back?" The system quickly warns him, "What are you doing? Be careful. She might strike you from behind." He lifts her tenderly, replying softly, "She would not do that." Remembering how shattered he felt when the dark system attacked, Van Sung feels deep guilt, whispering, "Master, if I had died for real, he would not have been able to use me." Daipfam cradles her gently, soothing, "This is not your fault." Vung murmurs, "Farewell, Master," as her body begins to shatter again. Seeing this, Hung's eyes fill with tears. The system asks, "Is there any artifact that can save her?" Though it wants to help, the system helplessly shakes its head. Nope. T-Bung sees Daipfam struggling to heal Van Sung and can't bear it. She quietly calls out, "Little junior brother." He replies, voice firm, "Help me bury her at the back mountain. Her name is Van Sing." She nods. "Understood. We will take care of it." Though it is all behind them, Logan still feels uneasy. "Senior, do you think those others will come back to attack?" Daipfam answers, "Maybe. What about the devouring sect? Didn't he, that old geezer, send tons of experts? Said he wanted to wipe out the cultivator world." Holding a small talisman, Lungan frowns and nods. "Right? I need to hurry and ask my master who literally fell from the sky." Suddenly, she jolts, eyes wide as she hears footsteps and a voice say, "Devouring sect. Huh. I did not hear any sects begging for help." Nearby in a courtyard, Diepfi strains with all her might. Pulling on the rope demon arrow left around Ziachichi's neck, she tugs and shouts. This thing 1T snap. Ziak sits helplessly. I have tried. It is not something a human can break. Watching them critically RT bang. Tn. And T-then. She touches her neck irritably. This is not some ordinary magical treasure. After putting it on, your cultivation and powers get suppressed. It is maddening. Diepfi lights up. So now you are just a regular mortal. Not girls. Veins bulging. Want me to shoot it off for you? Are you in such a hurry to see me dead? My neck can take that. Faye laughs. Then what else can we do? Maybe only your master knows how. She sighs, thinking of T-Veen lying on the bed snoring. Defi mutters. Why bring her up? Isn't she still in bed right now? Zia Eshik frowns determinedly. She is not the person she used to be. Have you forgotten how we survived? Then realization dawns. Diepfi clasps her hands. You mean because of that? Meanwhile, somewhere else, Tukchung is sprawled out on a chair, legs kicked up, while Vantam sits nearby jotting something down. Vantam was writing as she spoke, feeling pretty good. With a softness level around 2.23, this setting could be used in the song. Kotong forced herself up. Still upset. Tamvan, you are really something. Didn't you just ruin my stuff? And you think I can make you pay? She pushed her glasses up slightly and declared, if you dare call me by my full name again, I will throw you into the disaster idol squad, seal you up, and send you off to the ultimate humiliation. The smirking faces of those men scared Kotong stiff. She stammered in fear. Sorry, boss. I spoke too loudly. Then she gave a not-so-friendly glare and asked, Hey, boss, why are you so eager to drag me into the idol game? I clearly do not need this. Vantam flicked Kotong on the head hard enough to hurt. As the system for the 7 revolutions dimension, and tearing up 2 systems at once, no one dares to boss Kotong around. 3 or 4 systems are helping to eliminate threats. If the Time Maiden does not step in, I can protect you. Kotong rubbed her swollen head, still trying to ask. 3, 4. Who else? Vantam calmly explained. That is one of my traitors. After failing her mission, she broke the rules by interfering in the dimension herself, saving many people linked to the host. According to the rules, she should have been erased. But the Time Maiden turned a blind eye, only expelling her and keeping some of her fighting power. Kotong replied, I think I saw her name in Diepfem files. Isn't she the system that recruits disciples? The image of a girl holding a bow, surrounded by many attacked people, flashed in her mind. Then the scene shifted to a research room filled with machinery. Glass cages held incomplete body parts inside. Daehong shone her flashlight on a huge hole in the demon's face and muttered. Severe damage. Standing nearby with a grin, she asked. What now? The demon snapped back. No chance at all. The demon, furious, ground his teeth and cursed under his breath. Turtle. Damn mortal. You deserve to die. If my minions had not lost contact, this would not have happened. The villain crossed his arms, looking down at the convulsing demon. Who told you are the weakest in our crew? Even a monk could beat you. All you have got are tricks and props. Even Daihong's system is stronger than you. Once I step it, I will make sure the mortal one to even get a proper burial. Daihong tilted her head helplessly. The villain system scolded. Cut it out. Yet she still smiled like nothing was wrong. This Dipe fam guy's got guts. The villain system warned. Don't mess this up. Daihong replied. I am backing you. No slip-ups this time. Daehong asked eagerly. Boss, can I ask you a favor? The demon nodded sharply. Speak. Her face suddenly darkened. It is dangerous. I think demon system is done for. How about I dismantle and absorb it? The demon could only utter. Daehong looked thrilled, grinning slyly and nodded. All right, seizing the chance. Daehong lunged at the demon, ready to tear him apart. She boasted. Perfect timing. He can T-move now. Just struggling to cling to life. I am still useful, violent woman. Do not get cocky. Daehong seemed unfazed by the demon's words. The villain got excited and asked, Daehong system, can you control that stubborn brain of his? Pieces of the demon's body were ripped apart as Daehong shouted. Piece of cake. The system rolled up its sleeves, face glowing with determination. Host, are you ready? Depfam nodded. Let us. Longan smiled brightly. I am good to. On the bed lay Tuvan, surrounded by dark smoke. The system and Hong Hong flew closer to her. It said, the 12 little essence drops will create the transformation. I will use the essence of the key child to connect to the heavenly Tao and help the host's healer return. Dip Pham and Luongshan each cut a small piece from their fingertips, letting drops of blood fall onto the so-called jade transformation. The system watched anxiously, praying. This time, it has to work. As the blood dripped down, a black hole appeared in the sky above the house. golden rays shining down on the room they stood in, but the light quickly faded. The system frowned and shouted. Depfim's face fell. Looks like we failed again. Longan rubbed his face. Frustrated. This is the 29th try this month. The system screamed in frustration. No way. I have tried everything, even bought all the items from the shopping center. How could this still fail? Hong Hong looked equally downcast and said, System, maybe the person's path was wrong from the start. Like my master, she died long ago. Seeing Hong Hong lose hope, the system quickly flew over, hugging and comforting it. That is nonsense. Haven't you seen her soul still lingers in her body, though her soul had weakened a bit? There was no sign of further decline. Daifam watched the two fuming figures with a darkened expression. Seeing his master disappointed, the system also offered reassurance. Host, do not worry too much. Judging by your master's condition, protecting her for another year and a half should not be an issue. We will definitely find a solution. He nodded eagerly and turned away. Let us go outside and let the master rest properly. I will check with the elders to see if they have any news. Longan quickly spun around and called out, Senior, should I come with you today? Daifam shook his head. No need. You just focus on your own work. He arrived at the elder's residence and spotted the person he was looking for. Daifam asked, Elder, have you gathered any clues, like master cultivators, healers, or anyone with special methods or unique talents? Zigite replied, None. I have assigned 2 powerful figures, Hon Nuhuanu Namhe, to search outside already. She recalled seeing the 1 elder and 1 junior working with some alchemy ingredients, explaining that the second elder stayed up day and night refining pills to heal the sect leader, assisted by Master De VM testing the medicine. She also remembered Zibang and Ziyen heading to the northern domain. Since Zibang tends to get lost, she let Ziyen lead the way, hoping they would find something valuable. Zigayat spoke anxiously. Glancing at Daifam, his face mirrored her disappointment. What about Zithan? Doesn't she have a horde of demon beasts under her command? The head of the demon clan explained. Those beasts are masters of stealth, adept at infiltrating factions to gather intel. That is why they have deep ties with the Langtine Kak Information Guild. Elder. Junior brother, we are back. Daifam noticed a strange man accompanying Zithan and asked, Yes? Who is this guy? She pointed at the man and introduced, This is Duongdich, a healer we have been observing and trusting for some time alongside the Langtine Kak. Don't judge him by his current golden steel stage, Duongdich said with a knowing smile. Just last week, he had not even reached Ki refinement yet. I am Duongdich. You must be Daifam. Right? A pleasure to meet you. May I ask where the patient is? Daifam felt a little uneasy, and the system seemed to share his suspicion. It eyed the man warily and said, Reaching golden steel in just 1 week. That is unheard of. This level of progress only matches someone with an innate heavenly Dao body. Wait, are there really people defying fate like this in our world? Zithan seemed to understand Daifam's doubts. She pulled him aside. Junior brother, you do not really trust Duongdich? Do you? He replied softly. Not exactly, but after all, he is someone my second senior sister trusts. She looked him straight in the eye, trying to persuade him. Junior brother, within Tuvan sect, the only ones I truly trust are you and the master. If you are really uneasy, just tell me. I will listen. If it does not work out, I will find other healers. The system agreed that made sense. Right? Host, your second senior sister is right. It is we can try others. This guy raises too many red flags. Daifam glanced cautiously at Duongdich, though he agreed on the surface. Deep down he remained wary. Even if they rejected Duongdich, it is hard to guarantee the next person won't be a spy from the other side. No matter what we choose, the initiative still belongs to the enemy. Only by accepting can we hope to find a breakthrough. Turning back to Duongdich, Daifam extended his hand. Understood. Please lead the way. Duongdich smiled and obliged, showing the path. A soothing scent wafted from the flat incense burner beside the still form of Tuvan. The elder's face twisted in discomfort. Duongdich looked at the person lying on the bed and smirked, thinking, so this is Tuvan Zenrin, still carries that old aura. Speaking of which, all the female disciples under her command were stunning beauties. The master remained silent. Daifam anxiously asked, Duongdich, is there any way to cure her? Duongdich held the jade pendant in both hands, brimming with confidence as he explained, What is the big deal? This is just a side effect from losing balance in heavenly luck. All we need is a drop of blood from someone with great divine creation power, and problem solved instantly. The system crossed its arms and raised an eyebrow. Isn't this the same thing I tested this morning? Totally useless. Depfum frowned. Fine, then just take my blood. No need. It waved off. I have got mine. Duongdich grabbed a razor-sharp knife, sliced the tip of his index finger, and let a single drop of blood fall onto the jade pendant. Instantly, a powerful aura surged from the pendant. Duongdich smirked with pride. While the system was left stunned, how could this be? The energy flowed into T-Venus' body. Just seconds later, her eyes fluttered open. The system gasped in disbelief. No way. She is really awake. Dongditch slowly clasped his hands behind his back. See, this is my true power as a healer. Any illness. There is nothing I can fix. Diepthium stepped forward quickly to help T-Ven sit up. Worry etched on his face. Master, you but suddenly. T-Ven pulled her hand away, startling him. He could not understand why. Her face turned pale as she stammered. You? Who are you? Diepthum's eyes lit up with hope upon hearing that. He lowered his voice, asking, Master, did you lose your memory? The system floated over to Diepthum's side. It scanned T-Venus' condition and quietly said, Host, I do not think Master is faking, but she seems very. Before it could finish, T-Ven interrupted. Sorry. I do not know who you are, nor what happened. She seemed evasive, which made Diepthum's heart ache. Was his master avoiding him? Well, Daim was unsure what to do next. Dongditch approached T-Ven, bowed slightly, and said, Ouch. Diepthum, Master Spirit is damaged, causing memory loss. Looks like even a healer like me can fix this overnight. My skills are not quite there yet. Can I stay at T-Ven's sect a few more days to observe and help Master recover? Diepthum frowned, displeased but relented. Meanwhile, T-Ven still did not understand what was happening, but a vague unease stirred in her heart. You call me Master, so I am your disciple, right? Can you all leave now? I want to be alone for a bit to process everything. Diepthum blinked, thinking. Process everything? Isn't Tishi the one with amnesia? He stepped outside, where T-Guide and T-Than were waiting. T-Than sighed with little hope. Second junior brother. You guys came out quick. How's Master doing? Still the same as before. Diepthum pointed at Dongditch. Master woke up thanks to Dongditch Hyoinda's healing. Hearing this, she brightened up. That is great. Finally, Master has regained consciousness. Dongditch shook his head. Not fully recovered yet. Your Master's memory is damaged. I still need to observe her for a few more days. T-Than's face showed clear worry. Master lost her memory. Diepthum spoke softly. Second senior sister, since Master is female, it is inappropriate for us to go inside. Please take care of Master then. If Dongditch brothers want to help with healing, please assist by standing guard nearby. She nodded firmly. Understood. T-Guy finally spoke. Dongditch Daho already prepared a room for you all. Over the next few days, you will be staying at T-Ven's sect. He agreed immediately. Got it. Suddenly recalling something, Diepthum turned to T-Guy. Right? The Grand Elder will assign more tasks to Dongditch Hyinda for his recovery. If he has any requests, we will easily find out. Dongditch rolled his eyes and frowned, thinking to himself, Damn it, I only glanced at Master a few times, and they are already so suspicious of me. If I did not have business here and had to stay at T-Ven's sect, I would make sure you all regret what you did today. The system appeared behind him, shining a light down his body, scanning him thoroughly. Strange, he really had no system, but his luck was insanely dense. Could it be that the heavenly path is starting to train a new lucky prodigy? A few hours later, Dongditch lounged on the wooden chair, a sly grin creeping across his lips. He thought to himself, now that I have successfully infiltrated the T-Ven sect, what is the next move to take control of the sect's ranks? Those elders in Diet Fam are pretty cautious. Just then, two disciples arrived. One stepped forward, smiling. Greetings. Senior Dong, we are the miscellaneous disciples assigned to look after you. The other chimed in cheerfully. If you need anything, just let us know. Dongditch glanced at the two disciples and quietly thought. Perfect timing. You guys showed up just when I needed you, the two disciples asked in unison with a curious tone. Senior Dong. He pulled out a few pills and said, These are marrow cleansing pills I improved. They boost the cultivator's physical potential. I was worried no one would try them. But here you are. The chubbier disciple took the pills, but looked like he could not believe his luck. Marrow cleansing pills. These are rare 4th-grade pills. The skinnier disciple's eyes widened in surprise. Didn't expect we would get a chance to try these. Without hesitation, both popped the pills into their mouths. After swallowing, their bodies surged with new strength, each feeling like their stamina had shot up by dozens of %. The two disciples were over the moon. Feeling unstoppable, I feel my whole body being purified. I thought following Senior Diet Fam would bring perks, but it looks like serving Senior Duong is way better. Dongditch immediately caught the key point in one of the disciples' words. Diet Fam never gave his disciples any benefits. Indeed, this is the way in. He thought to himself, now's my chance to sweet-talk them. Especially since the marrow pills have kicked in, then I will brew some more. How about this? I will play the good guy once and make pills for everyone in the sect. The skinnier disciple's eyes lit up. Senior Dong, you are amazing. The other disciple's eyes gleamed as he said, from now on, we will definitely follow you. Dongditch smiled inwardly, thinking, starting off by meeting these two was pure luck. Suddenly, memories flashed back to when he had to scavenge like a beggar. Back then, he risked sneaking into a roast goose shop to steal. Unfortunately, the owner caught him and gave him a beating, scolding him all the while. So you steal roast goose? Huh? So you steal roast goose? Huh? After the beating, the owner dusted off his hands and left, spitting at him and saying, you have got hands and feet, but act like a beggar. Next time I catch you, I will beat you every time. Dongditch was furious, grinding his teeth, thinking, it is just a goose. How dare he humiliate me like that? Just wait until I rise in rank. I will take his head for sure. Suddenly, a question echoed from somewhere, making him freeze. Rise in rank? Huh? Who is asking? Emerging from a blue mist were two figures none other than the Villain system and the Dai Hong system. Dongditch dropped to his knees, face dirty, looking up pleadingly. Have mercy. Please spare me some money for food. Dai Hong did not understand what the Villain system was thinking. She wondered, even for this kind of guy, you need to sing. He smirked. Shut up. Just watch. Dai Hong exhaled, shrugged, and acted indifferent. Fine. Then I will just watch and see how this plays out. Villain system stepped towards Dongditch and asked, you are Dongditch, right? He froze and nervously asked, how do you know? The Villain system clearly read his thoughts and knew exactly what he wanted. The Villain system produced a notebook, smiling dangerously. Do you want to become someone proud and respected by the world? Cut to another scene. In the courtyard of a large house, three disciples were chatting. The blonde youth hurriedly told the other two, have you heard? Senior Dongditch's cultivation just hit the golden core stage. The purple-haired youth replied, that fast? No way. When he first joined Tuvan sect, he was just a Ki refiner or foundation establishment stage. Right? The chubby youth nodded approvingly. Exactly. And now he's as fast as Diep Suhan. The purple-haired disciple immediately disagreed. Don't even mention Diep Suhan. That guy's lazy. No way he can compare to Senior Dong. The chubby disciple agreed. Yeah, when Senior Dong was refining, he was healing and crafting pills while studying formations too. Otherwise, he would have reached nascent so long ago. The blonde sighed deeply. If only Dongditch was one of our sect's own, that'd be amazing. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the sect, the system's sharp voice echoed. Host, that Dongditch has been manipulating the sect's hearts for a long time. I see this spells trouble for you. Dipfam skillfully flipped food in the large pan, saying, I have got Dongditch's moves down to the palm of my hand. It is just some cheap frying tricks. If this had caught attention, I would have been played for a fool. The system added, Host, what you are really saying is, the key lies with the master. Right? Depfim's eyes flickered sharply. Exactly. There is definitely a secret hidden within the master. Placing a wooden food box on the table, Depfim said calmly, Master, I brought you some food today. Tuvan struggled to sit up. Disciple, you are here again. Holding the steaming plate in front of her, he smiled warmly. I know you have forgotten a lot, Master, so I cooked a bunch of dishes. Maybe you will like some of them. Tuvan still looked hesitant. Don't he make those weird dishes again? Honestly, I do not like them. Deep Pham set the food on the table, some stir-fried meat and a delicious pudding. He confidently said, Don't worry. These are made using the recipes you taught me. Her spirits visibly lifted as her mouth watered. Who would be thought a big plate of young chicken and pudding could do that? She took a bite and happily exclaimed, This is amazing. Seeing her so pleased, Dip Pham sighed in relief. Master, I am glad you like it. I will leave the food here and come back to clean up later. Before leaving the room, he cast a glance at her, his eyes filled with complicated emotions. The door opened and closed. Standing outside was Tu Than. Seeing him step out, she called out, Little junior brother. Seizing the moment, Deep Pham asked Tu Than, Second maid, have you investigated Dongditch yet? Her eyes hardened as she replied, The investigation suggests Dongditch really is trouble. I told the Grand Elders to dig into Dongditch's hometown. Turns out, over a month ago, the town where Dongditch came from was burned to ashes, swallowed by a sea of flames. Dongditch was caught in that fire and suffered serious burns. Her tone grew grave. If that is true, things get even more uncertain. But I found that all cultivators from that place were wiped out, not a single survivor. Judging by the charred bodies, they all died drained of life while still alive. Depfam frowned thoughtfully. Died from being drained dry. I have faced something similar in my past life, but even so, Dongditch's cultivation level could not have skyrocketed like this, especially since he has never left the sect since arriving, and no one has died. Then what exactly is he absorbing? Tu Than suddenly remembered something she had not told him yet. She spoke up. Right, little junior brother. Lying in. The beast sect's matriarch told me recently. Her sect just got a prodigy with insanely high beast key named Tu then. Depfim's eyes lit up immediately. A prodigy. He seemed to realize something. So that is where the key luck is coming from, Depfim quickly told Tuthan. Second maid. Help me check how many prodigies like Duong Tu then have appeared recently. She transformed into a giant scorpion, her eyes shining dangerously. Got it. I will ask Grand Elders Jian and Lang Kak to help. Meanwhile, Dongdich sat alone in his room, channeling his inner power. Streams of primal energy surged wildly from his body, looking down at his hands. He smirked. Hein Thien Taho Gong really did not lie. I finally broke through to Yuan Ying. That old method of killing the goose to get the golden eggs was a huge mistake. Better to cultivate a bunch of loyal idiots to absorb their Kai luck. Dongdich thought deviously. Now that I have reached Yuan Ying, my strength surpasses ordinary Yuan Ying cultivators. It is time to go see her alone. At this moment, Tuvan was still happily enjoying her delicious meal. Dongdich vanished with a teleportation spell. Seems like that woman's barely hanging on. He muttered. Suddenly, Dongdich appeared in Tuvan's room. Seeing him, she panicked. Dongdich, why did you come in without permission? Dongdich arrogantly said. Trezonayan, I am here to ask for a position to become a hereditary disciple or an elder. Her face darkened with fear. A position? You have been in the Tuvan sect less than a month and already want to climb the ranks. How do you expect everyone to accept that? Dongdich raised an eyebrow confidently. Whether you give me the position or not, I will earn respect through my own strength. Just watch. Give me a month, and I guarantee this sect will be known as the Duong sect. He burst out laughing right after hearing it, but then his face darkened instantly. Dongdich arrogantly declared, I want you to work with me, do not forget. If your life's on the line, no one's coming to save you. And do not forget, cultivation and soul are still one final step away. Ziyun was jolted awake in shock. She never imagined she would be facing such a twisted fate. The news about the immortal disciples spread like wildfire. Once the disciples caught wind, they erupted in cheers. What? Ziyun Zinran is taking Dong as a direct disciple. Another disciple chimed in excitedly. Could the announcement from Zenran himself even be fake? The last one laughed so hard he could barely keep his eyes open. Looks like Senior Duong Ditch is about to become the 5th senior brother. Deep Fam and the system quickly caught wind of the news. The system was so skeptical it immediately questioned him. Duong Ditch. There has barely been a word between the host and Zun. How could he suddenly want to take a disciple? No way. Depfam folded his arms. Deep in thought, the system flickered to life. There must be some connection between them. Tomorrow, Zun will officially accept Duong Ditch as a disciple. Host, do you have a plan? Deep Fem clenched his fist tightly and said with resolve. Dun T worry. Tomorrow I want T let Duong Ditch succeed in becoming a disciple. Surrounded by towering mountains, Zeyun and Dong walked side by side. She glanced at him and said, I have done as you asked. I made arrangements for the direct disciple status. Duong Ditch nodded excitedly. Good. Next, I will gradually take control of the Ziyun sect. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Ziyun's waist. Shocked, she pushed him away. Once I deal with Diep Fame, you will be mine, then you will be my woman. Ziyun's eyes hardened. She slapped him sharply and snapped, Sorry, that is just my body's reflex. Dongdich growled, lunging forward. But Ziyun quickly stepped back, pointing at him angrily. We are just partners, nothing more. If you lay a hand on me, let us see if you can even step foot out of the Ziyun sect. Dongdich turned his back with a snort. Who knows? The Ziyun sect has plenty of beautiful female disciples. You really think I am interested in your old face? When I become the overlord of Dong Hong, even if you beg on your knees to sleep with me, I want tea given. She thought silently. Overlord of Dong Hong. Huh. Let us see if you are lucky enough to survive that long. Later, at the Ziyun sect headquarters, Depfam leaned against a pillar. Listening carefully, a disciple whispered, Look, Dongdich is here. Deep Fam turned toward the door as Dongdich pushed it open and stepped inside. Dongdich approached Ziyun, who sat with hands folded and head bowed. He bowed deeply. Greetings. Ziyun, she nodded and replied, Return the salute. The disciples burst into chaos again, this time even louder than the senior sisters and Diep Fame. Another disciple said, Yeah, ever since Deep joined Ziyun sect, we have faced countless disasters. Another added, Donnie talk nonsense. Without Deep's senior brother, the 7 great sects would be wiped us out ages ago. Deep Fime stepped forward and stopped a girl about to hand over a cup. Wait, Senior. Diep Fame. What are you doing? With firm resolve, he said, I oppose Dongdich becoming Senior Zun's disciple. She stood and moved to stop him. Diep Fame. Do not cause trouble. This is the official disciple acceptance ceremony, just stay quiet and watch. Depfam turned seriously and said, Dongdich is unworthy. A disciple immediately retorted, he saved the sect leader, how's he unworthy? Depfam glared at him, because he is not qualified. His words stunned the crowd. Dongdich boomed loudly, Dip senior brother, you might think he is unworthy, but this disciple entered the golden altar in less than a month. He has already surpassed the third senior sister. Are you mocking everyone here? Depfam turned away, replying, it is not about cultivation level. I am saying the guy's worthless as a person. Dongdich ground his teeth. Worthless? Dip senior brother. Then what does it take for him to be worthy? His voice was steel hard. Fight me. That is the only way. Depfam smirked. How could Dip senior brother be a match for you? An unhappy disciple spoke up. Dip senior brother really has no shame. Such a huge power gap. This is clearly bullying the junior brother. Another added, winning does not prove anything, it just makes people sick. At that moment, Xian finally spoke, I permit it. Depfam's face turned cold, his sharp gaze drilling into Dongdich's face. This is an ordinary iron sword I bought for a few silver coins at the mountain space. I want to use any spirit power. If you can beat me with it, I will admit defeat. Dongdi pretended to be reluctant but nodded in acceptance. If senior brother Diep is forcing my hand, then fine, just one round. On the surface, he seemed compliant. But inside, he smiled sly. What an idiot, I have divine power in my hands, no spirit power. What chance do you have against me? If I will make a name for myself in the Tuvan sect. Even if I lose, I won't lose face. Dongdich Jing spoke up, senior brother Deep. You go first, Depfam replied. All right, then moved instantly. His speed made the crowd gasp too fast to track. Depfam gripped his sword tightly and lunged forward, like a blade slicing through air. Dongdich reacted just in time, unleashing flames to block his assault. Depfam landed lightly but was already wounded, blood dripped onto the floor. His arm twitching from the earlier blow, he breathed a quiet sigh of relief. That was close. If that sword had pierced my head, I would be dead for sure. The relentless pain in his arm made Dongdich grit his teeth. Is he trying to kill me? His pupils sharpened, glowing with fierce determination, clearly waiting to see what he would do next. Knowing he could not just take it, Dongdich gathered his inner energy, gritting his teeth as he shouted, Senior brother Deep, since you insist, then take this, the Haiyan Thian Taoho technique. Unleash it from me. A shadowy aura engulfed his body, lifting him off the ground as it seemed to drain energy from everyone nearby. The disciples around staggered, barely able to stand. One clutched his chest, gasping, why do I suddenly feel so weak? Another, holding his staff in pain, replied, same here. That aura wrapped tightly around Depfam's body. Dongdich sneered arrogantly, you have got plenty of energy stored, senior brother, but I will show you what it means to have your energy drained. Impatient, Depfam swung his sword down as two beams of intense light shot straight at Dongdich. The system warned sharply as he attacked. Host, be careful. Don't let him suck out your energy. He is strong even in a sure death situation. He can turn the tables. When energy's low, even crushing an ant can be deadly. Depfam frowned with fierce resolve and yelled, then let us see if my attack power is stronger or if he drains energy faster. In a flash, Depfam appeared above Dongdich, sword slashing down like lightning. His deadly strike sliced through Dongdich's defenses. Blood splattering, Dongdich staggered, overwhelmed and unable to fight back. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Dongdich cursed. Damn it, when using Haiyan Thian Taoho technique, I can use other skills at the same time. How do I stop Depfam? Even when I heal, it is not fast enough to keep up with his relentless attacks. Just keep attacking at this rate. Dongdich swayed, on the verge of collapse. He gave up. Senior brother Deep, I admit defeat, but it was clear Depfam had no intention of mercy. Depfam lunged forward and punched him square in the face, sending him crashing into the wall. Blood poured from Dongdich's nose and mouth as he trembled and shouted, Depfam, you do not understand. Before he could finish, Depfam suddenly appeared right in front of him, eyes blazing with cold fury. Fresh blood dripped onto the floor. Dongdich stammered in fear. Spare me. His body was utterly drained. He lay there helpless, his arms still twitching relentlessly. The disciples watching grew furious, shouting, Senior brother Dep is too brutal. Another frowned, clearly displeased. Is this really Senior brother Deep? Tungayat quietly intervened. Depfam, that is enough. This is a match, you have to know when to stop. Depfam turned away and asked Tungayat, Elder, when did I say this was a match? She hesitated. Well, technically, you did not. Unable to hold back, Tuvan slammed her fist on the chair and yelled, Depfam, that is enough fighting. This is my disciple's induction ceremony, and he is my student. Depfam commanded coldly. He will never belong to Tuvan Zen Ren. Brothers, help me escort Dong Ditch into the sect's main hall. Shocked, she asked. Diepfam, what are you trying to do? After all, who really runs the Tuvan sect, you or me? Diepfam stayed silent, then turned and walked toward where the old lady was sitting. Tuvan's heart skipped a beat. Diepfam, what are you planning? Could it be you want me dead? He raised a sharp sword to her neck. Cold as... You fake. You do not get to spout nonsense like that. Elder Truong, trembling with worry, said, You are crazy. That is your master. Nearby, the senior sister also chimed in, pleading. Donnie let him do something stupid. Tuvan trembled in fear but tried to defend herself. You say I am a fake. What proof do you have? Is it because I lost my memory? Or because my behavior is different than before? Diepfam stepped closer. Voice sharp. Do you remember the dishes I have cooked for you these past few days? She stammered. Could it be because my taste changed? The steel palm boy scoffed. Those dishes do not belong to this world. Only then did Tuvan reveal herself. The soul inhabiting Tuvan's body was none other than Tithan. The heavy sword still hung on her shoulder. Diepfam barked. Get out of my master's body, or do not blame me for being ruthless. Tuvan's neck veins bulged as she threatened. This is my master's body. Aren't you afraid of hurting him? Diepfam stepped forward, looking straight into Tuvan's eyes, voice dropping dangerously low. Even if I kill you, my master is still my master. At least I won't have to watch some impostor wear his face and do wicked things. Tuvan's whole body wilted instantly. She was so terrified she burst into tears, thinking, I am done. He is a madman. He really plans to kill both me and his master. Why am I so unlucky? Why did this cursed system dump me into this woman's body? Despair screamed inside her head. Damn system. Where did he go? I barely got a second chance at life. I do not want to die. Realizing she could not hide the soul trapped in Tuvan's body any longer, she confessed. I admitted I am not the real Tuvan. Please. Spare me. Tungayat gasped in shock. The sect leader is a fake. Tuvan, humiliated, fell to her knees begging. I am just a pawn. It is all because of the cursed system's plan. I want to leave this body too, but no one told me how. Diepfam asked. The one occupying my master's body, where is my master's soul? Tuvan sobbed. When I entered this body, her soul was almost gone. I think she has already left this world. Those words struck Diepfam like a hammer blow. His face drained of color, cold and terrifying. In the underworld, a frigid, eerie place thick with ghostly energy. Spirits lined up to be reborn into new lives. Outside the gate, Bathvo, looking haggard, peered in and said, Old man, finally you are awake. Got any orders today? Havu, dressed, fixing his hair with irritation, snapped, Orders? Didn't you see I just woke up? From today, I am off. Bakfothong laughed so hard he nearly fell over. So I can go get reincarnated now. Hell yeah. He tossed his hat and shouted, Get lost. Happy as a kid. He jumped away yelling, Awesome. No more underworld chores. Freedom. He casually sipped tea as he went. Havu sighed. It is just a transfer mission. Yet he is acting like it is a vacation. The life of the underworld's manager is humble and unpredictable like that. Suddenly, Bakfothong returned, shouting, Old man, there is a spirit who self-destructed over love. Claims he is coming to the underworld looking for someone. Before Havu could swallow his tea, Bakfothong spat it out in surprise. Havu wiped his mouth. Ooh, isn't he the one who wanted to run off and become a sea god? The other guy thought it over and reported, It is Diepfam. Havu frowned. Which Diepfam? Bakfothong shrugged. No clue. Back at the sect, Tuvan still knelt on the ground, pleading, Don't kill me. I have told you everything I know. The system beside Diepfam advised, Host, hold her for now. After all, this body belongs to your real master. Besides, with her here, maybe we can uncover clues about the master. Diepfam turned to Tungayat. Senior Elder, keep her in check. This body is the master's. Take good care, and do not let her escape. She nodded. Understood. After everything was settled, Diepfam and the system left the main hall. As they walked, he asked, Master, did you really disappear from this world back then? The system sighed. If your master had truly died, her soul would have reported to the underworld. But there has been no sign of that. Diepfam wondered. The underworld. Does this world even have an underworld? The system quickly explained. Of course. But only those who own the system are directly managed by us. Usually, you do not just show up in the underworld. Hearing this, Diepfam asked, Is there a way for me to get there? The system freaked out, thinking he was about to do something reckless. Host, you are not planning to go looking for death, are you? Diepfam just gave a helpless look. No way. That is impossible. Only then did the system calm down and conjure a dagger. Alright. So you plan to visit the underworld briefly. I have a fake death dagger here. Stab it into your heart, and you will enter a death-like state for 7 days and nights. But if you do not pull it out by then, it is game over. Without hesitation, Deepfam snatched the dagger and stabbed it into his chest. Giving everyone around a heart-stopping scare, he calmly said, "That is enough." The system screamed, "Dude, do not pull stunts like that in public. You are scaring everyone." Back in the gloomy underworld, Havu had changed into ceremonial robes and was walking down an empty corridor. Spotting someone standing in the main hall, he hid behind a pillar, squinting at Deepfam's back with a furrowed brow. "Why is it him? Isn't this the guy who should be dead by now?" "Wait, his life and death are not controlled by the underworld anymore. Who is he looking for?" Clearing his throat, Havu smiled and asked, "Are you Deepfam?" A respectful greeting. "First time meeting you. From your aura, I guess you are the master of the underworld." Havu nodded. Deepfam did not beat around the bush and said, "I am here to find my master, Master Tuvanzenren." Hearing the reason for Deepfam's presence, Havu frowned in irritation. "You want to find someone? This underworld is mine. If you want to find someone, just find them, but do not think you can just snatch them away afterward." Havu warned. Deepfam replied honestly, "Yes." The system muttered to him, "Well, he has got some nerve. Dante thinks because you are the chosen one, you can cause chaos." The system whispered into Deepfam's ear, "Looks like this approach 1T work. How about we take a tour of the underworld and check the reincarnation records?" Now it was Havu's turn to get annoyed. He grabbed the system tightly. "The system is not human. You do not think I did not see you, do you?" Havu asked. "Surprised. You saw me." Havu pointed at it. "Otherwise, where do you think the system stashes its hosts?" "This place is one of the underworlds, the transit hub between life and death." Realizing negotiation was pointless with Havu, Deepfam ordered, "Looks like we can slip past him. System, get ready to make a move." The system snapped back. "Then I guess today, I will have to go all in with you." Havu sighed and waved his hand. "Don't make a scene here. There are plenty of souls waiting to be processed. If you mess things up, the underworld's order will collapse." Havu negotiated. "Fine. I do not want to get involved with chosen ones like you. I will check your records with the Book of Life and Death. If the person you are looking for has not used up their life yet, you can take them." Deepfam smiled brightly. "Thanks a lot." The system was equally surprised. Well, did not expect him to be this reasonable. Havu conjured an electronic ledger. Deepfam was puzzled. "Hey, why is your Book of Life and Death digital?" Havu countered. "Guess why we do not use paper versions?" The three of them fell silent, each thinking of the same mysterious figure, unable to say a word. Shaking off the strange mood, Havu asked, "What is the name of the person you want to find? Male or female?" Deepfam answered, "My master." "Female. Her name is Tuvan Tran." He shook his head. "That is just her title. What is her real name?" Deepfam kept it short. "I do not know." Havu turned around angrily and scolded. "Dante, no. Then what are you doing in my underworld?" Deepfam widened his eyes. "Not looking for her." Havu frowned and said slowly, "Based on her title, finding her 1T take long. But I do not see why I should rescue her just because of some random guy like you. Besides, you 1T be able to take her away." Deepfam stammered. "Random? Can T take her?" Havu crossed his arms, his gaze distant and voice heavy. "Those who bring chosen ones here to save people are not just doing it for themselves. Some come for family, some for souls, or for masters honored like mountains, but no exceptions. All use love as the tether to pull the dead back to the living world. And you risk your life to come to the underworld to find someone, demanding to take someone away without even knowing their name. How exactly are you planning to save her? Or is there some debt you owe her?" He looked at you with tears in his eyes. "Do you really have a reason that forces you to save her? Is she truly that important to him?" Deepfam's face went pale. Stammering, unable to find the words to respond, Havu clenched his fists. "Think carefully. When you have made up your mind, then I will step in. Otherwise, the rules of the underworld stand. No one can interfere." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving you alone with a whirlwind of tangled thoughts swirling in your mind. Later, in the prison of the Tuvan sect, Dongdich sat silently in his cell, clutching his wounded arm, his clothes soaked in blood. Cursing Ru, Deepfam, and their damned guts, how dare they sever his tendons? What now? If that person finds out, they want to blame me for failing the mission. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "What are you thinking about?" The villain appeared out of a swirl of black smoke. Seeing this, Susu shouted loudly, "Why isn't Guy here?" The villain sneered, "What is wrong? Not happy that I came to save someone?" Grasping at a lifeline, Dongdich quickly replied, It is just that I have not finished taking over the Tuvan sect, and I got beaten by Deepfam." The villain's eyes widened. How could I blame you? Whether you succeed or fail, I will be there. Dongditch chuckled excitedly. Where are you taking me? Suddenly, the villain's expression shifted, his pupils gleaming sharply in the dark, his sharp teeth and long fangs bared, followed by a roar straight into my gut. Don't be scared. Dom, help me. She screamed, but it was too late. The villain swallowed his head whole, fresh blood spurting and splattering across the cold floor. After finishing, he laughed loudly, his cold hand wiping the blood from his lips. He said with a grin, "It has been a while in this dimension. Finally got to fill my belly once in the cold, deserted underworld." Tuvan wandered aimlessly through the void, lost in a haze of thoughts, wandering for what felt like forever. Unexpectedly, this place was endless. No sleep, no fatigue, no spiritual energy, and no signs of life. Her expression grew increasingly worried. Then, as if realizing something, her eyes widened in shock. Am I? The Tuvan sect is far north of Donghong, far from the sea. The last time I saw the ocean was when the masters and I went on a mission. Tuvan closed her eyes, recalling a memory from her youth, a girl with long purple hair tied high, none other than Tuvan Tran Nahan. Her real name was Tu Hein. Sitting beside her was Tu Qua, the elder at that time. Tu Hein held a book and murmured, "Well, this martial arts manual is insanely powerful, taking a step on the path to immortality, dominating 3 major sects, and finally splurging like crazy to marry the master." Tu Qua excitedly asked, "Then what happened? What happened next?" Her face turned mischievous. After that, the disciple took the master into his room. The girl beside her smirked with a twisted look. Suddenly, a cup smashed down on Tu Hein's head. The one who snatched the book from the girl was the previous true immortal. Frowning, she scolded, "Tu Hein, you are just playing around with these books as the future sect leader. That is not proper." Tu Hein rubbed his head and asked quietly, "Master, did not you go unite with other sects to suppress the sea demons?" Trannan gazed into the distance and said, "When the top sects of Donghong act, we do not need to get involved. Once they succeed, we just stand aside and celebrate." Suddenly, the water surface before them roiled violently as a dragon and its rider emerged from beneath. Tu Qua shouted excitedly, "The elders have returned victorious," the true immortal warned seriously. Tu Qua, quiet down. All right. Tu Hen looked at the newcomer and asked, "Master, which sect leader is that? Why does he look so young?" She replied softly, "He is not the sect leader, but the favored disciple of the leader of the Thean Toyan sect." Watching the tender moment between them, Tu Hen whispered determinedly, "A good disciple is everything. With a strong disciple, a sect can surpass all limits. In the future, I must find a disciple even stronger than him." Back in reality, Tuvan lowered her head, lost in thought. She shyly shook her head, thinking, "How embarrassing. I never thought I would get this worked up over a romantic subplot, thoughts I should not be having about my precious disciple. And now, I have even got a heart demon. If my precious disciple ever found out, how could I live with the kid?" Then she thought of her disciples, and her mood sank. "But I am already dead, and my disciples have their other halves. A useless master like me is just a burden here. But even so, I still want to experience love. I really am pathetic." Tuven sank to her knees in the sand, the waves crashing against the shore whispering peaceful sounds. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar, "Wait, how is there someone in this cursed place?" T. Vendan looked up and saw a figure with their face covered approaching on a small boat, then softly asked, "Stranger." Hofeng revealed half his face under a faded green hat, his voice blending with the ocean's roar. "I had a date for drinks, passing through the void, and saw you crying alone. Couldn't help but get curious. Need some help?" Deven blinked. "But, was not I already dead?" he calmly explained. "Almost, but making it here means your body is still clinging to life by a thread. You can still be saved," she said joyfully. "Please, Senior, help me," he replied. "Come aboard." Deven quickly stepped onto the boat. Ho Feng looked at her innocent face, slowly lighting up with hope, and thought to himself, "This girl's really clueless. If I was not purposely coming here to find her, who in their right mind would wander through this hellhole?" He smirked, snapped his fingers. "All right, let us get going. Hold tight." The boat began drifting down the winding river. Suddenly, the water churned violently as a monster with 5 glowing red eyes surfaced. It bared razor-sharp teeth. Tivan was terrified, almost in tears, screaming, "Senior, what is that?" Hofeng chuckled softly, "Just a water spirit trying to steal a soul." His eyes lit up as he muttered a chant under his breath. Divine Spear of Destruction. At the same time, a bullet shot straight at the water spirit. The bullet hit, and the creature vanished instantly, restoring calm to the silent sea. Deven gasped, "You killed it just like that?" Hofeng crossed his arms and grinned. "Yeah, I am pretty badass." Even under the watchful eyes of the water demon, That was no longer a problem. Only then did she ask, "By the way, Senior, where exactly are we headed?" He simply answered, "The underworld." Hearing that, Tavan screamed out loud, "What?" Meanwhile, in the underworld, Diepfum stared into the distance in silence, making the system beside him anxious. It has been 6 days. If you can come up with a reason to get him to pull out, we should head back. There has got to be another way to find Master, confused about feelings, or maybe just too numb to lie. He looked at him and whispered back, worry clearly etched in his eyes. Both felt it. Yes, there is definitely some romantic feelings toward Master, but mostly it is. A bigger smile spread across Hov's face as he raised his hand, crackling with electricity. "Looks like you do not get it yet. Let me give you a demonstration." With that, a powerful surge of electricity struck Diepfum, causing the system to panic. The electric current engulfed his body, and then he disappeared. When he reappeared, Diepfum found himself standing on a rocky shore, looking around and wondering silently, "Where am I?" Then a familiar voice called from behind, "My precious disciple." The boat-carrying van slowly drifted toward the rocky outcrop, where he stood, and the voice calling was unmistakably hers. After their long separation, Master and disciple finally reunited. Dibe exclaimed in surprise, "Master, here we go," the Lord of Hell excitedly declared. "Classic tragic romance time." Afofeng smiled and asked, clearly enjoying the drama, "You like this kind of plot?" The Lord of Hell beamed. "Thanks, Fengke, for rescuing me from the void." Afofeng nodded softly. "No big deal. By the way, how about a match today?" Hearing this, Hovia asked in surprise. "A match? Let me decide." "All right." The other agreed casually. "Fine, but if I do not win, or at least make some gains daily, I will be bored." The Lord of Hell shouted, "Then I will use my favorite disaster idol group song for the showdown." Afofeng sealed the deal. "Deal? If I will treat you to a concert." Back with Diepfum, Tavenen's heart filled with doubt. "It is just the two of us now, my precious disciple and me. Could it all be an illusion? If it is false, then speaking honestly one TB noticed. Right?" Even he could not help but worry. The one who dumped him here, the system nowhere to be found, is that person really Master? Standing beneath the boat, Taven asked, "My precious disciple, will you cook for me forever and call me Master for life?" Diepfum knelt on one knee and replied, "You are my master. Of course I am happy to cook for you." That line totally made Havu light up with excitement. "Perfect. Just one word, and a promise already sealed. The deal. Advantage is all mine. There is no way I am losing." Taven pressed on, this time sounding a bit shy. "My disciple, are you planning to leave Tuvan sect and part ways with me?" Without hesitation, he replied, "Tuvan sect is great. No plans to leave for now." Hafeng munched on watermelon. Puzzled, what is up with this mature woman's questions? Usually people ask about Tuvan, and now she is asking my disciple what kind of woman he likes. Has he thought about a future partner? Fem tensed, thinking, here it comes, a trap for sure. Her answer will definitely be Master. I can fall for this. She thought it over carefully. He answered, if I am talking about a partner, I guess I like someone lively and playful. Mature, smart, cute, beautiful, and a little bit. Both had the same person on their minds. Luong En. Tuvan's face suddenly showed a flicker of disappointment. My precious disciple, do you really think that kid is your future partner? Depfem quickly clarified. Ooh. Luong En. No way. To me, she is just like a little sister. Those words made Hafeng burst out laughing. Teasing constantly. She is just my little sister. My little sister. Purple's kind of cool, but she is just my little sister. I am worried you are getting the wrong idea. She is just my little sister. Havu could not take it anymore and shouted, Bro, stop singing already. Then Tuvan could not stand still, flying over to Deep Fame. Tone pleading, my dear disciple, do not get married yet. Wait until after I ascend. Then you can tie the knot. Okay, but he bluntly asked, Master, you want to ascend? That is going to take 5 months. Right? Hafeng outside was seriously doubting life. Do these two even have a future? Feels like this whole thing is doomed to fail. But Havu shrugged. It is okay. As long as we clear this up, everything will turn out fine. Tuvan hugged Diep Fem tight, voice a little shaky. My precious disciple, I beg, wait until after I ascend before you marry her. I can do anything, but you are still so indifferent. Master, you only think about yourself. Things were not going as hoped. Havu sighed. It is like the sky is falling. Hafeng agreed. Not just falling, the road's dead-ending. Just as the two shared a tender moment, a slimy black sea monster burst up from the water to crash the party. It wrapped its tentacles around Tuvan, pulling Deepfem back desperately. Shouting Master. Even the nosy onlookers were shocked and worried by this unexpected twist. Wow, a sea monster down here? That is just cruel. We can use spiritual power in this void land. I have got to save them. Dip Femme gritted her teeth, refusing to let go. Master, hold tight. Tuvan suddenly noticed her body becoming transparent. Wait. A thought struck her. Her heart was full of lingering attachments, partners. Soulmates. Destiny, it was not something she could control. Love is something you crave and hope for. If I vanish completely, taking all my wishes into the void, I want to accept it. With that thought, Tuvan took out a jade piece from her chest and confessed. Dip Fame, if there is a next life, I want to be your wife. This scene made Ha Feng's mood shift. Turns out this kid carried a jade talisman for protection. Suddenly, he was not so keen on saving them anymore. Even Ha Vu mocked. That is Dip Fem's life jade. Dumb move hiding it in a crevice like that. Back to the main pair. Dip Fem opened up. Master, my life's been nothing but trouble. The more I try to break free, the more those around me get hurt. If I could live a normal life, I would want to be with you, to be your partner. Those heartfelt words cheered up Ha Vu as he carefully carried the sea monster. This is not just a monster, it is a helpful one. Ha Feng nodded. If that beast had a job, I would set it up as the matchmaker. Then he loudly warned. You too. Quickly toss that life jade into the sea. It can guide you back to the Yang clan. Hearing that, Tuvao's asking, isn't it that the jade of my precious disciple's destiny? Ha Vu snapped back angrily. What idiot told you that is a jade of fate? That is a life-saving jade, meant to ward off disaster. Tuvan smiled. But it was a hollow one, so the disciple still had not found a soulmate. Huh. Deep Femme could not hide his grin either. Master, toss the jade away. Let us head back to the mortal realm. The jade was dropped into the chilly sea, then transported to the Grand Hall of Van Sect. White cloths hung everywhere here, from dawn till dusk, filled with wails and lamentations. What is up with all this sudden gloom? Everyone gathered around the coffin. Mourning deeply, Zegite spoke softly. The dead have moved on. Don't he grieve too much? Dem's body lay still inside, a knife still lodged in his chest. The whole Van Sect, young and old, mourned this sudden loss. Suddenly, he jolted upright, the knife clattering to the ground. The crowd gasped in shock. Dep Fam's not dead after all. Seeing everyone gathered, and himself trapped in a wooden coffin, he was stunned. Why'd you put me in the coffin? Everyone cheered, calling him by all his usual nicknames. Then they all jumped and hugged him, squeezing Dip Fam so tight he almost suffocated. Hey, chill out, will ya? After soaking in the love from everyone, Dip Fam stepped outside. Thoughts swirling. By rights, since I am back in the mortal world, Master Soul should return too. His mind was a mess, but according to the Elder and others, Dong Ditch had escaped prison. Maybe he is hiding in the Zvan sect now. And that imposter, could he still be occupying Master's body? Just then, Tuvan appeared, rushing in excitedly. Depfam blinked in surprise. Master, Tuvan ran over, tears streaming. Precious disciple, but the companion jade in the mortal realm was shattered. Inside, Deep Fam sighed quietly. This is definitely the real master. Dep Fam replied gently. No choice. After all, the jade's purpose is to prevent disasters. Yet Tuvan looked a bit wistful. I wanted to keep it as a memento. I will find a craftsman under the mountain to fix it someday. Just as they were chatting happily, a voice rang out behind them. You too, young and lovey-dovey. Do not you know how bad the timing is? Tuvan spun around, startled, and saw tiny Ha Feng. Depfam recognized him instantly. Wait, you are from the Underworld. He snapped back. Annoyed, who else would I be? And you left your system behind. He pulled out the small system, crying pitifully. Host, I am finally back. Then he zoomed over, wrapping around Deep Fame. Depfam blinked. You just came to return the system. Ha Feng grinned. Of course not. I am here to replace it. To reclaim the soul of that time-traveling dude. Ha Vu can leave the Underworld, so I have got this. But seeing Dip Fem's strange look, he asked awkwardly. Why are you staring at me like that? Dip Fem calmly replied. So you are just a kid that set Ha Feng off, got bad eyesight. I already have 2 kids. Do not you dare call me a kid. Tuvan was shocked. You really have 2 kids? Only now did he truly notice something was off about his body. Sensing something wrong, Dip Fam turned to Tuvan. Master, step aside for a moment. She nodded without question. Ha Feng seemed to realize something too. I get it now. So that is what is going on. Then he told Dip Fame. Someone's messing with your perception. Maybe even the entire universe. Both you and the system are totally confused. Altering perception? Ha Feng nodded. Yeah, even I am affected but do not notice any errors. Only a system could pull off that trick. The little system asked straight up. When did they mess with my host? Ha Feng shook his head helplessly. No clue. Can I keep track? Little Hoinda. Just be careful. he warned. Then time was almost up. I have got to go. Depfam respectfully replied. Little Hoinda. Stay safe. Then, in his mind, suspicion grew about those who disliked him, whose ability is it to alter perception. Really? Cut to a quiet mountain lake. Under the moonlight, a group gathered. Suddenly someone asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Others chimed in, "Why does your cultivation method look just like mine? Could it be that you guys are my senior brothers?" Another voice chimed in, saying he was the one called by that person. The guy beside him nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, as everyone debated, on the cliff above, the villain appeared, with Vi Hong by his side. He looked down and shouted, "Is everyone here yet?" Everyone was stunned. Someone asked, "Sir, may I ask what brings you here?" He jumped up and yelled, "The Silver Feather Rooster has been unleashed." Everyone below was blown away by those words, Silver Feather Rooster. He bared his sharp teeth and explained, "It is a breed of fast-growing chicken. No need to wait for full maturity, just over 40 days. And it is ready to cook. I have been waiting for this day, patiently for way too long." At that moment, fear gripped everyone. This is bad. He wants to kill us all. But before they could react, the villain landed suddenly and grabbed one of them by the neck, who was not exactly a genius. The others quickly shouted to each other, "We can't let him succeed. Fight back together, even if we are weak. There is only one villain. Brothers, let us do this." But he seemed totally unfazed, even more confident. "Go ahead." The more panic, the tastier the meat. With that, he bit into the guy's flesh, chomping down fiercely. In the blink of an eye, half his head was gone. The rest were horrified, only able to scream out, "Monster!" Without a second thought, they turned to flee. But escaping was not going to be that easy. He chased after them like a whirlwind. "You can't get away." One terrified guy begged, "Please, spare me." But still, the villain caught him. "Well done." Caught another one. Suddenly, a spirit-infused arrow shot through the air and plunged straight into the villain's captive's head. The villain clenched his teeth and turned. Furious, "Who dares ruin my fun and kill my dinner?" A petite figure lightly stepped on the calm lake surface, creating ripples. A stunning beauty in a black dress with a thigh-high slit ball gracefully approached and said, "It is." The villain looked surprised. "You, the system's disciple? Didn't expect you to actually show up in this universe." Zai Hong beside him added, "Need my help?" The villain glared at her and shouted, "No need. Without the system's power, you are just a blade's edge, easy to deal with." Feeling useless, Zai Hong rolled her eyes and turned away. "All right. If you need backup, just call me." The villain smirked confidently. "Since I lost my weapon, I will make up for it with flesh and blood." Quanjiao showed no fear and readied her bow. She smoothly leaped, causing the water to ripple more violently. Suddenly, huge feet stomped, splashing water everywhere. The villain surged forward like a tidal wave. Not a chance. Quanjiao stayed sharp, glancing back to gauge his attack. She spun around, raised her bow, and took aim at the villain. He quickly tilted his head to dodge. Each arrow flew off toward the fleeing warriors. One embedded itself in a man's back, killing him instantly. Meanwhile, Zai Hong casually stood nearby munching an apple. The villain's face twisted in rage, grinding his teeth. "You coward. Only know how to mess with my food." The villain lunged forward with storm-like speed, closing in on Quanjiao. Then he unleashed a powerful strike with his right hand. A massive wave blasted out. Quanjiao leapt away to dodge, but the wave chased her relentlessly. Quick as a flash, she pulled out a talisman, the heavenly Rebirth talisman. A swirling galaxy of light appeared in the sky, and just like that, she vanished. The villain fumed, stomping the water. "Zai Hong, she has escaped. Chase her down." Zai Hong immediately laid down the ground rules. "Remember to pay me my cut." Already pissed off with the opponent, now this mess makes the villain even hotter. "Move it." Though Zai Hong complied, her attitude was far from happy, grumbling as she flew off, always bossing others around. In the end, even without her system powers, she could not catch the fugitive. After searching for a while, she finally spotted a faint shadow hovering in the sky. "So this is where you have been hiding." Zai Hong gripped her weapon tight, smirking, "Come out now, or I will make sure you die a humiliating death." But that shadow seemed to be exactly who she was searching for. Zai Hong's face went pale with fear as she gasped, "It is a person." Early morning at the Tuvan sect, Depfam woke up after a deep, peaceful sleep. Suddenly, he felt something wet against his body. Startled, he shot up and discovered something at his feet. A wave of suspicion and anxiety swept through him. What the heck is going on? When he spread his legs, he saw Tuvan clutching him tightly. Fast asleep, he sighed in relief. Thankfully, it was just drool. Tuvan woke up with a soft smile, tenderly saying, "My precious disciple." "Good morning." Depfam jumped back, yelling, "Wait, master, Why are you climbing into my bed? Tuvan explained. Lately, my precious disciple seems exhausted. As your master, I just want to take care of you. But you fell asleep. He protested. She chuckled shyly, her hand resting on his waist, waking him up and stirring his heart. Tuvan snuggled closer and whispered, My precious disciple, can you forgive me? Deep Femme could not bring himself to be mad at his master and replied, Master, please do not do that again. She smiled sweetly. My precious disciple, you are really good to me. His little system chattered anxiously. Host, ever since you came back, your master's acting like a total perv. Are you sure something is not messing with him? Host, what exactly did you two go through in the underworld? Depfam replied bluntly, Nope, that is just master's natural personality. After some heart-to-heart on the bed, they got up and dressed properly. Tuvan, fixing his outfit, said, My precious disciple, let us head out. The door creaked open slowly. And outside, a crowd of nosy onlookers waited. They stepped out under everyone's gaze. After creating an awkward vibe, the crowd dispersed, teasing the young couple. All right. Enough staring. What is so interesting here? Go back to training. It is not like this is some blockbuster drama, even one night, or the whole process. Diep fame. Am an open book. Those words made Tuvan fume. Hey, come back here. Meanwhile, Deep Fame felt uneasy. Looks like his reputation in the sect was totally shot. No one knew that behind the scenes of Tuvan's sect, a mysterious figure was quietly crying as he paced near the back mountain. Daihak, inhuman, anxiously touched the thorns on his neck. Try you. Is there any way to get these things off? Deep Femme stepped forward, testing physically, then asked, Does it feel anything? She honestly replied, A little itchy, and I can use my spiritual power on it. Clearly frustrated, Fiep chimed in, It has been over a month. We have tried everything, but nothing can remove it. Deep Femme turned to the system. System, is there really no way to take this off? It replied immediately, The system's cursed item is very high level, based on its nature. I will need time to analyze. Fadip added, And Dip senior brother. I have been hiding something. After putting on this collar, her body suddenly became super sensitive, and she poked Daihak's waist, making him grunt in irritation. Daihak was furious. You dare. Fadip was not scared. Come on. You can beat me now. What do you have to be afraid of? Depfime stood there speechless. Suddenly, Namhai entered and said, Little you, a woman came looking for you outside. I already brought her in, he asked in surprise. Looking for me. It was Quanjiao. Smiling as she stepped inside, Dipfam was shocked to see her here. Why are you here? Are you hurt? The system was equally surprised after all. It was the system recruiting disciples. Daihak and Phi Deep were stunned too. This was the revered master of Triton. The master of their host. Quanjiao said nothing, just strode over with arms wide, clearly going in for a hug. Namhai watched, clearly unimpressed. Little you and her, what is their deal? Embarrassed? He muttered. Have to reunite like this? Fine. Whatever. Deep Femme wrapped his arms around the beauty, but just as they got close, Quanjiao jumped up with a running start. She opened her mouth wide and bit Deep Femme's head, making everyone flinch in horror. The system nervously asked when it saw water spraying from his head, Host, your head is bleeding. Deep Femme forced a smile and replied, It is just a small wound. Thought it would be a touching reunion scene, but nope, one bite, and all the mood's gone. After a moment, he helped Quanjiao up and gently asked, Master, after biting for so long, you must be really mad now, right? She was still sulking hard, playing the fool as usual. Deep Femme asked with concern, Master, what happened to your wound? But Quanjiao was still annoyed and snapped, It is nothing. He recalled the past years ago. When he fell into the sea, he refused her help, wasting all her efforts over the years, like she bit him just to get back at him. This previous master of his was just like a cat. Num Hai curiously asked, Tai Yu He-Yu. Who is this? Dep Fum introduced. She is my former master. Quan Jiao. Numahai bowed respectfully. This is Senior Quan Jio. He thought to himself, her strength is deep and unfathomable. Turns out, she is Tu He-Yu's master, ranking among the top in the celestial realm. If Senior Quan Jiao got hurt, what kind of opponent could be done it? With that thought, Nemhai quickly excused himself. Little friend, I won't bother you with talk anymore. Just as Quan Jiao was about to sneak up on Diet Fum, two girls grabbed her. Zi Aizachi's voice growled. Hey, master, Fidit here says if someone jumps in, it is a guaranteed win. Quan Jiao still looked confused until Ziyech pointed to the thing wrapped around her neck and said, Can anyone help me get this collar off? Quan Jiao drew her weapon and faced Diet Fum with a fierce glare. Even the system recognized it. Host, did your master just growl? In the blink of an eye, The spikes around Ziechi's neck were sliced off. She happily put it on. I am free now. This feels amazing. Suddenly, Ziechi's face darkened. Danger radiating from her. Her eyes locked on Phi Dip with deadly intent. Oh right. Almost forgot to thank you for those days you tickled me. It was ridiculously fun. Was not it? Next thing, Phi Deep got dragged outside by Ziax for a serious beating. By the time she realized she should be scared, it was way too late. She was a total mess. You can hate without remembering kindness. After all, we are comrades. Phi Deep screamed in despair. Master, Dup Hugh, save me. Quanjiao leaned against Dip Fum. Looking dreamy and relaxed, he worriedly asked, Master, how are you? Is the wound serious? She just replied, tired. Depfum smiled softly. Then get some rest and recover. Scene shifts to a mystical place shrouded in mist. With massive spirit stones floating midair, a spirit stone spoke up. You all still not gonna make a move. Someone casually placed a chess piece on the board and replied, relax. Makai leaned back in his chair comfortably, hand supporting his chin. Smirking confidently, everything's already in my grasp, even with a high-level system backing him. He is no match for me. Hearing this, the spirit stone was pleased. Good. Just how it should be. Makai revealed more of his cunning plans. It is not just me acting here. Both you and I serve the sovereign mind. When will you make your move? When will you send your celestial soldiers? Great celestial emperor. At that moment, a faint silhouette appeared on the spirit stone. The figure calmly replied, I am waiting too for the perfect chance to end this stalemate. Cut to an open-air bath where a radiant fairy plays in the water, clearly having a blast. But what really catches attention is the mysterious tattoo around her tiny waist. Back to Venton, Quanjiao is sleeping soundly in Dite Fum's arms. System, remaining operation time unknown, weapon functions offline, item functions paused, tracking functions paused, using memory fluid to repair. Would you like to review memory content? A flash of old memories surfaced in Quanjiao's mind. She saw herself slowly approaching a beggar by the roadside. The beggar coldly asked, Another one? Who are you? She replied, I am the system. Those words drove the beggar mad. That beggar was none other than D8 Fum, who shouted loudly, You have tormented me for 80 lifetimes, still not enough. You want me to suffer 81 lifetimes? Get lost. Don't ever show your face to me again. That reaction stunned Quanjiao, leaving her utterly speechless. Suddenly, she remembered what Van Tam once said, Guys are easy to handle. Just give them what they want, and they will be thrilled instantly. The tougher the situation, the more it fires them up. Works like a charm every time. Putting that wisdom to use, Quanjiao glanced around cautiously, her sneaky moves catching Dipfem off guard. Hey, what are you up to? He asked suspiciously. She gave a quick, soothing reply, then slipped her hand under her skirt. Tugging at something down, out came a little slip with a bow, accompanied by a confident, Here, for you. Dep froze, stunned by the bold move, but still took it, raising an eyebrow. Wait, are you some kind of flirt? Not getting the reaction she wanted, Quanjiao grabbed his waistband and jumped at his head. He yelped in pain. Ouch. Let go. The ruckus drew two nosy bystanders. One smirked. I saw this at the folks' place. That is her making a move. From that day on, wherever Dipfam went, Quanjiao trailed right behind. Spring turned to summer. Then autumn. She stuck to him like glue, but they never got too close. One bitterly cold winter day, Depfam spotted Quanjiao shivering, eyes fixed on a steaming pot of broth. He quickly called out, Boss, 2 bowls of hot soup, please, then shouted at her. Come here. As Quanjiao slurped the soup, Dem said, According to system rules, if a host does not cooperate for over a year, you can request a new host, but you have been sticking with me for 7 years. Talk about patience. She just nodded quietly. He sighed and continued, You have been loyal all this time just because I was your first host. You are way too stubborn. Then she showed him memories of fighting a bunch of guys different from before, forcing him to step in and settle things. Finally, Fam softened and accepted. All right. You win. This is the last time I will team up with you guys. If I fail this time, do not ever show up at the end of my life again. Quanjiao lit up happily. Deal. He pulled out a teddy bear from his jacket, the same one she would pin a pink bow on that slip last time, looking sheepish. Actually, I have been meaning to find a chance to give this back to you. Seeing the bear, Quanjiao's eyes flashed with irritation. Without another word, she lunged at Deep Fam's waistband again, causing a bloody mess. He freaked out. Terrified. Stop biting. My brain's about to spill out. The shop owner even joined in the teasing. Relax. The ingredients can be lightly cooked here. Time slipped by. Another 6 years passed. On a high mountain behind, Quanjiao silently watched a group of warriors practicing swordplay. Suddenly, Dip Fam appeared and spoke. Master, You are still watching the disciples train. She nodded in approval. He pulled out a flute and said, Master, this is a gift from me. Quan Jiao took it gently, moved by the moment, and recited a couplet. Dreams fade at white hair's edge. A loving wife waits by the window. Then she pushed the flute back, blushing, making him wonder. Master, do not like it. If you do not like it, do not bite me, okay? At worst, I will give this flute to the other disciples. Hearing that, Quan Jia yelled right in his face. Dip Phim chuckled and asked, What do you want me to do to help? She shyly replied, Help me? Dip Phim caught on instantly. You do not like brushing your own hair. Let me handle that. This sweet moment sparked a shared thought. System and host, master and disciple, could this really work? The system reported failure in executing the order. Memory stream overwrite failed. Switching to alternate memory stream for repair. An unrecorded memory stream detected. Would you like to review its contents? The system master Van Tam replied. Yes. She commented, a race surpassing the human dimension, causing massive illusions. The female lead was punished by losing her system bond. Lucky Quan Dao is here to see this. She stayed silent as Van Tam comforted her. Do your best. In a few days, you will audition for the system again. Quan Dao noticed a girl dazzling from head to toe, lying on the ground. Looking curious. Who is that? Van Tam answered. She is the successor I found. Just look at how happy she is. Suddenly Van Tam asked, Are you worried about your host? Quan Dao nodded softly. Van Tam continued, Given the current situation, it is pretty rough after failing and dying over and over for 80 lifetimes. Always forced to start from zero. Any ordinary host would have already thrown in the towel. At this point, General Jiao sadly remarks that this lifetime, under her watch, was the closest to success, but in the end, the terrain item was ruined and she lost her life. The sect was annihilated, even the entire dimension destroyed, and probably has no intention of continuing to live. Right? Hearing this, Van Tam hesitated a bit, then glanced over at her before pulling out a black card, a sort of high-level access pass to something. Then she rambled in a half-baked way. I lost it by mistake. What if someone tries to use it for something? I do not know. General Jiao took the card, deep in thought. Holding the card, General Jiao still felt doubtful. Could this really change a disciple's emotions? Suddenly, something appeared in front of her, making her jump. It was, a system immediately began reading it out loud. Then, a shadow slithered from the ground, growing bigger, its voice cold as if from the underworld. You dare covet my belongings. Even though you are dead, don't think death means escape. A pair of glowing red eyes snapped wide open, scanning around as a loud voice demanded, Who is there? In the space before her, two gigantic jaws with razor-sharp teeth opened wide, and the main system appeared right in front of General Jiao. Suddenly, rustling sounded behind the bushes, grabbing General Jiao's attention. It was Xian's group whispering secretly. Zheyu asked curiously, Sect leader, if you want to meet her, why sneak around like that? The sect leader firmly replied, No way. She is still my precious master's predecessor. I need to understand the gap between us. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, making all three jump like they would been shot. Face to face, Xian blurted out, Old hag, what are you doing in front of my precious disciple? What are you scheming? Seeing her flustered, Zheyu cut. Sect leader, get to the point, Xian shouted. Don't you think you can steal my future hubby? Yuan. Standing nearby, shyly nudged. Sect leader, maybe ease up a bit. General Jiao asked suspiciously. Who are you? Xian boldly answered. I am the master, and the future heir betrothed to Dufang. That shocked Zheyu. She never expected things to have come this far. Yuan questioned life itself. Betrothed? Have we missed some memo here? General Jiao frowned, recalling the small gift Dip Phim once gave. Then she asked again. Here? Zheyu looked worried. Why does the sect leader's energy feel so weak? Feels like she is already lost before even starting. Yuan comforted Xian sitting on the ground. You can say that, at least when it comes to summoning, the sect leader's got this. So the two ladies teamed up to cheer her on. Sect leader, do not be scared. Your conditions are not bad at all. We have got your back, go for it. Xian dazedly asked. I am handling this alone. Don't waste your breath, came the reply. Dip Phim is your disciple, not mine. Fired up, Xian yelled. Charge forward. I want to lose to you. Zheyu and Yuan cheered. Almost there. It is coming. But then her tone dropped. Blushing shyly. Can you at least share a few stories about my precious disciple's past? The other two were disappointed. Too weak. Losing like this is worse than losing meat to a rival. When General Jiao said it was possible, Xian was overjoyed and ran over to grab her hand. Really? General Jiao nodded firmly to reassure her. Xian's eyes shimmered with gratitude. Thank you, as there is nothing much to tell, no harm in sharing a bit. At that moment, Xiaoyu noticed a faint shout from the bushes nearby. You idiot, why run outside? This is serious, said Chu. There are people over there too. Seeing nothing dramatic happening, the group decided to head back. Phi Dip-chan waved off. Boring. What I want to see is blood flowing like rivers, Suko asked. So when do they fight? No way. Dahak's not here. Let us just call it off. Not just there, another crowd gathered nearby. Yuan asked in surprise. So many people. Looks like the whole Xian sect came to watch. Even second sister Zithan brought her underlings. But with things turning out like this, she did not dare show her face. Rang Xiao asked curiously, Your Majesty, are we heading out too? To then shut her up, saying, Forget it. Save some face for the master. Nearby, headless bodies were tossed aside, accompanied by shouts that were far from enough way too weak. The villain devoured every martial artist he had captured. Yet his hunger remained unsated. It just was not enough. Dehong, standing beside him, questioned, Isn't it just a few casualties? Why the big fuss? The villain's rage darkened his face. What do you know? Each one of them is a stroke of my luck. His words only deepened her curiosity. Why was he so obsessed with his fortune? Could it be that years of accumulated luck still are not enough? Clearly, converting luck into magical artifacts, with the power to annihilate mortals, should be a breeze for him. Suddenly, a gust of command energy hit the villain's neck, making his eyes widen in horror as blood dripped onto the ground. One of his arms was severed by a mysterious woman's charm. Her words cut like a razor. You think clinging to the system means you can do whatever you want. Torture till death. Perfect, I am all for it. She glared at the villain with narrowed eyes. Warning. Don't let me catch you, or I will make sure you suffer till your last breath. He bit his lip hard, stifling pain and rage. Daring to talk back, his severed arm quickly regenerated. Furious, he roared. My goal is not just to destroy mortals. I am here for revenge, the kind that you could not even dream of. Then he pulled out a paper, handing it to Dai Hong. Here, find this. I need days to recover. Do not bother me until then. Whatever was written made her break out in a cold sweat. This was his true motive. The villain licked his lips with a wicked grin, thinking, once I am back, I am going to devour that little luck girl and her crew, make them regret it for life. At the Myriad Beast sect, dark clouds swallowed the sky. Longan sprinted wildly, calling out, Senior sister, hurry to the main hall. Master's still waiting for us. On what? Came the reply. They ran down the corridor. Longan noticed the sky. It is so dark. Is it about to storm? Her companion agreed. But before they could finish, a black energy streak shot from behind the mountain straight at them. Ong Hong's voice trembled. No way, host. Danger, run. Longan heeded the warning, grabbing her hand and pulling her away. Senior sister, run. But the thing moved too fast, lunging at them both, thanks to their quick reflexes. They barely dodged the attack. The villain revealed his true form, praising himself. Not bad. A quick reflexes. Longan recognized him instantly. I remember you. Wait, who exactly are you? He laughed. Name's irrelevant now. Forget it. Meanwhile, the Myriad Beast sect's leader and elders arrived. Chen furious. Who dares attack my sect? This guy's dangerous beyond measure. We can hold back, take him down. Everyone launched their attacks simultaneously. Luongshan's heart leapt at the sight of her master and Elder Liu Ru. Elder Kuod arrived alongside Hong Hong, saying, I have contacted the Daipfum Society and the system. Backup is on the way. Facing the powerful attacks from the elders, the villain barely flinched. He sneered. Just a bunch of crickets. Luongshan's face turned pale with fear as she saw him gathering energy in his hand. Elder. Everyone, run. That dark power surged forward, blocking the strikes from two attacking elders. Boom. The two elders exploded under the force, only blood spraying where they would stood. Everyone watching froze in terror. Though Chen Hechi could not accept the elder's death, he screamed, Retreat. Everyone. Fall back. The villain charged more energy into his hand, taunting. You really think you can escape? Sensing danger, Longan shouted. System, protect the master. Ong Hong glowed with energy, enveloping all three. I will do my best. Their energies collided, triggering a massive explosion. Chunet was badly shaken, his clothes torn, barely able to stand. Longan rushed to support him, worry etched on her face. Elder Du, are you okay? Longan asked as she approached. You should take care of yourself too, came the reminder in a flash. The villain lunged forward, grabbing the tiny Longan. Henyi fiercely attacked her, each strike inflicting unbearable pain. Longan could not just stand by and watch. Her warrior spirit ignited instantly, and she shouted, Ong Hong, free my senior sister now. Ong Hong slammed her palm, rapidly boosting her energy with a million-ton power surge, pushing her strength beyond all limits. Yet, no matter what, she could not even lay a finger on him. Luong En was frustrated beyond words. How could she not land a single hit? Suddenly, the villain's pure blood flared up. Donna stained my clothes. He sneered, violently throwing lying at Luong En. The throw was so powerful both girls crashed hard to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, lying on the dirt, battered and shivering. They trembled. He was just too strong. The villain curled his lips in a contemptuous smile. How touching, a melodramatic display of deep feelings. Too bad. I am not interested in watching. Just as he unleashed his attack, a flash of light sliced through it. The azure sword appeared, cutting through the force. The supreme agreement's savior, Diep Fame, had arrived just in time to rescue them all. Luong En groggily sat up, whispering, "Senior, mission accomplished." The villain laughed. That was fast. The system angrily lunged at Han, scolding him, "To prevent you from pulling dirty tricks. I have been keeping an eye on all major cultivation events lately." Hakun laughed loudly. "Dirty tricks? I do not need those to deal with you," and did not hesitate to reveal his goal. "I want to devour every single person you are protecting. Right in front of Diep Fame." He smirked. "Devour them all. The ones you protect won't be spared. They will be wiped out. Ruining my life? You have shattered my peaceful life and hurt everyone I care about." Time and again, he shouted fiercely, "I won't let this tragedy repeat. This time, I will end it all for good." Suddenly, the system warned urgently, "Host, trouble's coming. He is about to attack again." It quickly turned to Luong En. "Old hag, take your master and lying away first. Don't he distract me?" She nodded and immediately moved. "Got it." The villain's attack radiated overwhelming power this time. He was using even more energy than before. In this critical moment, the system pulled out everything it had. The overwhelming talent collapse pill. The shield of grace. No matter what, it was all in. But still, it was not enough. The system panicked, begging, "Host, help, I am about to collapse. Hang in there, wait for reinforcements." The villain seemed amused and in no rush. Low-level systems and life-saving props. Got a lot of tricks? Do not keep him coming. But this hesitation made Diep Femme suspicious. What was the villain waiting for? Suddenly, he snapped, "Alert, Senior once told me he feeds on ki and luck. His visit to the Beast Sect was probably just to kill." He recalled. Just then, an uninvited guest arrived at the Beast Sect. Dehong held a glowing object excitedly. Finally found it inside the dragon vein. What a pain to get. The villain's face lit up, and Han shouted, "Hurry, give it to me." Han barked orders. "Hand it over now." The iron bar flew to him. The villain muttered happily, "With this prize, after all that searching, I finally caught my prey." He may have been dead for a long time, but his luck is still thick. Diep Femme anxiously asked the system, "What is that thing in his hand?" The system tensed. "I have no idea." Both focused intently on the iron shard in the villain's grasp. Suddenly, he plunged it deep into his own chest with a twisted grin. This scene terrified Diep Femme and the system. They thought he was about to end his own life. Then, from the dark sky, a swirling column of pink-purple light crashed down. The villain roared, "Dragon Kukode, serve me." His body transformed. 1 hour, 40% fusion with the Dragon Empress remains. 2 hours, 50% fusion. 3 hours and Diep Femme gasped. His power level is at Spirit Master. He is rivaling the Heavenly Tao. System, you aware of this? The system was baffled. Wait, his power just keeps rising. What exactly is he using? Even Dai-Hong could not believe her eyes. She shouted, "Villain system, did not you say he would retreat after completing the 3rd Dragon Emperor fusion?" He laughed out loud. "Trash picker. Let me remind you of your place. You were sent here to back me up. I am now the Dragon Emperor, no longer just a replica of the 3rd Dragon Emperor. I need you to go all out for me and unlock the full extent of your path." Tai-Hong did not even argue. She pulled out a huge bag and said, "All right then. Scarlet Armory. Open up." A flood of countless weapons and tools burst out from inside that bag. Diep Femme was stunned. Those were ancient battle kites, the sharpest blades, the Godslayer spear, the Creation Jade butterfly, and even the 24th grade Celestial Sword of Creation Youth, plus the 5 directions ki and the 3 scrolls of heaven, earth, and man. The system added, "Just picking one item from that pile is enough to wipe out a bunch of top-tier golden immortals." He nodded seriously. "Senza's not kidding around here." The antagonist glanced down at where Diep Femme stood and shouted, "Open it." From the sky, a colossal axe crashed down. The system immediately prepared and reported, "Host, The subsystems have been dispatched. He responded quickly. Got it. Keep it quiet for me. But the system was worried and warned. Host, you seriously want to go toe-to-toe with him? Don't he be reckless if this divine weapon hits. We are toast. We should just run. Depfam agreed. Yeah, we better run. The system sighed as it flew behind him. No choice. Hyperspeed entity corruption technique one shot, the antagonist yelled excitedly. Keep running. We will fight this out slowly. Spear. No sword. Suddenly, a gigantic spear pierced down, blocking both their escape routes. The system panicked. Host, this is a divine weapon of ultimate power. The spear energy is crazy strong. How do we block it? We can Host, we should retreat. Depfam shot back bluntly. Retreat? Where will we even run to? He started thinking. Their master is still here. If we... No one's protecting them. We have no other choice. Depfam shouted. If we can't block it, then we have to. Then he unleashed his full power in a counterattack. A brilliant flash shot forward to meet the spear, but the spear's energy was so overwhelming. Depfam's defense shattered on impact. Depfam was badly hurt. Blood poured from his mouth like rain. The antagonist taunted gleefully. Kid, do not die so fast. I have not even unleashed all my treasure's power yet. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light shot from nowhere and slammed directly into the great sword. In the blink of an eye, the antagonist's divine weapon shattered right before his eyes. That was Kwang Swan. Surrounded by a radiant glow, the antagonist sneered. I thought after I smashed you last time, you would not dare show up again. You just acted. And you are already drained. Are you not afraid to die? The system questioned the disciple. Kwang Swan did not say much, just muttered two words deeply. Too deep. He was confident now, a divine dragon, fearless of anyone. He mocked. A weak system. A host? And a demon squad pathetic. Then the antagonist kept powering up. Kwang Swan Mountain. 70% fusion. 5-hour Moondragon Emperor Relic. 80% fusion. He grew stronger by the second. The arrogance only grew as he said, I want to play a bit longer. So I will unleash all my treasures at once. I will let you live a little longer, until you witness the moment I truly become the Dragon Emperor. The system warned in fear. Danger. His power is rising again, almost reaching the Cold Star Lord level. Depfam asked nervously. Is there a way to cut him down? The system slapped him with cold reality. We do not even have the strength to get close to him. How can we cut him down? Suddenly, Kwang Swan shouted, Leave it to me. Depfam's master's power was truly terrifying, but the enemy could not let his guard down. If Depfam had not awakened that power, the enemy said he would lose his life. Seeing Depfam hesitate, she looked at him with a tender gaze. Kwang Swan flew close and said, Don't he worry about me. Let us see how this goes. Maybe this is the last time we fight side by side. Depfam was not happy but replied, I know, special powers unleashed, cold flame judgment, 10,000 frosts. Depfam roared, breaking armor with enhanced piercing power. His critical strike skyrocketing 100-fold. Huge chunks of ice launched forward in response. This made the antagonist a little uneasy. What the hell is this? So he decided, ridiculous. You think you can hurt me? First, let us see if you can break through my treasure's defense. He said, then unleash the celestial mysterious radiant spiritual dragon treasure pagoda. This system's wild. I blurted out, and it is the strongest defensive magic treasure ever. Damn, I am worried now. Master, we gotta act fast. But it seemed like she would already made up her mind deep down. Yeah, just stopping him was enough. Suddenly, a cold, muffled voice echoed through the system's space. If you want to pull your disciple back, you better do exactly as I say. Once he gets the relic, death won't be far behind. Shocked, he asked, why? That strange woman replied slowly. Because of divine punishment. Suddenly, urgent alarms blared. Warning, the Mech's core is collapsing. Estimated remaining operation time, just over 2.32 system units. Kwangio yanked the cord tight and activated the divine weapon. Central P6 element annihilation bow. Radiance extreme transformation. Overdrive mode activated. Unleashing full power. Central extreme penetration enhancement. System pack level 4 has been broken. Depfam soared forward with his sword, shouting, System, boost my power a bit more. The system replied coolly, No sweat. Let us go all out. All right. I am risking my life with the host today. Host, brace yourself, you are going to be bedbound for a year and a half. Overload mode engaged. That villain just fused the 6-link bone, Earth Flow Heaven, and Dragon Radiant Relic, hitting a 90% fusion rate. He smirked arrogantly. Even if you sacrifice your lives, you can only break through my defense layer. Besides, even if you pierce through, my flesh and blood can restore itself back to perfect condition. Ignoring his rambling, Kwangio raised his palm. Gathering his strength, the villain spread his hands, summoning the celestial mysterious radiant spiritual dragon treasure pagoda. But in a blink, it was snatched right from his grasp. Turns out the thief was Baijia. Her face stern as she said, with power like that, relying on a magic treasure to survive, you are nuts. Villain. The villain ground his teeth angrily. Give it back. Behind him, Dipfime charged forward with his sword. Full force, he snapped. Furious. All useless. Suddenly, Baigia lunged at him with the spiritual wolf pagoda in hand. Let us see if you are tougher than a magic treasure defense. She struck with a heavy metal blow. Just as Dipfem thrust his sword forward, their combo made the villain cough up blood. Badly wounded. Furious, he shoved Dipfem away, yelling, "Get lost." The system quickly flew in to shield him with the tenfold damage reduction skill. Baigia taunted, sticking out her tongue. I thought your flesh and blood body was really unbeatable. The villain grimaced, touching his bleeding wound. 4 against 1. What kind of skill is that? Don't think I do not have backup. System. Tai Hong. Pull back now. But silence filled the space. The Tai Hong had vanished without a trace, leaving him bewildered. Tai Hong. What is going on? Where's the magic treasure? Only then did they see Tai Hong lying on the ground playing dead, driving the villain nuts as he cursed nonstop. Useless piece of junk. Baigia flew in to strike again. Grinning. Where you headed? The villain scoffed. Fearless. Superstar Lord. What is so scary about that? Soon, you won't even be my match. Baigia shot back. Yeah? I know. Then she, Dipfame, and Quanjio charged, surrounding the villain from all sides. Baigia, it is your turn. Overload piercing enhancement. Burning resources. What she is using is the 500 illusion star power boost. The villain flinched, his face going pale, spewing a nasty black blood clot. Gross. Looks like everything's really ticked off the villain. He snarled, lowering his head. Even if Baigia's system saves you. So what? Then his face twisted with rage. I am a superstar lord now. I will kill every last one of you. Vendipe transformed his body into the 7-link bone. Dragon Spirit Awakening form. My current state is Dragon Spirit Relic. Fusion rate. Dipfime said grimly. He is fusing way too fast. Quangjio added. Still a bit slower than me? Though, the system chimed. System power surge is back online. Baigia? What now? Quangjio anxiously asked if they could fight back. Baigia, he is not a real dragon spirit. We can still fight, but only if I would come earlier. Right now, it is a lose-lose if he gets hurt 5 times. I get hurt 9. The little system wailed. Isn't he that a death sentence? The villain gathered all his firepower, shouting, all of you, die. Suddenly, a sword flew at him, making him freeze. This is not over yet. The villain recognized the sword, the Fantram sword. He was doomed. His eyes widened in terror. Don't he come any closer. The Fantram sword sliced through the air, piercing straight into the villain, who instantly turned to dust. The sword, having fulfilled its mission, vanished like a gust of wind from the rubble. The villain staggered to his feet, confused and furious. How can this be? I worked so hard to become a dragon king. Without outside interference, I would not lose. A shadowy figure appeared in the smoke. Mocking, isn't it because you are foolish, arrogant, and reckless? The villain looked toward the figure and asked, who are you? The mysterious leader appeared, looking incredibly cool, saying, well, how's the bone marrow of my old ancestor? Easy to handle, right? The villain was so furious he was about to burst, scheming against me. But it turns out the whole long home plan was his doing all along. The leader stepped forward, lightly tugging on the strings that had him completely immobilized, mocking him with a smirk. Aren't you supposed to be smart? The villain blinked in shock, suddenly realizing this was the power of the system's puppet. How did she even know how to use it? The boss glanced over at Daehong standing nearby and praised. That kid really knows how to play the game. If she wants to live, of course I will give her a shot, the leader said. She smiled brightly, replying, you are right, sir. Why would I ever choose to be the bad guy? Meanwhile, the villain ground his teeth, glaring fiercely at Daehong and snarling. So you are the traitor. The leader did not bat an eye, turning on her heel and leaving, handing him over to Daehong to handle. Daehong chuckled confidently. Mission accepted. I will get it done. The villain muttered under his breath. You damn snake. Nearby, the troops who had just fought asked, startled. Wait, that is how we are settling this? Baira answered bluntly. Help's done. Case closed, the leader added. With the Holy Woman of Time backing us, I am sure they won't dare to come at us so brazenly again. Dipfime narrowed her eyes. Curious? Who are you? Baira introduced herself with authority. I am the head of the system. Then she turned and said, come with me. I will show you everything, the leader explained. Outside this dimension, there is a crystal monster called Chang Hang. You can judge their power by strength alone. Not many dare to mess with them, but they have one fatal flaw: they can collapse over time. To survive, they won't hesitate to use any means, even bullets. However, a monk once spent tens of thousands of years breaking through their chains, reaching something called immortality. The consequences of that, well, you can guess. The monk died, but he took a fragment of that immortality with him. The incomplete immortality has little effect on them. Dipfam asked, puzzled. If the monk who took immortality is gone, does that count as death? And does that mean I have immortality? Now I finally understand why they are after me. The enemy the host has to face is terrifying. The leader sighed deeply. To torment someone for hundreds of generations without losing your mind, I gotta hand it to you. Want to break free from this endless cycle of torture? Dipfam looked suspicious and asked straight up, why are you helping me? We have never even met. Have we? The leader tilted her head. Helping you is simple. First, it benefits the system's record. Besides, you have used way too many of our resources. And second, it is about the innocent people caught in the crossfire. At sunrise, a loud scream echoed across the mountain. Chen-Hu, wrapped head to toe, prepared to transport someone for preservation. Longan softly said beside him, Master, I am realigning your bones. Don't move or else they will shift. The painful screams came in steady rhythm, occasionally interrupted by Luong's shout. Master, I can't fix the bones anymore. Quan Jiao whispered, leaning against a tree outside. Looks like I won't get to say goodbye to my disciple after all. Suddenly, Beijia appeared and asked, Don't just wait here to die? Quan Jiao jumped, bewildered. Who is that? Bai replied. The leader told me to use this to extend her life. She is waiting for you to come back and reclaim your position. Down in the underworld, a female ghost was sweeping when she asked the Fire Lord Havu, why did all my masters win their first reincarnation battles? Havu laughed heartily. Make sure you do your best to pass it on. The female ghost immediately protested. I am not going anywhere. I want to wait here for my master. Meanwhile, Dipfam asked the leader, if you know the cause and consequences of all this, is there any way to get me out of this mess? She nodded calmly. It is not like there is no way. I will snatch the immortality from you and give it to them. Of course. They will let you go. But once you lose immortality, except for your original first life's corpse, all traces of your existence will vanish. The second option is for you to become my subordinate. If they want to mess with you, they will have to weigh the cost. Once you leave this dimension, you can never come back until you have guaranteed your strength. He frowned, thinking silently. Leave this dimension? Elsewhere. Tuvan was flailing his arms and legs, saying, this is seriously dangerous. The ancient dragon is bigger than the sky itself. Over at the Van Thew sect, the disciples asked nervously, will the master's precious students be okay? Tuan Gait shook her head. No idea. It is hard to say. There was no sign of Nam Hai either. We could not get in touch with the little friend. Everyone was freaking out, guessing the ancient dragon was lost. Maybe they already handled the danger. On this side, Tabung was furious, shouting to drop the talisman. Tithan looked puzzled. How could the little junior brother be dead? Tien gripped the dagger tightly, saying, I will carve him open myself. Meanwhile, Minbech clutched the talisman, crying quietly. Big brother, Zia Ezek said worriedly. That familiar sword left the battle, but there is no word from it. Could it be? CV Hay paused, then asked, Big sister aches, is the master going to be okay? The little fox tried to reassure her. No way, the master's done for. Suddenly, Takaiyaji transmitted Fudipi Vangus' voice. Hello? Are you there? Overjoyed, Vayak shouted, we got a reply? Taven sprinted over from afar. Quick, give it to me. The relief was overwhelming, safe and sound. That is all that mattered. Over here, the leader asked again. Have you decided yet? The system voice was firm. I follow the hostess command. Dipem spoke up in response. Decisions made. The leader continued. Honestly, there is nothing to debate. No one wants to die. After all, but the answer surprised everyone. I want to stay here. She turned sharply. What did you say? Dipem stayed calm and said each word clearly. Immortality is my choice in this life. I have lived through 99 lifetimes and still have not aged. I believe my past self had reasons for this. I want to just submit to immortality now, regardless of what past lives face this life. I have true friends who care for me, people I love. If I leave, maybe I can protect them from harm. But I would have to be gone for years, leaving them waiting for 100 years, maybe 10,000 when I return. Will things even be the same? Will they still be alive? That is a huge question. A world where everyone's gone, what meaning does it hold for me? I have said it. I want to live a normal life, but I refuse to live hiding and sneaking around. I am not just staying here. I will slash down every enemy in my way. If my power is not enough, I will train until it is. The leader narrowed her eyes, impressed. You really are something else. No wonder they all say you are a tough nut to crack. Depfum blinked. Surprised. They said that about me. She smirked, summoning magic to open a portal. Meet your challenge. Zai Hong, let us see what you have got. Dipfuvram was pulled into the portal, which slowly sealed behind him back in reality. He snapped awake. Startled. Is this real? Zai Hong, dressed as a sultry nurse, held up a watch and asked, You are back. When did you start hallucinating about entering another world? She leaned in close, eyes shining with spiritual energy. Welcome back. Dipfuvram. Though it is sudden, from now on, I will be your lead healer. Let us get along well.